Chapter 1. The Meteor Shower. May 5th, 2050. Blue Star, Huagua, Lanzhou. A sudden meteor shower illuminated half of the sky over Lanzhou. Li Xinghe, lost in slumber, was jolted awake by the blinding light. What on earth is happening? Is it dawn already? Rubbing his eyes, Li Xinghe drew back the curtains to gaze outside. To his astonishment, the entire sky was aglow with countless fiery orbs trailing flames, as all those awakened rushed to their windows to behold this rare spectacle that occurs but once a century. Goodness, a meteor shower. Did the media announce a meteor shower tonight? How did I miss that? Li Xinghe, peering through the window with wide eyes, murmured to himself. At that moment, many meteors among the myriad seemed to lose their momentum, veering off course and hurtling toward Earth. One of them was on a collision course with the very region where Li Xinghe resided. Oblivious to this unfolding drama, Li Xinghe busily recorded this extraordinary sight on his phone. I must commemorate this. It's a once-in-a-lifetime event. After snapping a few photos, he returned to his bed, glancing at his phone to check the time. It read 2:10 a.m. Well, there's still some time before dawn. I'll catch a bit more sleep, especially since I have work tomorrow. After graduating from university, Li Xinghe chose not to follow the school's placement, but instead opted to work in Lanzhou. Currently, he was employed at a publishing house, earning over $4,000 a month. Though his salary was modest, the light workload allowed him to continue thriving in this position. After all, he was a lone one person fills their own stomach without causing others to go hungry. Having grown up in an orphanage, he had no relatives, save for the girl, Xiao Weiner, who had shared the same upbringing. Xiao Weiner had excelled academically compared to him. They attended different universities. After graduation, she returned to work in Qingshui City, and they had not seen each other in quite some time. Boom! A resounding crash was followed by the shattering of glass, a cacophony of sounds. The house trembled. Li Xinghe, who had just drifted into sleep, was startled awake once again. Bolting upright, a gust of wind swept through the shattered window, instantly banishing his drowsiness. What now? Can a person get some sleep? With a series of unforeseen events unfolding, Li Xinghe found his patience waning. He got out of bed, dressed hastily, and stepped into the yard, only to be met with a scene of utter disarray. Shattered glass littered the ground, and the flower pots were toppled, as if a battlefield had unfolded. When the world happened, did someone's gas cylinder explode? The force was tremendous. How could all the windows in the yard be shattered? How am I supposed to explain this to the landlord? Am I meant to pay for the repairs myself? At that moment, Li Xing's face turned pale. This was a small courtyard he had rented shortly after starting his job, located on the outskirts. The landlord's family had gone out of town and, wishing to avoid leaving it vacant, had rented it to Li Xinghe at a low price. He had been financially strapped at the time and couldn't afford the high rents in the city, hence his choice. Later, he discovered that aside from the longer commute, everything else was quite satisfactory, and so he had continued living there. 2 years had passed, and he had even purchased a second-hand Chang'an SUV for commuting. The courtyard was situated in a small village beside the national highway, with few residents left, most having moved to the city or gone elsewhere. The surrounding environment was pleasant, and transportation was convenient. A 2-minute walk along a small path led to the national road, where buses headed to the city. Feeling disheartened, Li Xinghe exited the courtyard to investigate the situation. Upon leaving, he noticed that some elderly villagers had also come out to see what had transpired. Seeing Li Xinghe, they inquired about the cause of the commotion. He could only shake his head in response. Thus, everyone wandered around the village, failing to uncover any anomalies, and collectively sighed in relief. With so few people remaining in the village, predominantly elderly, any serious situation would be challenging to resolve. Fortunately, as there appeared to be no immediate danger, everyone returned to their homes. Back inside, Li Xinghe took a sip of water when a thought struck him. Had overlooked something during his earlier inspection. There seemed to be a glow emanating from the hillside behind the village. His attention had been primarily focused on the village itself, leaving the external situation unnoticed. It now occurred to him that perhaps the answer lay in the back mountain. Once again venturing outdoors, Li Xinghe climbed into his second-hand Chang'an SUV. Though the hill was not particularly high, standing merely 200 to 300 meters. Traversing it on foot would take at least 2 hours. The village was eerily quiet. Everyone had retreated indoors, and no one noticed Li Xinghe. Driving along the winding mountain road, he arrived at the hilltop after about 10 minutes. There, he discovered a large crater in the valley, gouged by some force, emitting a faint light, with something still ablaze within. Could it be a meteorite? Li Xinghe's eyes sparkled with excitement. Perhaps there was something valuable to be found. However, as he reached for the car door, he hesitated. Would a meteorite pose any danger? Thus, Li Xinghe stood atop the hill, caught in a dilemma. After a moment of contemplation, he steeled himself to descend. After all, it was just a meteorite. What could possibly happen? What's there to fear? If one dies, they soar to the heavens. If not, they endure for eternity. Though he spoke bravely, he retrieved a large wrench from the trunk at least it would serve as a means of protection. He drove the car into the valley, parking about 100 meters from the meteorite crater. Exiting the vehicle, he grasped the wrench tightly and slowly approached the meteorite. 100 meters, 50 meters, 20 meters. This short distance took him 3 minutes to traverse. Upon reaching the edge of the crater, he looked down. The flames had long since subsided. The crater was modest in size, perhaps 30 square meters and 5 meters deep. Aside from a dazzling blue crystal lying at the bottom, there appeared to be nothing else. Could this be a rare mineral? Glancing around, he noted the absence of any commotion. It seemed he was the only one to discover this anomaly. After all, this was the outskirts, and at such an hour, it was highly improbable for anyone to be about. Cautiously, he slid down the edge of the crater, stepping closer to the blue crystal. Out of caution, he first prodded it with the wrench. There shouldn't be any issues, right? Li Xinghe muttered to himself. Putting away the wrench, he took hold of the blue crystal for a closer examination. It felt warm to the touch, not nearly as scorching as he had imagined. Still emitting a soft glow, it was a perfectly shaped rhombus, with no other peculiarities. After placing the blue crystal in his pocket, Li Xinghe inspected the bottom of the crater for any other findings. Discovering nothing else, he drove back to his lodging. Once back in bed, he retrieved the blue crystal from his pocket and began to examine it once more. He noticed the glow had faded, rendering it seemingly ordinary. What exactly is this thing? I wonder if it's worth anything. After pondering for quite some time, without arriving at any conclusions, Li Xinghe gradually drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, the blue crystal resting on his chest began to levitate slowly, its brilliant blue light re-emerging. Ping! Detected a living organism. Intelligent life detected. Requirements met. Awaiting host confirmation for fusion. Unbeknownst to the slumbering Li Xinghe, this transformation unfolded. He had endured a tumultuous night, running back and forth, leaving him quite exhausted. In his deep sleep, a smile played upon his lips, likely the result of a pleasant dream, as he murmured a girl's name in his sleep. That night, meteorites falling across the globe caught the attention of high-ranking officials in various countries, prompting them to dispatch professional teams to investigate the meteorite landing sites and search for remnants. Little did anyone know that the meteorites falling on Blue Star were releasing vast amounts of colorless, transparent gas, swiftly merging with the air and being inhaled by humans and animals alike. Ring, 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 ring. Still groggy, Li Xinghe fumbled around in bed until he finally located his phone. Hello, who is it? Li Xinghe. What time is it? Are you still sleeping? Do you want to quit your job? A furious voice crackled through the phone. The caller was none other than Wang Li, Li Xing's supervisor. Since Li Xinghe had joined the publishing house, he had been working under Wang Li, who had taken him under his wing. Wang Li was very strict about work, but had shown considerable care for Li Xinghe. Oh no, I overslept. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Li Xing's mind snapped into focus upon hearing the voice on the phone. Glancing at his phone once more, he was shocked to see it was already 10:30. Quickly, he replied, No, Wang Ge, I stayed up too late last night and didn't realize I had overslept. I'll head to the office right away. If I don't see you in half an hour, you can kiss your bonuses goodbye this month. Understood. Got it. With that, Li Xinghe hastily got up, threw on his clothes and shoes in a flurry. He didn't even wash his face, grabbing his keys and heading for the door. Suddenly, his eyes fell upon the blue crystal on the bed. Oh, I almost forgot about this thing. He quickly snatched the blue crystal and stuffed it into his pocket. Time was of the essence. There was no room for further contemplation. Jumping into his car, he started the engine and pressed the accelerator. The SUV roared like a beast unleashed from its cage, charging down the narrow path and swiftly merging onto the national road. Upon entering the city, the flow of traffic gradually intensified, causing the SUV's speed to diminish. Oh dear, it's almost 11 o'clock, and for heaven's sake, why are there still so many cars? My bonus. Li Xinghe lamented under his breath, while deftly maneuvering through the congested lanes. At that moment, a series of rear-end collisions occurred among the vehicles ahead, accompanied by screams and cries for help. Li Xinghe slammed on the brakes, nearly colliding with the car in front of him. The drivers in the vehicles ahead hastily exited their cars, vociferously cursing the driver at the front. Damn it, can you drive? Sudden braking on a main road. Exactly. Now look, everyone is stuck here, another driver grumbled. I have an important meeting to attend. What am I going to do? A female driver anxiously exclaimed. Hurry and call an ambulance. He looks like he's about to die, shouted a man at the forefront, having seen the driver of the offending vehicle bleeding from the mouth and convulsing, resembling a seizure. At this point, silence enveloped the crowd as everyone retrieved their phones to call for emergency services or the traffic police, all eager to resolve the incident swiftly to avoid further delays. Li Xinghe, still seated in his vehicle and contemplating stepping out to assess the situation, suddenly felt a warmth radiating from his thigh. It was a crystal. Upon extracting the crystal, he observed the blue gem wriggling free from his grasp, hovering before his eyes. Intelligent life detected host. Please confirm fusion. This startled Li Xinghe, his eyes widening in disbelief. What on earth is this extraterrestrial technology? It could float and even speak. Wait, what is this intelligent life in fusion? This left Li Xinghe utterly bewildered. Regaining his composure, he pondered whether it was indeed some form of alien technology, given that it originated from a meteorite. Let's give it a try. Confirm fusion. The moment the words escaped his lips, the blue crystal rapidly surged into his brain, leaving him no time to react. Li Xinghe quickly touched his head, relieved to find no abnormalities. An object entering one's brain without warning would terrify anyone. Ding! Fusion successful. Apocalypse system activated. Host's physical condition deemed too weak. Enhancement commencing. A wave of warmth cascaded from Li Xing's brain throughout his body, leaving him feeling invigorated and lighter than ever, suffused with newfound strength. How extraordinary! Apocalypse system, what is your purpose? Host, the Apocalypse system is the pinnacle of intelligence from Apocalypse Star. This system can absorb biological energy to enhance all things. Enhance all things? Is it truly that powerful? Indeed, the energy that just enhanced my body must be this very essence, Li Xinghe mused thoughtfully. Correct, host. The system's energy has been depleted. Please replenish it promptly. How do I replenish energy? Li Xinghe inquired once more. By defeating biological entities, or through energy entities. Defeating biological entities? What kind of creatures are we talking about? Chickens, ducks, or pigs? And what exactly is an energy entity? At this moment, countless thoughts raced through Li Xing's mind. Do not fret, host. Energy fluctuations detected nearby. An opportunity to collect energy is at hand. Energy fluctuations? Just as Li Xinghe was filled with questions, commotion erupted outside the vehicle. A stir surged through the crowd ahead, accompanied by a chorus of alarmed exclamations. Stay away from him. He's gone mad. He's insane. A man who had approached to investigate stumbled back, blood dripping from his hand as he frantically shouted. Seeing this, the onlookers hastily retreated. Li Xinghe hurriedly exited his car to investigate. He approached the crowd and inquired what had transpired. Don't even mention it. What terrible luck. I went over to check on the driver and ended up getting bitten, the man replied, clutching his bleeding hand with a grimace. Surely he can't have rabies. A stylish woman in business attire interjected. That can't be. The bitten man hastily responded. Yet upon reflection, the symptoms of the man who bit him did resemble those of rabies, causing him to panic. I must go to the hospital for a checkup once the ambulance arrives. With that, he rushed back to his car to find something to bandage his wound. Li Xinghe cautiously approached the afflicted man's vehicle, which had its door ajar, revealing the man writhing in his seat. Li Xing's presence only exacerbated the man's frenzy. He thrashed violently, mouth agape, spewing blood and froth, eyes ablaze like a madman. Had it not been for the seatbelt, he likely would have lunged at Li Xinghe. The man's condition startled Li Xinghe, prompting him to take a few steps back. "Damn it, you scared the life out of me. What on earth is this?" Chapter 3. The mutation unfolds. Ding. An energy-based biological entity has been detected. IT is advised that the host eliminate it immediately. The system's voice suddenly resonated in Li Xinghe's mind. What a joke. "System, this is a human being. Do you expect me to commit murder?" Li Xinghe exclaimed in disbelief. "We are living in a peaceful era, and killing is illegal. Moreover, regardless of the time period, taking a life is no trivial matter. I certainly do not wish to face dire consequences. Host, the entity before you is about to cease being human. Genetic mutations have been detected within it, and it is on the verge of physical collapse, transforming into a failed evolutionary specimen. Due to the energy source within its body, it is imperative that you act swiftly to eliminate it. Should it transform into a failed specimen, its attributes will significantly increase, making it far more challenging to defeat." Perhaps fearing that Li Xinghe did not comprehend the gravity of the situation, the system reiterated its warning that Li Xinghe understood, yet he hesitated to take action. With so many onlookers present, he feared that any attempt at violence would result in immediate intervention from law enforcement. As Li Xinghe pondered his predicament, a sudden crash startled him. It was the rabid individual. No, rather, the failed evolutionary specimen, who had managed to free himself from his restraints and tumbled out of the vehicle. Staggering to his feet, he lunged toward Li Xinghe. "Good grief, I was contemplating whether to kill you, and yet you have the audacity to attack first." As the creature lunged at him, Li Xinghe instinctively delivered a powerful kick. Thud! The failed specimen collided with the car door, then attempted to rise once more. The onlookers, sensing the imminent danger, began to retreat. That moment, traffic police and an ambulance arrived in quick succession. Li Xinghe hurriedly stepped back into the crowd. Two officers approached, inquiring about the situation. "What accident has occurred? Why is everyone gathered here? Please disperse to avoid obstructing traffic." "Officer, that person is rabid and attacks anyone in sight." "Look at my hand. He bit me." A man who had been bitten stepped forward urgently. The two officers exchanged glances before scrutinizing the man at the center of the crowd. One officer, with dark skin, commanded, "Everyone, immediately step back." His voice captured the attention of the failed specimen, which turned and charged at him. Eliciting gasps from the onlookers, the officer positioned himself expertly, sidestepping the man's ferocious assault, then struck his calf, sending him crashing to the ground. The officer swiftly mounted the man, securing his hands behind his back, temporarily subduing him. "Where are the paramedics? Hurry up!" The other officer called out. "We're on our way." A doctor, accompanied by two assistants, rushed forward. The assistants unfolded a stretcher, and with the officer's aid, they secured the afflicted man onto it and lifted him into the ambulance. "We must leave now, officer. The patient requires immediate medical attention," the lead doctor informed the dark-skinned officer. "Understood. Drive carefully. The patient exhibits extreme aggression." "Certainly." The doctor prepared to board the vehicle when the previously bitten man rushed up. "Wait, I've been bitten too. I need to get checked. Take me with you." "Quickly, get in." With that, both men climbed aboard, and the ambulance's sirens blared as it sped away. "All right, everyone, disperse immediately and return to your activities," the dark-skinned officer instructed, and he and his colleague began to clear the crowd, directing traffic. The congested road quickly cleared. Li Xinghe, who had been observing the chaotic scene, decided to depart, realizing he had nearly forgotten his urgent appointment at the editorial office. As for the failed evolutionary specimen, he resolved to set it aside for the moment. Rongxing editorial office arriving late, Li Xinghe found himself in Wang Li's office. Enduring a reprimand, he dared not utter a word in protest, knowing full well it was his own fault for oversleeping. By the time he reached the office, it was nearly noon. To make amends, he promised Wang Li that he would use his lunch break to complete his writing. Since this morning, there have been multiple incidents of rabid individuals attacking people across various regions of Blue State. Moreover, according to internal reports, it is not confined to Blue State. Similar occurrences are manifesting throughout the entirety of Hua country. Write an article about this phenomenon and submit it to me before the end of the workday. After delivering his admonishment, Wang Li added, "Oh, and write about last night's meteor shower as well." Understood, Brother Wang, that I will ensure the tasks are completed. Now hurry along. Wang Li waved him off. All right, I shall get to work. With that, Li Xinghe hurried away. This kid, always so careless, Wang Li muttered, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag. Releasing the smoke through his nostrils. Rabid individuals attacking people, a once-in-a-century meteor shower. Could there be a connection? What a remarkable coincidence. Li Xinghe made his way to his workstation. He reflected on Wang Li's words. The nationwide incidence of rabid individuals. The meteor shower, and his own recent experience that it all seemed far too intricate to be mere happenstance. By the way, the apocalypse system. He mused. Could it be that the rabid individuals across the country are all failed evolutionary specimens? And how exactly do these failed mutations come about? Is there any correlation with last night's meteor shower? A flurry of questions raced through Li Xinghe's mind, yearning for answers. Host, your speculation is correct. Those rabid individuals are indeed failed evolutionary specimens. They have yet to fully transform. Typically, this transformation completes within 4 hours, resulting in physical decay and a bloodthirsty disposition, attacking all living beings. Their bodies become enhanced, making it exceedingly difficult for unarmed individuals to contend with them. Furthermore, if they manage to claw or bite someone, that individual will undergo mutation, joining their ranks as one of them. The apocalypse system elucidated. As for the cause of their emergence, it has been previously mentioned. Genetic mutations triggered by meteorites from the meteor shower. These meteorites interact rapidly with the atmosphere of Blue Star, producing gases that promote the evolution of humans and other organisms. Should the genetic structure fail to adapt to such changes, mutations will occur. A cascade of revelations left Li Xinghe in contemplation. Firstly, these failed evolutionary specimens resembled the zombies depicted in American films, so he might as well refer to them as zombies. Secondly, it was indeed the meteorites from the meteor shower that had precipitated this crisis. Suddenly, Li Xinghe recalled the system's earlier suggestion to eliminate the failed evolutionary specimens. No. Zombies to absorb their energy. He quickly inquired. System, do all zombies contain energy that can be absorbed? Indeed, host. Each zombie harbors energy that can be harvested at this moment. Li Xinghe grasped the full scope of the situation. It appeared that a zombie crisis was imminent. Scenes reminiscent of novels and films were about to manifest in reality, leaving him momentarily at a loss. The apocalypse system detected Li Xinghe's inner turmoil and promptly reassured him. There is no need for concern, host. Your body has already been augmented by this system. Provided you possess a suitable weapon, dealing with ordinary zombies should pose no problem. Collecting energy will further enhance your abilities. So there's no need for alarm. In truth, even an average person wielding a suitable weapon, overcoming their psychological fears and exercising caution, could defeat a zombie. Indeed, what is there to fear? I have the system on my side. Just as Li Xinghe was lost in thought, a colleague suddenly lunged at him. Good grief, he exclaimed as a loud thud echoed through the Li Xinghe reflexively kicked him away, and his colleague crashed against the wall. Falling silent that moment, Li Xinghe's heart raced. Hello, is this an ambulance? We have a rabid individual here. Chapter 4. Acquiring a machete, another person has succumbed to the illness. What on earth is happening? Why are there so many rabies cases now? Indeed, the incidents are escalating. Colleagues exchanged remarks, while those bitten were whisked away by the ambulance to the hospital. Witnessing this unfolding scene, Li Xinghe resolved that he could no longer remain passive. He needed to take action and, at the very least, procure a suitable weapon. With determination, he briskly made his way to his SUV, dialing Xiao Wanner's number as he walked. Hello, Xinghe? Why are you calling me at this hour? Shouldn't you be at work? A melodious female voice responded from the other end. Listen, Wanner. What I'm about to say may be hard to believe, but you must do as I say. Go home immediately and stockpile a substantial amount of food. Do not venture outside until I come to find you. Why, Xinghe? Xiao Wanner inquired, puzzled. You are aware of the reports regarding rabid individuals attacking people, aren't you? Don't ask too many questions. It's related to this. Just follow my instructions, stay indoors, and do not open the door for anyone until I reach you. All right, I just happen to be due for a day off and I'll take leave this afternoon and head home. Out of trust for Li Xinghe, Xiao Wan'er readily agreed. Furthermore, she had heard about the incidents of rabid patients attacking others today. Numerous cases had already occurred across the nation, instilling a sense of fear within her. All right, remember to stock up on food and absolutely avoid going outside. Okay, Xinghe, please ensure your safety as well, Xiao Wan'er said softly, expressing her concern. Rest assured. Upon concluding the call with Xiao Wan'er, Li Xinghe opened his phone's map and searched for nearby knife collector shops. Driving toward one, standing at the entrance of a shop, Li Xinghe looked up to see an ancient-looking sign that proclaimed Sword and Blade Pavilion in grand characters, exuding a sense of magnificence. He wondered about the quality of the items inside as he stepped through the door. Upon entering, he found himself in a spacious hall adorned with a myriad of swords and knives. Each more dazzling than the last, in front of him was a counter where a middle-aged man was polishing a long sword. Noticing Li Xinghe's arrival, the man's eyes lit up, and he quickly set the sword aside. Approaching Li Xinghe with an eager inquiry, "Young man, what can I assist you with? Our store boasts a vast collection of swords and knives. Surely, there is something that will catch your fancy. I seek a knife. I would appreciate your recommendations, kind sir." "Certainly," the shopkeeper replied with a smile. "What prompts your choice of a knife over a sword?" With the impending apocalypse, it is essential to gather energy for the future by eliminating zombies. A knife is far more convenient than a sword. The threshold for using a knife is lower, it is simpler to handle, and its lethality is greater. Swinging a sword can feel rather awkward. As he spoke, the shopkeeper guided Li Xinghe through the assortment. That moment, the shopkeeper noticed Li Xinghe's gaze fixated on a particular knife and began to elaborate. "This is a Miao knife, measuring 140 centimeters in length, with a blade length of 100 cm, crafted from high-carbon steel. The handle, measuring 40 cm, is made from 60-year-old purple sandalwood. This piece is a true gem, young man, should you take a liking to it. I can offer you a discount. The Miao knife, with its elongated blade, possesses the characteristics of both a sword and a knife, allowing for ambidextrous use, facilitating the exertion of one's overall strength during combat. In the heat of battle, it enables swift and consecutive strikes, with the wielder's movements dictating the blade's path, delivering devastating power." Li Xinghe found himself increasingly enamored with the knife. "I'll take it. How much?" Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's face broke into a wide grin, sensing a lucrative sale ahead. 5,000. "Very well. It's a deal," Li Xinghe agreed without hesitation. The shopkeeper was taken aback. This young man was not adhering to the usual bargaining norms. However, he quickly realized that Li Xinghe might be a wealthy patron, and since the young man was unconcerned, the shopkeeper had no objections. "All right, I'll wrap it up for you." "Wait," Li Xinghe interjected. The shopkeeper's expression shifted, fearing the young man might backtrack. "Please sharpen the blade for me," Li Xinghe continued. The shopkeeper initially sighed in relief, but soon wore a troubled look. "Young man, sharpening the blade is not permitted. I cannot assist you with that. An additional 3,000. Li Xinghe's voice chimed in. The shopkeeper still hesitated. 5,000. Li Xinghe reiterated. "All right, no problem." The shopkeeper's smile returned, for this transaction would undoubtedly leave him quite prosperous. Under normal circumstances, Li Xinghe would have spent time haggling over prices, but now, with the imminent apocalypse and the zombie outbreak looming, who would concern themselves with such trivial sums? After completing the payment, the shopkeeper instructed him to return in 2 hours to collect the knife. Upon exiting the shop, Li Xinghe glanced at his phone, only to find notifications flooding in about rabid patients attacking individuals. Official platforms urged citizens to remain indoors and to promptly notify the police if they encountered rabid patients, advising anyone bitten to seek medical attention immediately. The rabid patient attacks had swept across the nation in a mere morning, leaving everyone in a state of fear. Experts were at a loss, uncertain why such a sudden outbreak was occurring, especially since rabies typically has an incubation period and most people have been vaccinated, making such a widespread occurrence implausible. Moreover, the previous night's grand meteor shower and the falling meteors seemed to be intertwined with these events. Numerous posts emerged online, discussing apocalyptic theories, divine retribution against humanity, and speculations about bioweapons from the United States. Many commented, while others reassured the public to trust the government, believing they would find a resolution. Li Xinghe couldn't help but chuckle at the keyboard warriors who always propagated doomsday theories at the slightest disturbance. Ironically, this time they had hit the nail on the head. The apocalypse was indeed upon them. Though Li Xinghe was aware of the events about to unfold, he refrained from voicing his thoughts to this moment. Even if he spoke, no one would believe him. They would merely brand him a fool for discussing zombies, as if he were merely indulging in a movie fantasy. Putting away his phone, he noticed a supermarket across the street. Time was of the essence, and he needed to procure supplies and equipment quickly. He hurriedly gathered high-calorie foods such as chocolate and energy bars, along with waterproof jackets and hiking boots, filling 3 large shopping carts to the brim. The surrounding crowd murmured amongst themselves, but Li Xinghe paid them no mind, focused solely on checking out the register. The cashier was equally astonished but maintained a pleasant demeanor while processing his purchase. "Hello, sir. Your total is 13,256 yuan. WeChat or cash?" "WeChat," Li Xinghe replied. "Could you assist me in getting this to my car?" "It's parked across the street." "Of course, sir," the cashier responded with a smile. With the help of 2 supermarket employees, Li Xinghe loaded the 3 carts of supplies into his SUV, filling the trunk and back seat to capacity. Now, he only awaited the arrival of the Meow knife to secure a safe place to ride out the initial stages of the zombie outbreak. After all, wandering the streets amidst the zombie apocalypse would be akin to courting death. Checking the time, he realized it was already 3:50 p.m. It was nearly time to retrieve his knife. "Boss, how's it going? Is my knife ready?" Upon hearing Li Xinghe's voice, the shopkeeper emerged from the back room. Holding the Meow knife, "That it's ready, young man. I just finished. Please take a look and see if it meets your satisfaction." Receiving the Meow knife from the shopkeeper, Li Xinghe noted its perfect weight. The blade was sharpened to a razor's edge. "Excellent, indeed a fine knife," he remarked with satisfaction. "Here, let me pack it up for you." The shopkeeper took a sheath and a wooden box, placing the Meow knife inside and preparing it for Li Xinghe. With the wooden box slung over his shoulder, Li Xinghe departed for his next destination. Chapter 5. The zombie outbreak at the entrance of the Huanyu Hotel, a renowned 5-star establishment in Lanzhou, where the service was exceptional. Were it not for the impending apocalypse, Li Xinghe would never have had the opportunity to stay in such a hotel, primarily due to the exorbitant costs. Even the cheapest room would set one back over 1,000 yuan per night, let alone the luxurious presidential suite, which could easily exceed 10,000 yuan, deterring most working-class individuals. Why did he choose this place? On one hand, time was of the essence, and Li Xinghe did not wish to roam aimlessly. Should the zombie outbreak occur while he had yet to find a suitable refuge, he would be left with no escape against countless zombies, potentially leaving him with no remains at all. On the other hand, it was a weekday, and with fewer guests in the Huanyu Hotel, it would be relatively safer once the outbreak commenced. Upon entering the lobby, he booked a luxurious presidential suite, much to the astonishment of the receptionist, and followed the butler into the elevator. The staff had clearly underestimated this seemingly ordinary young man, who turned out to be quite affluent. Once inside the room, Li Xinghe was taken aback by the lavish accommodations. 3 bedrooms, a recreational lounge, a parlor, a fully equipped kitchen, a walk-in closet, a study, an outdoor swimming pool, and it even came with a personal chef. While the butler stood by to attend to his needs, admittedly, he had been quite ignorant about such luxuries. After instructing the butler to prepare some food, he dismissed him, indicating that he could be summoned by ringing a bell if needed. After setting aside the Meow knife, Li Xinghe collapsed onto the plush bed, utterly exhausted from his errands to procure the knife and supplies. Before long, he succumbed to slumber. Time passed, and he suddenly jolted awake, realizing he had dozed off. Evidently, fatigue and tension had taken their toll. Rising, he noticed that night had fallen, and the clock indicated it was already 6 o'clock. He had slept for nearly 2 hours. The butler had laid out food on the dining table, keeping it warm. As Li Xinghe indulged in his dinner, he couldn't help but appreciate the distinct flavor of the cuisine. After all, it was a 5-star hotel. Just as he finished his meal, he heard commotion outside. Approaching the door, he peered through the peephole, but saw nothing. Pressing his ear against the door, he could distinctly hear a woman's piercing screams. "Don't come near me. Don't come near me. Monster! Help! Help! Accompanied by haunting roars that seemed beyond the capacity of any human voice, the woman's cries abruptly ceased before Li Xinghe could open the door to investigate. In the profound silence that followed, an eerie sound of gnawing echoed through the corridor, sending shivers down Li Xinghe's spine. Could it be a zombie? It must be a zombie, he concluded. It was already 6 in the evening, and the outbreak should have commenced by now. Furrowing his brow, Li Xinghe muttered to himself. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he dashed to the balcony, peering through the window. The street was a chaotic scene, teeming with zombies, and billowing smoke from numerous vehicles suggested that their drivers had succumbed to the infection, leading to a catastrophic collision. Screams and cries for help mingled with the growls of the undead, leaving Li Xinghe in disbelief. Was this really the blue star he once knew? How could a single day transform into such a nightmare, rendering it utterly unbearable? Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, zombies were already rampaging everywhere. The astute had retreated to their homes, ceasing to venture outside, while those who remained were often met with a grisly fate, either reduced to mere bones or transformed into the very monsters that hunted them. Blood and corpses littered the streets. The once thriving city, now a tableau of chaos. Had the zombie apocalypse truly erupted in the span of a single night's slumber? Witnessing the Ho amidst his contemplation on how to access the other rooms, a rather fortuitous occurrence transpired. The very moment he pondered it, he found himself facing the doors. The room cards in his possession were S101, S103, S104, and S106. This floor housed a total of 6 suites, and all were present before him. He resolved to systematically inspect these chambers, dispatching the zombies within. Upon arriving at the door of S101, Li Xinghe rapped on it with the handle of his knife. Almost immediately, he was met with the guttural roars of zombies from within and the sound of items being overturned. There was indeed something of value inside. The commotion sparked a surge of elation within him. This was pure energy. He was eager to enhance himself to level 1. Even a mere basic enhancement had significantly bolstered his physical strength, leaving him to ponder the remarkable transformations that lay ahead. After knocking for a while, the zombies inside, drawn by the noise, surged toward the door, relentlessly battering against it. With a swift motion, Li Xinghe swiped his rune card, and as the door unlocked, he delivered a powerful kick. The door flew open, and the zombies behind it were sent sprawling to the ground. He advanced with haste, delivering a decisive blow to the neck of the nearest zombie, severing its head, which rolled onto the floor, still emitting a low growl. Remarkable vitality, he mused, observing the creature's refusal to succumb so easily. Another swift strike, and its head was cleaved in two. He retrieved the crystal core and allowed the system to absorb it. With this, he had amassed 40 points of energy, needing only to eliminate 3 more to meet his quota. Confirming that no further zombies lurked within, Li Xinghe proceeded to the next room, S103, which was adjacent. He had not previously detected any sounds emanating from within. A gentle knock yielded no response, prompting him to unlock the door and conduct a thorough examination. The layout was identical, yet no zombies were present. Next was S104, which yielded the same disappointing result. Frustrating Li Xinghe, my luck, truly this dismal, he pondered. Onward, he moved to the next room, and upon knocking, he was met with a cacophony of frantic banging from within. Finally, zombies were present. Without hesitation, he kicked the door open, causing one of the creatures to stumble, though it remained standing. Unfazed, he advanced and delivered a swift strike, cleaving the head of a male zombie clad in a bathrobe. As he bent down to search for the crystal core, a female zombie in a similar bathrobe burst from the adjacent bathroom. Without time to rise, he swiftly dropped to the floor, executing a sweeping kick that sent the zombie crashing down. Before it could recover, he struck again, severing its head. Breathing heavily, Li Xinghe felt his adrenaline surge. The series of actions, though brief, had been perilously close to yielding injury from the zombies. Thankfully, the morning's enhancement had sharpened his reflexes, allowing him to respond with remarkable speed. After a brief respite, he meticulously checked all potential hiding spots for zombies. With 2 crystal cores retrieved, he noted that only 1 more zombie was needed. Having thoroughly inspected the 6 suites on this floor, he realized he would need to ascend to the 9th floor. Opting against the elevator, Who knew whether it would lead to fresh air or a horde of zombies? He descended via the fire escape. Peering through the glass of the safety door on the 9th floor, he spotted several zombies wandering in the corridor. 5 in total. This posed a significant challenge. He had struggled with just 2, and now faced 5, not nearly enough to fill a gap. After much contemplation on how to address the 5 zombies, his gaze fell upon the fire cabinet in the stairwell. Inside, he discovered a fire axe. The glass of the safety door was not particularly thick. With a single strike of the axe, it should shatter. He planned to secure the safety door, and when the zombies approached, utilize the shattered window to dispatch them one by one. Confirming the feasibility of his plan, Li Xinghe sprang into action, locking the safety door before raising the fire axe high and bringing it down with force. The glass shattered with a resounding crash, drawing the immediate attention of the 5 zombies, which charged toward him, colliding with the safety door and creating a narrow gap. Li Xinghe's heart raced at the thought of being forced to retreat to the 10th floor. Fortunately, the safety door held firm, though it creaked ominously under the relentless assault of the zombies. Aware that time was of the essence, he gripped his knife tightly and thrust it into the head of the first zombie that reached through the gap, ending its life swiftly. The fallen zombie was quickly pushed aside by its companions, allowing another to stretch its head through. Li Xinghe dispatched it with another precise thrust. Ding! Energy accumulation has reached 100 points. Please select the target for enhancement. The voice of the awakening system resounded melodiously in Li Xinghe's mind. Without hesitation, he responded, "Enhance my body." As soon as he uttered the command, a blue light enveloped him, and a wave of euphoria surged from his feet to the crown of his head. Unable to suppress a groan of pleasure, he reveled in the sensation. Congratulations, host! You have successfully enhanced to a level 1 evolved being. The system's announcement snapped Li Xinghe back to reality just as the safety door was breached. With a thunderous roar, 3 zombies charged toward him, feeling the newfound strength coursing through his body. Li Xinghe stood his ground. Wielding his knife with confidence, he swung horizontally, severing the head of the foremost zombie, which did not seem to comprehend fear. The remaining 2 lunged at him without hesitation. With a powerful kick, he sent the second zombie flying 6 or 7 meters away, then drove his knife into the eye of the last one. The recently fallen zombie was only just beginning to rise when Li Xinghe approached. Withdrawing his knife and delivering a swift cut that rendered the creature motionless, its head rolling away. Having dispatched all the zombies, Li Xinghe felt no trace of fatigue. Rather, he brimmed with energy and vitality. He wiped the blood from his knife, retrieving all the crystal cores and converting them into energy with the system's assistance. Not inclined to calculate the figures himself, he inquired, "System, how much energy do I have now?" After deducting the 100 points used for enhancement, you currently possess 80 points of energy. Quite a windfall. Li Xinghe nodded in satisfaction. Host, due to your successful enhancement to a level 1 evolved being, the attribute viewing function has been unlocked. What is the attribute viewing function? Li Xinghe queried, perplexed. The attribute viewing function allows you to examine the basic attribute data of any object or being. The average human possesses attributes of 888, corresponding to strength, speed, and mental fortitude, while the ordinary zombies before you exhibit attributes of 961. I see. This means that while ordinary humans may be slightly weaker in strength, they surpass zombies in other attributes. As long as one can overcome their inner fears, it is not impossible to confront zombies. By the way, system, what are my current attributes? Li Xinghe inquired with curiosity. Your current attributes are 151516, whereas before enhancement, they were 9910. With his attributes now vastly superior to those of the zombies, coupled with his knife in hand, Li Xinghe felt capable of confronting 7 or 8 zombies simultaneously and emerging unscathed. Even a national-level athlete would pale in comparison to his newfound prowess. Nevertheless, he remained cautious. Zombies could sustain countless injuries, but he had but a single life. What is the energy requirement to enhance from a level 1 evolved being to a level 2 evolved being? 1,000 points of energy, the system replied. That is a considerable leap, Li Xinghe exclaimed, stunned at the tenfold increase. Host, each enhancement yields significant improvements, thus necessitating greater energy consumption. Understood. 1,000 points of energy means I must eliminate 50 more zombies. The road ahead is indeed arduous, navigating past the fallen zombies. Li Xinghe entered the corridor on the 9th floor, observing that most of the doors were ajar and the walls and floor were smeared with blood and remnants. It seemed few living souls remained on this level. Approaching room 1, lacking a room card, he noted that the doors were wooden. He decided to pierce the door lock with his knife, delivering several strikes before kicking the door open. Inside, he encountered 2 zombies, which he dispatched with ease. After ensuring that no survivors remained, he proceeded to the next room, where only a single zombie awaited. Swiftly dealt with. It was only when he reached the final few rooms that he encountered a modicum of challenge. As he kicked open one door, a teddy dog burst forth. Caught off guard by the presence of a dog, he was astonished by its speed. This creature was far quicker than the average teddy. Had he not enhanced earlier, he might have been caught off guard. He sent the teddy flying with a kick, but to his surprise, it landed deftly and charged back at him. This is relentless, he thought, with no mercy. He wielded his knife, cleaving the dog in 2, its entrails and blood splattering everywhere. It was then that he realized it was a zombie dog. No wonder it had survived his kick. Had it been an ordinary teddy, his strike would surely have been fatal. The transformation of even animals into zombies underscored the pervasive horror of the situation. With a heavy heart, I stepped into the room to investigate. The speed of this teddy was astonishing. It was likely that even the owner of the dog could not escape its wrath. Its velocity must have reached 10, far surpassing that of an average human. Upon entering, I was met with the grim sight of a woman sprawled in a pool of blood, her innards grotesquely exposed, and her head a mangled mess from savage bites. She must never have anticipated that she would meet her demise at the jaws of the very dog she had nurtured. What a tragic fate. Proceeding to the next chamber, I found the door ajar. Upon entering, I conducted a thorough search, but found nothing. The room was relatively clean, and as the hour was growing late, I decided to spend the night there. After setting down my backpack, I ventured into the bathroom and, with the electricity still functional, indulged in a hot shower. Returning to the living room, I opened my backpack, retrieved some food and water, and, after a modest meal, reclined on the bed. System, how much energy do I possess now? Host, you currently have 160 points of energy, the system replied. Why is it 160 points? Did I not eliminate 3 zombies and a teddy? I inquired, puzzled. The energy obtained from killing a single zombie, along with the crystal core, amounts to a total of 20 points, while the energy from that zombie dog totals 30 points. That I understood now. Despite the zombie dog's smaller size, its speed was significantly greater than that of a typical zombie, rendering it far more dangerous and justifying the 30 points of energy it provided. Lying on the bed, I reflected on the events of the day. Though merely one day had passed, it had been filled with innumerable experiences. The world was no longer the same as it had been yesterday. And I, Li Xinghe, was not the same either. While others cowered within their homes, pondering how to evade zombies, I had been growing stronger through my encounters. Refocusing my thoughts, I realized that to evolve to a level 2 entity, I still required 840 points of energy. At least 40 more zombies needed to fall to meet that goal. My immediate priority was to cleanse the hotel of zombies, to expedite my ascension to a level 2 evolution, enhancing my ability to protect myself and facilitating my journey to Qing Shui City in search of Xiao Wanner. Grasping my machete, I noticed the blade was riddled with countless small dents. After a day of vigorous hacking, it was clear that the weapon was nearing its breaking point. System, how much energy is required to enhance this machete? I quickly inquired, as it had become an invaluable tool. To upgrade to a level 1 nano alloy steel knife, 200 points of energy are needed. How can it be so high? It requires 200 points of energy, I exclaimed in disbelief. Host, the strength of a nano alloy steel knife far exceeds that of your current machete, and it possesses exceptional self-repair capabilities, alleviating concerns regarding weapon durability. That certainly offer a long-term solution, but alas, my current energy was insufficient. I would have to wait until tomorrow to accumulate more energy for the enhancement. As night fell, the once bustling city now lay in eerie silence, occasionally pierced by the haunting cries of zombies and the screams of those unfortunate enough to be discovered. The people hiding in the city's corners braced for a sleepless night. Countless souls hoping that this was merely a nightmare. yearning for a return to normalcy with the dawn of a new day out on the fourth floor of the Huanyu Hotel. Hush, do not make a sound. That creature is just outside, a woman whispered to the little girl in her arms as they hid behind a cabinet in the kitchen. That moment, a colossal shadow loomed over them. The woman hastily shoved the girl into the cabinet, only to be seized by a hand emerging from the darkness. A zombie's hand that, in an instant, the woman's head was bitten off halfway, and the little girl, concealed within the cabinet, stifled her cries, tears streaming down her face, terrified to make a sound. Chapter 8. Nano-alloy steel knife. The first rays of morning sunlight filtered into the room. Why this time? Li Xinghe had finished breakfast and, after inspecting his gear, resumed his mission to clear out the zombies. As he made his way to the fifth floor, he encountered the first survivor he had seen since the apocalypse. Upon entering room 502, he noticed movement behind the door and was about to strike when he realized it was a young woman in her 20s, nearly mistaken for a zombie. She let out a piercing scream. Hurriedly exclaiming, "Don't kill me. I'm not a monster." She retreated in panic, but with such limited space behind the door, there was nowhere left to go. "All right, stop yelling. If you continue, you'll truly attract the zombies," Li Xinghe remarked, exasperated. Upon hearing this, the young woman fell silent, retreating behind the door to quietly sob. After a morning of slaying zombies, I felt a touch fatigued. Noting that the room was relatively clean, I decided to take a moment's respite. Moreover, I had enough energy to upgrade my machete, which had sustained significant damage. Ignoring the young woman, I entered the bedroom and closed the door behind me. The young woman, seeing that Li Xinghe had no intention of conversing, sat on the sofa, lost in thought. In the bedroom, I set down my backpack and grasped the machete. System, how much energy do I possess now? 300 points. That's sufficient. Upgrade the machete. I instructed the system that a brilliant blue light enveloped the blade, causing me to squint. After 3 to 5 seconds, a brand new alloy steel knife replaced the old machete. Though I had utilized the system's enhancement capabilities, I remained astonished. The tattered machete had transformed into a formidable weapon in an instant. Its length remained unchanged, but its appearance was entirely different, radiating a menacing sharpness. The blade was sleek and entirely black, reminiscent of a silent assassin, exuding an air of danger. Holding the nano-alloy steel knife, I could feel its weight was more than double that of the previous machete. It felt splendid in my hand. After my physical enhancements, my strength had significantly increased, making the previous machete feel like a mere plastic toy, light and uncomfortable. Now, the nano-alloy steel knife felt just right. I swung it gently towards the bedside table, and the corner slid away effortlessly, the cut remarkably smooth and sharp, that I was thoroughly satisfied with this alloy steel knife. As for its self-repairability, that would be revealed in due time. Recalling the young woman outside, I retrieved a piece of bread and a bottle of water from my backpack, opened the door, and saw her still seated on the sofa. That I placed the bread and water in front of her. "You must be famished. Go ahead and eat." "Who are you? How did you get here? What is happening outside with those monsters?" The woman finally seized the opportunity to ask her pressing questions. That I glanced at the young woman before me. Her features were pure and her appearance quite fair, with traces of tears still visible on her face, lending her a pitiful air. However, I had no inclination to indulge in sympathy. "My name is Li Xinghe, a guest from the 10th floor. How did I get here? I fought my way down. As for the zombies outside, I can only tell you I'm equally in the dark. What is the situation outside now?" I peered out the window and saw zombies everywhere. I tried to call for help, but the line was busy and no one answered. The woman continued to press. "I suppose now all of Huagua has become a paradise for zombies. With order thoroughly shattered, expecting government rescue is but a fantasy. They are likely too preoccupied with their own survival." Upon hearing this, the glimmer of hope in her heart was utterly extinguished, leaving her dazed. "By the way, what is your name?" After conversing for a while, I realized I did not yet know her name. "I am Wang Yin, a staff member at the Huanyu Hotel. That I arrived just yesterday afternoon to begin my shift, only to find my colleagues transformed into those flesh-eating monsters. I sought refuge in this room. I have been trying to reach 110 for help, but no one ever answered. I hadn't ventured outside until you appeared. As I kept hearing the roars of monsters in the hallway, I nodded. She was indeed fortunate. Most individuals have been caught unaware, bitten or knocked down by zombies, ultimately either turning into one of them or becoming their prey. After all, no one could fathom that those around them would suddenly transform into zombies that go ahead and eat something. I will take a moment to rest. After speaking, Li Xinghe no longer paid attention to Wang Yin and turned back to the bedroom. Starving throughout the night, Wang Yin quickly devoured a piece of bread and drank nearly half a bottle of water before the sensation of hunger finally subsided. Meanwhile, Li Xinghe, back in the bedroom, lay down on the bed to rest. After enhancing his meow knife, he found himself low on energy once more, as if returning to the beginning. However, the issue of weaponry had been decisively resolved. Now on the 5th floor, he wondered if the remaining energy of the zombies on the 4th floor would be sufficient for him to enhance into a level 2 evolved form. After some contemplation, he snapped back to reality. Never mind. Let us just kill first and see. If it's not enough, he could always figure out later. He would have to venture out sooner or later. At this moment, in the surveillance room on the 2nd floor of the Huan Yu Hotel, 2 security guards, one plump and the other lean, were stationed before the monitors. Hey, that fierce guy has been in room 502 for quite a while. What should we do? He hasn't tea. Well, the lean one asked. Smack. The plump guard playfully slapped the lean one on the head. What nonsense are you talking? That fierce guy has been slashing his way down from the 10th floor to the 5th. Would any ordinary monster stand a chance against him? If we want to survive, we can only wait until he reaches the 2nd floor. Dodo, right? We're relying on him now. With so many flesh-eating monsters outside, we can't possibly escape. If that big guy doesn't make it to the 2nd floor tonight, even if we're not eaten by the monsters, we'll starve to death, the lean guard said, clutching his empty stomach with a grimace. Exactly. When that fierce guy comes down, we must cling to him tightly. We need to grab some food quickly. I'm starving here, and there is nothing to eat in this place. The plump guard agreed fervently. The two continued to watch the monitors, anxious that they might miss the opportunity to latch onto the big guy if he reached the 2nd floor without them noticing. After resting for half an hour, Li Xinghe emerged from the bedroom. Wang Yin was still seated on the sofa, and upon seeing Li Xinghe, she hurried over. Can you take me away from here? I beg you. Li Xinghe was taken aback, but quickly understood. Wang Yin was fortunate to have survived, and, having encountered a living person like him, surely did not wish to remain alone any longer. How about this? I will clear out the zombies in front, and you gather some useful items like food, water, flashlights, and power banks. Li Xinghe instructed Wang Yin. Okay. Wang Yin nodded eagerly, her face lighting up with joy. Following Li Xinghe was certainly better than being alone. As a weak woman like her could hardly contend with zombies, he removed a cupboard door and fashioned a simple shield for Wang Yin's protection. The two then exited the room, with Wang Yin trailing Li Xinghe by a meter or two, her whole body trembling as she held the makeshift shield. Let us head to the 4th floor. Chapter 9. Strength-type zombie. Upon arriving at the fire escape on the 4th floor, Li Xinghe gestured for Wang Yin to crouch down while he peered through the window of the safety door to assess the corridor. The hallway was smeared with congealed blood, littered with severed limbs, resembling a scene from hell. Even Li Xinghe felt a tightening in his chest. It seemed impossible for any Li Xinghe exclaimed. After toiling all morning to collect energy from the zombies, only to find it all spent on enhancing the meow knife. This power-type zombie was worth a staggering 200 points of energy, instantly transforming it into a prime target in Li Xinghe's eyes. However, he refrained from acting recklessly. First, he surveyed the terrain. The kitchen was quite spacious, with a stove on one side and a sink on the other, separated by a row of freezers. The power-type zombie stood between the freezers and the sink, and Li Xinghe noticed a thermal container on the stove, seemingly filled with a large batch of hot pot base oil. As he stepped into the kitchen, the power-type zombie turned its head, its crimson eyes widening as it let out a roar and charged at Li Xinghe. The ground trembled beneath the weight of the beast as it sprinted towards him. When the hulking figure reached him, Li Xinghe swiftly pivoted and dashed towards the stove, slicing open the thermal container as he passed. Red oil splattered across the floor, and he retreated a few steps, turning to face the brute. Unfazed by the chaos, the hulking monster barreled forward, slipping on the slick oil and crashing to the ground, sliding right to Li Xinghe's feet. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xinghe leaped onto its back. ready to deliver a fatal blow and claim the 200 points of energy. However, the brute reacted with remarkable speed, tossing Li Xinghe aside. "Da-da! My back!" he exclaimed as he landed painfully against the edge of the stove. Gasping in agony, seeing the brute begin to rise, he grit his teeth against the pain, quickly regained his footing, and kicked the still-recovering monster back into the pool of red oil. The power-type zombie flailed helplessly, unable to regain its footing. With a sigh of relief, Li Xinghe rubbed his sore back, retrieved his alloy knife, jumped onto a nearby freezer, and leaped into the air, plunging the knife into the zombie's head. The creature finally lay still. Extracting the crystal core, he secured the 200 points of energy. That creature was indeed formidable. Its strength was tremendous, and that single encounter had left him considerably battered. Having dealt with the power-type zombie, Li Xinghe returned to the 4th floor of the hotel. "You're finally back. I thought you might not return." Wang Yin breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing him. She had genuinely feared that Li Xinghe would abandon her and the little girl. If that had happened, she was unsure how they would survive. "I encountered a mutated zombie on the 3rd floor, but I've taken care of it. You and Xiaoya should gather your belongings. We need to head to the 3rd floor and collect any usable supplies. Let us aim to clear the entire hotel today," Li Xinghe instructed. "Oh, I'll be quick about it. In truth, there wasn't too much to gather." Wang Yin had only a backpack, and the little girl, Xiaoya, had nothing at all. The two followed Li Xinghe to the 3rd floor, where they scoured each room for supplies: biscuits, instant noodles, ham, snacks, and a few bottles of drinks, enough to sustain the 3 of them for 2 days. Wang Yin's backpack was filled to capacity, and Xiaoya had also managed to carry a small backpack, sharing the burden. "Let us head to the 2nd floor. Wang Yin, keep a close watch on Xiaoya," Li Xinghe directed. "Sure, no problem. Xiaoya, stick close to me," Wang Yin added as she turned to the little girl. "Okay, big sister," Xiaoya replied. The trio arrived at the safety passage on the 2nd floor, where they finally encountered a normal situation. The hallway was teeming with zombies. The further they descended, the more numerous the creatures became, with dozens in sight. After closing the safety door, Li Xinghe shattered the glass, instantly drawing the attention of the horde, which surged towards the door. As the zombies piled against the safety door, Li Xinghe dispatched them one by one with swift strikes. Xiaoya gasped in shock behind Wang Yin, who, having already witnessed Li Xinghe's prowess, remained unfazed. While the two were lost in their thoughts, Li Xinghe had already dispatched the horde. Ignoring the two behind him, he hurriedly collected the crystal cores from the fallen zombies. Wang Yin observed his actions. Though unsure of why he was searching the zombies' heads for something, she restrained her curiosity and refrained from asking. Li Xinghe extracted one transparent crystal after another, wiping them clean with his clothing and stowing them away. Though it appeared he was merely placing them in his pocket, he had actually converted them all into energy. He wished to conceal the system's capabilities, hence the extra step. After crossing the pile of zombie corpses, the 3 entered the 2nd floor hallway, systematically checking each room. Li Xinghe cleared the zombies in front, while Wang Yin and Xiaoya collected supplies from behind. Brother, wake up! That fierce guy has brought a woman and a child to the 2nd floor." The thin man shouted, trying to rouse the heavy-set one. "Huh? What is going on?" The heavy-set man asked groggily, rubbing his eyes. "Brother, that fierce guy has wiped out all the man-eating monsters in the hallway and is now cleaning the rooms with a woman and a child." "Really?" The heavy-set man's eyes lit up with excitement. "Let us go. We need to get out there and latch onto him." Meanwhile, Li Xinghe and his companions had cleared several zombies and arrived at the last room's door, which bore a sign indicating it was the monitoring room. Presumably, this was the hotel's surveillance hub. Just as Li Xinghe prepared to force the door open, it unexpectedly swung open from the inside, revealing 2 humans that he lowered his alloy knife. Before him stood 2 security guards, clad in uniforms, likely assigned to monitor the surveillance room. One was heavy-set, the other thin, an amusing sight. The duo, surprised to see Li Xinghe at the door, quickly regained their composure. "Good man, it's just the 2 of us in this monitoring room that we noticed you clearing out those monsters last night, and we've been eagerly awaiting your arrival," the heavy-set guard said with a grin. Upon hearing this, Li Xinghe realized that his every move had been under scrutiny. He pondered whether the system's abilities had been discovered. However, considering that his enhancements had occurred in rooms and fire escape passages, and that he had only absorbed a few crystal cores in the hallway, he deemed it unlikely they had noticed anything amiss. As Li Xinghe had surmised, the two guards had not remained at the monitors the entire time. They merely checked in occasionally and had not witnessed him absorbing the cores. Moreover, due to their transparent nature, the cores were nearly invisible on surveillance. Thus, the guards simply assumed Li Xinghe possessed extraordinary combat prowess, prompting them to seek his protection. Feeling reassured, Li Xinghe prepared to ask them a few questions. "Could you spare us some food? We haven't eaten all day and are absolutely famished," the thin guard implored. "Never mind, it's getting late. Let us eat while we talk," Li Xinghe replied. "All right, everyone come into the monitoring room." Once inside, Li Xinghe noticed a wall of screens directly across from the entrance, displaying real-time surveillance of the hotel, revealing where zombies were congregating and where it was safe. In one corner, there was a single bed, likely for the night shift, and in the center of the room was a row of tables. The group sat down at the table, and Li Xinghe signaled for Wang Yin to produce the food. After distributing some to everyone, they began to eat. The heavy-set and thin guards had the most unrefined eating habits. But it was understandable. After a full day without food, anyone would struggle to maintain decorum. Once everyone had eaten their fill, Li Xinghe turned to the heavy-set guard and asked, "Where is the hotel's warehouse?" Finding the warehouse was of utmost importance, as hotels typically store large quantities of food, water, and other supplies. With 2 additional people now, their food supply would scarcely last 2 days on the first floor. The heavy-set man replied after taking a sip of water, "Are you thinking of raiding the warehouse? I saw a delivery truck unloading goods there yesterday morning. It's likely stocked with supplies now." On the first floor, Li Xinghe mused. Xinghe fell into contemplation as he reviewed the surveillance footage from the first floor. The hall was teeming with zombies, at least 20 of them, and the situation in the basement was unclear. As the cameras did not provide a comprehensive view, he decided to set aside these concerns for the moment. Tomorrow, he would first deal with the zombies in the hall before making any further decisions. Chapter 11. Abundance of supplies. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the group prepared to rest early. The stout and lean men found a room to share for companionship, while Wang Yin and Xiaoya opted to stay in the same room as Li Xinghe. After enjoying a warm shower, Li Xinghe approached the window and gazed out at the street below. Only the streetlights remained steadfastly illuminating the darkness, and a few scattered lights flickered in certain parts of the city. These glimmers of light resembled the last vestiges of human civilization. Though sparse and faint, they still persisted. The night passed in silence. The following morning, after a night of recuperation, the group gathered in the surveillance room. They all understood that their food supplies were dwindling, and the only way to acquire a substantial amount of resources was to venture into the underground warehouse. "I am under no obligation to provide you with sustenance. If you seek supplies, it will depend solely on your performance," Li Xinghe declared from his chair. Upon hearing this, the stout man was the first to stand. "Rest assured, brother, whatever you ask of us, we shall do. As long as we can fill our stomachs, I do not wish to become a ghost of starvation. Indeed, you may assign us tasks without hesitation. My brother and I will not object," the lean man added. Rising to his feet, they had long been awed by Li Xinghe's formidable prowess and were now eager to align themselves with him. "Enough of this brother nonsense. What era are we in? My name is Li Xinghe. You may simply call me by my name," he responded, feeling somewhat exasperated. "That simply will not do. You saved our lives. We cannot be so impolite. How about we call you boss instead?" the stout man suggested eagerly. "Quite right. We are now a small group, and every group needs a leader. Given your exceptional abilities, the position of boss is undoubtedly yours," the lean man chimed in. "Fine, suit yourselves," Li Xinghe replied indifferently, as he was rather disinterested in such titles. In this apocalyptic world, his sole focus was to grow stronger and rescue Xiao Wanner. Everything else could wait. Turning to Wang Yin and Xiaoya, he found that they had no objections either. "All right, since there are no dissenting voices, let us prepare to set off," he concluded, and he then instructed the stout and lean men to find a door panel, which they fashioned into a shield about 1.5 meters tall using a steel knife. The stout man held the shield aloft while the lean man scavenged a 40-centimeter boning knife from the kitchen for self-defense. Wang Yin continued to wield a small shield made from a wardrobe door. Once adequately prepared, they descended to the first floor, with Li Xinghe leading the way, the stout man following closely behind with the shield, and the lean man beside him with a knife. Wang Yin and Xiaoya brought up the rear. At the corner of the staircase, Li Xinghe signaled for everyone to halt. The hall was occupied by around 20 zombies, and he noticed that the main entrance was ajar. Outside, even more zombies lurked. While he could manage to deal with the 20 zombies within the hall, the prospect of attracting the external horde was daunting. However, with the stout and lean man by his side, a new plan formed in his mind. He turned to them and whispered, "Here is the plan. When I charge out to draw the zombies' attention, you two should find an opportunity to close the hall's door. If any zombies come your way, retreat to the safe passage and attack through the glass there. Understood? Don't worry, boss. We've seen you demonstrate this on the monitors. We've got this," the stout man assured him. Wang Yin and Xiaoyu remained in the corridor to provide support. All right then. Seeing that everyone was ready, Li Xinghe bolted out, sprinting towards the opposite end of the hall. He dispatched any zombies that obstructed his path with a swift strike. The zombies in the hall, upon spotting this sudden intruder, lunged at Li Xinghe like cats spotting fish. The stout man, observing that all the zombies had been drawn away by Li Xinghe, shouted, "Let us go." He charged toward the entrance with the shield. Midway, he realized the lean man had remained stationary and cursed, "Hurry up! What the hell are you doing?" "Brother, my legs are a bit weak," the lean man replied, his face contorted in discomfort. "Useless," the stout man exclaimed. Just then, he noticed that the zombies outside had also been attracted by the commotion and were surging toward the entrance. There was no time to waste. If they didn't close the door soon, the horde would flood in. The stout man abandoned the shield, rushing to the door to slam it shut just in time, preventing the zombies from entering. The zombies outside pounded furiously against the door, which shook violently under the assault. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the stout man called out to his companions in the corridor, "Come help. This door won't hold for long." Hearing his urgent plea, the three in the corridor felt a surge of anxiety. Wang Yin was the first to react, sprinting forward, followed closely by Xiaoya. The lean man, seeing even the young girl rushing to assist, felt a wave of shame wash over him, instantly overcoming his fear and joining the fray. "What do we do now?" Wang Yin asked anxiously. "Quickly move that bar counter over here to pile up heavy objects at the door," the stout man directed, rallying everyone to push the counter against the entrance. They then searched for any heavy items they could find to fortify the door. The door, once trembling precariously, appeared to be holding better now. Though it still shuddered, it seemed to be holding for the time being. "Hey, feeling all right now? Your legs aren't weak anymore?" the stout man, out of breath and sitting on the ground, inquired. "No more weakness." "Brother," the lean man replied sheepishly, pulling out a pack of cigarettes to light one for himself and the stout man. Meanwhile, Li Xinghe had lured the zombies to the other end of the hall, discovering that the path led to the back of the hotel. Exiting, he found himself at the waste disposal area, where a line of large trash bins stood. By toppling the bins, he created obstacles for the zombies, causing several to trip and slow their advance. Seizing this opportunity, he systematically dispatched the advancing horde. Had there been no barriers, dealing with the zombies would have proven far more challenging. He couldn't help but wonder how the others fared inside. After collecting the crystal cores from the defeated zombies, he hastily made his way back. "Boss, you're back. What about the zombies? Have you dealt with them all?" the lean man asked, his face lighting up upon Li Xinghe's safe return. "Indeed, they've all been taken care of," Li Xinghe confirmed. "What is our next move? Shall we head to the underground warehouse?" the stout man inquired, still puffing on a cigarette, seeing that everyone was unscathed. Li Xinghe led them down to the underground warehouse. Upon descending the passage beside the bar, they were met with a mountain of supplies, and smiles broke out on each face. The lean man exclaimed excitedly, "We can eat as much as we want now. No more worrying about food." Li Xinghe felt a sense of relief as he surveyed the provisions. Entering the warehouse, he noticed that a significant portion consisted of daily necessities, with only a third being food and water. Yet it was more than enough to sustain them for half a year. After thoroughly checking the warehouse twice to ensure no zombies lurked within, Li Xinghe called to the others to begin moving some supplies upstairs. There remained a group of zombies outside the main door, and the danger had yet to be resolved, so they would have to settle on the second floor for now. The group cheerfully transported the supplies, but in an unnoticed corner, a pair of luminous eyes observed their every move. Chapter 12. Reinforcement Experiment. After a while of moving food, the stout man stumbled upon an electric hot pot and ingredients in the warehouse. Thus, they unanimously decided to have hot pot for lunch. 2 days had passed since the onset of the apocalypse, and during that time, they had endured hunger, subsisting on snacks and bread, which left them nostalgic for warm, home-cooked meals. In the second-floor monitoring room, the aroma of the hot pot wafted through the air as Wang Yin and the others piled the table high with food and vegetables, gathering around a feast. The lean man even brought out red wine from the warehouse, pouring everyone a generous glass, while Xiaoya opted for a soft drink. As they watched the food bubbling in the pot, they couldn't help but swallow hard that in this apocalyptic world, they were perhaps the only ones fortunate enough to enjoy a hot pot meal together. "Boss, come join us for hot pot. The ingredients are ready." The lean man shouted at Li Xinghe, who was reclining on a single bed, deep in thought. Snapping back to reality, Li Xinghe rose and approached the table. Moments earlier, he had been contemplating the capabilities of the apocalypse system, which could enhance all things. He had only reinforced his body and his knife thus far, and he was curious about the changes that other items might undergo when enhanced. He resolved to conduct an experiment after their meal. "Come, boss, let's toast to you." The portly fellow hoisted the slender one up, and together they raised their wine glasses towards Li Xinghe, declaring, "Without the boss, my brother and I would likely still be hiding in this monitoring room, probably on the brink of starvation. It is the boss who has saved our lives, allowing us to sit here, sipping red wine and enjoying hot pot. Indeed, boss, from now on, my brother and I will follow you." The slender one chimed in, "Hold on, don't get ahead of yourselves. To be frank, I won't be staying at Huanyu for long. I fear I will have to leave here in a few days." "What? Why, boss? This place has all the food and drink one could desire, and it is quite safe that if we clear out all the zombies outside the door, we could live here for a long time." The portly one asked anxiously, "I need to go to Qingshui City. My childhood friend is there." He replied, "Is it your sister-in-law?" The slender one inquired. "Something like that." Li Xinghe laughed. Upon hearing this, Wang Yin, who sat nearby, could not help but darken her expression. That's it." The portly fellow finally understood. Li Xinghe intended to rescue his beloved. He could not help but admire Li Xinghe even more. Qingshui City was over 300 kilometers away from Lansao City. Before the apocalypse, it was merely a high-speed train ride away, taking just over an hour. However, in this post-apocalyptic world, transportation had collapsed. Not to mention traveling to another city, even crossing a street had become a formidable challenge. "Boss, how do you plan to get there? Qingshui City is so far away, and outside there's zombies everywhere," the slender one asked, echoing the curiosity of everyone present. "I have a preliminary idea, but it requires further experimentation," Li Xinghe responded. Everyone was left perplexed, unsure of Li Xinghe's meaning. Each lost in their own thoughts. They finished the hot pot. Li Xinghe instructed the portly fellow and the others to leave one person to keep an eye on the zombies on the first floor, while the rest should seize the opportunity to rest. He himself sought out a new room, preparing to thoroughly test the system's ability to enhance all things. It sounded remarkably impressive. After all, he first inquired of the system about the total energy accumulated thus far. Host, a total of 870 points of energy have been collected. Has it really reached 870 points without me noticing? Upon reflection, he realized he had indeed dispatched a considerable number of zombies over the past few days. Not to mention the 200 points of energy contributed by that powerful zombie, which explained the accumulation. Not forgetting his purpose, Li Xinghe retrieved a lighter from his bag. System, how much energy is required to enhance this lighter? 2 points of energy. Such a small amount? Enhance it. As soon as Li Xinghe's words fell, a blue light enveloped the lighter, dissipating in the blink of an eye, revealing a refined lighter resting in Li Xinghe's hand. Upon checking its attributes, a description emerged in his mind. Rechargeable lighter, can last a year on a single charge. This simple description filled Li Xinghe with delight. It had indeed been enhanced. Its functionality surpassed that of the previous lighter by several magnitudes. He then focused his thoughts and asked, "System, how much energy is needed for further enhancement?" 20 points of energy, host. All right, that is acceptable. Continue enhancing. Once more, a blue light enveloped the lighter, this time lasting a bit longer than before. When the light faded, a technologically advanced lighter appeared before Li Xinghe. Good heavens! Is this still a lighter? Had he not witnessed its transformation, he would hardly have recognized it as such. Checking its attributes revealed. High-tech lighter. Operable in any extreme environment, charges via solar energy. Indeed, the technological level had ascended. Such a lighter would surely cause quite a stir even before the apocalypse. Inquiring about the energy required for the next upgrade. The system responded, 200 points of energy. Very well, let's hold off on that for now. It is merely a lighter, not worth such a significant expenditure of energy. Next, Li Xinghe pondered whether ordinary items would undergo similar enhancements in technological level and functionality when fortified. Thus, he took out a bottle of water. System, how much energy is needed to enhance this bottle of water? Host, it requires 3 points of energy. Enhance. With a flash of blue light, the previous mineral water vanished. Replaced by a smaller bottle, approximately 100 milliliters in size. Checking its attributes revealed. Stamina recovery potion. Restores stamina, with effects varying according to the drinker's constitution. The stronger the constitution, the less recovery. Excellent. This is a splendid item. This potion can restore stamina, enabling prolonged combat and resilience. System, how much stamina can I recover using the stamina recovery potion? The host's current constitution can restore approximately 30%. That means about 3 bottles will suffice for a full recovery. And this is merely the effect after one enhancement. Li Xinghe's curiosity about further enhancements intensified. The next enhancement should require 30 points of energy. After confirming this with the system, he decisively opted for the upgrade. This time it transformed into a size akin to an oral solution. Checking its attributes left Li Xinghe astounded. Attribute Enhancement Potion can temporarily increase the drinker's attributes by 20%. The stronger the drinker, the shorter the duration. Wow! This potion could directly enhance attributes for a short time. It is truly a weapon for counterattack. Imagine 2 individuals of similar strength, with one consuming this potion. One can only imagine the outcome. What a remarkable item! I should prepare a few more to carry with me, along with the stamina recovery potions, which are equally vital. Having studied these items, Li Xinghe developed a clear direction for his future endeavors. Firstly, bodily enhancement was indispensable. Next, weaponry must not be neglected. Finally, Li Xinghe set his sights on enhancing his SUV. Chapter 13. Level 2 Evolutionary Body. Li Xinghe retrieved 6 bottles of mineral water from the monitoring room, enhancing them into stamina recovery potions, and then further enhancing 3 of them into attribute enhancement potions. System, how much energy do I have left now? After completing these tasks, Li Xinghe inquired that a total of 707 points of energy. To enhance to a level 2 evolutionary body requires 1,000 points of energy. I am still 293 points short, with a horde of zombies lingering outside the hall on the first floor. Eliminating them would surely provide enough energy to enhance him to a level 2 evolutionary body. With this thought in mind, Li Xinghe approached the monitoring room and instructed the portly fellow to gather everyone. Our objective this afternoon is to deal with the zombies outside the hall on the first floor. It is not acceptable for them to keep wandering outside the door. Indeed, boss, that group of zombies has been lingering outside. We can't keep sending people to guard them, the portly fellow remarked. The slender one nodded in agreement. Wang Yin had no objections, while Xiaoyu simply followed whatever they decided to do. All right, next, the portly fellow will lead the slender one to clear away the obstructions at the entrance, leaving only the bar counter. Understood, boss. With that, they headed downstairs at AS for Wang Yin and Xiaoyu. They remained in the monitoring room, ready to notify Li Xinghe of any unusual movements. Seeing Wang Yin nod, Li Xinghe took his nanoalloy steel knife and proceeded downstairs. Upon reaching the first floor hall, he found that the portly fellow and the slender one had already cleared most of the obstacles. Li Xinghe joined them to remove the heavier items, leaving only the bar counter horizontally positioned at the entrance. He then opened the door, and the zombies outside surged forward, but due to the bar's obstruction, they could only claw and gnash their teeth, unable to advance. Without hesitation, Li Xinghe stepped forward and dispatched the first zombie with a swift strike. Soon after, several more zombies rushed in from behind. Yet the portly fellow and the slender one had managed to procure 2 steel pipes, each over a meter long, and positioned themselves alongside Li Xing. As the zombies approached, they swung their pipes, momentarily controlling the situation. After slaying a dozen or so zombies, Li Xinghe finally amassed enough energy to enhance to a level 2 evolutionary body. Had it not been for the portly fellow and the slender one, he would have begun the enhancement much earlier. Once the last few zombies were dealt with, the portly fellow rubbed his sore wrist and exclaimed, "Damn it, we finally took care of those pesky creatures." Their incessant wailing was infuriating. Pushing aside the bar counter, Li Xinghe approached to collect the zombie cores. The portly fellow and the slender one followed suit, watching as Li Xinghe rummaged through the zombies' heads. They immediately felt queasy and began to vomit at the sight. The slender one was so influenced by the portly fellow that he too joined in, and they squatted on the steps, retching until they expelled all the sour bile before feeling somewhat better. "Big brother, what are you searching for in the zombie's head?" the slender one asked with a grimace. "Energy core," Li Xinghe replied, extracting a translucent core from the zombie's brain. "This is the energy core? What is its purpose?" the portly fellow and the slender one inquired, leaning in with curiosity. "The energy core is the source of power for the zombies. They move thanks to the energy provided by this object.as for its uses." As Li Xinghe pondered this, he momentarily paused. Frankly speaking, apart from the system's ability to convert the crystal cores into energy, he was genuinely unaware of any additional utility these cores might possess. System, aside from energy conversion, what other purposes do these crystal cores serve? Host, in addition to converting energy, the crystal cores can also directly absorb and enhance the body, albeit with an efficiency that is only about 50% at most. 50%. That is a considerable reduction, Li Xinghe exclaimed. "So, are you suggesting that ordinary individuals can also become enhanced beings?" "Indeed. Due to the alterations in the atmospheric environment of Blue Star, the surviving humans have experienced a subtle enhancement in their physical constitution. However, this improvement is limited. Only by absorbing the energy from crystal cores or other energy sources can humans continuously strengthen their bodies." At this revelation, Li Xinghe comprehended fully. Perhaps this was the evolutionary path that the apocalypse had bequeathed to humanity. He then continued speaking to the two individuals. As for their utility, absorbing the energy within allows one to become an enhanced being. "Enhanced being? Boss, could it be that you are one such being?" the plump one exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. It made sense why Li Xinghe was so formidable. It was indeed due to these crystal cores. "Correct," Li Xinghe nodded. "The reason I disclose this information to you is that you both have fought alongside me, and through our interactions over the past few days, I find you both quite reliable. On the other hand, since ordinary individuals can only absorb 50% of the energy, I am not concerned about anyone surpassing my strength. Furthermore, with the apocalypse system at my disposal, capable of enhancing everything, I have little fear of such news spreading." The duo, the plump and the lean, could not contain their excitement and began to dance with glee. "Boss, does that mean we too can become enhanced beings?" "In theory, yes," he replied. "Come, let us assist in searching for crystal cores." The two rushed forward, eager to help Li Xinghe in his quest. Before long, the trio had collected all the crystal cores from the zombies, totaling 25 cores from 25 zombies. The plump and lean duo managed to find 10 cores, while Li Xinghe discovered 15. "Here you go, boss," the plump one said, presenting the cores he and his companion had gathered. Li Xinghe regarded them thoughtfully for a moment. "You may keep these 10 cores." "What? Boss, we hardly contributed. We feel unworthy of such a reward," the plump one exclaimed, initially elated, but then reflecting on their limited input, as Li Xinghe had primarily dispatched the zombies on his own. "Take them. In these perilous times, even a slight enhancement in strength can bolster your self-defense capabilities." Despite his reassurances, the plump one hesitated. The lean one quickly urged him. "Brother, the boss speaks true. It is dangerous outside. Enhancing our strength will allow us to support him better." "Very well, boss. We shall accept them," the plump one relented. "But how do we absorb these crystal cores?" The lean one inquired further. Li Xinghe was at a loss as well and hastily consulted the system. The system's response left him momentarily taken aback, prompting him to reveal a knowing smile to the two. A chill ran down their spines. What did that smile signify? Then, Li Xinghe's response turned their expressions pale. Simply swallow them. What? You want us to swallow them whole? The lean one exclaimed in shock, with the plump one equally taken aback. Indeed, whether you swallow them is your choice. Afterwards, drag all these zombies outside and set them ablaze. Li Xinghe instructed before retreating to his room. Left in a state of uncertainty, the plump and lean duo exchanged glances, speechless for a time. Finally, the plump one broke the silence. Let us do it. If the boss says it's fine, then it must be so. With that, he took a crystal core and swallowed it whole. Upon contact with the saliva, the core swiftly transformed into a liquid that he swallowed down. Seeing the plump one's boldness, the lean one steeled himself, suppressing his disgust, and swallowed a core as well, experiencing the same transformation. Moments later, both felt a warm current emanating from their lower abdomen, washing over them, which Xiaoya sat in silence. And Wang Yin addressed her. Come along with me, dear girl. From Xiaoya's words, she deduced that the girl's parents had long since divorced, and she had been living with her mother, now that her mother had passed away. She found herself utterly alone and without support. Upon hearing Wang Yin speak, Xiaoya lifted her head, her small face beaming with joy. What a wonderful big sister! Seeing the others express their agreement, Li Xinghe felt he had little more to say. Since everyone wishes to leave with me, I must make one thing clear. You must follow my orders throughout this journey, if anyone disagrees. Now is the time to reconsider. No problem, boss. We'll follow your lead. The two chubby ones exclaimed in unison, and neither Wang Yin nor Xiaoya objected. With everyone in agreement, Li Xinghe continued, All right, let's eat quickly. We'll gather in the lobby at 2 o'clock this afternoon to clear out the zombies in the parking lot. Understood, boss. After finishing their meal, Li Xinghe called the two chubby ones over, instructing them to bring the 2 steel pipes, and then asked them to wait outside. After a brief moment, he handed them 2 shotguns. Though referred to as shotguns, they measured about 1.6 meters in length, their gleaming tips exuding an aura of sharpness. Boss, where did you conjure these guns from? They look impressive, the chubby one inquired. It's a special ability of mine. The two expressed no further curiosity that I see. Thank you, boss. They had long envied Li Xinghe's nanoalloy steel knife and yearned for a suitable weapon. But being in a hotel, the only options available were kitchen knives or fire axes, neither of which were particularly effective. The kitchen knife was too short to safely deal with zombies, while the fire axe was too heavy, exhausting them after just a few swings. The two brothers had settled for the 2 steel pipes, but now, seeing the short guns before them, they could hardly contain their excitement. At last, we have proper weapons. These guns have been enhanced by Li Xinghe using the system, costing him a total of 40 energy points, transforming the steel pipes into short guns. With a length of 1.6 meters, they were more than capable of dispatching zombies from a safe distance. And the sharp tips were sufficient to easily achieve headshots. Chapter 15. Enhanced vehicles at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Everyone gathered punctually in the lobby, fully armed and brimming with determination. The chubby one held a makeshift shield in one hand and a short gun in the other, while the lean one also wielded a short gun. Wang Yin carried the shield that Li Xinghe had crafted for her, and Xiaoya, curiously, carried nothing at all. Initially, Li Xinghe had not intended to bring them along, but upon reflection, he realized leaving them behind might not be safe, that it was better for them to move together, which would also provide them with some training that in this apocalyptic world, women and children must possess combat skills. Those without the ability to fight could not survive for long. All right, let us set off. This afternoon, our goal is to clear the parking lot and seek suitable vehicles. Yes, boss. They traversed the open space at the hotel entrance, and not far from the guard post lay the parking lot. After swiftly dealing with the zombies in the guard post, Li Xinghe arranged their formation that I will lead the way, the chubby one follows. Wang Yin and Xiaoya stay in the middle, and the lean one brings up the rear. Upon reaching the parking lot, several zombies were wandering nearby. Upon noticing the presence of humans, they lunged toward the group. Their eyes glowing red, arms flailing, claws extended, and mouths wide open as they roared incessantly. Within moments, they closed in on Li Xinghe. After effortlessly dispatching a few zombies, he deliberately allowed one to approach, wanting to give the chubby ones a chance to practice. Seeing a zombie charge at them, The chubby one quickly thrust his shield forward, causing the zombie to crash against it, pushing him back a couple of steps. Lean one, go, hearing the chubby one shout. The lean one gripped his shotgun tightly and lunged at the zombie. However, his hand trembled, causing him to miss, and the gun ended up stabbing the zombie in the shoulder. The zombie, oblivious to pain, continued to push forward, forcing the lean one to retreat. Observing the lean one's blunder, the chubby one rushed forward and plunged his gun in the zombie's eye, a surge of dark blood erupting as the zombie convulsed twice before falling still. For heaven's sake, aim properly! How could you miss such a large target? The lean one felt his face flush with embarrassment, especially with the big and small watching him. He couldn't help but think he needed to practice his aim. Just look at how effortlessly the boss handled his weapon. After the zombies were dealt with, Li Xinghe pressed on, but soon a noise emanated from a nearby C-A-R-I-T. Turned out a zombie was trapped inside. Li Xinghe opened the car door and swiftly dispatched the zombie with a knife to the head. Turning back to the chubby ones, he called out, "Maintain formation and be cautious of the zombies inside the cars. Eliminate them all. I'll scout ahead." "Understood, boss," came the responses from the chubby ones. As Li Xinghe moved forward, he effortlessly dealt with any zombies that emerged, while the chubby ones slowly advanced, ensuring they dispatched all the hidden zombies in the vehicles and extracted their cores. Upon reaching the depths of the parking lot, he spotted his SUV quietly parked in a corner, but he chose not to attend to it just yet. Continuing his search, he discovered several fine vehicles, their owners having transformed into zombies, with the keys still in the ignition. Among them, an imported Wrangler and a Land Rover Defender caught Li Xinghe's eye as potential choices. After a while, the chubby ones finally managed to eliminate all the remaining zombies and handed all the cores to Li Xinghe, totaling 16, leaving 6 for themselves, while he pocketed the remaining 10, converting them all into energy. He instructed the chubby ones to drive the Wrangler and the Defender back first, while he approached his own vehicle. System, how much energy is required to enhance this Chang'an? 400 energy points, as expected. It was substantial. Li Xinghe had long anticipated it wouldn't be cheap. Even a simple knife required 200 energy points. To be honest, 400 points for a vehicle was particularly excessive. System, how much energy do I currently have? He wondered if it would be sufficient for the upgrade. If not, he would have to venture outside to hunt more zombies. Host, you currently possess 407 energy points. Li Xinghe mused. I now suspect you are attempting to drain my energy system. With 407 energy points, upgrading the vehicle required precisely 400. Was it truly that coincidental? He remained skeptical. Noticing the system's silence, he took it as tacit approval. Enhance it. Please select the enhancement target. This Chang'an of mine. Understood. Beginning enhancement. A blue light enveloped the vehicle. Since it was daytime and outdoors, it wasn't overly dazzling. After 4 to 5 seconds, the blue light dissipated, revealing a dark gray vehicle that shimmered with a metallic sheen. The overall size of the car had increased, with the tire dimensions also enhanced, making it appear as if it had just rolled off the production line, brand new and striking. Upon opening the door, the previously worn interior was revitalized, and the already spacious cabin felt even larger. Checking its attributes revealed. Defense, both the body and glass were bulletproof. Tires were puncture-proof. Speed, maximum speed of 300 kilometers per hour. This attribute was quite extraordinary. Not only was the body and glass bulletproof, but the tires were also puncture-proof, and it could achieve a top speed of 300 kilometers per hour. It should be noted that an ordinary family SUV reaching 200 was already impressive, let alone 300 kilometers. Seated in the enhanced vehicle, Li Xinghe grew increasingly fond of it. He ignited the engine, and the roar of power surged forth. With a press on the accelerator, the car sped out with a whoosh. Driving it to the hotel entrance, he found the chubby ones and the lean one examining the 2 vehicles they had brought back. Although they had seen such fine cars before the apocalypse, they had never had the opportunity to drive one. In truth, if the apocalypse hadn't occurred, they likely would never have had the chance. When they saw Li Xinghe pull up in such a flashy vehicle, they couldn't help but exclaim, "Boss, what car is this?" "A Chang'an. I've never seen this model before." Having worked as security guards, they honestly had never encountered a Chang'an of this type. It's a newly released model. There's only this one. Li Xinghe replied with a smile. "You're still the best, boss?" "All right, Enough with the admiration for now. You two go fetch some gasoline and fill up all the vehicles. Wang Yin and Xiao Yu were tasked with gathering supplies, preparing food and water, and loading as much as they could into the vehicles until they were full. Got it, boss. Come on, Lean One. Let's head to the warehouse. The chubby one declared. Wang Yin nodded in understanding and took Xiao Yu to gather supplies. I shouldn't have sat alone on the steps in front of the hotel, gazing at the distant sunset. At last, we are leaving this place. I wonder how Wan Air is doing. She must be waiting for me. Suddenly, a cry echoed. Ah, boss, help. What the hell? What is happening? Run, brother. Just then, the voices of the chubby ones echoed from the warehouse. What is going on? What happened? The warehouse had already been inspected. Hadn't it? What could have possibly happened to these two that they found themselves in such a desperate situation, pleading for help? Li Xinghe wore a perplexed expression. Yet he dared not hesitate. He swiftly rose and raced toward the warehouse. Upon bursting into the underground storage, he discovered that the two hefty individuals had been cornered by a feline creature. They brandished a gasoline canister, frantically swinging it in an attempt to fend off the beast's assault. Li Xinghe's sudden entrance startled the creature, causing it to retreat several steps. The two men quickly dashed behind Li Xinghe. Boss, if you had come any later, that big cat would have surely devoured us. The heart of the portly man raced wildly. Just moments ago, the pair had found the fuel canister and were about to pour it, only to be ambushed by the massive feline from the shadows. Were it not for the leaner man pushing him aside, he would have been knocked down by the beast, and his fate would have undoubtedly been grim. Only then did Li Xinghe, illuminated by the warehouse lights, catch a clear glimpse of the imposing feline. It stood half a man's height, its golden fur glistening, and it appeared to be around 2 meters long. Its front claws anxiously scraped at the ground, and from the glimmers of cold light emanating from them, one could envision just how sharp they were, capable of effortlessly slicing through skin. Using the attribute scanning function, he discovered that this was a mutated orange cat, with attributes measuring 12165 and an astonishing speed of 16 points, and no wonder the two men had been driven to a corner. Fortunately, this orange cat was only level 1. Otherwise, even Li Xinghe would have had to flee without a second thought. Just as Li Xinghe pondered how to deal with the orange cat, it sprang into action. Its agile body surged forward with explosive force, leaping high into the air with its razor-sharp claws aimed directly at Li Xinghe's head. If it managed to strike, with its 12 points of strength, it could easily sever Li Xinghe's head from his shoulders. Watch out, boss! The two hefty men shouted as they witnessed the mutated orange cat leaping toward them. From the blink of an eye, the creature was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. Struggling futilely to rise. That moment, Li Xinghe withdrew his extended leg, leaving the two men gaping in astonishment. Wow, boss, that was impressive. You took that big cat down with a single kick, the lean man, recovering from his shock, remarked. This mutated cat is incredibly fast, and its strength far surpasses yours, Li Xinghe noted. However, I'm puzzled as to how it ended up here. Suddenly, the portly man spoke up. Boss, I remember now. There were rampant rats in the warehouse, and the manager kept an orange cat to deal with them. Could this be the same cat? But it has certainly grown too large. Indeed, it resembles a leopard, perhaps even more formidable, the lean man added, equally incredulous. Upon hearing the portly man's revelation, Li Xinghe understood. It must indeed be that orange cat. However, its ability to conceal itself was remarkable. He had searched the area twice and had failed to detect its presence. But boss, when we were moving supplies earlier, why didn't it show itself? Why has it suddenly attacked us now? The portly man still felt confused. Felines are known for their intelligence. This mutated cat, having evolved, has likely become even more astute. I was present earlier, and it might have perceived me as a threat. Hence it chose to hide. Today, with both of you here and me absent, it felt emboldened to launch an attack. Li Xinghe provided a reasonable explanation. The two hefty men nodded, but their expressions soon shifted. Does that mean our lack of strength has made us prey for this mutated orange cat? They lamented, damn, it's tough to survive in these times. First zombies, now mutated cats. Humanity has plummeted from the apex of the food chain to the very bottom. Feeling a sense of urgency, they observed Li Xinghe deep in thought. glancing at the still struggling mutated orange cat on the ground. The lean man inquired, "Boss, how should we deal with this orange cat? Should we just kill it? It was just trying to eat us." Upon hearing the lean man's words, the mutated orange cat began to thrash about violently. "Hey, this creature can understand our conversation." The portly man exclaimed in astonishment. Xinghe approached the mutated cat, which struggled even more intensely. However, the force of the previous kick had severely injured it, rendering it incapable of standing. "You can likely comprehend our words. Do you wish to live or die?" Upon hearing Xinghe speak, the mutated orange cat promptly lowered its head and lay flat on the ground. "Huh. Boss, what does that mean?" the portly man asked. Perplexed that it appears to be surrendering, Xinghe concluded he retrieved a bottle of restorative potion from his jacket pocket and administered it to the mutated cat. While the potion did not possess healing properties, it would help restore its stamina, which could aid in its recovery from injuries. Moments later, perhaps due to the effects of the potion, the mutated orange cat shakily rose to its feet. The two hefty men gasped, hurriedly retreating behind Xinghe, fearful that the cat might lash out at them once more. "All right, you two, go refill the gasoline. There's no need to concern yourselves with this here," Xinghe instructed. "Be careful, boss. Don't let it ambush you," they cautioned before heading out with the fuel canisters to end this apocalyptic world. "You shall follow me. I will guide you through the metamorphosis of life, making you stronger." Xinghe spoke softly to the mutated orange cat. The mutated orange cat blinked curiously, seemingly comprehending, and rubbed its large head against Xinghe's leg. "From now on, your name shall be Deju," Xinghe declared. Upon hearing the name, the mutated orange cat meowed in response, though its voice was unexpectedly soft for such a formidable creature. Anyone who dared to underestimate it would undoubtedly pay with their lives. As Xinghe exited the warehouse with Deju, the cat curiously surveyed its surroundings. As a mutated beast, its recovery abilities were remarkable, and with the restorative potion Xinghe had given it, it was now able to move normally. That moment, Wang Yan happened to descend from the upper floors. Upon seeing Xinghe in the lobby, she was about to greet him when Deju suddenly emerged from behind him, causing her to stumble and fall down the stairs in surprise. She pointed at Xinghe's back, exclaiming, "Why, you have something behind you. Are you referring to this?" Xinghe turned to pat Deju's head, who squinted its eyes in apparent enjoyment. That it was discovered by the two hefty men in the warehouse and nearly harmed them, but I have tamed it. Its name is Deju, Xinghe explained to Wang Yan before turning back to Deju. "This is Wang Yan, one of us. You must not harm her, understand?" To his astonishment, Deju nodded repeatedly, leaving Wang Yan utterly dumbfounded. Can it really understand human speech? Indeed, it's a mutated cat with high intelligence. "It will henceforth be one of us," Xinghe clarified. "How is the supply preparation coming along?" Wang Yan asked, regaining her composure. "Everything has been sorted. We're just about to load it onto the vehicle," she replied. "Great, you all start loading while the others finish refueling. They'll come to assist you shortly," Xinghe instructed and then exited the hotel with Deju. Watching Xinghe and the cat depart, Wang Yin let out a sigh of relief that Deju's sudden appearance had startled her, and after calming herself, she finally stood up. Night descended. The group toiled until just past 9, managing to load all necessary items onto the vehicle. After a long afternoon of work, everyone felt famished. The portly man suggested grilling in the courtyard, claiming, "Live for today, who knows what tomorrow holds." Xinghe found no fault in this. After days of tension, a little relaxation would do them good. Locking the courtyard gate, they set up a grill in the open space before the hotel, gathering various ingredients and seasonings, while the portly man fetched a case of beer. "Portly man, drink in moderation. We need to set off early tomorrow. Don't let it impede our plans," Xinghe said, reclining in a chair with a platter of grilled food beside him, while the Jew lay next to him, gnawing on a bone. "Understood, boss. I'll only have a little." The voice of the rotund man echoed as the moon ascended to its zenith, surrounded by a myriad of twinkling stars. Xinghe observed that, devoid of humanity's pollution, the sky appeared remarkably clearer that moment. Not far from the Huanyu Hotel, a pair of crimson eyes fixated on them. Bathed in moonlight, a sinister visage was revealed, with a decaying mouth showcasing sharp teeth gnawing on something. fresh crimson liquid trickling from the corners of its lips. Chapter 17. Encountering an ambush, the orange cat displays its power as dawn broke. Everyone sprang into action. Some began to prepare meals, while others checked supplies. The orange cat lounged on the steps, basking in the sunlight. After breakfast, the group set off in 3 vehicles, embarking on their journey with great momentum. Xinghe led the way in a Chang'an, followed by the slim man in a Land Rover Defender with a young girl, and the rotund man in a Wrangler, bringing up the rear with Wang Yin. The vehicles maintained a distance of about 10 meters apart for mutual vigilance, while the orange cat perched atop Xinghe's vehicle, keenly observing the surroundings. Prior to their departure, Xinghe and the others had studied the map. They decided that after leaving Huanyu, they would traverse through Jiayang District, then take the Ring Road Expressway, entering the Lanqing Expressway via the Dong Toll Station. The most perilous stretch lay within Jiayang District, the main urban area of Lanzhou, densely populated and currently the location with the highest concentration of zombies. Huanyu was situated in the heart of Jiayang District, yet as long as they could successfully navigate through it and reach the Ring Road Expressway, they would have a clear path ahead. After the convoy had driven 300 to 500 meters from Huanyu, they encountered several zombies. Xinghe, eager to test the enhanced strength of his vehicle, did not swerve to avoid them, but instead accelerated, charging directly into the horde. With a series of loud crashes, the zombies were sent flying, landing far from the road, some attempting to rise again only to have their skulls crushed by passing vehicles. The modifications to the car had indeed rendered it much more formidable. It felt remarkably stable even while colliding with multiple zombies, and Xinghe sensed no significant jolt from within, maintaining their speed. The convoy continued onward, with zombies trailing behind, but they swiftly fell behind. However, after approximately a kilometer, Xinghe noticed something amiss. The number of zombies in the vicinity had noticeably increased, particularly at the intersection ahead, where a large throng of zombies awaited their arrival, dense and numerous, perhaps exceeding 50. As the apocalypse erupted, dusk had already approached, and with the rising incidence of rabid individuals attacking, there should not have been so many people on the streets. Even if zombies had gradually begun to wander out over the past few days, it was unlikely for such a large congregation to gather at this intersection. Something was indeed amiss, observing the multitude of zombies. Xinghe lacked confidence in their ability to push through safely. Thus, he slowed the vehicle and halted over 200 meters away from the horde, activating the intercom to alert the 2 vehicles behind him. Attention, there's a substantial number of zombies at the intersection ahead. Prepare to turn around and navigate through the adjacent streets. Just as Xinghe instructed the convoy to turn around, the group of zombies suddenly displayed erratic behavior, roaring and charging toward the convoy without warning. Given their speed, they would reach the convoy in less than 20 seconds. What the hell is happening? Have they spotted us from this far away? Xinghe thought grimly. Upon receiving Xinghe's warning, the rotund man and the slim man hurriedly executed the turn. However, as the convoy repositioned, they discovered a significant number of zombies had inexplicably surged onto the road behind them, approximately 20 or 30. "Boss, this is bad. There's zombies behind us too." The panicked voice of the rotund man crackled through the intercom. "What?" At this moment, even the most oblivious could discern that something was amiss. The appearance of this horde of zombies was undoubtedly not a coincidence. Prepare for battle. Form a triangular formation with 2 gaps. The rotund man's vehicle, initially at the back, now took the lead. Given the performance of his vehicle, it was impossible to break through the encirclement of 20 or 30 zombies. And with the horde approaching from behind, remaining inside the vehicle would be tantamount to courting death. They could only use their vehicles to create a barricade, employing the gaps between them to combat the zombies. Everyone disembarked. "Boss, what on earth is going on? I feel like we're being surrounded by zombies." The rotund man also sensed something was amiss. "This must be a setup. You and the slim man guard those gaps. Leave this to me, and Wang Yin, assist as needed." Xinghe brandished his nano-alloy steel knife and swiftly decapitated the foremost zombie. The rotund man raised a shield and repeatedly jabbed at the zombies with his handgun, while the slim man cleared out any stragglers from behind. In a moment, the battle escalated to a fever pitch. However, as the fight wore on, the stamina of the rotund man and the slim man began to wane. Although their bodies had been enhanced through the absorption of crystal cores, they were still far from being first-level evolved beings. After a short while, both of them felt their arms grow painfully fatigued, struggling to lift their firearms. Just then, a particularly robust zombie charged at the rotund man, causing him to stumble. In that fleeting moment, the zombies behind surged forward, threatening to overwhelm the breach. The slim man, at a loss for what to do, sensed the situation spiraling out of control. Suddenly, a figure leaped over the rotund man's head. With a series of swift strikes, the zombies that were about to invade the gap fell to the ground. Their heads smashed. It was the orange cat, swiftly resolving the crisis. In an instant, it dashed forward, dispatching the zombies in its path, their skulls crushed beneath its paws. The rotund man and the slim man finally gained a moment as respite. The battle continued. The zombies before Li Xinghe fell one after another, yet an uncountable number still pressed forward. Meanwhile, Li Xinghe was also feeling the strain. He retrieved a restorative potion from his pocket and consumed it, instantly feeling his vitality significantly restored. Through the gaps in the zombie horde, Li Xinghe suddenly noticed an unusual zombie at the back of the pack, while the other zombies rushed forward with reckless abandon. This one stood solitary and still, an unsettling sight. Due to the distance, he could not utilize his attribute detection function to discern its status, perhaps after failing to tear apart these humans after such prolonged assault. The zombie at the rear let out a desperate howl, inciting even greater fervor among its fellow zombies, quickening their assault and intensifying the pressure on the group. The rotund man was particularly overwhelmed. Seeing him utterly fatigued, Li Xinghe tossed over a restorative potion. Rotund man, catch! What is this, boss? It's for restoring stamina. Upon hearing this, the rotund man's eyes lit up. He uncapped the bottle and downed it in one gulp. The sweetness of the liquid revitalized him, and shortly thereafter, he felt his exhaustion significantly diminish. I feel invigorated, the rotund man exclaimed, rejoining the fray. The restorative potion's efficacy depended on the user's constitution. With Li Xinghe being a second-level evolved being, he could recover about 30% of his stamina. It was no surprise that the rotund man, who had yet to reach even first-level evolution, experienced a recovery exceeding 60% after consuming the potion. Thus his exuberant declaration, "Why this time?" The orange cat had already cleared the zombies behind them. Realizing his companion was no longer in danger, the rotund man turned and rushed toward Li Xinghe. "Boss, we're here to help." The rotund man brandished his shield and charged into the fray, followed closely by the orange cat. In that moment, the duo, one human and one feline, pressed forward, forcing the zombies back. Li Xinghe, witnessing the tide of battle turning in their favor, intended to instruct the orange cat to eliminate the peculiar zombie. However, after searching for a while, he found that the strange zombie had vanished without a trace, leaving him with no choice but to abandon the pursuit. Chapter 18. The police station. Once the remaining zombies were dispatched, everyone collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Li Xinghe was equally exhausted and hastily retrieved a box of water, converting it into restorative potions to distribute among the group. 2 bottles each, one for immediate consumption and one for later use. This confrontation had vividly illustrated the significance of restorative potions, prompting Li Xinghe to stockpile an additional 20 bottles for future emergencies. Is everyone unscathed? After surveying the group, Li Xinghe received a chorus of negative responses. "Boss, I can't shake the feeling that today's zombies were off. It felt like they were laying in wait for us. I thought we were done for," the slim man confessed, visibly shaken. "If I'm not mistaken, the root of this situation lies with that peculiar zombie. It seems capable of controlling others and knew to ambush us." Upon realizing something was amiss, it fled. Li Xinghe speculated. "Boss, could it be that this zombie possesses intelligence?" The rotund man ventured, articulating a suspicion. "Damn it! If zombies were to possess intelligence, what hope would humanity have left?" Li Xinghe shared this sentiment, but regrettably, he had been eluded by a zombie. Had he not, his attribute detection would have surely yielded valuable information. Nevertheless, setting that aside, it was time to rest and promptly locate the crystal cores. Upon hearing this, the 2 portly individuals' eyes gleamed with excitement. Goodness, with so many zombies around, how many crystal cores could they potentially gather? Surely, their share would be substantial. They wasted no time in commencing their search for the cores. Wang Yin had already learned during their meal that crystal cores could enhance physical attributes. Thus, she braved her disgust and began her quest as well. In this apocalyptic world, every survivor yearned for strength, and women were no exception. After approximately half an hour, the group successfully unearthed all the crystal cores. The portly man laid out a piece of clothing on the ground and piled the cores together, forming a neat little mound. There were exactly 83 of them. "Boss, you distribute them," he suggested. Xing pondered briefly. Each of the portly duo could absorb 8 cores, and acquiring 12 more would elevate them to the first level of evolution. Thus, he allocated 24 cores to them, while Wang Yin and Xiao Yu would each receive 5 for a preliminary enhancement of their physical attributes, with further consideration for advancing to the first level of evolution later. It wasn't that Li Xinghe was being selfish. He too desired to strengthen himself, and resources needed to be utilized judiciously. Wang Yin and Xiao Yu lacked combat prowess and primarily handled logistical matters, so it was unnecessary to invest heavily in them. The portly and lean men, however, possessed a degree of combat capability, and prioritizing their evolution to the first level would bolster the overall strength of the team. Once the portly duo received the crystal cores, they eagerly began to absorb them. Before long, both had successfully evolved to the first level. Xinghe observed their attributes. Portly man, 131,212. Lean man, 121,312, each having increased by 5 points, resulting in a significant enhancement of their strength. "Boss, I feel an overwhelming surge of power within me. Is this what it means to be at the first level of evolution?" the portly man exclaimed, clenching his fists. "Indeed, both of you are now first-level evolved beings, with greatly enhanced physical capabilities," Li Xinghe affirmed. They were overjoyed, itching to find a zombie to test their newfound strength. "Boss, what level of evolution are you at now?" the lean man inquired curiously, speculating that, given Li Xinghe's formidable strength, he must be at least a second-level evolved being. "I have just reached the second level of evolution," Li Xinghe replied, confirming their assumptions. At that moment, Deju joined them, and upon noticing its eagerness for the crystal cores, Li Xinghe generously offered it 10 cores, which the feline devoured in one gulp, followed by a satisfied burp. Once Wang Yin and the others finished absorbing their cores, the convoy pressed onward. As they traveled, the number of vehicles on the road gradually increased, haphazardly piled together, significantly hindering the convoy's speed. "Boss, I noticed on the map that there's a police station along our route. Should we stop in and take a look? There might be some useful equipment or even firearms inside," the portly man suggested, growing increasingly excited. "The police station," the portly man speaks wisely. "It surely holds equipment. Currently, we are all merely clad in ordinary clothing, armed only with makeshift shields, rendering our confrontation with zombies exceedingly perilous. If we were to be careless and sustain injuries from a zombie, it would spell disaster. If we can locate protective gear and weapons, our chances of survival will increase drastically. And if we happen to find firearms, we would possess long-range lethal weaponry, allowing us to eliminate zombies from a distance without direct confrontation." With this thought in mind, Li Xinghe picked up the walkie-talkie. "All right, let's move forward with the police station as our objective." After an hour's drive, they arrived at Hualin Street, with the police station just 400 meters ahead. However, Li Xinghe and his companions hesitated to approach. Prior to the apocalypse, due to the surge in rabies cases, many individuals flocked to the police station to report incidents, resulting in a significant zombie presence nearby. Moreover, Li Xinghe spotted a towering figure within the station, a powerful zombie. This formidable creature was even larger than the one Li Xinghe had encountered at Huanyu, standing out among the other zombies like a crane among chickens. "What should we do, boss? There's so many zombies. We can't possibly enter without clearing them out first," the portly man exclaimed. Li Xinghe furrowed his brow at the horde of zombies. If they were merely ordinary zombies, it would be manageable, about 50 or 60 of them, easily dealt with by the current strength of the team. However, the presence of the powerful zombie posed a challenge. While he could handle it himself, leaving the portly duo to face the 50 or so zombies alone would be a daunting task. That a solid strategy was needed to eliminate a portion of the zombies first. Just then, Li Xinghe's gaze fell upon a nearby department store. "Portly man, Get out and check if that department store has any loudspeakers. Huh. Boss, what do we need loudspeakers for? Don't ask too many questions, just hurry and fetch the lean man. Got it. After disembarking, they quickly dispatched the nearby wandering zombies before entering the department store. In no time, they emerged with several loudspeakers in hand, making their way back to Li Xinghe's vehicle. Xinghe rolled down the window. You two move ahead a bit. When you're about 300 meters away, set the loudspeakers on the ground and hurry back. Place one every 50 meters. Understanding the plan, the portly duo realized they would use the loudspeakers to lure a portion of the zombies, allowing them to eliminate them before tackling the remaining ones. They cautiously approached the police station, stopping at a distance of 300 meters, where numerous zombies had already taken notice of them and began to charge. Activating one loudspeaker, the sound resonated through the silent street. 2 for 2? All 2 for 2. Come and choose. Don't miss this opportunity. The vibrant sound echoed, causing the zombies at the police station to turn their heads. Countless pairs of crimson eyes fixated on the portly duo, sending a chill down their spines as they quickly fled. After running 50 meters, they activated another loudspeaker and tossed it to the ground. Sprinting back to Li Xinghe. All right, prepare for battle, Li Xinghe declared, brandishing his nanoalloy steel knife. Chapter 19. Discovery of the armory. The group readied themselves as the zombies were drawn in by the loudspeakers. Swiftly converging upon the convoy, about 30 zombies in total. The portly man stood at the forefront, one hand wielding a shield while the other plunged a short gun into the mouth of an advancing zombie. He then thrust his shield forward, toppling 2 more zombies behind him. The lean man charged in, swiftly dispatching the 2 zombies as they attempted to rise. Their coordination was seamless, prompting Li Xinghe to nod in approval. Indeed, only through combat could they continually improve. The duo had grown exponentially stronger compared to their initial encounters with zombies. Xinghe chose not to intervene further, and the 3 dispatched the remaining zombies with relative ease. After extracting the crystal cores, they took a brief respite before driving their vehicle to the entrance of the police station. The sudden appearance of the vehicle startled the zombies inside, prompting them to surge outside. With the powerful zombie leading the charge, Li Xinghe prepared to eliminate the powerful zombie first. A flash of yellow darted ahead. Diju, intrigued by the mutated zombie, lunged forward with a mighty leap. It struck the powerful zombie's face, leaving 3 deep claw marks. This provocation seemed to enrage the massive creature, which let out a roar and pursued Diju. Diju, agile and swift, evaded the clutches of the powerful zombie, which grasped at nothing but air in its futile attempts to capture the feline, that if only the zombie possessed intelligence, it would surely be infuriated. Despite its relentless attacks, it could not land a single blow on Diju. The immense speed disparity placed Diju in an invulnerable position, allowing it to leave deep gashes on the powerful zombie's face and body with well-timed strikes. The 2 continued their skirmish further away. More zombies rushed to join the fray, igniting yet another battle. Li Xinghe and the others fought tirelessly against the zombies when suddenly a realization struck him. He had nearly overlooked something crucial. Oh no. Killing the mutated zombie yields 200 energy points. If Diju manages to kill that powerful zombie, I would suffer a significant loss. Noticing the dwindling number of zombies, Li Xinghe hastily made his way toward the location of Diju's battle. Boss, where are you going? The portly man asked after dispatching another zombie with a gunshot. Don't mind me. Just finish off the remaining zombies and clear the battlefield. Li Xinghe's voice echoed back as he sprinted ahead. After a brief chase, he finally spotted Diju and the powerful zombie on the adjacent street. The powerful zombie was on its last legs, its massive form riddled with injuries. Most notably, half of its head was a gruesome mess, and it appeared to be on the verge of collapse. Diju prepared to launch another attack. Li Xinghe called out, "Wait!" The moment his words left his mouth, Diju halted abruptly, looking at Li Xinghe with an innocent expression. Ignoring the feline, Li Xinghe brandished his nanoalloy steel knife and leaped upon a nearby trash can, executing a powerful swing that severed the massive head from the body. It took a few seconds for the powerful zombie's bulk to finally topple to the ground. Diju rushed over, rubbing its head against Li Xinghe. Xinghe patted its head. "You're not hurt, are you?" The large orange cat circled around Li Xinghe twice, Seemingly without any issues, that IT approached and extracted the crystal core, converting it directly into energy. By the time Li Xinghe and the cat returned to the battlefield, the plump ones had already concluded their fight and were now searching for crystal cores. "Boss, how did it go? Did that big fellow get dealt with?" The plump one hurriedly inquired upon seeing Li Xinghe return. By the way, boss, what was up with that zombie earlier? Why was it so massive?" The lean one asked curiously as he handed the crystal core to Li Xinghe. "It's been resolved. As for that zombie, it was a mutated type known for its strength, significantly more powerful than ordinary zombies, with an absurd amount of strength. However, its speed is relatively slow, so if you encounter it, you must avoid a direct confrontation. Of course, the energy from a mutated zombie's crystal core is 10 times that of an ordinary one." Li Xinghe added, "10 times," exclaimed the plump ones, their eyes ablaze with excitement. After a moment of contemplation about the creature's size, they shook their heads, deciding it was best to focus on slaying ordinary zombies instead. The allure of crystal cores was tempting, but their lives were far more precious, especially without the boss's strength. "All right, have you finished checking for crystal cores? Then let us head into the police station and take a look," Li Xinghe stated, leading the large orange cat into the courtyard of the station. There were several police cars parked in the courtyard, all with locked doors and devoid of contents. After a brief inspection, they found nothing unusual. That moment, the plump ones entered as well. "Boss, we've completed our checks and found nothing amiss. Here, that's the crystal core," he said, handing a bag of cores to Li Xinghe. Li Xinghe placed the crystal cores into his pocket without converting them, planning to do so after they exited the police station. He led everyone inside, where they entered a hall with several small booths for handling business. Inside, a few female zombies were clawing at the glass, easily dispatched by the group. "Plump one and lean one, you take the left side, I'll take Wang Yin and the others to the right. Let's south clear this place out and keep an eye out for the weapons room," Li Xinghe instructed. "Understood, boss." With that, Li Xinghe and the others split into 2 teams and began their exploration of the police station. There weren't many zombies inside. The first floor was the administrative area. The second floor housed public security offices, and the third floor was dedicated to criminal investigations. After a thorough search, they found only a few zombies and nothing else of note. They regrouped in the hall. "Boss, did you find anything over there?" "We found nothing on our end," the plump one and lean one said, disappointment etched on their faces. "I found nothing either." Just as they were beginning to think their efforts were in vain, Shaya suddenly spoke up. "Is it possible it's underground?" "The basement isn't visible," the plump one replied, puzzled. "Let us conduct a more thorough search," Li Xinghe suggested, prompting everyone to look again. "Come quickly." "I found it. There's an iron door over here," the lean one's voice echoed from the end of the corridor. Soon, everyone gathered in front of a large iron door. They had overlooked it in the darkness during their earlier inspection, and now noticed the words "weapon storage. No trespassing" written on it. The door appeared extremely sturdy, complete with a fingerprint and password lock. "What do we do about this? How do we get past the password lock?" Everyone pondered. "I know how to open this door." "Plump one, you 2 gather all the hands of anyone in police uniforms, whether they are human or zombie," Li Xinghe declared. The plump ones suddenly understood. "The boss is brilliant. How did we not think of that?" They quickly gathered all the hands from the police uniforms and began to test them one by one. Finally, when a middle-aged man's hand was placed on the lock, the iron door to the weapons storage swung open, illuminating the room inside. "Boss, we've hit the jackpot," the plump one exclaimed as they entered. On the racks inside were rows of special operations uniforms in various sizes, followed by tactical helmets, gloves, vests, tactical daggers, bulletproof vests, and police binoculars. A stack of riot shields was also placed nearby. That was merely the beginning. Further in, they discovered a complete set of 54-style handguns and an entire box of bullets, numbering around 5000. As they moved deeper, they found a row of 95-style assault rifles and even an NSG-1 sniper rifle displayed on a table, with several boxes of ammunition and a box of grenades in the corner. The plump and lean ones were fascinated by the array of weapons. "Boss, with so many weapons, are we taking them all?" The plump one asked. "Of course not. We can't carry that much. Each of us will take a set of combat gear, with an extra 2 sets as spares. Each person gets a handgun, a dagger, and a 95 style rifle, and we'll take all the bullets and grenades, along with 2 binoculars and some riot shields. Li Xinghe instructed. After donning their combat gear, they began to gather the weapons and equipment. 10,000 handgun bullets, 100 rifle bullets, 2 sniper rifle bullets, 3 boxes of grenades, and 1 box of tear gas grenades for backup. Each vehicle was loaded with a portion before they finally departed. Once they were fully equipped, they looked quite the part, except for the plump one, who appeared slightly out of place. Wang Yin, however, looked particularly striking in her combat uniform, catching the attention of both the plump and lean ones. The plump one, fiddling with a 95 style rifle, drew Li Xinghe's attention. "Hey, plump one, do you know how to use a gun?" Li Xinghe chuckled. "Boss, don't joke around. I've never even touched one before," the plump one replied. "Come, let me teach you." Li Xinghe expertly loaded the rifle, chamber round, released the safety, and aimed to shoot, creating a bullet hole in a nearby tree. "Wow, impressive. Boss, have you served in the military?" the plump one exclaimed, eyes wide in astonishment. The others looked equally amazed. "Huh, not at all. But I did train with live ammunition during military training at university, and, coincidentally, it was with the 95 style rifle, which is why I'm so familiar with it." With that revelation, the group understood that Li Xinghe then proceeded to teach them how to handle the firearms and grenades, with Xiaoye diligently learning alongside the others. Finally, he cautioned, "Always ensure the muzzle is pointed away from your teammates to prevent accidental discharges." "Yes, boss." After some time, as the sun rose high in the sky, Li Xinghe checked his tactical watch. It was already 1 o'clock that he instructed everyone to take a break and have lunch. After their meal, Li Xinghe lay back in the vehicle, converting all the crystal cores into energy. "System, how much energy do I currently possess?" "You have a total of 2,207 energy points," Li Xinghe pondered. His current strength was sufficient for now, and his vehicle had just been upgraded. However, evolving to a level 3 form required 10,000 energy points, which was out of reach for the time being, as he still needed a full 8,000 more. His immediate priority was to ensure their safety. Gazing at his combat uniform, he asked the system, "How much energy is needed to enhance the combat gear?" Beep. "Host, based on your needs, the energy enhancement branch is now available. You may decide the enhancement direction for your energy targets. Naturally, the energy required for enhancements will vary accordingly." Deciding the enhancement direction? Indeed, host. This allows for a more tailored enhancement based on your requirements. For instance, if you wish to enhance this combat uniform, you could opt for new functional enhancements, such as underwater capabilities, invisibility, or flight, among others, or you could choose to enhance its fundamental attributes, such as defense, flexibility, fire and water resistance, etc. Anything your imagination can conceive. Goodness, is this a game changer? But what if I desire a suit of armor akin to Iron Man? How much energy would that require? This divides into low, medium, and high configurations. The low configuration utilizes titanium alloy, equipped with advanced intelligence, requiring 2,000 energy points. The medium configuration uses reinforced titanium alloy with basic artificial intelligence, requiring 20,000 energy points, while the high configuration employs nanocomposite materials with advanced artificial intelligence, requiring 200,000 energy points. The low configuration needed 2,000 energy points, and with 2,207 points at his disposal, Li Xinghe commanded, "System, enhance my combat gear to the low configuration alloy armor, and make it black." Received, host. Commencing enhancement now. A blue light enveloped Li Xinghe entirely. Through the glow, he could vaguely see a black alloy armor gradually materializing around him, starting with his neck and eventually enveloping his entire body, resembling something straight out of science fiction world. As he caught a glimpse of himself in the rearview mirror, a single thought filled his mind. "I look incredibly cool." He reached out to caress the battle armor adorning his body, his heart swelling with uncontainable excitement. Who wouldn't yearn to possess such a striking suit of armor? After reveling in his exhilaration for some time, Li Xinghe finally regained his composure and began to examine the armor's features. Crafted entirely from titanium alloy, it was equipped with an energy dissipation device, enabling it to effortlessly withstand attacks from sniper rifles, while conventional firearms posed no threat to him at all. Clad in this armor, he could even endure several blows from formidable, strength-oriented zombies without much concern. Furthermore, it was outfitted with an advanced intelligence system that could assist in analyzing the armor's status, identify the weaknesses of adversaries, and boasted numerous auxiliary functions, such as air purification and oxygen conversion. Its capabilities were simply astonishing. The only drawback was the absence of flight functionality, a feature reserved for intermediate-grade armors. After a prolonged period of investigation, he was jolted back to reality when the portly fellow approached and rapped on his window, reminding him it was time to set off. As he lowered the car window, the portly man was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Li Xinghe clad in the armor, his eyes widening in disbelief. "What in the world, boss? What on earth are you wearing?" His exclamation piqued the curiosity of those nearby, who promptly gathered around. Realizing he could no longer keep it a secret, Li Xinghe stepped out of the vehicle, fully aware that the truth would eventually come to light. "Wow, this is incredibly cool. Boss, where did you acquire such stunning armor?" The slender fellow leaned against Li Xinghe, eagerly inspecting the suit, even tapping on the metallic surface. "It's real metal, brother." At that moment, the portly man found himself at a loss for words. As Li Xinghe's surprises continued to escalate, he would not have been astonished even if Li Xinghe had conjured up a spaceship. Wang Yin and Xiao Ye joined the gathering, equally captivated by Li Xinghe's striking appearance. Clad in black armor and possessing a chiseled visage, it was hard for any girl not to be charmed. If only he weren't already taken. Chapter 21. Encountering survivors, I can only imagine the questions swirling in your minds regarding my armor. In truth, I had previously mentioned to the portly fellow and the others that I possessed a unique ability, the power of enhancement, which allows me to fortify items using the energy provided by zombie crystal cores. Pausing for effect, Li Xinghe continued. "The alloy knife I wield, the handguns used by the portly fellow and his companions, the restorative potions from earlier, my vehicle, and indeed this very suit of armor you now behold. All are products of my enhancement ability." "Boss, you're amazing. Although you had informed us of your special ability, I never anticipated its strength would be so formidable." The portly man remained in a state of shock. "Boss, when can you make us a set?" The slender fellow chimed in, seeking to incite laughter. "Go drive the car. Do you think this is just a cabbage that can be conjured at will?" Li Xinghe retorted, delivering a playful kick to the slender fellow's backside. The latter, clutching his rear, scampered away. "All right, everyone, hurry into the vehicle. We must prepare to depart. Let's see if we can access the bypass tonight." Just as the convoy neared the Jiayang district, an unexpected situation arose. Outside a shop, a throng of zombies had gathered, with a man at the center desperately fighting to fend them off, on the verge of succumbing. Upon realizing there was a survivor, Li Xinghe quickly called out for Diju to assist. The besieged man was named Chun Jun. When the apocalypse erupted, he had instructed his wife to secure their home and keep the children safe, assuring her he would find a way to return. Unfortunately, the outbreak had paralyzed transportation, and with zombies rampant, he was fortunate to be the heir of the Chun family's Tai Chi knife techniques, possessing exceptional skills that allowed him to fend off the undead, thus avoiding becoming their next meal. In the days that followed, he desperately sought a way to escape Blue State, yet he discovered that even one man could not contend against hordes of zombies. Though he was powerful, he could only face 3 to 5 zombies at once, anymore, and his concern for injury would hinder him. His observations led him to understand that those bitten or wounded by zombies would inevitably transform into one of them. Today, he could no longer wait. His wife and children were counting on him, and if he failed to leave for Washer soon, he feared for their safety. He had set his sights on an open Volkswagen, the keys dangling from the ignition, likely abandoned by its driver, who had already succumbed to the zombie plague. If he could eliminate the zombies in the stairwell and swiftly reach the vehicle, he could drive away safely. Initially, everything unfolded as he had envisioned. Having dispatched a few zombies in the stairwell, he emerged onto the street. Just as he prepared to dash towards the car, 3 or 4 zombies appeared around the corner, colliding with him. While this was not a grave matter, as the zombies began to roar, more of them emerged from the shadows. Among them, one zombie moved with alarming speed, nearly injuring Chun Jun with several relentless attacks. Surrounded by a dozen zombies, he fought valiantly, but soon found himself cornered at the entrance of the shop. "Damn it! Why is that zombie so fast? What terrible luck!" he cursed vehemently, struggling to fend off the relentless onslaught with his Tai Chi knife. Am I destined to die here today? The thought of his wife and children ignited an intense will to survive within him, and it was this very drive that allowed him to persist until Li Xinghe and his companions arrived. Suddenly, he spotted a young man clad in peculiar attire, wielding an alloy knife and accompanied by a massive cat, emerging behind the zombies. With a swift motion, the sound of the blade unsheathing echoed through the air, and one by one, the zombies fell to the ground, their bodies severed apart. Even the swiftest zombie could not evade its fate, as the giant cat leaped and dispatched several more zombies in mere moments. In just 3 to 5 seconds, the horde of 10 zombies was completely eradicated, and Qinjun finally regained his composure, rushing forward to clasp his fists in gratitude towards Li Xinghe. Thank you, young brother, for coming to my aid. Had you not intervened, I, Qinjun, would have met my end at the jaws of these zombies. Not at all, I end this world overrun by zombies, where humanity is on the brink of extinction. We must unite and support one another. Li Xinghe expressed a sentiment that resonated within him. You speak wisely, young brother, but my skills are lacking. I can scarcely ensure my own survival, let alone assist others. Qinjun replied, astonished that anyone could endure so long against mutated zombies. Through his attribute inspection function, Li Xinghe discerned that this was indeed a mutated zombie, possessing attributes of 10,161 and a speed rating of 16, clearly a speed variant. Turning his attention to Qinjun, he noted the impressive stats. 111210. This individual exhibited exceptional physique and reflexes, suggesting he was indeed a martial artist at that moment. The portly fellow and the others approached. Boss, what's going on? Nothing to worry about. We rescued a survivor. The portly man scrutinized Qinjun, who exuded a vigorous presence, his square jawline and upright posture giving him the appearance of a martial artist clad in traditional training garb, wielding a Tai Chi knife. Hey boss, is this guy from a theater troupe? The portly man chuckled. Please excuse my rudeness. I can see that your knife skills are quite refined. You must be a martial artist. Am I right? Li Xinghe inquired tentatively. Indeed, I am Qinjun, the heir of the Chun family, Tai Chi knife techniques. Then it is as I suspected. Among the zombies we encountered, there was indeed a speed variant. And for you to have withstood its onslaught for so long is truly commendable. What? Boss, there's such a thing as a speed variant zombie. The portly man exclaimed, quickly scanning the zombie remains, whereupon he discovered one that stood apart from the rest, smaller in stature. Approximately 1.5 meters tall, with claws significantly longer and sharper than those of ordinary zombies. Its feet had also mutated, growing considerably larger, indicating it was adept at crawling on all fours. Realizing the implication, the portly man glanced back at Qinjun, recognizing him as a formidable expert capable of battling mutated zombies, that he and the slender fellow were already first-level evolved beings, and even they would need to tread carefully when facing such foes. Now is not the time for idle chatter. We must collect the crystal cores quickly, the portly man urged. Understood, boss. By the time they extracted the crystal cores, more zombies had drawn near. Qinjun, please join the slender fellow in his vehicle. Li Xinghe instructed. Very well, young brother. Once they were all in the vehicle, a horde of zombies began to encircle them. Xinghe pressed down hard on the accelerator, sending the obstructing zombies flying as the convoy surged forth from the Zhaoyang district. After approximately half an hour of driving, the bypass came into view. Chapter 22. The mutated sparrow. Upon reaching the bypass, the group finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. May I ask, Qinjun, how did you find yourself besieged by zombies? The slender fellow inquired. Puzzled, shouldn't everyone be hiding at home right now? My wife and children are in Shihai City that I had planned to secure a vehicle and make a break for Blue State. But I was unexpectedly cornered by zombies and nearly lost my life. Qinjun explained that you're headed to Shihai City. What a coincidence. We're on our way to Qingshui City, which is conveniently along the route. The slender fellow remarked, struck by the serendipity. Shihai City lay east of Qingshui City, meaning a journey to Shihai City would indeed pass through Qingshui. I notice you all are wearing combat gear and carrying firearms. Are you special police? Though it may seem an odd inquiry, Qinjun genuinely felt that they did not resemble the group, men and women of various builds, including children. There was something incongruous about them. No, no, this was information we procured from the police station. Upon hearing these words, combined with the earlier appearances of Li Xinghe and Big Cat, Chen Jun comprehended that this small team possessed formidable strength. But what about that Big Cat? He inquired. Oh, you mean the big orange one? That is the leader's pet, a mutated ginger cat with immense power, came the reply. A mutated cat. Indeed, a mutated cat. Not only have zombies mutated, but animals have as well, and even humans have acquired superpowers. Our leader. At this juncture, the lean man felt he had divulged too much. It was perhaps prudent to keep the leader's special abilities under wraps for the time being. Chen Jun pondered this, sensing that this team was far from ordinary, particularly their enigmatic leader. A young man who seemed to possess extraordinary powers. It was certainly preferable to accompany them to Qingshui City rather than venture alone. As the lean man observed Chen Jun closing his eyes to rest, he ceased further conversation. The convoy navigated the city bypass, and as they distanced themselves from the urban area, the number of vehicles dwindled, allowing the convoy's speed to gradually increase. Apart from the three drivers, the others were drowsy, the sun setting and casting a fiery hue upon the clouds. Li Xinghe, captivated by the scenery, suddenly noticed a small patch of dark clouds forming in the distance, rapidly approaching them. Just as he was contemplating this anomaly, he realized it was no cloud at all, but rather a flock of sparrows. This group of sparrows was enormous, the smallest measuring 30 to 40 centimeters, with some reaching half a meter in length. Oh no, a mutated bird swarm. Li Xinghe exclaimed at that moment. The big orange cat, reclining in the passenger seat, also displayed an alert demeanor upon witnessing the mutated bird's emergence. Attention all personnel! Attention all personnel! A mutated bird swarm has appeared ahead. Maintain formation, secure the windows, and do not fall behind. The sudden command startled everyone. Peering out the window, they beheld a dark mass ahead, uncertain of what kind of birds they were. They surged towards the convoy in overwhelming numbers. How lively! We hardly left LNZHU before encountering mutated birds. Leader, what kind of birds are those? The plump man inquired nonchalantly. Mutated sparrows. Their attack power should not be underestimated. If they decide to attack the convoy, we could find ourselves in serious trouble. That a few scattered mutated sparrows flitted past his vehicle. Upon scanning their attributes, he noted most hovered around 3153, with a few larger specimens boasting strength levels reaching 4. An alarming figure for a sparrow, considering a normal adult male possesses only 8 points of strength. Initially dismissive, the plump man thought, they're just a flock of sparrows. How dangerous can they be? However, when he beheld some of the larger sparrows measuring half a meter long, he fell silent. Good heavens! Have you ever seen a sparrow half a meter long? Is this even a sparrow anymore? If they were to attack us, it could spell disaster. Everyone watched the flock warily, noticing they showed no interest in the convoy, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief as the birds gradually flew past, brightening the sky once more. They've finally passed, the plump man exclaimed, patting his chest. The group collectively relaxed. Wait, leader! A small group of mutated sparrows is turning back. The lean man cried out in alarm. Li Xinghe glanced in the rearview mirror and indeed spotted a small cluster of mutated sparrows separating from the main flock, turning towards the convoy. Increase speed. This group of mutated sparrows has their sights set on us. The plump and lean men pressed their feet to the gas, quickly accelerating. Yet after a moment, the mutated sparrows continued to tail them closely, their distance gradually decreasing. What do we do, leader? They're catching up. We can't shake them. The lean man was genuinely panicked, positioned at the rear of the convoy, making him the first target. Maintain speed and keep moving forward. Li Xinghe commanded, slowly reducing his speed to the back of the convoy. Leader, what are you doing? The plump man queried, bewildered by the unfolding events. At this moment, the mutated sparrows had approached Li Xinghe's vicinity, with several already pecking at his vehicle. Don't worry about me. You all go ahead. My vehicle has been reinforced. Once I shake them off, I'll catch up with you. With that, he gradually decelerated as Li Xinghe's vehicle diminished in size within the rearview mirror. The plump man felt compelled to slow down, but the lean man urgently interrupted. Big brother, don't disrupt the leader's plan. If we all turn back now, the leader's efforts will be in vain, and it will be us requiring rescue. We won't all make it out. Upon hearing the lean man's reasoning, the plump man relinquished his intent to return. Let us move ahead. We'll wait for the leader. Once Li Xinghe's vehicle came to a halt, the surrounding mutated sparrows swarmed around, incessantly pecking at his car, leaving him oblivious to their cacophony within. Humph. You think you can intimidate me? Just because I'm not roaring like a tiger doesn't mean I'm a sickly cat. Big Orange, stay inside the car. With that, the alloy armor enveloped Li Xinghe, and he abruptly flung open the door, launching a kick that sent a mutated sparrow, attempting to enter the vehicle, soaring away. Upon impact, the sparrow instantly lost consciousness. Ding! Killed one mutated sparrow, gained 2 energy points. The system chimed. The mutated sparrows outside, noticing Li Xinghe's emergence, redirected their focus towards him, all lunging in his direction. The nanoalloy steel blade swung relentlessly, and the mutated sparrows fell like dumplings in a boiling water, thudding to the ground, their attacks leaving no mark upon the alloy armor. Li Xinghe's decision to remain was well-founded. Firstly, his vehicle was fortified, rendering it impervious to the onslaught of these mutated sparrows, and secondly, his alloy armor rendered their attacks trivial, akin to mere tickles, an utterly one-sided battle. The bodies quickly piled high, and the once abundant flock of mutated sparrows began to dwindle. Only then did the remaining birds grasp the gravity of their situation. One chose to flee, taking to the skies and exiting the battlefield. With the first retreat, a second followed suit, and soon the entire flock dispersed in panic. Consider yourselves lucky to have escaped. Li Xinghe mused silently. Shaking the blood from his nanoalloy steel blade, he crouched down to search for crystal cores. None here. This one too? Oh no. Could it be there are none at all? After dissecting several mutated sparrows, he confirmed that they indeed bore no crystal cores. System. What is going on? Why do these mutated sparrows lack crystal cores? Damn it, after all that effort, not a single core. Each one only yields 2 energy points. Hardly worth the trouble compared to taking down a few zombies. Angered, he kicked a half-conscious mutated sparrow away, sending it flying far off, landing motionless against the highway barrier, dead as could be. Host, these mutated sparrows have not reached the level of first-tier evolution. The energy contained within them is insufficient to form crystal cores, hence their absence. That makes sense, he mused. These mutated sparrows were indeed rather weak. Primarily relying on sheer numbers, if an ordinary survivor were to face them, they would indeed be in dire straits. However, with his alloy armor, he stood invulnerable. With no crystal cores in sight, there was no reason for him to linger. He quickly hopped back into the vehicle, unconcerned about whether the plump man and others could keep pace. Li Xinghe pressed the accelerator to the floor, propelling the vehicle to a swift 300 kilometers per hour, the scenery outside blurring past. After about 10 minutes, as abandoned vehicles began to line the road, he gradually reduced speed. Checking the signs, he realized they were nearing the toll station. Beyond LNZHU East Toll Booth lay the LNQ Ing Expressway. Upon arriving at the LNZHU East Toll Booth, he discovered that the plump man and his group were already waiting there. Leader, you've finally arrived. We were about to head back to look for you, if you didn't show up. The plump man exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Li Xinghe. No worries. Just a bunch of inconsequential sparrows. I sent them scurrying. That's a relief. So, shall we continue on our journey? Or the plump man continued to be why this time. Night had fallen, and glancing at the clock, Li Xinghe noted it was 8:10. Let us rest here for the night. It's getting late, and traveling at night can be perilous. Besides, everyone is tired after a long day. You and the lean man check the surroundings and clear out any zombies from the vehicle. Wang Yin, start preparing dinner. Let us have something warm. Understood, leader. With that, the plump man and the lean man began inspecting the area, while Wang Yin and Xiao Ye commenced dinner preparations. And what about me? Chun Jun's voice chimed in. Don't fret. Brother Chun, I have some matters I wish to consult with you today. I wonder what questions you have. Young brother, I shall respond with utmost candor. Chun Jun expressed sincerely. It is indeed the case that I once witnessed Brother Chun wielding the Tai Chi sword with remarkable finesse. You even claimed to be the heir of the Chun family's Tai Chi sword, which ignited my desire to seek your guidance. I must admit, I am somewhat embarrassed. I possess strength in abundance, yet lack even a modicum of technique, and my use of the sword is utterly crude. relying solely on speed and brute force. Thus, I wish to request your instruction, Brother Chindada. Young brother, you flatter me. Chun Jun replied, in this apocalyptic era, with zombies lurking everywhere, I am not one to cling to rigid principles. Since you're eager to learn, I shall generously impart my knowledge. Thank you, Brother Chun, Li Xing has said, clasping his fists in gratitude. Not at all. I see that your weapon is also a sword, so it is fitting that I teach you the Tai Chi sword techniques. Chun Jun continued after organizing his thoughts. Within the Qin-style Tai Chi weaponry, there are forms for the single sword, double swords, crescent blades, and the spring and autumn broadsword. Why focus has been on the single sword. The Qin-style single sword is characterized by one hand wielding the sword while the other hand coordinates with the sword's movements, appearing and disappearing, with actions that are simple yet practical, allowing for both offense and defense. The sword techniques require precision in slashing, chopping, hacking, and thrusting, embodying the essence of Tai Chi swordsmanship through rolling hands, body movements, and intricate footwork. Li Xinghe savored Chun Jun's exposition for a considerable time, observing that Li Xinghe had grasped the concepts. Chun Jun picked up the Tai Chi sword and added, Now, I will teach you a few simple and practical sword techniques. The first is the Liao technique. The blade moves from below to the front and upward, with force directed to the tip of the blade, while the forearm rotates outward, palm facing up, as the sword follows a curved path along the right side of the body. Upon concluding his explanation, he demonstrated the technique. Li Xinghe watched intently, and after Chun Jun finished, he picked up his alloy steel sword and attempted it himself. Chun Jun remarked that he had only captured the form but lacked the essence, then proceeded to correct Li Xinghe's posture hand in hand. After Li Xinghe practiced a few more times, Chun Jun moved on to the next technique. The next is the Mo technique, with the blade facing left or right. Draw the sword back in an arc from front to left or right, at a height between the chest and abdomen, directing force to the blade. After demonstrating this, Li Xinghe observed closely, absorbing the key points, and began to swing his alloy sword accordingly. This time, he seemed to grasp it better, prompting Chun Jun to express his astonishment at Li Xinghe's high level of comprehension. Next came the Zhan technique, which involved sweeping and thrusting actions. As Chun Jun explained and demonstrated, Li Xinghe listened attentively, mimicking the movements. Gradually, he began to feel more at ease. By the end, Chun Jun ceased demonstrating, allowing Li Xinghe to practice independently. The battles of the preceding days had afforded him a certain familiarity with the sword, and under Chun Jun's guidance, he began to integrate the techniques seamlessly, as if entering a state of enlightenment. After practicing thoroughly 3 times, he finally came to a halt. Chun Jun was thoroughly impressed, recalling that he had spent an entire month training under his master to reach the level Li Xinghe had achieved in just about an hour. Young brother, you are truly a martial arts prodigy that in such a short time. You have grasped the fundamentals of swordsmanship. I am in awe. You flatter me, Brother Chun. Perhaps my recent encounters with zombies have sharpened my instincts. Li Xinghe replied modestly that in truth, he believed that being a second-tier evolved being significantly contributed to his rapid understanding, as his physical capabilities now exceeded those of an average person by more than double. Boss, it's time to eat, came Wang Yan's voice. Come, Brother Chun, let us eat, Li Xinghe said, sheathing his alloy steel sword. All right, the others had already cleared the nearby zombies. Wang Yan prepared instant noodles using mineral water, adding meat and vegetables. After a long day, everyone was famished. The prospect of a warm meal brought them immense joy. As the moon hung high in the night sky, stars twinkled, and the group savored the precious tranquility. After the meal, Li Xinghe resumed practicing his sword techniques. The others, including the fatty and the thin one, watched enviously. However, since their weapons were guns, Chun Jun taught them the basics of firearm usage and techniques for applying force, which proved beneficial for both. They immediately began practicing in the open space in front of the vehicle until past 11, when the group prepared to rest. Chapter 24. A little farce at the gas station, 1 person for 2 hours. Taking turns to keep watch. I'll go first, Li Xinghe declared. All right, boss, that will sleep first. Wake us when the time comes, the thin one responded. The others returned to the vehicle to rest, while Li Xinghe sat by the campfire, observing the flames dance energetically, adding more firewood to the blaze. System, how much energy do I currently possess? Host, you currently have 313 points of energy. Sigh. Only 313 points. When will I ever gather enough for 10? 000 points? This is quite a struggle, Li Xinghe lamented. Ever since becoming an evolved being, he no longer required extensive hours of sleep, managing with just 4 to 5 hours a day. It wasn't until 2 o'clock in the morning that he woke the fatty. Boss, hurry and get some sleep. It's my turn now, he said, patting his chest. All right, stay vigilant. The night passed without incident. The break of dawn, as the first rays of sunlight illuminated the roadside, Li Xinghe resumed practicing his sword techniques. Younger brother is truly diligent, starting his sword practice so early, Chen Jun remarked. Having just awakened, I couldn't sleep, so I practiced. Brother Chen, why don't we spar a bit? It will be beneficial for you to provide guidance. Sounds good, Chen Jun replied, retrieving his Tai Chi sword from the vehicle, and the two began to spar in the morning light. After a while, the fatty and the thin one joined them, watching the exchange as if they were witnessing a martial arts spectacle. After practicing for a while longer, Chen Jun sheathed his Tai Chi sword and praised Li Xinghe. Younger brother is making rapid progress. I believe it won't be long before you master the Tai Chi sword techniques. I owe it all to your teachings, Brother Chen. Li Xinghe responded gratefully. He then addressed the onlookers. All right, everyone, no need to stand idle. Let's have a simple breakfast and prepare to set off. 20 minutes later, everyone returned to the vehicle and officially entered the Blue Qing Expressway. Along the way, they occasionally spotted abandoned cars, remnants of drivers turned zombies. They navigated cautiously, and after more than 2 hours of travel, they found their path blocked by several overturned semi-trucks. What should we do, boss? It seems we can't get through, the fatty said, disheartened by the sight of so many obstructing vehicles. I should not exited the vehicle and examined the situation for a while before reluctantly nodding in agreement. Indeed, we can't pass. Let's check the map to see if there are any alternate routes nearby. The fatty opened the map he had procured from the police station, and after searching for a bit, he found their current location. Boss, there's SA Junction up ahead, where we can exit the expressway, then follow the road to bypass this section. After that, we can return to the Blue Qing Expressway after about 100 kilometers. Li Xinghe assessed the map and confirmed the fatty's words. In that case, we will turn back and exit the expressway at that junction. Thus, the group drove back for over 10 kilometers until they reached the exit, then continued along the road. They encountered numerous vehicles blocking the way, necessitating collective efforts to push the obstructions aside to proceed. After a disjointed journey of 30 more kilometers, a gas station came into view. The gas station was modest, with 2 vehicles parked inside. As they approached, they realized there were survivors present. The group of survivors consisted of 2 vehicles and 5 individuals, 2 men and 3 women. Among them was a young couple, the man sporting a sleeveless vest, tattoos on his shoulders, dyed yellow hair, and a mohawk, shamelessly embracing a woman while smoking a cigarette. The other group comprised a middle-aged couple accompanied by a 15 or 16-year-old girl. The 2 groups appeared unaware of each other, maintaining a distance while refueling their vehicles. That moment, the middle-aged man noticed the young man with a cigarette and quickly cautioned him. Young man, you shouldn't smoke at a gas station. It's dangerous. If the station explodes, we're all done for. The young man, hearing the warning, immediately retorted, Who the hell do you think you are to tell me what to do? The middle-aged man's expression darkened at the disrespectful reply, feeling embarrassed in front of his wife and child. How can you be so ungrateful? I was merely trying to look out for everyone's safety. If you don't appreciate it, that's one thing, but to insult me is quite another. The young man spat on the ground and replied, Damn it, why do you have so much to say? If you keep talking, I swear I'll cut you down. Just so you know, I've killed several zombies. Before the middle-aged man could respond, his wife hurriedly grabbed his arm, shaking her head repeatedly. Forget it, don't argue with him. Iya is still here. We don't want Tiapon witnessing their daughter urging him. The man merely snorted and ceased his remarks. The yellow-haired individual across from them, overhearing their dialogue, became incensed. Damn it. What do you mean by saying, I can just die if I want to? He thought, preparing to retrieve a machete from the vehicle. Suddenly, 3 cars arrived at the gas station, and upon seeing Li Xinghe and his companions, particularly noting their attire, a sense of caution washed over him. With a grin, he approached Li Xinghe and his group, exclaiming, Boss, this guy looks shady. He is clearly up to no good. The chubby one beside him cautioned, "No worries, let us first observe what he intends to do." With that, he turned his attention to the approaching yellow-haired man, who inquired, "Are you all dressed like soldiers?" "What's the matter?" Li Xinghe casually replied, neither confirming nor denying the suggestion. The yellow-haired man, interpreting Li Xinghe's silence as an affirmation, continued, "We're trying to evade zombies and didn't bring much food. This is an abandoned gas station with no provisions, and we're starving. Shouldn't you soldiers provide us with some food?" Hearing this, the chubby man couldn't help but chuckle, remarking on the audacity of the request. How shameless of him to demand food with such arrogance. He had never encountered someone so brazen. "I am sorry, but we are not soldiers, nor do we have any obligation to provide you with food," he retorted, inciting the yellow-haired man's fury. He had already concluded that Li Xinghe and his companions were military personnel, yet they denied it simply because they were unwilling to share food. This drove him to madness, and he decided to rummage through the vehicle himself. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed. The yellow-haired man was sent flying. Landing on the ground, clutching his abdomen, contorted in pain, his face paled, the nearby young woman rushed over to check on him, shouting at Li Xinghe, "You soldiers don't give us food, but you resort to violence." Li Xinghe found himself at a loss for words that moment. A large orange cat leaped from the car, its massive head turning towards the woman. The woman, startled by the sudden appearance of the cat, fell silent, though her eyes still flashed with anger. Meanwhile, the yellow-haired man lowered his head, his eyes filled with resentment. Li Xinghe paid little mind to these ordinary individuals, whether he noticed their expressions or not. Chapter 25. The mutated wild boar ignoring the yellow-haired man and the woman, Li Xinghe drove the vehicle into the gas station and instructed his companions, "Let us rest here for lunch. Chubby, you two go fill the tank. Brother Chun and I will scout the area." "Understood, boss." "Come on, Brother Chun, let us take a look around." Li Xinghe decided to patrol the vicinity, assessing any potential security threats. "All right, let us go." With that, the two departed, while the yellow-haired man and the woman had already returned to their car. The yellow-haired man felt somewhat better, though waves of sharp pain still assaulted his abdomen. As if his insides had been battered, he thought to himself that had Li Xinghe exerted even a bit more force, he might have been killed. "Dog brother, what do we do now?" the woman asked, referring to the yellow-haired man as street name. Breathing heavily, the yellow-haired man struggled for breath. "Let me recover for a moment. That bastard, I will definitely avenge this." Meanwhile, the earlier pair of middle-aged individuals and the girl were huddled together, engaged in quiet conversation. After a while, upon seeing Li Xinghe and Chun Jun return, the middle-aged man hurriedly approached them. Noticing that Li Xinghe seemed to be the leader of the group, he addressed him. "Sir, do you have any extra food? Could you spare some for us? My family hasn't eaten for an entire day, and we're completely out of water. We can barely hold on any longer." As he spoke, tears welled up his eyes. We're all in a tough spot," Chun Jun remarked, feeling a pang of sympathy. "Starry, let's just share some food with them. Everyone has their hardships." "Indeed, Brother Chun, even without your suggestion, I was already considering helping them out. In this apocalypse, we should extend a hand where we can. Chubby, please fetch some food and water for this gentleman." "Understood, boss." The chubby and skinny men lowered their heads, unsure of what to say, occasionally glancing at the little girl nearby. Upon hearing Li Xinghe's order, they quickly retrieved 2 days' worth of food for 3 individuals from the vehicle and handed it to the man. "Thank you. Thank you so much," the man exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude. "It's no trouble at all." Watching the man leave with the food, Chun Jun began to worry. "I wonder how my wife and child are doing. Do we have enough food at home?" "They'll be fine, Brother Chun. Didn't you remind them to stay hidden at home? They can hold out for quite a while," the skinny man reassured him. Not long after the apocalypse struck, all mobile phones lost signal, and internet connectivity was severed, making it impossible to contact loved ones and leaving them in the dark about their current situations, naturally causing anxiety. Li Xinghe, too, was concerned for Xiao Wanner's safety. He had advised her to stock up on food and stay indoors, but he had no idea how she was faring now. "All right, Brother Chun, worrying 1T help us now that we need to focus on reaching Qing Shui City as quickly as possible to rescue them," Li Xinghe said, both to Chun Jun and to himself. With that settled, the group began their lunch. The aroma of the food wafted over to the yellow-haired man, making his stomach grumble, while the woman fared little better. How infuriating! Why do they get food while we go hungry? The yellow-haired man slammed his fist on the steering wheel, but accidentally honked the horn instead, the loud sound reverberating through the gas station. Everyone at the gas station turned to look, recognizing it was the yellow-haired man's vehicle, but choosing to ignore it. Unbeknownst to them, the blaring horn had attracted an unwelcome guest. Moments later, the yellow-haired man felt an urgent need to relieve himself and hurriedly exited the car, making his way into the nearby thicket. After walking a short distance until he was out of sight from the gas station, he unzipped and began to relieve himself. Just as the yellow-haired man was about to feel a sense of relief, an enormous figure suddenly loomed before him. Slowly raising his head, he was met with the sight of a massive head adorned with long tusks. It resembled a wild boar, but he had never seen one of such colossal size. Terrified, the yellow-haired man couldn't even zip up his pants before he turned and ran, shouting, "Help! There's a wild boar!" Initially, the crowd at the gas station paid little heed. It was merely a wild boar. After all, with so many people around, armed as they were, what was there to fear? However, as the yellow-haired man burst from the thicket, a gigantic figure followed closely behind him. Towering 2 meters tall, its wild boar-like form causing the ground of the gas station to tremble with each stride. The chubby man and his companions quickly recognized that it was a mutated wild boar. The mutated wild boar relentlessly pursued the yellow-haired man, who cleverly circled his vehicle, and the creature, seemingly lacking intelligence, followed suit, unable to catch him. However, the woman inside the car screamed in terror, drawing the wild boar's attention. The enormous tusks rammed into the small car, flipping it multiple times before it landed upside down, trapping the woman beneath it, her moans echoing, "Xiao Hong!" The yellow-haired man shouted, and in that moment, the mutated wild boar shifted its focus back to him. Startled, he glanced around, realizing there was nowhere left to hide. Suddenly, he turned his gaze towards Li Xinghe's group, a glint of malice flashing in the corpulent, and the slender no longer flaunted their bravado. Just as they contemplated further inquiries, the ground suddenly trembled, prompting the two to exchange a glance. Chapter 26. The mutant wild boar horde. The rumbling of the earth intensified with a thunderous cadence. They were coming. The corpulent and the slender maintained their formation, keeping a vigilant watch over Wang Yin and Xiaoya, while Brother Chun took care to protect himself. With a swift motion, Li Xinghe enveloped himself in his battle armor, brandishing his nanocomposite alloy sword as he positioned himself before the group. "What is this? Battle armor?" Chun Jun's astonishment was beyond words that he had initially thought Li Xinghe's peculiar attire was merely eccentric clothing. Indeed, it is battle armor. This is the boss's alloy battle suit. What do you think? Is it not magnificent? The corpulent one inquired excitedly, his expression suggesting that the armor were adorning his own form. Still reeling from the shock, Chun Jun recalled the slender one's earlier remark. Could this battle armor be related to special abilities? With a guttural roar, several mutant wild boars burst forth from the thicket, appearing before the group. These creatures had been drawn by the earlier gunfire, for in total, 1 large and 3 smaller ones. The larger boar was significantly heftier than the one previously slain, while the smaller ones were merely half its size. Observing the scene, the corpulent one deduced these mutant wild boars must be part of the same group as the one we just encountered. The large one is likely a male, while the previously slain one was a female, and the 3 smaller ones are its piglets. Upon spotting their fallen companion, the mutant wild boar's eyes blazed crimson with fury, and with a fierce roar, they charged at the foremost Li Xinghe. Attributes: 19112, even stronger than the last one. Li Xinghe mused, preparing himself as the mutant boar approached. As the creature lunged forward, Li Xinghe swung his nanocomposite steel blade, striking the boar's tusks. The force of the charge pushed Li Xinghe back several steps, one hand gripping the sword, the other pressing against its spine. They found themselves locked in a stalemate that moment. The remaining 3 mutant wild boars surged forward. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Chun Jun declared, "I'll go lend a hand." With that, he seized his Tai Chi sword and dashed into the fray. At this juncture, the Jew leapt down from the vehicle's roof and charged toward the battlefield. Wang Yin and her companions remained hidden behind a column, with the corpulent and slender ones on guard, warily surveying their surroundings while occasionally glancing at the combat unfolding before them. Chun Jun and Deju intercepted a pair of mutant wild boars, while the remaining one turned its attention to a family of 3 huddled in a corner. The trio scrambled into their car, desperate to start the engine and flee. However, after several futile attempts to ignite the vehicle, they found themselves trembling inside, too terrified to exit. Fortunately, the mutant boar, lacking in intelligence, merely pressed against the car's front, unable to breach the defenses for the time being. Meanwhile, Li Xinghe remained locked in combat with the mutant boar. After a brief struggle, he pushed forward, creating some distance between them. His strength measured at 20 points, while the boar's was 19. Neither could claim superiority, but his speed far surpassed that of the beast, rendering a direct confrontation unnecessary as the mutant boar charged once more. Li Xinghe deftly sidestepped to the left, delivering a swift slash that left a gash across the creature's neck. As it turned, another diagonal strike followed, inflicting yet another wound from which blood began to flow. Thus, the mutant boar became a rather unfortunate sparring partner for Li Xinghe. While Li Xinghe honed his swordsmanship, the corpulent one and Chun Jun engaged their respective boars, with years of martial arts training. Chun Jun's physical prowess eclipsed that of the average person. His Tai Chi sword moved with impeccable precision, effortlessly countering a juvenile mutant wild boar without breaking a sweat, although he inflicted several injuries. The boar's tough hide rendered them mere superficial wounds, insufficient to diminish its combat effectiveness. On the other hand, Deju exhibited remarkable agility, easily outmaneuvering the sluggish mutant wild boar in a series of leaps. He swiftly blinded one of its eyes, leaving the creature disoriented and unable to discern its opponent. With Deju's razor-sharp claws, dispatching the boar was merely a matter of time at that moment. The wild boar attacking the middle-aged family's vehicle seemed to grow astute, turning to ram into the car door. "Please, don't eat us. We don't want to die," the mother and daughter screamed in terror. "Hurry, think of something. If this continues, we'll be devoured by the boar." The middle-aged man, equally frightened, called out to Li Xinghe, "Help us, sir, please." Seeing the peril the family faced, Li Xinghe decided to disengage from the mutant boar. Leaping onto its back as it charged, with a brutal thrust, his nano-composite steel blade pierced the creature's ear, penetrating its brain and emerging from the other side. The boar staggered forward a few steps before collapsing onto the ground. Ding! Killed one level 1 mutant wild boar. The individuals surrounding the vehicle were striking it with their weapons, and when the occupants remained silent for an extended period, one of them swung a knife against Li Xinghe's car, exclaiming, "Did you hear that? Hurry up and get down. I will go first. You all assess the situation accordingly." Li Xinghe instructed through the walkie-talkie. As he observed someone descending, the leading man approached, sporting a buzz cut and clad in prison garb. He immediately attempted to shove Li Xinghe, growling, "Why haven't you come down yet? Don't try any tricks, kid. Be careful, or I'll end you." The buzz-cut man's expression shifted dramatically. He had intended to push Li Xinghe, but felt as though he was pushing against a wall. Could he be a martial artist? He pondered. "Damn it, even if he's a martial artist, I have a gun," he thought hastily, threatening, "Get everyone out of the car, or I'll shoot you all." He waved his handgun, its muzzle aimed at Li Xinghe, demanding, "Are you sure? Enough with the chatter. Move it." The buzz-cut man's impatience grew. "Fatty, everyone down." As soon as the words left his mouth, the portly companions emerged, armed with Type 95 rifles. Witnessing the long barrels aimed at their heads, the men guarding the vehicle were so frightened they hastily discarded their weapons and raised their hands above their heads, frozen in place. The buzz-cut man, realizing that these individuals were clad in combat attire, took a couple of steps back, his trembling hands betraying his inner turmoil. Li Xinghe, observing the scene with a bemused smile, inquired, "What do you have to say now?" Suddenly, a glint of malice flashed in the buzz-cut man's eyes as he raised his gun, preparing to fire at Li Xinghe, unaware that his every move was under Li Xinghe's scrutiny. Before he could pull the trigger, Li Xinghe lunged forward, snatching the gun from his grasp and delivering a powerful kick that sent him sprawling down. The buzz-cut man yelped, rolling on the ground while clutching his abdomen, staring at Li Xinghe in disbelief. "How are you so fast? Could it be? What could it be? Li Xinghe inquired, intrigued by the buzz-cut man's words. Are you an ability user too? The man gasped, continuing, ability user? So you've encountered others before? Why would I tell you? The buzz-cut man stubbornly retorted. Li Xinghe brandished a nano-alloy steel knife. Stepping closer, Daji, come here. Upon hearing Li Xinghe's call, Daji leaped from the vehicle and ran between the two. The buzz-cut man was startled by the sudden appearance of such a large cat. If you don't speak, I'll let Daji crush your skull, Li Xinghe warned. Daji, following Li Xinghe's command, slowly approached the buzz-cut man, who, with both hands planted on the ground, began to retreat. I'll talk. I'll talk. Go on, Li Xinghe urged. Our boss, Lei Jun, is an ability user. When the zombies appeared, chaos erupted in the prison. Lei Jun suddenly discovered he could unleash lightning, effortlessly breaking down the prison gates and escaping. Many guards transformed into zombies, and after dispatching them, he seized their firearms and freed us all, since many were locked in their cells at the time. The zombies were quickly dealt with. Now, the entire prison is under Lei Jun's control. Everyone follows his orders, and we were sent to intercept passing vehicles and bring the plundered supplies back to the prison. After the buzz-cut man's explanation, Li Xinghe grasped the situation's context. This Lei Jun was likely a lightning-type evolver, though it remained uncertain whether he possessed other abilities. Boss, how should we deal with these people? Fatty and his companions were in the process of tying them up. First, let's toss them into the front of the bus. I plan to pay a visit to this Blue Qing prison. With that, he glanced at the buzz-cut man, who lay half prostrate on the ground, and plunged a knife into his chest. The buzz-cut man's eyes widened in shock, blood spilling from his mouth as disbelief washed over him. He anticipated that Li Xinghe would kill him without hesitation. You dare to harbor murderous intent towards me and still wish to live? How navi? Brother Xinghe, I assent it unsafe for you to go alone. Perhaps I should accompany you. Chun Jun expressed his concern. Not a problem, Brother Chun, I have alloy battle armor. Ordinary people can't harm me. Fatty, you all wait here for me. All right, boss, stay safe and notify us immediately if anything arises. Fatty replied, raising his firearm. After descending from the highway, Li Xinghe walked along a narrow path for about 5 minutes and discovered a road leading into the mountains. Checking his map, he realized that following this road for 2 kilometers would lead him to Blue Qing Prison, situated at the border between Blue State and Qing Water City. Thus, it had been aptly named Blue Qing Prison, boasting over 30 years of history. The prison was constructed against a mountain, with a steep cliff behind it, effectively deterring any thoughts of escape by the inmates. Attempting to flee through the front gate was akin to climbing a mountain. In the 30 years since its establishment, no criminal had successfully escaped. When Lei Jun was incarcerated there, he, like the others, had lost hope of ever being released. Most were serving life sentences or death row, with the lightest sentence being 20 years. Lei Jun had been imprisoned for killing a couple he discovered in an affair, receiving a suspended death sentence, which was to be executed 2 months later. Unexpectedly, the apocalypse descended. Most guards turned into zombies, and he discovered he could unleash lightning from his hands, easily destroying the gates. He then eliminated the zombified guards and freed the inmates, leading them to exterminate the remaining zombies and subjugate the remaining prison guards, ultimately becoming the prison's ruler, indulging in food and women. He initially thought this lifestyle would persist indefinitely. However, as food supplies dwindled, he quickly dispatched individuals to scavenge for sustenance, including the buzz-cut man, who was tasked with intercepting vehicles on the road. Boss, bad news. A young man has arrived outside the prison and has already injured several of our brothers. A younger subordinate rushed in. What now? You're panicking like your mother has died, Lei Jun retorted. Currently engaged in an intimate encounter with a woman possessing sun-kissed skin and short hair, her eyes gleaming with tears of humiliation. Boss, a young man has appeared outside the prison, and he is incredibly formidable. None of our brothers can contend with him. Are you all fools? What do you have guns for? No matter how strong he is, he still fears bullets. Lei Jun scolded, his hand wandering over the woman's body. Boss, you would believe it. That guy somehow has armor that renders bullets ineffective. The subordinate continued at this point. Lei Jun sensed something amiss. Armor that could withstand bullets? He needed to investigate. Lead the way. I want to see who dares to cause trouble. Without waiting for the woman to dress, he exited with the subordinate. Upon hearing the buzzcut man mention their boss was an ability user, Li Xinghe felt intrigued. Initially reluctant to intervene, he was suddenly prompted by the system. Host, eliminating ability users yields substantial energy, and they also possess cores that have a 70% chance of granting you their abilities upon absorption. This revelation astonished Li Xinghe. What? I can gain their powers too. Then why wait? Resolutely, he set forth, knowing that his target was a murderer, thus feeling no moral qualms about killing him. Upon arriving at the prison, Li Xinghe contemplated how to infiltrate discreetly, only to find that aside from the main entrance, there was no other access point. That led to the earlier scene where the subordinate had confronted him. He wished for Lei Jun to emerge and confront him, but the prisoners would not allow it, perceiving him as a troublemaker, emboldened by their numbers to subdue Li Xinghe. Who do you think you are? Our boss is not someone you can just meet whenever you wish. Be sensible and scram, or I swear I'll make you regret it. The bald leader brandished a machete at Li Xinghe. Call your boss out. I have no desire to waste word with you that you're no match for me. Hey, I believe you're courting death. With that, the bald man swung his machete towards Li Xinghe, who was surrounded by desperate criminals, each with blood on their hands. However, before the blade could strike, Li Xinghe retaliated with a swift kick, causing the man to wince in pain as sweat trickled down his forehead. Turning to the other prisoners, Li Xinghe shouted, "Brothers, let us take him down together. Let us go. Teach him a lesson." The group surged forward, wielding knives and clubs, charging at Li Xinghe. Oh, my face, my stomach, my leg. Instantly, cries of agony and moans filled the air. This kid is something else, the bald man gasped, astonished by Li Xinghe's overwhelming combat prowess. Quickly call your boss out. I have limited time. Seeing Li Xinghe's audacity, the bald man drew a handgun and leveled it at him. Kid, so what if you can fight? I have a gun. Kneel and apologize, or I'll blow your head off. Li Xinghe remained silent, advancing steadily toward him. Damn it, if you take another step, I'll shoot. Bang! Upon witnessing Li Xinghe advancing resolutely, he decisively fired his weapon. To his astonishment, a layer of black alloy armor enveloped Li Xinghe's entire body. The bullets merely sparked upon impact, leaving not even a mark. Bang, 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 bang. The bald man, undeterred, continued to fire several more shots, yet they proved utterly ineffective, leaving him dumbfounded as Li Xinghe approached him step by step. With a swift motion, Li Xinghe seized his neck, eliciting a hoarse sound from the bald man's throat. His eyes filled with terror. You were instructed to summon your boss. You dare to shoot at me. A glint of menace flickered in Li Xinghe's gaze. With a crack, the bald man's neck was twisted, and he was unceremoniously thrown to the ground. The onlookers were so frightened that they dared not utter a sound. You, go and bring your boss out, Li Xinghe commanded a trembling man seated on the ground. Why, yes, I'll go right away. The man scrambled to his feet, hastily making his way towards the prison. The others looked on enviously, for he was about to escape the clutches of this terrifying young man. He was unafraid of bullets and could easily crush the bald man with a single hand. Truly a monstrous figure. They wondered if their boss could contend with him. Thus, the crowd watched Li Xinghe with trepidation. While he pondered deeply that moment, Li Xinghe was actually studying the armor's intelligent core, inquiring whether it possessed lightning resistance. The core responded that the armor could withstand voltages up to 100,000 volts, meaning that ordinary lightning would not significantly harm it. He contemplated that if the armor's resistance to lightning was inadequate, he would have to reconsider his plan to eliminate Lei Jun if he were struck by Lei Jun's lightning and lost his ability to resist. It could spell disaster. Fortunately, the armor had the capability to withstand lightning strikes, even at 100,000 volts. He doubted that a newly awakened ability user could harness energy exceeding that threshold. As Li Xinghe contemplated, the man who had rushed inside returned with Lei Jun upon seeing Li Xinghe clad in armor. Lei Jun was momentarily taken aback. Although he had heard from his underlings about Li Xinghe's remarkable prowess, he remained unimpressed. After all, he possessed formidable lightning abilities. What could a mere suit of armor do against that? Kid, are you the one looking for me? How did you come to know my name? Lei Jun inquired, his expression one of confusion. Your subordinates attempted to intercept us on the highway, which led me to discover your name, Li Xinghe replied. Understanding dawned on Lei Jun. His men had encountered a formidable opponent, and now this individual had come to confront him. Oh, I see. Haha, young brother, it's all a misunderstanding. I had no choice. A whole gang of brothers is waiting to eat. Hence, I resorted to such measures. Lei Jun said, laughing heartily, trying to appear amicable and disarming, hoping to lower Li Xinghe's guard before striking him down with his lightning abilities. The two were still 50 meters apart, and he was uncertain if he could strike Li Xinghe from such a distance. If he failed and the young man managed to escape, it would be disastrous. There's no misunderstanding. Since you orchestrated this as the boss, you must bear the consequences. What do you mean, young brother? Do you wish to seek an explanation from Lei? As the distance between them shrank to 30 meters, Li Xinghe had already discerned Lei Jun's attributes through his ability scan. Level 1 Lightning Ability User, 141416. He could unleash lightning from both hands with tremendous destructive power, easily capable of demolishing steel plates 20 millimeters thick. Upon reviewing this information, Li Xinghe felt reassured. Lei Jun was not as formidable as he had anticipated. Though he was not weak, under normal circumstances, he would have posed a significant challenge, but with the alloy armor at his disposal, the odds were in his favor. As the distance closed to 10 meters, Lei Jun no longer hesitated, raising his hands to unleash 2 bolts of lightning. With a crackling sound, 2 bolts, each as thick as a man's arm, shot towards Li Xinghe. The surrounding underlings felt their hair stand on end. Li Xinghe had been closely monitoring Lei Jun's every move and, anticipating the attack, leapt from his position just as the lightning struck where he had been standing, leaving a gaping crater in the ground. Goodness! Although the armor's intelligent core had assured him of its ability to withstand 100,000 volts, the sheer destructive power of the lightning left him astonished. Had it struck him directly, even as a level 2 evolver, he would likely have suffered severe injuries. The potency of lightning abilities was indeed formidable. At that moment, Lei Jun was equally stunned. This individual had evaded his attack. The speed of lightning was already astonishing, and from the moment he unleashed it to the instant it struck the ground was barely a second. Yet this young man had managed to dodge it unscathed. Furrowing his brow, Lei Jun concentrated, realizing that this opponent was not to be underestimated. Li Xinghe's expression shifted from surprise to delight. The stronger Lei Jun's lightning abilities, the happier he felt, as absorbing Lei Jun's crystal core held a high probability of awakening his own lightning abilities. What are you laughing at? Lei Jun, perplexed, questioned. Did Li Xinghe believe victory was assured? No, he simply recalled something that brought him joy. Seeing Li Xinghe's relaxed demeanor, Lei Jun could no longer contain his irritation. How dare you underestimate me? With that, he raised his hand once more to unleash 2 more bolts of lightning at Li Xinghe. Yet again, Li Xinghe effortlessly dodged, leaping towards him with astonishing speed, causing Lei Jun to retreat in panic while simultaneously launching more lightning strikes. Each time the lightning neared the ground, Li Xinghe managed to evade it just in time, causing Lei Jun to grow increasingly fearful. How could this individual be so swift? Was his ability related to speed? Finally, as the distance dwindled to 3 meters, Li Xinghe swung his nanoalloy steel blade towards Lei Jun's neck. Intent on resolving the matter, a crackling shield of lightning materialized between them, causing Li Xinghe to stare in astonishment at the electric barrier. As his blade struck it, he felt a tingling sensation in his hand. Once again, Lei Jun surprised him. It appeared that this lightning could also be used defensively. Retracting his blade, Li Xinghe struck the shield with renewed vigor, eager to test its defensive capabilities. Meanwhile, behind the shield, Lei Jun was in dire straits. Not only was this young man astonishingly fast, but his strength was formidable as well. Each strike of the nanoalloy blade against the shield drained him of energy. If this continued, he would not be able to hold out much longer. He turned to his underlings, bellowing in frustration. What are you all staring at? Hurry up and help. Shoot this guy. The underlings, having been rendered speechless by the spectacle of their boss being thoroughly dominated, hesitated at their leader's command. They were acutely aware that this young man was impervious to bullets, yet failing to act might lead to dire consequences from Lei Jun after a brief moment of deliberation. One of them took the initiative and opened fire. The sound of gunfire erupted, and soon others joined in, bullets raining down upon Li Xinghe's armor. Aside from the clattering noise, no significant changes occurred. Realization struck Lei Jun as he recalled that one of his underlings had mentioned this young man's armor was bulletproof. Internally cursing, he thought, "Damn it, how can we fight this?" As Li Xinghe continued to strike, the lightning shield flickered and began to weaken, revealing Lei Jun's increasingly pale expression, likely due to energy depletion. "Young brother. Stop. I concede. Spare my life. I am willing to follow you. You see my strength. I can serve as your enforcer." Fearful, Lei Jun felt the energy within him dwindle to critical levels, with just a few more strikes. The lightning shield would shatter. "Apologies, but I have no need for lackeys." With a resounding crack, the lightning shield shattered, and Lei Jun's energy was exhausted. His body sagged, collapsing to the ground. Li Xinghe delivered a swift blow, severing Lei Jun's head. Ding! Eliminated level 1 lightning ability user. Earned 500 energy points. After extracting Lei Jun's crystal core, Li Xinghe departed nonchalantly. The surrounding underlings exchanged glances, and after a moment, one of them asked, "What do we do now? What else can we do?" With Lei Jun dead and this young man seemingly uninterested in the prison, "It appears we will be in charge now," replied another man of some standing. The crowd gathered around him, eager to curry favor. While Lei Jun's lifeless body lay forgotten on the ground on his way back, Li Xinghe struggled to suppress his desire to absorb the lightning crystal core immediately. No, he decided, he would wait until he returned to the convoy. Who knew what might occur upon absorption? If he became incapacitated and fell victim to an ambush from zombies or mutated beasts, it would be a regretful affair. But he meticulously observed the crystal core in his hand, which, unlike ordinary ones, possessed a hint of lightning within it, flickering intriguingly. After Li Xinghe departed, the rotund man and his companions devised a way to move the bus. Fortunately, the bus was still operational. They maneuvered it to the roadside and unceremoniously tossed several bound prisoners inside. Subsequently, the rotund man engaged in conversation with the lean man and others. "Brother, what do you think the boss went to the prison for?" The lean man tossed a cigarette to the rotund man, lighting one for both of them. "Who knows? But I suspect it has something to do with that Esper." Lei Jun the moment the buzzcut mentioned Espers. I could see the boss's eagerness to go. The rotund man took a deep drag. "I wonder how these Espers come about. And what about the boss's powers?" "Unclear. However, it's undeniable that the boss's abilities are formidable." "I wonder how strong that Lei Jun is," he continued, flicking ash from his cigarette. "If only we could possess Esper's powers," he mused. The rotund man playfully slapped the lean man's head. "What a dreamer! It would be much more reliable to slay zombies and absorb crystal cores to enhance our physique." "Ouch! You're right, brother," the lean man replied, rubbing his head. As the sun gradually set, a figure appeared from the distance, clad in armor that gleamed with metallic brilliance in the waning light. "The boss is back." Everyone rose to their feet, watching as the young man approached slowly. Chapter 30. Lightning Abilities Boss, where have you been? The lean man inquired curiously. "I dealt with that Lei Jun." "Wow, that was fast, boss. Was Lei Jun too weak?" The rotund man gasped. No. That Lei Jun is quite powerful, possessing formidable lightning abilities. 10 of you combined wouldn't stand a chance. Li Xinghe gestured to the rotund man. "You can't drag me into this." "Boss, just describe it without involving me." The rotund man lamented, covering his face. "Huh, that's hilarious." The others chimed in laughter. After a while, as the laughter subsided, Li Xinghe spoke. "Given the time, it seems we cannot leave tonight. Let us stay here for the night. I have some matters to attend to in the vehicle. Please do not disturb me unless absolutely necessary." "Understood, boss. We'll ensure no one bothers you," the lean man replied. Suppressing a smile, "Why is the boss so mysterious today?" the rotund man muttered quietly. Returning to the vehicle, Li Xinghe eagerly retrieved the crystal core. "System, absorb the energy of the crystal core." "Understood, host. Energy absorption in progress." This time was unlike any before. The crystal core floated in midair as pure energy emanated from it, entering Li Xinghe's forehead for about 10 seconds. When Li Xinghe opened his eyes again, streaks of lightning flickered deep within his gaze. "How extraordinary! I have directly mastered the lightning abilities with a 70% probability. Thankfully, my luck isn't too poor." As he spoke, a sphere of lightning manifested in his palm. dancing as if alive. Yet Li Xinghe understood that it was merely under his control, that he was pleasantly surprised to discover an enhancement in his attributes. Previously at 202021, now it was 232325, with strength and speed each increasing by 3 points, and mental power rising by a substantial 4 points. Next came the exploration of these lightning abilities. The confines of the vehicle were too cramped. It was evident he needed to venture outside. Upon stepping outside, he observed the rotund man and the lean man practicing their marksmanship, evidently spurred on by recent events, both eager to grow stronger. Not wishing to disturb them, he ventured deeper into the woods. Approaching a large tree, Li Xinghe concentrated the lightning in his palm and hurled it outward. The lightning struck the tree, creating a sizable dent. Its power balanced, he then formed another lightning sphere in his palm, this time taking a bit longer to gather. The sphere began to feel increasingly volatile, and he quickly threw it. Indeed, its power had significantly increased. The massive trunk was obliterated halfway, the remaining part teetering precariously. It appeared that the longer the sphere was condensed, the greater its power. Li Xinghe continued to compress the lightning sphere, feeling it slipping out of control. Sensing danger, he swiftly threw it, and it pierced through 3 tree trunks before finally leaving a crater in the 4th. The immense force was unexpected. He had not anticipated such a result from the compression. He then recalled the lightning shield used by Lei Jun and decided to replicate it. Extending his hands, lightning surged forth, gradually forming a shield composed of electricity before him, capable of continuously replenishing its energy, thus enhancing its defensive capabilities. Following this, Li Xinghe experimented with covering other objects or his body with lightning to observe the outcomes. Ultimately, he made an astonishing discovery. Lightning could adhere to the nanoalloy steel blade, allowing him to inflict lightning damage alongside the blade strikes, and capable of temporarily paralyzing enemies upon contact. Additionally, when he attached lightning to his feet, he felt a marked increase in agility, estimating a boost in speed of around 20%. For the time being, he could not control lightning's coverage in other areas. In summary, these lightning abilities provided both offensive and defensive capabilities, along with auxiliary effects, truly exceptional. The absorption of these lightning abilities compensated for Li Xinghe's previous lack of ranged attack options. After testing all possibilities, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. It seemed he had exhausted too much energy. This energy likely correlated with mental power. The stronger the mental capacity, the more energy available, and the more intricate the control. As he continuously strengthened his physique and enhanced his mental power, his lightning abilities would also grow stronger, and he wondered what transformations awaited him in the future. Realizing he could no longer practice due to excessive mental fatigue, which was causing a dull ache in his head, he returned to the vehicle to rest. 2 hours later, Li Xinghe opened his eyes to find that night had completely fallen outside. Glancing at the time, it was already 8:30. A bonfire flickered in the open space, and everyone seemed engaged in conversation. "Boss, you finally emerged. If you hadn't told us not to disturb you, I would have come to call you," the rotund man inquired with concern. "I'm fine. Has everyone eaten?" Li Xinghe stretched, feeling revitalized. "Not yet, boss. We've been waiting for you," Wang Yin replied softly. "Then let us get to it. Everyone must be hungry." With that, he retrieved the nanoalloy steel blade and began practicing in the clearing. He slashed, chopped, and thrust, the blade slicing through the air with a series of whooshing sounds. "Why do I feel like the boss's swordsmanship has become more refined?" the lean man remarked enviously. "Really? I can't make sense of it." The rotund man scratched his head, lamenting his lack of talent in martial arts. The lean man is right. Xinghe's swordsmanship has indeed improved, and judging by the momentum of his strikes, it seems his strength has also increased. Another chimed in. "Wow, the boss truly is the boss. What a monster." As the rotund man exclaimed, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. "Ouch! You dare call me a monster? You must be itching for a fight." The rotund man turned to find Li Xinghe standing behind him, having appeared without notice. Soon, the rotund man was left chuckling foolishly, as he had rested early the previous night, and the next day, before dawn, the convoy set out, traveling 50 kilometers along the highway before stopping for a brief respite at a roadside village. The convoy halted at the village entrance. "Boss, the lean man and I will check the situation inside and gather some supplies," the rotund man declared, jumping from the vehicle with a blast shield and a sidearm in hand. All right, go ahead, stay safe, and call for us if anything arises. Understood, boss. After dispatching a few wandering zombies at the village entrance, the two slowly ventured into the village. The village was small, seemingly devoid of many inhabitants. Meanwhile, Li Xinghe and the others sheltered under a large locust tree, seeking refuge from the sweltering early summer sun. It was unbearable without air conditioning in the vehicle. After quenching their thirst, everyone settled beneath the tree to rest. However, after a considerable time, there was still no sign of the rotund and lean men. They had been inside for over half an hour. Surely, something was amiss. Li Xinghe glanced at the time, his brow furrowing. Could something have happened? Chun Jun expressed his concern. Just then, the cries for help from the rotund and lean men echoed from deep within the village. Chapter 31. The mutated pear tree upon hearing their cries for help. Li Xinghe swiftly rose. Chun brother, and I will investigate. Wang Yin, stay here and watch the vehicle. He grasped the nanoalloy steel blade and dashed into the village alongside Chun Jun, following the frantic calls of the rotund and lean men. They twisted and turned until they arrived at a courtyard. In the center stood a gigantic pear tree, with the rotund and lean men ensnared in its branches. Upon seeing Li Xinghe and Chun Jun, their faces brightened momentarily, only to pale in an instant as they hastily cautioned, "Boss, be careful. Don't come any closer. This pear tree has come to life. Its branches can move swiftly and possess immense strength." As he spoke, he continued to struggle, yet it bore no fruit. Without the need for the hefty fellow to remind him, Li Xinghe realized the attributes of the pear tree as he rushed into the courtyard. A level 1 mutated pear tree. 25152, possessing robust vitality, and its fruit capable of enhancing physical attributes by as much as 25 in strength, enough to overpower the hefty fellow and his companions. Even Li Xinghe could not contend with such power. However, upon noticing that the fruit could enhance physical attributes, he felt a stir of desire within him. Yet, the immediate priority was to rescue the hefty fellow and his companion, for remaining suspended was untenable. What to do? Brother Xinghe, Chun Jun exclaimed, witnessing the pear tree come to life and seeing the hefty fellow and his companion ensnared by its branches. He was taken aback and quickly inquired, "I see that they are not in immediate danger. Let us first test the attack range of this mutated pear tree." Li Xinghe, taking hold of his nanoalloy steel knife, cautiously approached the mutated pear tree. Approximately 10 meters away, its branches began to sway, prompting him to halt his advance. After a moment of stillness, he resumed his approach. As he closed the distance to 7 or 8 meters, he suddenly heard a whoosh, and a branch shot swiftly toward him. Reacting just in time, Li Xinghe leaped back to evade it. However, the failed attack from the pear tree's branch lunged at him once more. This time he did not dodge, but instead swung his nanoalloy steel knife with precision, severing the branch, which fell to the ground, twitching briefly before falling silent. The remaining branches of the pear tree seemed to recoil in pain. Standing still, Li Xinghe pondered. The speed of the branches was formidable, and approaching to rescue the hefty fellow and his companion might result in his own entrapment. Yet, how could he save them without getting close? Brother Xinghe, I see that the branches of this pear tree are incredibly swift. How shall we rescue them? Chun Jun observed the branch's speed and realized his own limitations, knowing that approaching would be futile. How could I have forgotten about my lightning abilities? I can use lightning orbs to free them. Li Xinghe's eyes brightened, and he began to gather lightning energy in his palm. Brother Xinghe, what are you doing? Chun Jun asked, incredulous. Hold on, Brother Chun. Let us save the hefty fellow and his companion first. Li Xinghe replied, sensing that Chun Jun had more questions. Very well. Rescuing them is paramount. Li Xinghe continued to gather lightning energy with both hands, and 2 lightning orbs gradually took shape. Chun Jun felt a dangerous aura emanating from the orbs, realizing he could hardly withstand their volatile energy. When the time felt right, Li Xinghe hurled the 2 lightning orbs. Sensing danger, the branches of the pear tree extended to intercept, but the orbs pierced through them effortlessly. Before the tree could react, it was too late. The lightning orb struck the 2 branches that bound the hefty fellow and his companion, causing them to snap instantly. The hefty fellows fell to the ground, momentarily disregarding their aching backs, and hurriedly sprinted away. The mutated pear tree began to thrash about, extending 5 or 6 branches, which quickly reached the hefty fellow from behind one of the branches and snared him again as he frantically attempted to flee. Suddenly, he felt a lightness in his body, only to be yanked back by the branch. At that moment, a flash of cold light appeared, severing the branch, and the hefty fellow found himself back on solid ground. "Don't just stand there. Hurry and run." Li Xinghe's urgent voice broke through, prompting the hefty fellow to finally react and dash away. Several pear tree branches hurtled through the Li Xinghe, wielding his nanoalloy steel knife, retreated swiftly while parrying the branches. Broken branches scattered across the ground until they all retreated to a safe distance of 10 meters, beyond the reach of the tree's attacks, and breathed a collective sigh of relief. The hefty fellow, breathless and leaning on his knees, exclaimed, "Boss, where did that lightning come from? That was incredible." "Indeed, boss, that was so cool." To explain would take time. We should focus on resolving this mutated pear tree first. Li Xinghe replied. Seeing that the hefty fellows were unharmed, his mind was now consumed with how to obtain the fruit from the tree. "Boss, why bother with it? Can't we just leave?" the lean fellow queried, confused as to why they would still pursue the tree after rescuing their companions. "Do you not wish to grow stronger?" Li Xinghe replied coolly, "Of course, boss. But what does that have to do with a mutated pear tree?" The hefty fellow answered without hesitation. "The fruit of this mutated pear tree can enhance our physical attributes. Now do you understand why I wish to deal with it?" "Seriously, boss? Then what are we waiting for? Let's take it down." The hefty fellow, thrilled at the prospect of improving his abilities after being demoralized for days, saw this as an opportunity not to be missed. "But boss, how do we defeat it? Should we set it ablaze? Surely it fears fire," the lean fellow suggested. "Oh." Just as you finished speaking, the hefty fellow kicked him in the rear. "Use your brain. Do you want to burn the fruit too?" "Oh, right, almost forgot about the fruit," the lean fellow replied sheepishly, rubbing his backside. Ignoring their bickering, Li Xinghe gazed intently at the mutated pear tree, which was thick enough to require 2 people to embrace it and stood over 10 meters tall. He could faintly see the golden fruit hanging between the branches. It was clear that unless they took down the pear tree, obtaining the fruit would be impossible. Deep in thought, Li Xinghe gathered a lightning orb in his hand and hurled it at the tree's trunk. However, the mutated pear tree was vigilant and swiftly extended its branches to block the attack. The lightning orb lost much of its power after passing through the branches and merely stripped some bark from the trunk, causing no real damage. Xinghe frowned in frustration. "Brother Xinghe, I believe we can first distract it, and then you can use the lightning orbs to strike its trunk. This may increase our chances of success," Chen Jun suddenly suggested. "Indeed, Brother Chen's idea is sound. Let us give it a try. Hefty fellow, lean fellow, gather more stones or bricks." "All right, boss. I see a construction site nearby with plenty of bricks. We'll bring some back." "Be swift." After a brief interval, the hefty fellow and the lean fellow returned, each pushing a cart laden with bricks. With a clatter, the hefty fellow dumped the bricks onto the ground. "Boss, what shall we do next?" "You 3 each take a brick and throw it at the mutated pear tree. I will handle the rest." "Got it. This is simple." Li Xinghe began to gather another lightning orb as the 3 hefty fellows each picked up a brick. "Throw." At Li Xinghe's command, 3 bricks soared toward the mutated pear tree. As the tree extended its branches to intercept, Li Xinghe simultaneously launched 2 lightning orbs, while the tree was preoccupied with the bricks. The 2 lightning orbs struck the trunk with great force, leaving 2 bowl-sized dents from which a light green liquid oozed. The bricks shattered upon impact with the branches, and this attempt proved fruitful, eliciting cheers from the hefty fellow and the lean fellow. "Great! Awesome! Boss, let's keep going." "All right, let us continue. Prepare. Throw." With each successive volley of bricks and the thunderous impact of the lightning orbs, the trunk of the mutated pear tree sustained numerous dents. "Stop for a moment. Let us rest. I feel my mental energy waning," Li Xinghe said, his complexion pale. "Boss, are you all right?" the hefty fellow inquired with concern. "Indeed, Brother Xinghe, you look quite unwell." "It's nothing, just a bit of mental fatigue." "A short break will suffice," Li Xinghe reassured them. waving his hand, that I wonder if a recovery potion can restore mental energy. System, can the recovery potion replenish mental energy? Certainly. Host, the recovery potion can comprehensively restore the physical condition of the drinker. Hearing the system's affirmative response, Li Xinghe's expression brightened. Lean fellow, go to my vehicle and bring back the recovery potions. Yes, boss. The lean fellow dashed out of the courtyard. After 2 to 3 minutes, the lean fellow returned, cradling a dozen bottles of recovery potions. Take one each, Li Xinghe instructed before uncapping 3 bottles and downing them in quick succession. Immediately, he felt his mental energy fully restored. What is this? Qin Jun asked, surprised to see Li Xinghe's complexion improve after consuming the potions. This is a recovery potion produced by Boss using his abilities. It restores stamina, the hefty fellow explained with a grin. Finishing his explanation, he too opened a bottle and drank it eagerly. Delicious. Qin Jun, still skeptical, opened a bottle and took a sip. The sweet flavor filled his mouth, and he felt a warm current spread throughout his body. Dissipating his fatigue, remarkably, he could not help but exclaim, what a remarkable concoction! Indeed, of course. Anything produced by the boss is bound to be exceptional, the hefty fellow praised, giving a thumbs up. Now, shall we continue? Li Xinghe rose once everyone had finished their potions. Prepare, throw. With a resounding thud, Li Xinghe consumed 3 bottles of restorative potions to replenish his mental fortitude. Under the relentless barrage, the lower trunk of the mutated pear tree had dwindled to merely 1/3 of its original connection. Accompanied by the final 2 strikes of lightning spheres, this towering mutated pear tree, standing over 10 meters high, collapsed with a thunderous crash. Ding! You have slain a Tier 1 mutated pear tree, earning 1,000 energy points. Wow, we finally took this guy down. It was incredibly resilient, Fatty exclaimed. This is an ancient mutated pear tree, and its trunk is exceptionally sturdy, so its prolonged resistance is entirely understandable. With that, Li Xinghe grasped his nanoalloy steel knife and approached the fallen tree. Fatty and the others trailed slowly behind him. When Li Xinghe reached within a meter of the trunk and observed no anomalies, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Fatty stepped forward and poked the trunk with a short gun, confirming its stillness, thereby certifying the demise of the mutated pear tree. Boss, everything seems fine, right? Thin Guy inquired. Yes, all is well. Everyone, let's gather the fruits from the tree, Li Xinghe instructed. Promptly, Fatty rushed forward, scouring the branches for fruits, prompting Li Xinghe to shake his head in disapproval. 10 minutes later, the 4 of them sat around a small stone table in the courtyard, which was laden with gleaming golden pears. Just the aroma of them was invigorating. Boss, you should divide them, Fatty said, wiping the drool from his mouth, clearly tempted. Not to mention that these pears can enhance our abilities. Even their appearance and fragrance are enticing enough. Let's each have one to see. Li Xinghe replied, eager to ascertain how much the fruit from the mutated pear tree could augment their attributes. Once Li Xinghe spoke, each person picked up a pear and began to indulge. Fatty, with his large mouth, finished his in 2 bites, yet still looked unsatisfied. Li Xinghe took a pear and bit into it, savoring the incredibly sweet and juicy flavor. However, what truly amazed him was the gentle surge of energy that coursed through him upon swallowing, causing him to involuntarily shudder. Utilizing the attribute inspection feature, he noted his stats, 262628, with each attribute having increased by 3 points. Looking at the others, he saw Fatty at 151414, Thin Guy at 141514, and Qin Jun at 131412. Both Fatty and Thin Guy had their attributes raised by 2 points, while Qin Jun's attributes only increased by 1 point. It appeared the fruits provided greater benefits to those with higher capabilities. Since Qin Jun was not an evolved entity, his attribute enhancement was rather limited. Boss, I feel significantly stronger, Fatty exclaimed joyfully, with similar expressions of elation on the faces of the others. Li Xinghe smiled and nodded, pleased to see everyone reaping the rewards. But he glanced at the remaining 10 fruits on the table and suddenly smacked his thigh in realization. How did I not think to use the system for enhancement? System, how much energy is required to enhance this fruit? Li Xinghe asked, quickly picking up one of the fruits. Host, what enhancement direction do you choose? Li Xinghe pondered briefly. Enhancement effects. Enhancing half the effects requires 300 energy points. Enhancing the full effects requires 500 energy points. That I Xinghe stroked his chin, considering the options. Half effects for 300 points, full effect for 500 points. Full effects enhancement. Understood, host. Commencing enhancement. A blue light enveloped the mutated fruit. And moments later, the fruit shrank to half its original size. Wow. Boss, is this your enhancement ability? Fatty and the others were astonished, witnessing Li Xinghe's first display of the enhancement function. Indeed, it consumed 500 energy points. And the effects have doubled. 500 points? Goodness, we only need 1,000 points to advance to Tier 2 evolved entities. Thin Guy remarked, his mouth agape. I Xinghe swallowed the shrunken fruit, but soon furrowed his brow, eliciting tension among the three surrounding him. What's wrong, boss? Was it a failure? Fatty leaned closer to inquire. Not exactly. It seems the effects this time were less than half of what they were previously. The enhancement only yielded a slight increase beyond that of the previous half. Could it be that the effect diminishes with the consumption of the second fruit? Chun Jun speculated. Everyone, try eating another one each. All right, Chun Jun and the others each consumed another fruit. Indeed, the effects have noticeably declined, Fatty remarked after assessing his newfound strength. I Xinghe checked their attributes. Fatty at 161,515, Thin Guy at 151615, and Xinjun remained at 131412. This time, Fatty and Thin Guy's attributes increased by only 1 point, while Chun Jun experienced no enhancement whatsoever to in comparison. His own attribute stood at 282830 without enhancement. It would reflect a 1-point increase, indicating that each person consuming a second fruit resulted in only half the previous enhancement. And those with lower capabilities might not receive any benefit at all. It seems further consumption might yield no effects. Li Xinghe deduced. Boss, you should try again. If it doesn't work for you, we shouldn't waste any more of these valuable fruits. Fatty suggested, concerned about the potential waste if everyone experienced no benefits. Very well. After agreeing, Li Xinghe consumed another fruit. Upon swallowing, he felt only a slight comfort, confirming that no attributes had been enhanced this time. Seeing Li Xinghe shake his head, the group felt a tinge of disappointment. However, reflecting on the substantial gains already achieved, they realized they should be content that I will keep these 5 aside for now and distribute them later. Let's head back. Those waiting outside have been waiting long enough. The 4 departed the courtyard and returned to the village entrance. Wang Yin, come here for a moment, Li Xinghe called as he approached the vehicle. Eat this mutated fruit. It will enhance your strength but you all should eat it. I lack combat prowess, Wang Yin replied, her hands tightly clasped, revealing her apprehension. Don't worry. We've all consumed it. Hurry and eat it. Being stronger won't hold us back, Li Xinghe encouraged with a smile. All right, then. With that, she quickly devoured the mutated fruit. Instantly, she felt warmth envelop her body, and it was evident she had gained considerable strength. Upon checking her attributes, they read 101011, with each attribute having increased by 1 point. Thank you, boss, Wang Yin exclaimed with excitement. And no need for thanks. We are all on the same side. Now, hurry and prepare the meal. After we eat, we'll continue our journey. Once Wang Yin departed, Li Xinghe took another fruit and fed it to the Jut that moment. The Ju's attribute stood at 172110. All right, go play it. I'll be in the car for a while, he said, ushering Deju away before climbing into the vehicle. System, how much energy do I currently possess? Host, you currently have a total of 2,387 energy points. Not bad. We've been on the road for days. And I didn't expect to accumulate so much energy to IT present. He was a Tier 2 evolved entity, with his nanoalloy steel knife enhanced, wearing alloy battle armor, and driving a Chang'an vehicle, all while possessing lightning abilities. Advancing to a Tier 3 evolved entity was not an immediate concern, and the nanoalloy steel knife was sufficient for now, requiring no further enhancement. The alloy battle armor was already invincible at this stage, so there was no need to consider it. Thus, he turned his attention to his vehicle and lightning abilities. System, how much energy is required to enhance the power and control of my lightning abilities? Enhancing power requires 500 energy points. Enhancing control requires 500 energy points. The total required is 1,000 energy points. That's fine. I have enough. Let us enhance both. Beginning enhancement. Li Xinghe felt a tingling sensation enveloping his entire body, as if currents of electricity coursed through him, that he closed his eyes to fully immerse in the experience, extending his palm, allowing arcs of lightning to coalesce within it. Gradually, the energy spread through his arms, upper body, lower body, and eventually enveloped his entire being. That moment, he felt his control over lightning had more than doubled. Previously, it took time to gather lightning spheres in his palm, and the formation of a lightning shield felt rather rigid. Now, the speed at which he could conjure lightning spheres had at least doubled, and the formation speed of the lightning shield had significantly increased. His defensive capabilities also ascended to a new level. In addition to these enhancements, he could now envelop himself in lightning, augmenting both his defense and attack with electrical effects while greatly increasing his mobility. The expenditure of 1,000 energy points was indeed worthwhile, as it substantially bolstered his lightning abilities. With 1,387 energy points remaining, he contemplated further enhancements for his vehicle and inquired again, "System, what enhancement options are available for this vehicle?" Host, you may choose enhancements in defense, attack, or functionality. However, the system recommends a comprehensive enhancement, which would elevate the vehicle's overall performance without any weaknesses. Naturally, this will also entail greater energy consumption. How much energy is required for a comprehensive enhancement? Also, does it support autonomous driving? I'm quite tired of driving every day. Xinghe asked eagerly. A comprehensive enhancement requires 1,000 energy points. This enhancement will include the vehicle's systems, upgrading it to an artificial intelligence capable of autonomous driving. Excellent. Let us proceed with that. Commence enhancement. As the reinforcement process commenced, Li Xinghe, seated within the vehicle, perceived an array of cracking sounds emanating from the car, which appeared to expand in size noticeably. Were he outside, he would witness the entire vehicle transforming akin to a transformer, its components undergoing fortification in a mere span of 10 seconds. The vehicle, which had retained some semblance of its original Chang'an form, now bore no resemblance whatsoever. The exterior was entirely cloaked in black, exuding an air of science fiction, with a sharp silhouette reminiscent of a warship. Its surface gleamed brilliantly, reflecting light, while the windows were tinted black, obscuring the interior from view. The entire vehicle measured 5.8 meters in length, 2.5 meters in width, and 2.4 meters in height, truly the dimensions of a compact motorhome. The interior, too, underwent a remarkable transformation, incorporating numerous new features and facilities. The driver's seat was reduced to a singular position, the steering wheel vanished, and the dashboard and central control screen seamlessly integrated with the windshield, displaying all relevant data. Suddenly, a charming little sprite appeared on the large screen, adorned in a green dress, fluttering a pair of multicolored wings as she flitted across the display. "Greetings, Master. I am the artificial intelligence, Xiaokai. It is a pleasure to serve you. Please proceed to name your vehicle." Still reeling from the vehicle's metamorphosis, Li Xinghe was taken aback by the request for a name, a task he found rather daunting. After some contemplation, he decided that since the system was called Apocalypse, he would name the vehicle the same. "Let it be called Apocalypse." "Understood, Master. Following this enhancement, your vehicle Apocalypse has acquired the following facilities: a resting area, kitchen, restroom, and storage space." From his seat, Li Xinghe did not yet perceive these facilities. He merely sensed a significant expansion of space within the vehicle and prepared to rise for a closer inspection when Xiaokai interjected, "Wait, Master." But as soon as she finished speaking, the driver's seat rotated 180 degrees, allowing Li Xinghe to behold the interior configuration. The previously rear seats had pivoted 90 degrees against the side of the vehicle, transforming into a 2-meter-long, 1-meter-wide single bed. The resting area, as Xiaokai elaborated. Opposite the bed lay a modest open kitchen, equipped with a sink, induction cooktop, small refrigerator, and range hood, all essentials in place. Beyond the resting area and kitchen, to the left was a separate restroom, and to the right, a storage area for various supplies. Xiaokai continued her exposition. I could see that moment. Li Xinghe sat in his seat, slowly assimilating the information. After a brief pause, he stood and took a tour of the interior, which boasted an impressive height of approximately 2 meters, allowing his 1.8-meter-tall frame to stand upright without stooping. The kitchen and resting area held little of interest, but upon entering the restroom, He discovered it was compact yet functional, featuring a toilet and even a shower. Quite commendable, he mused. This is indeed a significant improvement. Certainly, Master, Xiaokai affirmed. Not only has the interior undergone drastic changes, but the exterior has as well. As she spoke, she projected a 3D model of Apocalypse onto the windshield. Li Xinghe could now discern the vehicle's entire exterior. A dark shell, sinister glass, replete with a futuristic aesthetic, resembling an extraterrestrial warship. Master, your vehicle, Apocalypse, is now constructed entirely from aerospace materials, with a shell coated in solar energy conversion layers, enabling it to provide continuous energy for 24 hours, meeting the power requirements of all interior facilities. Any surplus energy can be stored for vehicle operation. The power system has been upgraded to no longer rely solely on fuel. As Xiaokai magnified the vehicle's undercarriage on the display, she explained. This is the energy conversion system, capable of utilizing all conventional energy sources to power the war vehicle. Gasoline, diesel, electricity, and even crystal cores that I have synchronized the information regarding crystal cores. A standard level 1 zombie crystal core can sustain the vehicle's operation for approximately 1 week. Upon concluding her explanation, Xiaokai pointed out, currently, the energy level stands at 18. Please replenish it soon, Master. Using a crystal core for energy replenishment seemed imprudent to Li Xinghe. Why not just refuel at the next gas station? He remarked, By the way, could you elaborate on the control panel driver's seat? What happened to the steering wheel? He inquired as he returned to his seat, eyeing Xiaokai. Certainly, Master. The control panel is now integrated with the windshield, displaying various data about the vehicle, such as its status, power system, and energy reserves at 8S for the steering wheel. The war vehicle now supports autonomous driving. The steering wheel has been concealed within the vehicle structure, but can be summoned at your request. Excellent. This way, I won't have to endure the drudgery of driving. The vehicle can navigate itself while I relax with a cup of tea, Li Xinghe mused contentedly. Radar detecting human presence nearby. Xiaocai's voice cut through his reverie. The screen displayed an external scene featuring a hefty figure leaning against the vehicle. Open the door. What brings you here, fatty? Wow, boss, have you enhanced the vehicle again? It looks far more impressive than before. Fatty exclaimed, his face brimming with envy. Indeed. What do you need? Li Xinghe replied. Wang Yin has prepared dinner. I'm here to summon you, Fatty said, peering curiously into the vehicle. Wow, the changes inside are astounding, boss. It's practically a luxury motorhome. May I take a look? Go ahead, but make sure to return promptly. Understood. Fatty promptly hopped inside. Hello, Fatty. Who is that? Fatty was startled by the sudden voice. Is boss hiding a beauty in here? At that moment, Xiaokai materialized from the windshield. The voice he heard belonged to her, and Fatty stared at her in awe. Who are you? I am the artificial intelligence, Xiaokai. When Fatty returned, the group had already begun their meal. Brother, why are you so late? Thin Guy asked. I must tell you, boss has enhanced his vehicle once more. Is that true? No way. Let us eat quickly, so I can go see it too. Thin Guy exclaimed. Unable to contain his curiosity upon hearing about the artificial intelligence. Xinghe, what was that lightning ability you used before? Chunjun finally voiced his curiosity. Yes, boss. How did you suddenly acquire lightning powers? You never used them before. Fatty added, equally intrigued. Well, you see, I went to deal with Lei Jun, and upon hearing of other ability users, I was curious to investigate. Coincidentally, Lei Jun was quite the villain, so I resolved the issue. Upon returning and absorbing the crystal core, I unexpectedly gained lightning abilities, likely due to Lei Jun's core. Xinghe observed the expressions of those present, ready to quash any budding greed. Fortunately, their reactions were relatively normal, merely tinged with envy. Boss, when will you bestow some powers upon us brothers? I'm envious to the core, Thin Guy implored. Indeed, boss, that artificial intelligence is incredibly tempting, Fatty added, licking his lips. All right, you all focus on slaying zombies. Once you accumulate enough crystal cores, I'll make arrangements for you, but for now, it's best for you to enhance to level 2 evolution first, Li Xinghe remarked, eyeing Fatty's eager expression with a hint of disdain. Brother Chun, make sure to absorb crystal core energy diligently, and become a level 1 evolved being soon. Understood. Xinghe brother. By the way, boss, that family's been with us for a while. Should we continue to let them tag along? Fatty suddenly questioned. Xinghe recalled the middle-aged man and his family in the convoy. He approached them, inquiring, "What are your plans? Where do you intend to go?" "To be honest, we are not military personnel. This uniform was merely procured from the police station," the middle-aged man replied with a wry smile upon seeing Li Xinghe approach. "Our family escaped from Lanzhou, and we currently have no destination, merely seeking safety from the zombies that abound. We can only travel to wherever seems secure." Li Xinghe expressed understanding. "Frankly, our convoy is headed to Qingshui City, and we have quite a distance to cover. It may be inconvenient to bring you along, so how about this? Once we reach a safe location, I'll drop you off. That would be appreciated." "Young brother, all right, everyone, pack up quickly. We will set off again in 10 minutes, Li Xinghe commanded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. On the scorching highway, 3 vehicles sped past, causing garbage bags on the roadside to lift and tumble before settling atop a nearby corpse. "Boss, there's a town about 10 kilometers ahead. Let's rest there for the night and refuel while we're at it," Fatty's voice crackled through the intercom. "Okay, we will stop at the little town ahead," Li Xinghe replied. This moment. Li Xinghe reclined in his seat, sipping chilled cola while music played in the background. An undeniably delightful experience. The war vehicle, now driven by the artificial intelligence, navigated far more smoothly than he ever could. "Shaokai, target the town ahead." "Received, Master. Also, please refrain from calling me Master. It feels rather peculiar, as though I harbor some unsavory inclinations. From now on, refer to me as Boss." "Understood, Boss." Splendid. It feels much more appropriate now. As the screeching of brakes echoed. The armored vehicle came to a halt at the square at the town's entrance. Li Xinghe and his companions disembarked. "Boss, this little town seems quite welcoming." As soon as we stepped out, we were greeted by such a plethora of enthusiastic zombies. "Stop your nonsense and swiftly cleanse the vicinity of these zombies before darkness descends," the leader commanded. The group grabbed their Type 95 rifles and unleashed a barrage of gunfire. The approaching horde consisted solely of ordinary first-tier zombies. A single bullet to the head would send them to their demise. The gunfire reverberated through the square as more zombies poured out from the town. "Boss, this is not looking good. The zombies are multiplying rapidly. It appears they are converging from the surrounding areas." The portly one expressed his concern about the overwhelming number of zombies potentially breaching their fire coverage. "No worries. Just keep shooting," he reassured. Subsequently, he donned his alloy armor and leaped into the throng of zombies, wielding his nanotechnology alloy knife with precision. With each swing, a zombie fell. They could hardly approach him. Even if a couple managed to graze him, they could not penetrate the armor's defenses. He executed his Tai Chi knife technique, continuously honing his skill and understanding. Shortly thereafter, Daju leapt down from the vehicle's roof and joined the fray, her agile form darting across the battlefield. Each swipe of her claws felled a zombie, and they could not lay a finger on her. The duo of man and cat attracted the majority of the zombies' attention. "It's great to see the boss and Daju in action. I wish I could jump in and wreak havoc too," the thin one remarked as he reloaded his firearm, glancing at Li Xinghe and Daju. "Dream on. You'd be nothing but a snack for them." The portly one scoffed. The thin one merely indulged in his verbal whimsy, fully aware of his limitations. Lacking alloy armor, a zombie's bite would spell as he Li Xinghe attempted to cover his alloy knife with electricity. The blade slicing through the zombies' bodies, instantly scorching the wounds, leaving faint arcs of electricity dancing over the fallen forms, which twitched momentarily. He noticed that the blade glided through the zombies with enhanced fluidity, facing significantly less resistance. After half an hour, the number of zombies in the square had diminished considerably. The portly one set down his gun, picked up a riot shield and a sidearm, and charged into the fray. Followed closely by the thin one, and Chunjun Wang Yin and Xiaoyu remained at the rear, dispatching any zombies that had not yet perished and gathering the crystal cores. The portly one raised his shield and collided with 2 zombies standing close together, while his sidearm relentlessly thrust forward. These first-tier zombies posed no challenge. With the thin one on his left and Chunjun on his right, the trio advanced in a triangular formation, supporting one another. The square was littered with corpses, an overwhelming stench permeating the air as zombies continued to emerge from the streets. They fought until the sun dipped below the horizon, and darkness enveloped the land. Finally halting the zombies advanced. I can't go on any longer. It's been exhilarating, but my body can't take it, the thin one lamented, sitting on a stone pedestal with his sidearm cradled in his arms. You fool, and yet you still think of driving, the portly one retorted, exasperated, as he found a stone pedestal to rest on. Chindigu, come over and take a break. Have a smoke, the thin one called out. Here, one for each of us, he added, tossing a cigarette to the portly one, and Shinjun the three settled on the stone pedestals, indulging in the clouds of smoke. Hey, where's the boss? The portly one suddenly recalled that Li Xinghe had mysteriously vanished. He had last seen him amidst the chaos, fighting valiantly. I didn't notice either. Things were too intense earlier. The thin one shook his head. I saw Brother Xinghe heading down that street. He might have discovered something and should return shortly. Chun Jun speculated, taking a drag from his cigarette. The scene shifted back to Li Xinghe, who was relishing the battle against the horde of zombies when his peripheral vision caught sight of a mysterious figure standing at the street's entrance. Cloaked in a dark robe, it was unclear whether it was human or something else entirely. Piquing his curiosity, ignoring the nearby zombies, he charged toward the figure. Upon noticing Li Xinghe's approach, the cloaked figure turned and fled into the street. In that fleeting moment, Li Xinghe glimpsed half of its face, which appeared withered, resembling a zombie, yet slightly more human. What could it possibly be? As the figure vanished down the street, Li Xinghe quickened his pace to follow. Upon reaching the spot where the figure had stood, he found it had already retreated deep into the street, and to his astonishment, the zombies along the way refrained from attacking it. Could it be a zombie? He mused silently, continuing his pursuit. When he reached the middle of the street, the cloaked figure suddenly darted into a nearby alleyway. Cautiously entering the alley, Li Xinghe discovered it branched off in multiple directions, devoid of any sign of the cloaked figure. Clearly, this individual was well acquainted with the area. Judging by its movements, it appeared human, yet why did the zombies not attack it? If it was human, why wear a dark robe? Additionally, from the half-exposed face, it bore some resemblance to a zombie. How peculiar! With no leads to follow, he decided to return. Retracing his steps to the square, he found that the remaining zombies had been dispatched, and the portly one and his companions were seated on stone pedestals, engaged in conversation, while the Jew had already returned to perch atop the vehicle. As Li Xinghe approached, "Look, the boss is back!" The thin one exclaimed. "Boss, care for a smoke?" The portly one offered, raising his cigarette pack. "And oh thanks, I've quit long ago," he replied. "Brother Xinghe, why did you suddenly run off? Did you discover something?" Chun Jun inquired, an expression of confusion on his face. "It's quite the tale." Li Xinghe began recounting his recent experience to the group. The portly one clicked his tongue in astonishment. "Boss, you don't think that was another mutated zombie, do you?" He recalled the peculiar zombie they encountered in Lanzhou. One capable of commanding others, displaying a level of intelligence and the instinct to flee. I doubt it. From Brother Xinghe's description, the figure in the dark robe behaved more like a human, although its half-exposed face resembles a zombie. Which is perplexing, Chun Jun remarked. Alas, in these times it seems all manner of bizarre creatures are emerging, the thin one sighed. Indeed, reflecting on our journey thus far, zombies, mutated animals, mutated plants, superhumans, and now this enigmatic figure in a dark robe. It's far more thrilling than our days as security guards. The portly one mused, gazing into the distance, exuding an air of seasoned wisdom. All right, enough of that. Let us clean up the battlefield and find a suitable place to spend the night, the leader instructed. Understood, boss, the portly one responded, flicking the cigarette but into the open mouth of a nearby zombie. They switched on the vehicle's headlights and hurriedly gathered the crystal cores, eventually settling in and not far from the town's entrance. As night fell, the sounds of unknown insects filled the air, and the inn's lights stood out starkly against the darkness, drawing the attention of several pairs of watchful eyes. Master, these are the ones who eliminated the zombies at the town's entrance. One figure reported. Damn it, those intruders must be dealt with tonight. The one referred to as Master growled menacingly. What shall we do, Master? Follow my instructions. Do this, then that, he ordered. Understood, Master. The sinister laughter of the Master echoed through the night, silencing even the insects. Chapter 36. The zombie tied in the inn's lobby. The table was piled high with crystal cores. The the spoils of their battle against the zombies, totaling 666 cores. Everyone eagerly gazed at Li Xinghe. Even Diju drooling in anticipation from the side. All right, I see you're all anxious. Now, let me distribute the rewards that we gathered a total of 666 crystal cores. Considering it was a team effort, I will take half. While the remaining half will be divided among Fatty, Finn, Brother Chun, and Diju, each receiving 1/10, and Wang Yin and Xiao, you will each receive half a tenth. Does anyone have any objections? None, Brother Xinghe. No objections, boss. I think taking 60 is perfectly reasonable. Exactly, boss. I have no objections. Meow. Everyone expressed their agreement, recognizing that Li Xinghe had contributed the most and, as the leader, deserved a larger share. Well then, since there are no objections. Fatty, you can distribute the crystal cores according to the agreed-upon shares. All right, boss. I love this task. Fatty grinned widely, nearly beaming with joy. The boss takes half, which is 333 cores. Finn, Brother Chun, and Diju each get 1/10, totaling 66.6 cores. Let us round it down to 66 cores each, leaving us with 69 cores. Wang Yin gets 35, and Xiaoyi gets 3/4. As he spoke, Fatty counted out the cores, distributing them before each person. All right, the cores are distributed. Now everyone can head back and absorb them. Tonight, I'll take the first watch, Li Xinghe instructed. Understood, boss. After everyone had departed, only Diju and Li Xinghe remained in the hall. Diju was consuming the crystal cores one by one, and upon finishing them all, he successfully evolved into a second-level mutated beast, with his attributes receiving a significant enhancement of 222615 at this point. His speed was hardly inferior to his own. Following his transformation into a second-level mutated beast, Diju's height increased by 30 centimeters, nearly reaching Li Xinghe's chest, while his length surged by an entire meter, exceeding 3 meters and surpassing even that of a cheetah. His golden fur was interspersed with strands of white, barely noticeable unless observed closely. His head had also grown larger, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth that instilled fear in those who beheld him. Observing Diju's current stature, Li Xinghe suddenly felt an impulse to ride him, but he quickly suppressed the urge, deciding to focus on absorbing the crystal cores for now. System, convert all crystal cores into energy. Understood. Host, commencing conversion, a total of 3,330 energy points acquired. Excellent, host. What is the total energy, including what was obtained from defeating the zombies? Overall, there are 5,717 energy points at this moment. Li Xinghe's heart raced with exhilaration. He finally possessed a substantial amount of energy that he needed just 4,283 more points to enhance to a third-level evolution. If it weren't for the pressing need to rush to Qingshui City, he would have eagerly sought out zombies to upgrade the following day. Seated at the table, Li Xinghe's emotions gradually settled. He recalled that his supply of recovery potions seemed to have run out. So he returned to the vehicle to reinforce 10 bottles of recovery potions. Suddenly, he remembered he still had 3 bottles of enhancement potions that had yet to be utilized. It wasn't that he didn't want to use them. Rather, there had been no necessity up until now. However, he decided to reinforce an additional 10 bottles as a precaution, knowing he had ample energy to spare. With nothing pressing to attend to, Li Xinghe began practicing his Tai Chi saber technique in the hall. Meanwhile, the others had returned to their rooms and absorbed their crystal cores. The chubby and thin individuals felt their physical attributes had significantly improved, believing that with just another 100 or so crystal cores, they could evolve to a second level. Chun Jun, Wang Yin, and Xiaoya had all entered the ranks of first-level evolved beings, experiencing substantial boosts to their physical attributes. Now, every member of the squad had reached at least the first-level evolution, greatly enhancing their overall strength. After the initial excitement waned, everyone gradually calmed down and took the opportunity to rest. 2 hours later, Li Xinghe swapped places with the chubby individual, who then switched with Chun Jun. It wasn't until the early hours of the morning, around 2, that the thin individual on watch was suddenly nudged by Diju. I'm not asleep. Diju, don't you dare tell the boss. Initially, the thin individual thought Diju was merely reminding him to stay awake. However, when Diju approached the entrance and assumed a vigilant posture, he realized something was amiss. He distinctly remembered that the last time Diju took such a stance was during a confrontation in the underground warehouse with the boss. Now that Diju was in this position, it must mean danger was near, The thin individual widened his eyes in alarm. This was bad, with Deju now a second-level mutated beast if he felt threatened. It indicated a serious situation. Reacting swiftly, the thin individual hurriedly activated the pre-prepared alarm bell. Ding, 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 ding. The alarm sounded, and within less than a minute, everyone had gathered in the first floor hall, armed and ready. The middle-aged man and his family also descended. "Boss, something feels off. We might be in trouble," the thin individual said anxiously as the others arrived, without needing the thin individual to speak. Li Xinghe also noticed that the Jew was acting unusually. He approached the entrance and faintly heard the distant growls of zombies outside. "Prepare for battle." At that moment, everyone heard the zombies' roars echoing outside. "Boss, how could there suddenly be so many zombies? Didn't we just clear the nearby ones this afternoon?" The chubby individual asked in confusion. Li Xinghe was equally perplexed and shared his own thoughts. "I don't know, but it looks like we're in for a fierce battle tonight." Everyone felt a jolt of fear and tightened their grips on their weapons. "Chubby, go open the door," Li Xinghe commanded. "Understood, boss." As the chubby individual slowly approached the door, the moment it swung open, countless zombies surged at the entrance of the inn. Despite their preparedness, they were taken aback by the overwhelming tide of undead. Seeing so many humans inside the inn, the zombies rushed in eagerly. "Open fire," Li Xinghe shouted. Da-da-da-da. Several Type 95 assault rifles unleashed a barrage, mowing down the zombies like wheat in a field. Creating a clear space at the entrance of the inn. "Let's move outside. It's too cramped in here to maneuver," Li Xinghe urged, leading the charge as everyone followed closely behind. Once outside, Li Xinghe observed zombies lining both ends of the street, and in the distance, several towering figures could be seen. "Boss, there are mutated zombies too," the chubby individual exclaimed, his pupils constricting. "Damn it, and multiple ones at that. Have we stumbled upon a zombie nest?" The thin individual cursed while firing his weapon. "Chubby, Thin One, and Wang Yin guard the east side. Chun, Xiaoya, and I will hold the west." "Understood, boss. Here's a little surprise for you," the chubby individual exclaimed, pulling out a grenade and tossing it, after a few seconds of silence. The thin individual weakly asked, "Boss, did you forget to pull the pin?" "Damn it, I think I did." "No worries, I'll toss another." With that, he produced another grenade, this time ensuring to remove the pin before throwing it. Boom, boom. The deafening explosions reverberated in the air, leaving everyone momentarily stunned as their ears rang. "Chubby, for crying out loud. Throw it farther next time." "Do you want to deafen us?" Li Xinghe's furious voice echoed from behind, while the chubby individual looked visibly embarrassed. While Li Xinghe was shooting, he was startled by the sudden loud blast behind him. Realizing what the chubby individual meant by little surprise, the group continued firing. The line of zombies began to retreat. Just then, a sharp whistle pierced the air from afar. The previously lagging strength-type zombies pushed through their ordinary counterparts, advancing to the front despite the bullets raining down upon them, which caused blood to mist in the air. "Target the heads. These guys have high defense," Li Xinghe shouted. However, the group's marksmanship was rather average. Although Li Xinghe's shooting skills were slightly better, it was still impossible for him alone to take down so many strength-type zombies. "Damn it, it looks like we'll have to engage in close combat." Chapter 37. Fierce battle. The alloy battle armor instantly enveloped his body, and he gripped the alloy sword firmly in his hand. "You all handle the ordinary zombies. Leave the mutated ones to me." With that, he propelled himself forward, leaping several meters toward the strength-type zombies. After swiftly dispatching a few ordinary zombies, he found himself face to face with the first strength-type zombie. This particular zombie raised its enormous hands, attempting to grab him. With a swift upward motion of his nanoalloy sword, those massive hands were severed and sent flying, given the current power of the nanoalloy sword. Dealing with these first-level strength-type zombies was akin to slicing through vegetables. With a powerful kick, he sent the strength-type zombie crashing to the ground, driving his sword deep into its skull as its raised arms slowly fell. Immediately after, a horde of ordinary zombies lunged at him. The sword whirled, and one after another, zombies collapsed to the ground. Spotting the strength-type zombie not far away, he unleashed a lightning ball with a swift motion. Boom! The strength-type zombie's head erupted in a shower of gore. He swiftly followed up with another lightning ball aimed at a more distant strength-type zombie. Although it didn't hit its head, it exploded against its shoulder, blasting away half of it and causing one arm to fall off. Yet this did not hinder its relentless advance toward Li Xinghe. Looks like my accuracy drops beyond 50 meters, he thought to himself. Unperturbed by the ordinary zombies surrounding him, he leaped into the air, landing on the head of an ordinary zombie, then propelled himself off to land on another, causing its skull to burst upon impact as it collapsed to the ground. In just a few agile jumps, he had closed the distance to about 10 meters from the strength-type zombie. He prepared to launch another lightning ball. A figure darted swiftly from the adjacent street, causing him to abandon his assault on the strength-type zombie. This was a speed-type zombie. Raising his nanoalloy sword defensively, he braced for the attack as the speed-type zombie's claws scraped against the blade, producing a hissing sound. With a swift kick, he sent the creature tumbling back. The moment it hit the ground, it had already adjusted its stance and lunged once more at Li Xinghe that instant. A brood zombie had also closed in on Li Xinghe, extending its solitary arm to deliver a crushing blow. This scene appeared highly unfavorable for Li Xinghe. However, he remained utterly composed. He raised his alloy steel knife to deflect the forceful strike from the brood zombie. Then, with remarkable speed, he extended his left hand and seized the head of the agile zombie. Its claws were relentlessly clawing at the armor on Li Xinghe's chest, yet they left no mark. With a slight exertion of force, a sickening pop echoed as the agile zombie's head exploded instantaneously. Following this, a lightning orb coalesced in the palm of his right hand, and with a thunderous boom, the one-armed brute zombie collapsed to the ground. That moment, two figures cloaked in black robes, situated 500 meters from the battlefield, bore witness to this spectacle. Damn it, how is this guy so powerful? He has effortlessly dispatched 2 brute zombies and 1 agile zombie. If this continues, these ordinary zombies will soon be annihilated. One figure exclaimed that, "My lord, it seems we must unleash the hunter," said the other figure. "Must we resort to our trump cards so soon? My lord, now is the opportune moment that if we wait until they eliminate all the ordinary zombies to release the hunter, our chances of success will diminish." Very well, release the hunter and let it tear them apart. After dealing with the 2 mutated zombies, just as Li Xinghe was about to eliminate the last remaining brood zombie from behind, a sharp whistle caught his attention. That whistle again. Li Xinghe furrowed his brow. The last time this whistle sounded, the mutated zombies appeared. Now, as it rang out once more, did that indicate yet another emergence? "Deju, go fetch that whistling scoundrel for me." Upon hearing Li Xinghe's command, Deju darted away towards the rear of the zombies. "I am eager to uncover which rat is lurking in the shadows." Li Xinghe remained stationary, wary of the potential emergence of a formidable adversary while he was away, which would surely complicate matters for the fat that moment. An unusual figure emerged from the horde of corpses. Illuminated by the moonlight, Li Xinghe discerned that it resembled a dog. As the mutated canine approached, Li Xinghe realized it was a zombie dog, standing around 1.6 meters tall, nearly reaching his chin, with dark liquid dripping from its mouth. A quick scan of its attributes revealed: Level 2 zombie dog, 25235, aware of its mouth. Its bite force is extraordinary. With a power level of 25, it was indeed formidable, and its speed was commendable, making it a worthy opponent. With a ferocious growl, the zombie dog opened its mouth wide and lunged at Li Xinghe. Leaping high from a distance of 5 or 6 meters, its foul-smelling maw aimed directly at his head. Li Xinghe leaned back, bracing himself with one hand while thrusting the nanoalloy steel knife upward with the other. The zombie dog was immediately disemboweled, its entrails spilling onto the ground, yet this did not deter it. It landed and turned back to charge at Li Xinghe once more. As the creature pivoted, Li Xinghe had already risen to his feet. When the zombie dog lunged again, he swiftly sidestepped to the left, evading its perilous attack. He then plunged his knife into its flank, tearing away a substanti quickly. "Shozi, go to my room and bring all the restoration and enhancement potions from the table," came Li Xinghe's voice. "Oh, understood, boss," Shozi responded, realizing the urgency and hastening towards the inn while contemplating how wonderful it feels to be alive. With Li Xinghe's arrival, the onslaught of zombies was pushed back, and the plump man couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Boss, your timing is impeccable. Had you arrived a moment later, we truly would have been overwhelmed. Fortunately, I made it just in time. Otherwise, Shozi would have been in peril. Xinghe felt a shiver of fear. Moments ago, Shozi had nearly been seized by a zombie, and they would have lost their first team member. Let us hold on a little longer. Once Shozi returns with the restoration and enhancement potions, it will be our turn to counterattack. The battle raged. Even Xinghe felt a strain in his wrist, his stamina severely depleted. Thankfully, he had preemptively fortified himself with numerous potions during the night watch. Boss, the potions are here. Shozi's voice echoed from behind. "1 bottle for each of us." "All right, boss, here you go." He tossed a large and a small bottle of potions to the plump man. The plump man stepped back, caught the potions, and gulped them down eagerly, casting the empty bottles aside to rejoin the fray. That a surge of vitality coursed through his body, rapidly restoring his strength and even enhancing his physical attributes significantly. At that moment, the plump man's power soared beyond that of an ordinary level 1 evolved being. Raising his shield and wielding his sidearm, he swung it with a whoosh, causing a multitude of zombies to topple, creating a clear space around him. With a mighty roar, he charged in, as if entering a realm untouched by foes, relishing the exhilaration. "Shozi, once you've finished drinking, hurry and distribute the potions to the others." Xinghe instructed as he received the potions tossed by Shozi. "Understood, boss." Xinghe downed the potion in one gulp and dashed in a battlefield, where the tide of combat began to turn. The zombies retreating in disorder. The two figures in black cloaks that had been observing from a distance had long since vanished. They had lost their resolve the moment the level 2 zombie hound was slain. And upon witnessing their comrade being captured, they had decisively fled. After consuming the potions, the team regained their combat strength, their powers significantly enhanced in a short span of time. The ground was littered with zombie corpses, their bodies stained with filth. After the initial explosive surge, they had pushed the zombies back to the street corner, and only then did they realize dawn was breaking. The last zombie fell. A collective sigh of relief escaped them. Finally, it's over. Gazing at the sea of zombie remains, their eyes gleamed with fervor. All those crystal cores. Chapter 39. Strengthen, 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 as the sun rose above the horizon. The morning light filtered into the streets, and the team members, whether sitting or lying, seized the moment to rest. "All right, let us start collecting the crystal cores." Once he saw everyone had recuperated sufficiently, Xinghe spoke up. "Got it, boss." The others responded in unison. As crystal cores were unearthed one after another. The plump man couldn't help but hum joyfully. "Today is a splendid day for us common folks. Truly a joyous occasion." This elicited a chorus of playful jibes from the others. "Ha ha ha." Someone couldn't hold back their laughter. "Brother, you're indeed more amusing than I," Shozi complimented, giving a thumbs up. "There's no helping it. Seeing so many crystal cores stirs my heart. Brothers." The plump man's face radiated with a brilliant smile. "Charge forth. Tomorrow, I can have the boss equip me with a full suit of battle armor," Shozi declared, waving the crystal core in his hand. Everyone succumbed to the joy of survival and the bountiful harvest of crystal cores. Xinghe couldn't help but smile. In this apocalyptic world, nothing brought greater happiness than the simple fact of being alive and growing stronger. That moment, a family of 3, who had been hiding in the inn, emerged. The middle-aged man deemed it too perilous to remain with Xinghe and the others. Deciding to depart, Xinghe readily consented, acknowledging that their presence had indeed caused various inconveniences for the trio. Due to the clustering of zombies, finding crystal cores had become quite troublesome. Hence, the plump man sought out a nearby truck. They loaded all the collected corpses onto the vehicle, then dumped them in the town square, planning to incinerate them to avoid polluting the air. With the weather growing increasingly warm, the stench of decaying bodies was becoming unbearable. They toiled until noon, finally clearing the street of zombies. By then, a complete power outage had set in. Xinghe gathered the remaining water from the inn's tank into the armored vehicle, and one by one, they took turns showering in the vehicle's restroom. They were unable to linger near the inn any longer due to the overwhelming odor, after setting the corpses ablaze in the square. The cleaned-up group drove their vehicle to a fitness park in the town. They sat on the grass, laying a picnic blanket in the middle, upon which a small pile of crystal cores was stacked. The plump man, a surge of energy radiated from Li Xinghe's forehead, coursing throughout his entire being, igniting the latent electrical energy within him. At that moment, he was enveloped in a tempest of lightning, with the very fabric of space around him beginning to warp. This phenomenon persisted for a full 10 seconds. Once it subsided, Li Xinghe opened his eyes, a flash of lightning streaking across his gaze, lending him an air of profound mystery. Indeed, he had reaped considerable rewards. Chapter 40. The fatty duo acquires battle armor. After ascending to level 3 in his electrical abilities, Li Xinghe had discerned a marked enhancement in his control over lightning. The rate at which he could coalesce electrical energy had significantly increased, and his applications of lightning were no longer confined to merely forming lightning orbs and shields. Now, in addition to creating lightning orbs and shields, he could instantaneously release all of his electrical energy, covering a radius of 10 meters. Within this domain, apart from himself, all other beings would suffer the brunt of lightning strikes, resulting in paralysis and severely hampered mobility. He named this skill the lightning domain, a formidable area of effect attack. This time, the rewards were indeed substantial, and he felt a deep sense of gratitude towards that mysterious figure, given that they had thwarted his plans. It was likely that he would not let the matter rest. However, would Li Xinghe be afraid? Certainly not. If he dared to show himself, Li Xinghe would not hesitate to ensure his demise, avenging the so-called living dead. Such a repulsive notion. Setting aside these thoughts, he resolved to face whatever came, fortified by his readiness. Boss. At that moment, the fatty and his companions had also completed their absorption. Boss, we've all reached level 2 in our enhancements. Fatty exclaimed, grinning widely with uncontainable joy. Excellent. Everyone's strength has improved. Hell, Li Xinghe nodded in appreciation. I could see that moment. Fatty, Skinny, and Xinjun had all attained the level 2 enhancement tier, while Wang Yin and Xiao Ye had reached the pinnacle of level 1. He believed they would soon advance as well. Meanwhile, Daju had already entered the ranks of level 2 mutated beasts, and it would be a long journey for him to reach level 3. Boss, my brother and I would like to request battle armor as well. Here are the crystal cores we have left. I wonder if it's sufficient. As he spoke, Skinny opened his backpack, revealing a total of 413 crystal cores. Having absorbed fewer than 100 cores each to attain level 2, this 413 cores represented their entire fortune, and both brothers felt a palpable tension. A basic set of battle armor required 2,000 energy points, and 413 crystal cores were more than adequate. Even if Fatty and Skinny lacked sufficient cores, Li Xinghe would ensure they were supplemented. Having followed him since their encounter in the cosmic realm, he had long regarded them as comrades. 400 will suffice. You can keep the XS-13 to wonderful, boss. I would like a blue and white ensemble, if possible. Skinny beamed with delight. I want mine to be white with hints of gold. Fatty chimed in. Initially, he had considered an entirely golden suit, but upon reflection, he deemed it too conspicuous. In the event of a brawl, that would be quite perilous. He swiftly altered his request to white with touches of gold. Very well, that can be arranged. Now, please hand me your clothing. The two brothers presented their garments, and Li Xinghe began absorbing the crystal cores to convert the energy. Shortly thereafter, he instructed the system to forge 2 sets of basic battle armor, tailored to the color preferences of Fatty and Skinny. Witnessing a blue light emanate from Li Xinghe's forehead, the brothers' clothing was enveloped in a radiant glow. After a few seconds, 2 sets of armor, strikingly similar to Li Xinghe's, materialized before them. Boss, how do we wear these? Fatty urgently inquired, his excitement palpable. This was even more exhilarating than his recent enhancement. Simply approach your respective armors. They will automatically bind to your identity information. Once the binding is successful, you can control the intelligence system to don the armor. An intelligent system? How cool. With that, the two brothers stepped forward, their identities recognized, and they donned their armors with the assistance of the intelligent system. Oh yes, this is incredible. The two of them struck various poses in their new battle gear, eliciting envy from Chunjun, Wang Yin, and Xiaoya, who also wished to have their armors enhanced. However, having expended their crystal cores on personal strength, they could not muster the requisite 200 cores and would have to wait until they could gather enough. Boss, How formidable is this alloy armor in terms of defense? Skinny inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Level 1 ordinary zombies cannot breach its defenses, while Level 2 zombies are incapable of inflicting significant damage in a short span that AS for mutated zombies. It depends on their destructive capabilities. Speed-based zombies will struggle to damage the armor in a short time, whereas strength-oriented zombies can inflict noticeable damage if they attack consecutively. Wow, that's impressive. With this armor, I'll be a force to be reckoned with, Fatty boasted, brimming with confidence. All right, now that everyone has completed their enhancements, let us proceed to the town to replenish our supplies. Understood, boss. The convoy entered the town center with vigor. Along the way, zombies were conspicuously scarce, likely drawn away by the living dead, which Li Xinghe and his companions had dispatched. Brother Xinghe, there are people over there watching us. Chen Jun suddenly observed numerous pairs of eyes fixated on the convoy from the nearby supermarket. Xiao Kai, scan for nearby life forms using the radar. Sure thing, boss. Beep, 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 scan complete. There are 35 life forms nearby, along with numerous energy sources. The screen displayed the locations of the 35 life forms, all clustered together in the supermarket, with many energy sources corresponding to the zombies nearby. Stop the vehicle. Let's investigate. Fatty and I will go inside, while the rest of you clear out nearby zombies and gather usable supplies. Yes, sir. Accompanied by Fatty, they ventured into the supermarket, where overturned shelves lay scattered about. There were indeed 35 survivors, and it was possible they possessed information about the living dead. The duo made their way to the depths of the supermarket, where a warehouse loomed ahead. Boss, they must be hiding inside, Fatty noted, observing the many footprints at the warehouse entrance, indicating frequent comings and goings. Let us knock on the door. All right, knock, knock, knock. The sound echoed, and commotion erupted within the warehouse as the occupants debated whether to open the door. After several moments of silence, Fatty grew impatient. Open the door quickly, or I shall break it down. Remarkably, upon hearing his threat, the occupants responded without hesitation. Wait, wait. We're opening the door now. Moments later, the warehouse door swung open, revealing several men. The interior was chaotic. 35 individuals were crammed inside, and the oppressive heat had resulted in a rather unpleasant odor. As the door opened, a wave of foul air rushed out, causing Fatty to recoil and cover his nose. Have everyone step outside. Our boss has some questions for you. Fatty directed his gaze towards a young man leading the group. Everyone, please come out. There is no danger, the young man reassured those behind him. Soon, the warehouse occupants emerged one by one, filling the doorway. Most appear to be between 20 and 40 years of age, with men comprising a significant majority. Li Xinghe sat in a boss's chair, observing the survivors, who in turn scrutinized him and Fatty. Chapter 41. Exchange of information. Who among you is in charge? Li Xinghe inquired, casting his gaze over the crowd. The eyes of the survivors converged upon a young man, standing at the forefront, who had earlier called for the door to be opened. What is your name? Su Yang, the young man replied, his demeanor calm. Su Yang, I called you all out because I wish to inquire about something. If your answers satisfy me, I would be willing to share with you a method to grow stronger. After a brief pause, Li Xinghe continued that Su Yang's eyes brightened at the mention of a method to gain strength. He was a veteran who had served 5 years before returning home, only to find the world thrown into chaos by the advent of zombies. Utilizing his formidable combat skills, he had saved many, and they had all taken refuge in this supermarket. Although some recent events had transpired, they had managed to survive thus far, but he understood that hiding indefinitely was not a viable strategy. Eventually, the supermarket's food supply would dwindle, especially the water. That a couple of days prior, the entire town had lost power, and the water supply had ceased. The supermarket's water was only sufficient for a short while. Eventually, they would need to venture out in search of water, at which point they would have to confront zombies. These individuals were dressed peculiarly, yet remained remarkably clean, and their demeanor suggested they were not ordinary people. It was clear that anyone capable of moving freely on the streets was no simpleton. They likely had no intention of deceiving him, that if they could provide a method to grow stronger, it would enhance their chances of survival. Even if they did not obtain this method, they would not be at a loss. Very well, I accept your terms, Su Yang responded readily. Have you encountered anyone cloaked in black robes? Upon hearing Li Xinghe mention the black-robed figure, Su Yang's expression shifted, and the others behind him displayed signs of alarm. Xinghe realized that these individuals must have encountered the black-robed person. Indeed, we have seen the black-robed individuals and have had dealings with them. You have had dealings? Pray, do tell. Li Xinghe was somewhat taken aback, while Su Yang furrowed his brows in contemplation, his expression exceedingly peculiar as he recounted the events that transpired 3 nights prior. At that time, I had just rescued 2 survivors from the outside. Upon returning, we encountered a horde of zombies that blocked our path, just as we were preparing to fight with all our might. A group of strange individuals suddenly appeared, cloaked entirely in black robes. Astonishingly, the surrounding zombies seemed oblivious to their presence. Su Yang swallowed hard at this juncture, his face still bearing traces of shock. Initially, I thought they were zombies as well, but then they spoke. Although their voices were raspy, they were unmistakably human. Following their arrival, the zombies inexplicably fell silent. Then, one of the black-robed figures approached us, lowering his hood to reveal a visage strikingly similar to that of a zombie. We were all taken aback. Su Yang described the black-robed man's appearance, noting his ghastly complexion. The figure proclaimed himself as the messenger of the divine, capable of guiding us out of our predicament and granting us eternal life. The method to attain this immortality, he claimed, was to consume a piece of zombie flesh, thereby becoming a servant of the divine, impervious to zombies, and even able to command them. At that point, they aspired to dominate the entire Blue Star. Su Yang's gaze grew complex as he recounted. Initially, I presumed these individuals were a cult that emerged in the wake of the apocalypse, and I had no intention of engaging with them. However, one of the survivors, seemingly deranged from days of terror, upon hearing that he could no longer fear zombies and could even control them, stepped forward and consented to join their ranks. Alas, perhaps out of regret. Su Yang sighed and continued. Subsequently, the black-robed man severed a piece of zombie flesh and offered it to that survivor. Not long after consuming it, the survivor underwent a tremendous transformation. Another companion and I witnessed the entire process of a man metamorphosing into a monster. In a mere 5 minutes, that survivor's face morphed to resemble that of the black-robed man, with sunken eye sockets, dark red skin, and protruding gums, rendering him no longer human. He inquired if we would be willing. And internally, I was adamant that I did not wish to assume such a grotesque form, neither human nor ghost. Thus, I employed a delaying tactic, stating that I needed time to consider, to my surprise. He acquiesced. Consequently, the other survivor and I returned to the supermarket and relayed our experiences to the others. They visited us once more afterward, but we managed to evade them. The black-robed man appeared somewhat irate. Yet he refrained from taking any action, merely informing us that should we consume zombie flesh and become servants of the divine, we could find them at the church west of the town. Where the divine messenger awaited us, Su Yang regarded Li Xinghe as he recounted his experiences. Xinghe sat in contemplation, pondering why these living dead, having transformed through the consumption of zombie flesh, did not simply force it upon the survivors, but rather required the survivors to eat it themselves. Furthermore, why did that previous living dead claim that we had thwarted their master's plans? What were those plans? And how were they connected to the zombies? After a long period of reflection, Li Xinghe began to formulate a hypothesis. Firstly, it must be that only those who willingly consumed zombie flesh could transform into living dead. This master scheme likely aimed to trap the survivors of the town, waiting for them to run out of food and water. Under the threat of zombies, many would likely volunteer to consume zombie flesh and join the ranks of the living dead. Once we had eradicated the town's zombies, we would provide these survivors with an opportunity to escape, thereby disrupting their plans. This, I surmised, encapsulated the essence of the situation. Fatty, let us depart, Li Xinghe declared as he rose from his seat. All right, boss, Su Yang inquired. What is the method to become stronger? Without turning back, Li Xinghe led Fatty away, and just as they were about to exit the supermarket, a fleeting remark reached Su Yang and the others' ears. Consume the crystal cores found within the zombies' brains. What crystal cores? Are there actually crystal cores in zombie brains? The survivors erupted in disbelief. Are we really supposed to eat something from a zombie's brain? How is that any different from those monsters? Su Yang, standing behind, questioned, could it be that we have been deceived? Su Yang's face was a tapestry of contradiction, unable to believe that this was indeed a method to gain strength. They had no reason to lie to us. Ah, Su Yang, do you truly intend to believe that fellow's words? A girl behind him asked, her excitement palpable. Whether it is true or false, we shall discover by testing it on a zombie. At that moment, a strange glint flickered in Su Yang's eyes. Chapter 42. The Priest Diary. Boss, I thought you wouldn't disclose this to them, Fatty remarked as he walked alongside Li Xinghe. Regardless of whether they can provide useful information, I would have shared this method of gaining strength with them. Why, boss? Fatty was perplexed. If you tell them, won't they just compete with us for zombies? What benefit is there in that? Li Xinghe looked up at the bustling crowd and calmly stated, if humanity does not grow stronger, it shall vanish from the annals of history. Fatty scratched his head. Is it truly that dire? How has the collection of supplies been going? Wang Yin, Li Xinghe inquired. Casting a glance at Wang Yin, who was tallying the supplies, thought, oh, boss, we have nearly gathered enough food, water, and essential supplies. Now we just need to find a gas station to fill up the vehicles before setting off. I noticed there is a gas station to the west of the town on the map, Wang Yin replied, glancing at the inventory list. Perfect, I intended to visit the church to the west anyway. Now that we have gathered all the supplies, notify everyone to board the vehicles and prepare to depart. Yes, the convoy traversed the town, and after approximately 10 minutes of driving, they finally beheld the church that Su Yang had mentioned. Its towering spire reached for the heavens, and beneath the grand dome were 3 large doors. The windows of the church were adorned with vibrant stained glass patterns, exuding an exquisite beauty. The team stood at the church entrance, gazing at the magnificent structure. I must say, these living dead certainly have an eye for location, choosing a Christian church as their stronghold. If the believers were to discover this, they would surely be devastated. Fatty remarked, observing the building with a sense of wonder. You might be onto something. Perhaps that master is indeed a Christian, Li Xinghe replied as he led the way inside. Upon entering the central door, the spacious and bright hall greeted them, furnished with rows of chairs, and it appeared relatively clean, likely due to the absence of people during the zombie outbreak. There is nothing here, boss, Fatty remarked after scanning the area. Let us check the back. They traversed the church hall and arrived at the very back. Boss, there's a notebook here, Fatty exclaimed, his keen eyes spotting a notebook atop the lectern. What does it say? Fatty inquired as the others gathered around. Fatty opened the notebook, which contained records of the daily life of a priest named Bolia. Entries detailed weddings conducted, teachings imparted to parishioners, confessions heard, and so forth. Nothing particularly extraordinary. However, as Fatty flipped to the last pages, the writing began to warp and distort, becoming increasingly illegible. Fatty read aloud the portions he could decipher. On the evening of May 6th, I bid farewell to the parishioners as usual and returned to the church. However, it wasn't long before I heard screams outside. I rushed to investigate and found a passerby gnawing on a parishioner, blood splattered everywhere. I had no choice but to knock the assailant unconscious with a wooden stick, perhaps knocked out, as he could no longer stand. Soon after, many more crazed individuals appeared, and I swiftly pulled the injured parishioner back into the church. To my dismay, the parishioner also began to lose their sanity, prompting me to subdue them with the stick and bind them. That on May 7th, I desperately attempted to contact the outside world, but was unable to reach anyone. The meager supplies of food and water in the church were depleted, and the monsters outside multiplied. I dared not venture out. On May 8th, I was famished, feeling as though I could not endure much longer. Would I perish from hunger? I glanced at the parishioner. They must have died. On May 9th, utterly drained of strength, I once again turned my gaze to the parishioner. But on May 10th, I resorted to cannibalism. To survive, I committed an act only a demon would contemplate, even though the parishioner was already deceased. On May 11th, I transformed into a being indistinguishable from the monsters outside, and I contemplated ending my life. No longer wishing to exist in such a manner, I opened the great door. Yet those monsters showed no reaction upon seeing me. They neither attacked nor harmed me, instead obeying my commands. That moment, I descended into complete depravity, feeling the demons within me unleashed. With this, the diary concluded, and the group exchanged glances, remaining silent for an extended period. This priest must be the master of the living dead. Chun Jun finally spoke. That it is likely so. Li Xinghe nodded at a pitiful soul who ultimately strayed from the path. Wang Yin remarked with a hint of regret. Boss, it seems these individuals have long since fled. What shall we do now? Li Xinghe observed the eager demeanor of the plump fellow and remarked, what else can we do? Withdraw. Fill up the tank. And let us hit the road. There is no need to squander time here, ditto. The rotund man's expression was one of utter disappointment. Come on, brother. There will be plenty of opportunities for you to showcase your prowess in the future. The lean one patted his shoulder and said, exiting the church and walking over a kilometer west, they reached a gas station. Upon checking the energy levels of his battle vehicle, Li Xinghe noted it was at a mere 5%. If they did not refuel soon, they would be stranded. The other two vehicles completed their refueling in a mere 2 minutes, while Li Xinghe's vehicle took an astonishing 10 minutes and still was not full. Boss, what's the deal with your war machine? It's taking forever to fill up. It's truly a gas guzzler. The plump man gazed in disbelief. The energy system of the battle vehicle was upgraded long ago. It can now directly convert gasoline into energy. Li Xinghe chuckled at the plump man's expression. Impressive. The rotund fellow gave a thumbs up. Shozi, go fetch the other fuel nozzle. Let us expedite this process. Right away, boss. Xiaokai, how much energy do we have? Boss, we're at 80%. Good. Once we're done refueling, we shall set off at the Blue Qing service area. A middle-aged man slammed his hand on the table and demanded. What? That woman escaped, bald and burly, adorned with a large gold chain. He appeared furious. Yes, boss. This morning, when the guard went to deliver food, he found a room empty. Upon checking, he discovered that the woman had escaped through the bathroom window. One of his subordinates replied, quietly, Damn it. What are we waiting for? Go after her. I refuse to believe she can run far on just 2 legs. Yes, the convoy continued down the highway. We'll be able to rejoin the Blue Qing Expressway in just 5 kilometers. Xiaokai stated as she pulled up the map. Excellent. Once on the expressway, we can pick up speed. Li Xinghe mused while studying the map. Boss, radar indicates there is someone ahead. Xiaocai's voice rang out. To encounter a living person in such a desolate place is quite unexpected. Li Xinghe replied, slightly taken aback. As they approached, they discovered a girl lying on the roadside. Boss, what is happening? Why is there a girl lying here? Is she alive or dead? The plump man inquired. Of course. She is alive. Can't you see her chest rising and falling? Li Xinghe shot a disapproving glance at the plump man, who seemed devoid of observational skills. Oh, my apologies. The rotund fellow stammered. I was so focused on her face that I didn't pay attention. Indeed, the girl was strikingly beautiful, with fair skin, a delicate face, and closed eyes resembling a sleeping beauty, causing the plump man to salivate. Wang Yin, bring her into the vehicle. It appears she has suffered from heat stroke due to dehydration. Give her some water. Understood, boss. Just then a distant rumble of motorcycles echoed through the air. Chapter 43. The biker gang in no time, a dozen motorcycles roared to a halt not far from where Li Xinghe and the others stood. A group of spirited young men dismounted, and the leader, chewing gum, called out, Hey, you up front, hand over that woman. Why should we give her to you? Li Xinghe stepped forward to inquire. This woman belongs to our boss. What do you think? You claim she belongs to your boss, so that makes her yours? Li Xinghe nonchalantly scratched his finger. Listen, kid, I advise you not to meddle in matters that don't concern you. Hand over that girl immediately, and bow down to apologize, and I'll let this slide. Plump man, it's your turn. Li Xinghe, uninterested in further discourse, waved his hand at the rotund fellow. Got it, boss. I've been itching to deal with these guys. The plump man replied, stepping forward, stretching his wrists and ankles. He beckoned the opposing group with a finger. Come on, let us not waste time. Damn it. Chong, this guy is too arrogant. I'll teach him a lesson. One of Chong's underlings, whose knuckles were calloused, spoke up. Chong nodded, trusting his subordinate, a 5-year veteran of Thai boxing, renowned for his iron fists within the gang that don't hold back. These brash fellows showed no respect. Practically courting death in peacetime, Chong would have refrained from overstepping, but in this apocalyptic era, no one would intervene if they were dealt with directly. With that, the underling approached the plump man, adopting a fighting stance. The rotund man found it amusing. As a second-tier enhanced individual, he was a superhuman compared to these ordinary folks. The underling was a man of few words. Upon noticing the plump man's gaze, he lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at the plump man's head, clearly intent on ending the confrontation swiftly. Yet to the plump man, the assailant's movements appeared to unfold in slow motion. He stepped forward and seized the underling's fist, leaving the latter momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated his punch would be caught, given his impressive speed, which made evasion difficult for most, before the underling could react. The plump man's right fist struck his abdomen, causing the man to double over and collapse to the ground, his face paling as he struggled to breathe. The plump man shook his head in disappointment. "This is utterly dull." He then turned to Chong and added, "You all might as well come at me together." At this moment, Chong sensed something was amiss. No wonder these fellows were so composed. The rotund man was a formidable fighter. Nevertheless, he forced himself to maintain composure, albeit with a hint of panic, and shouted, "Charge! All of you attack!" "One man can't possibly take us all on." His subordinates complied, launching a collective assault on the plump man. "Now that's more like it." A wicked smile spread across the plump man's face. What followed was a one-sided brawl. Within 3 minutes, all the underlings lay groaning on the ground, witnessing this spectacle. Chong was genuinely alarmed and wasted no time in jumping back on his motorcycle, revving the engine to flee. The plump man stood dumbfounded. "Hey, shouldn't he at least leave a threatening remark or state his name before bolting? He just ran away like that. Truly a remarkable character. He doesn't even care about his own subordinates." Inside the Wrangler, the previously unconscious woman stirred awake. "Huh? Who are you? Where am I?" She blinked as she looked at Wang Yin. "My name is Wang Yin. You're in our team's vehicle. We found you unconscious by the roadside and brought you aboard. Why were you lying there? Were you trying to escape from those men?" Wang Yin handed the girl a bottle of water. "Thank you." Upon hearing Wang Yin mention the earlier group, the woman's expression shifted dramatically. "Are they the biker gang? They are nothing but beasts." The woman's eyes glistened with tears as she recounted her ordeal. Her name was Su Xiao, and during the outbreak of zombies, she and her mother were en route to Shui City to find her father. While resting at the Blue Qing service area, they were besieged by zombies, and coincidentally, the biker gang was present. This gang, notorious for their misdeeds, thrived in the apocalypse, growing ever more brazen. The gang leader took a fancy to Su Xiao, wanting her to be his woman, to share his bed. However, when he commanded his underlings to seize her, Su Xiao lashed out, engulfed in flames, incinerating one of them. Fearful of Su Xiao's power, the gang leader resorted to capturing her mother, using her as leverage to coerce Su Xiao into submission. In a desperate act, her mother chose to end her own life rather than see her daughter threatened, crashing into a wall. Though Su Xiao had not exhibited her fiery abilities since, the gang leader dared not approach her recklessly. Subsequently, she was confined to the service area's lounge. Last night, she seized an opportunity to escape through the bathroom, but after prolonged flight and lack of water, she collapsed on the highway. "The Blue Qing service area?" Li Xinghe's voice echoed from outside the vehicle. He had overheard Su Xiao's account, realizing that the service area was not far ahead. A necessary stop on the way to Shui City. It appeared they would inevitably confront the biker gang. "Who is this?" Su Xiao inquired upon seeing Li Xinghe, noting his star-like eyes and extraordinary presence. He was clearly no ordinary person. "This is our leader, Li Xinghe. He was the one who found you earlier," Wang Yin explained. "Thank you, Li Boss, for saving my life." Su Xiao hurriedly sat up to express her gratitude. "Not at all. Please refrain from calling me Li Boss. It sounds rather awkward. Since you seem young, just call me Brotherly." "All right, Brotherly," Su Xiao replied obediently. "Now that we understand the situation and the plump man has handled his business, let us set off quickly." "Yes, boss." At the Blue Qing service area, Chong rode in on his motorcycle, shouting, "Boss, this is bad. What happened? Didn't I instruct you to take your men to pursue that woman? Why have you returned alone?" The bald leader reclined in his chair, attended to by 2 women, one kneading his shoulders, the other massaging his legs. Such was the demeanor of this leader. "Initially, I had accompanied my brothers along the highway in pursuit of Su Xiao, but we encountered a group of individuals en route." Then, Changgu embellished the earlier scene for the bald leader. "How outrageous!" he bellowed. abruptly rising to his feet, startling the woman who was crouching beside him and causing her to fall to the ground. "Boss, I believe their trajectory suggests they are heading our way," Chang-gu recalled. "Perfect. Gather the brothers and set up obstacles at the intersection that I shall see how these ruffians dare to snatch someone from my grasp." Once his subordinates had arranged the roadblocks, the vehicles carrying Li Xinghe and his companions appeared at the far end of the highway. Chapter 44. Su Shao awakens boss. There are people blocking the road ahead. At that moment, Fatty was seated in Li Xinghe's vehicle, eager to experience the sensation of being inside a war machine. Indeed, up ahead lies the launching service area. Those obstructing the path must be the biker gang. Mitsai rammed through them directly. "Understood, boss." With that, Mitsai accelerated the war vehicle. The bald leader, along with his brothers, guarded the roadblock, only to witness the peculiar war vehicle not only fail to decelerate, but instead charge towards them with increasing speed. "Holy cow! Get out of the way! Have these people lost their minds? Don't they fear destruction?" Chang-gu urged the bald leader to retreat swiftly. 3 seconds later, the war vehicle roared past, obliterating the roadblocks, and came to a halt nearby. Contrary to expectations, there was no explosion, nor were there any casualties. Chang-gu and the others stood agape as they watched Li Xinghe and Fatty emerge from the war vehicle, which appeared unscathed, as if it had evaded even the slightest scratch. It was simply absurd. The bald leader's eyes glimmered with greed. He desired that vehicle, and he then approached Li Xinghe with Chang-gu and the others in tow. "That's him, the fat guy who beat up my brothers and claimed you're nothing," Chang-gu exclaimed, pointing at Fatty. Fatty was taken aback. He had indeed punished them, but he never insulted their boss. "Hey you, how dare you spew such nonsense and falsely accuse Fat Grandpa?" Fatty firmly rejected the blame. The bald leader, however, was unconcerned with these trivialities. His mind was set on how to dispose of these adversaries and seize the war vehicle. "Are you the ones who abducted my woman? I advise you to return her immediately and consider this vehicle as compensation, and I may let you go. Otherwise," his expression darkened menacingly. "Oh dear, I'm so frightened." "Boss, did you hear that? They desire your war vehicle." Fatty feigned fear, eliciting a furious twitch from the bald leader's temple. Clearly agitated, "Fatty, it's all up to you." Li Xinghe waved his hand dismissively, lacking any interest in dealing with these small fry. "All right." Fatty eagerly awaited this directive. Upon overhearing their exchange, the bald leader was consumed by rage and drew a handgun from behind, aiming it directly at Fatty. Aware of their combat prowess, he refrained from sending his underlings to their doom, opting instead for direct confrontation. "Whoa, this guy's a gun, boss," Fatty exclaimed, retreating to Li Xinghe's side. "Fear not, the alloy battle armor can withstand ordinary firearms." Li Xinghe replied nonchalantly, "Oh, how could I forget about the alloy battle armor?" Fatty smacked his forehead. Then he activated the neural interface, and the alloy armor swiftly enveloped his body, presenting a striking suit of platinum and white. The bald leader and his crew were momentarily taken aback, questioning whether they were witnessing a hero from a sci-fi realm. Was it a knight in armor, a masked hero, or Iron Man? Did they truly believe that a mere illusion could intimidate them? At that moment, Chang-gu's voice snapped the bald leader and his crew back to reality. Indeed, it is the 21st century. There are no such things as knights in armor or Iron Man. This must be a trick from that fat guy. Fatty said nothing, confidently striding forward. Observing his approach, the bald leader raised his gun and pulled the trigger. The bullet sped forth, striking Fatty's platinum armor with no effect. Just as the bald leader began to ponder this anomaly, one of his subordinates cried out in agony. He clutched his thigh, collapsing onto the ground as blood seeped through his fingers, leaving the surrounding underlings bewildered. "What is happening? How did the bullets ricochet back?" The bald leader, undeterred, continued pulling the trigger, but after several shots, Fatty remained unharmed while several of his subordinates lay incapacitated, wailing in pain. Upon glancing back, he saw one of his men had a bullet hole in his forehead. Lifeless on the ground, this moment, fear gripped the bald leader as cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Suddenly, he felt a tightening around his neck, lifting him off the ground. It was Fatty, who had seized him by the throat. "Fatty, leave this guy alive," Li Xinghe interjected, recognizing the bald leader's potential utility. Yes, boss, Fatty obliged, tossing the bald leader onto the ground. Upon landing, the bald leader gasped desperately for air. In that fleeting moment, he had sensed death. A warmth spread through his pants, revealing he had lost control of his bladder. Yet he disregarded his dignity, overwhelmed by the relief of survival. Fatty dashed toward the biker gang's subordinates, swiftly incapacitating them all. With the situation under control, Li Xinghe's group approached, and trailing behind them was Su Xiao. Astounded by Fatty's strength, Su Xiao was most surprised by his battle armor, which seemed to have emerged from sci-fi narrative. Leaving her in disbelief, Su Xiao, come here, Li Xinghe beckoned her. Oh, certainly, brotherly. Upon hearing Li Xinghe's call, Su Xiao hurriedly approached. Do you recognize this individual? Li Xinghe pointed at the bald leader. I remember him. I shall never forget him. He is responsible for my mother's death. A flicker of rage ignited in Su Xiao's eyes, her voice laced with hatred directed at the bald leader. At that moment, a dagger appeared before Su Xiao. She turned to see Li Xinghe offering it to her. You know what to do, right? Trembling, Su Xiao accepted the dagger and slowly advanced toward the bald leader, who attempted to flee but stumbled upon realizing Fatty stood right behind him. Losing his footing and falling to the ground, he trembled uncontrollably, tears and mucus streaming down his face as he frantically kicked his legs backward. Su Xiao, please don't kill me. I didn't kill your mother. She ran into a wall and committed suicide. Su Xiao remained silent, advancing with the dagger, her eyes aflame with fury that only intensified. Spreading throughout her being. System, what is happening with Su Xiao? Li Xinghe was equally startled. Host, she is currently undergoing an awakening of her powers. Based on the energy fluctuations, it appears she possesses fire elemental abilities. Awakening of powers? I had no idea she was just awakening her abilities. I thought she was an ordinary person. Host, the awakening of powers may lead to uncontrollable abilities due to various circumstances. I understand, upon examining her attributes, they had transformed to Su Xiao, Fire Elemental Ability 121213, a formidable elemental ability, indicating for those around them to remain still. Li Xinghe focused on Su Xiao's transformation, curious about how her powers had awakened. At that moment, flames enveloped Su Xiao entirely, eventually igniting the dagger in her hand. The bald leader, realizing he had no chance of resistance, surrendered to his fate. With a blood-curdling scream, the dagger plunged into his heart, and the flames, seemingly alive, surged towards him. Before long, his body was reduced to a pile of ashes. Fatty, witnessing the spectacle, could only click his tongue in astonishment. Goodness, that firepower is something else. A living person reduced to ashes in mere moments. As the flames dissipated from Su Xiao, the dagger clattered to the ground. Mom, I avenged you. Tears streamed down her cheeks, cascading from her fair chin. Fatty's eyes reddened at the sight, prompting him to inhale deeply, wondering when he had become so sentimental. Boss, how should we deal with the remaining members? Shozi inquired, glancing at the fallen biker gang members on the ground. Chapter 45, Fatty, do you want powers or not? Li Xinghe, observing the biker gang members, felt a headache brewing. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Li Xinghe approached the members, clapping his hands to garner their attention before stating, I am granting you a chance at survival. Each of you must report on each other's misdeeds. Those with light offenses will live, while those with severe offenses will face death. Upon hearing this, most individuals sighed in relief, while a few others turned pale, as expected. Those few were swiftly reported and subsequently executed by Fatty for their crimes. The remaining members had not committed severe offenses. With the ringleaders eliminated, pursuing further action against them seemed futile. Li Xinghe refrained from punishing them, but issued verbal warnings, which everyone readily accepted, promising never to offend again. At this moment, Su Xiao's emotions calmed, and she approached Li Xinghe. Brotherly, I heard you are heading to Qingshui City. My father is also there. May I accompany you? Li Xinghe contemplated briefly before reaching a decision. Su Xiao had already awakened her fire-based abilities, and her strength would undoubtedly be formidable. As long as she followed his arrangements throughout their journey, she would be a significant asset in battle. He then spoke, It is certainly not an issue for you to join us, but I have one stipulation. Upon joining the team, You must adhere to my directives if you refuse to comply. Then do not join at all. I wish to avoid any conflicts arising from such matters in the future. All right, brotherly. No problem, Su Xiao replied without hesitation, without the support of Li Xinghe and the others. Her fate was uncertain, let alone avenging her mother. Moreover, it was impractical for a vulnerable woman like her to venture alone to Qingshui City in search of her father. Excellent. Since we have resolved matters here, let us continue on our journey, Li Xinghe declared. As the group prepared to depart, Su Xiao suddenly approached Li Xinghe and said, "Brotherly, may I ride in your vehicle? I have some questions I wish to ask." The rotund man beside them winked at Li Xinghe. "Go drive your own car," Li Xinghe instructed, as he had an inkling of what Su Xiao wanted to inquire about. "All right, boss." Once aboard Li Xinghe's combat vehicle, Su Xiao was once again astonished. The exterior of the vehicle, known as Qianqi, was already breathtaking, but the interior was even more extravagant, featuring an integrated control panel, high-tech screens, and a fully equipped cabin. Strangely, there was no steering wheel. How did it operate? "Hello, Su Xiao. Welcome aboard Tianqi," a voice suddenly emanated from within the vehicle. Startled, Su Xiao exclaimed, "Is there someone else in here? Stop searching. I'm right here," the voice said as a figure gradually materialized from the large screen. Covering her mouth in astonishment, Su Xiao gazed at the figure. "Who are you?" "She is the artificial intelligence of the combat vehicle. Xiao Kai, set the destination to Qingshui City, and let's proceed," Li Xinghe interjected, signaling Su Xiao to take a seat as the vehicle began to move. Realizing it was an artificial intelligence and that the vehicle was unmanned, Su Xiao pondered how such advanced technology could exist in this era. As of now, artificial intelligence and unmanned driving were still in the research phase, far from widespread application. Suppressing her inner doubts, she decided to slowly unravel these mysteries later. For now, she had more pressing matters to discuss. "Brotherly, I believe you noticed that I was engulfed in flames today. However, you all seem rather unfazed. I suspect you might know something about this. Could you enlighten me on what is happening?" Instead of responding immediately, Li Xinghe posed a question to her. "Do you feel any changes within your body? For instance, do you sense an energy that makes you feel powerful?" After reflecting on his words, Su Xiao closed her eyes and concentrated. "Indeed, I feel a tremendous energy within me, but I cannot control it. You have awakened fire-based abilities, making you a bona fide ability user. You are fortunate, or rather, you possess exceptional talent that, as Su Xiao was taken aback, an inability user. So, I am one now. But it makes sense. I can control fire after all." Suddenly, Li Xinghe conjured bolts of lightning in his hand, as Su Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. "This is lightning. You are also an ability user." The realization struck her. If the rotund man was so powerful, it was only fitting that Li Xinghe, as their leader, was an ability user as well. What she did not know was that the lightning ability was merely a fraction of Li Xinghe's true strength. His real trump card was the Tianqi system. "Indeed, I too am an ability user. Now, I will teach you how to harness your powers as you have just awakened. You will struggle to control your energy," Li Xinghe began instructing. "First, you must attune yourself to the energy within you. Slowly learning to control it. Try to gather a small portion of that energy in your palm, gradually increasing the speed and intensity of the gathering. This way, you will be able to utilize your abilities as a means of attack." Thus, throughout their journey, Su Xiao began to experiment with controlling her newfound powers. The convoy traveled along the Lanqing Expressway for an entire day, finally arriving 50 kilometers from Qingshui City as night fell. Suddenly, a torrential rain began to pour from the sky. "Everyone, halt the vehicles and rest," Li Xinghe announced via the intercom. "The rain is too heavy, and driving in the dark is unsafe. We shall remain in the vehicles tonight and enter Qingshui City tomorrow morning." The group responded in unison, acknowledging his command. As Li Xinghe gazed outside at the downpour, he mused, "It is only May. How could it be raining so heavily?" Host, special energy detected in the rainwater. This energy seems somewhat similar to that found within zombies. It is likely that the unique gases in the atmosphere have been absorbed by the rainwater. The system's voice resonated in Li Xinghe's mind. Startled, Li Xinghe sat upright. "Meteorites from the sky." "Indeed, host. The concentration of special gases in this rain is exceptionally high. Mutated organisms are likely to evolve further. The system confirmed. Xinghe glanced out at the relentless rain. Does this mean the mutated organisms are about to undergo a full evolution? And what of humanity? What impact will this have? Prolonged exposure will accelerate genetic mutations, with a 5% chance of awakening abilities, the system explained. Upon hearing this, Li Xinghe's eyes lit up. If prolonged exposure can lead to a chance of awakening abilities, what if one were to drink it directly? He hurriedly conveyed his thoughts to the system. The system seemed to pause momentarily, as if calculating. Direct consumption yields a 50% chance of awakening abilities. A tenfold increase. A 50% probability was already quite high. What if he were to further enhance it with the system? Li Xinghe felt as though he had stumbled upon a method for mass-producing ability users. Meanwhile, Su Xiao observed Li Xinghe's peculiar behavior, noting how he would sit up, gaze out the window, and then appear lost in thought. Just as she was about to inquire about his state, he suddenly picked up the intercom once more. "Everyone, pay attention. Right now, immediately, bring me everything that can hold water and collect as much rainwater as possible." The team members who had been resting were momentarily taken aback by their leader's command. However, they quickly realized that there must be a reason behind his instructions and promptly complied. They rushed outside with any containers they could find to collect the rainwater. The rotund man approached Li Xinghe, who was also using a bottle to collect water, and curiously asked, "Boss, what is going on? Why are we gathering rainwater? Do you want abilities or not?" Li Xinghe shouted back, "Boss, do you have a way for me to gain abilities?" "Indeed. Hurry and collect the rainwater." "All right. Finally, I can possess abilities." The rotund man's laughter echoed through the rain-soaked night, causing the others to be momentarily stunned. Abilities? Who wouldn't be intrigued? Did the boss perhaps have a method to acquire abilities? "Brother, what did the boss say? How will you gain abilities?" the thin man asked. Perplexed, the rotund man continued gathering rainwater. "I'm not exactly sure, but the boss promised to give me abilities." "Abilities can be given?" the thin man responded incredulously. "Hey!" The rotund man playfully slapped the back of the thin man's head. "Do you not believe what the boss says?" The thin man quickly replied, I believe. It's just too astonishing. I can't quite accept it all at once." The group collected rainwater amidst the downpour. Questions swirled in their minds. The heavy rain arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, concluding in a mere 10 minutes. "Bring all the collected rainwater to me," Li Xinghe instructed, finding a large container for drinking water. He poured all the collected rainwater into it. The group managed to gather a total of 50 liters. He then brought the rainwater into the combat vehicle and asked everyone to wait outside. "System, how many doses of Awakening Ability Serum can be produced from this rainwater?" "Host, this rainwater can yield 50 doses of Awakening Ability Serum." Xinghe was overjoyed. 50 doses meant he could directly create 50 ability users, a prospect that would drive anyone mad with excitement. "System, how much energy is required for one dose?" "One dose requires 20 points of energy. 20 points for one dose. 50 doses would require 1,000 points of energy. That is manageable. Proceed with the full enhancement." "Understood, host." Commencing enhancement. A beam of blue light emanated from Li Xinghe's forehead into the rainwater. And to his astonishment, the once full bucket of rainwater was reduced to merely 1 liter. Xinghe found a measuring cup and meticulously divided the Awakening Ability Serum into 50 portions. Each containing 20 milliliters, he retrieved 5 bottles of the serum, setting the remainder aside for later. This moment, he instructed Xiao Kai to transform the rest area and driver S compartment into a makeshift conference room. He opened the vehicle door and invited the team members inside. Fatty, Thin Man, Wang Yin, Xiao Ye, Chen Jun, and Su Xiao. Except for Su Xiao, the other 5 had yet to awaken their abilities. Xinghe got straight to the point. "The reason I asked everyone to collect rainwater is that, upon analysis, I discovered that the rainwater can facilitate the awakening of abilities with a probability of around 5%. Direct consumption offers a 50% chance. And my enhancement ability can elevate that success rate to 100%. The group, except for the rotund man, gasped in astonishment. "Is that true, boss? Wow. A 100% chance of gaining abilities? That's incredible. So, we can all awaken our abilities, Li Xinghe observed the palpable excitement among the crowd and picked up a vial of the ability Awakening Potion. "All right, who shall go first?" he inquired. "I'll go first." "Boss!" the chubby one exclaimed, eagerly snatching the potion from Li Xinghe's hand. He drained it in one gulp, and all eyes were fixed on him, eager to witness what power he would awaken. Moments after consuming the potion, he felt a surge of heat coursing through his body, followed by an overwhelming itch and the sensation of his muscles being torn apart. His expression spoke volumes. The onlookers watched in awe as the chubby man's physique expanded significantly. Once a figure of ample flesh, he now appeared as a veritable bodybuilder, having seemingly shed his excess weight and replaced it with exaggerated muscle mass, gaining an additional 5 centimeters in height. The lean one stepped forward, incredulous, and touched the chubby man's newly formed muscles, exclaiming, "Goodness, this is incredible. Brother, you've transformed into a hunk." At that moment, the discomfort that had plagued the chubby man dissipated, and he gazed at his transformed body, bursting into laughter. "Boss, I feel so powerful now. What ability have I awakened?" Li Xinghe examined the situation, stating, "You're a level 1 strength-type ability user, with a power rating of 221616. Your strength far surpasses that of an ordinary person, having increased by 5 points. Your ability is a strength type, which is relatively common, yet still a combat-oriented ability. Had you awakened something utterly useless, it would have driven you to despair," Li Xinghe explained. "Ah, that explains the sudden surge in my strength," the chubby one remarked, flexing his fingers. "All right, who's next?" Li Xinghe continued. "I'll go, boss." The lean one hurriedly waved his hand. Without hesitation, he took the potion and gulped it down, then awaited a transformation. However, after a prolonged silence, he felt no change. Panic set in. "Boss, what's happening? Did I fail?" Li Xinghe, unable to detect any alterations, quickly activated the attribute viewer. "You are a level 1 speed-type ability user, with a speed rating of 162216. Your speed far exceeds that of an ordinary person, having increased by 5 points. You have awakened a speed-type ability. Focus on your sensations. Do you feel significantly faster?" The lean one's spirits lifted, and upon further reflection, he indeed felt much lighter. He took a few quick steps and confirmed, "I'm definitely faster than before." Li Xinghe scanned the remaining members. "Who's next?" "Chenggu. How about you?" Chun Jun, seeing Li Xinghe speak, quickly replied, "Let Wang Yin and the others go first. ISNT at 100% chance. I'll go last. All right then, Wang Yin, you're up." With that, Li Xinghe handed the potion to Wang Yin. Wang Yin trembled as she accepted the vial. She yearned to awaken an ability, but felt apprehensive about the potential uselessness of her power when her turn finally arrived. Li Xinghe noticed her anxiety and offered reassurance. "It's all right. Just drink it." Everyone is waiting eagerly. Encouraged by his words and the hopeful gazes of her companions, Wang Yin swallowed the potion with trepidation. Almost immediately, she experienced a refreshing clarity in her mind, her thoughts sharper than ever before. "Boss, my mind feels exceptionally clear. What ability have I awakened?" "Wang Yin, you are a level 1 super memory ability user, rated at 151521, with a memory capacity that exceeds that of an ordinary person, allowing you to remember everything you see, and your mental acuity has increased by 5 points. You have awakened a super memory ability, granting you extraordinary recall data, but it lacks combat prowess, doesn't it, boss?" Wang Yin asked, disappointment etched on her face. "While this may not be a combat-oriented ability, you're not a combatant by nature, managing the team's logistics. This ability is invaluable," he reassured her. Although she acknowledged the practicality of Li Xinghe's words, she still felt a tinge of disappointment. "Xiaoya, come here. It's your turn." Li Xinghe beckoned Xiaoya forward, handing her the awakening potion. To everyone's astonishment, the scene that unfolded was nothing short of miraculous. Upon consuming the potion, a vibrant green energy enveloped her, and those who came into contact with this energy felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. "Boss, what kind of ability does Xiaoya have? Why such a grand display?" the chubby one inquired. Eager for answers, Li Xinghe was taken aback. Clearly, this was no ordinary ability. Consulting the attribute viewer, he realized he had struck gold. "Xiaoya, you are a level 1 life-type ability user, rare, rated at 151616, that your formidable life energy has the capacity to heal all ailments, and all your attributes have increased by 5 points. This is a life-type ability, possessing remarkable healing properties, and is exceedingly rare, one of the finest supportive abilities, Li Xinghe declared with excitement. Xiaoya, bewildered by the astonished stares of her companions, felt uncomfortable, unaware of the immense value of having a healing ability in a post-apocalyptic world. Seeing her discomfort, Li Xinghe quickly interjected. "All right, what else with all this? Xiaoya is just a child. Are you all trying to frighten her?" The chubby one was the first to recover, offering a warm smile to Xiaoya. "Xiaoya, don't take it to heart. We're just awestruck by your ability that I understand, Brother Chubby," Xiaoya replied softly. "Chungu, you're the last one to step up," Li Xinghe urged. "All right," Chunjun declared. No longer hesitating, he consumed the awakening potion. And soon thereafter, sharp, energy-laden waves encircled his body. He drew forth his Tai Chi sword, and those energies rapidly enveloped it, resembling a blade's aura. The lean one gasped, "Whoa, what is this? A blade aura? So cool." The others widened their eyes in disbelief. "Isn't this an ability? Why does it resemble something from a cultivation novel?" "This is a cutting ability, which, when infused into a weapon, possesses formidable cutting power," Li Xinghe explained after examining Chunjun's attributes. "Chunjun, you are a level 1 cutting ability user, rated at 232417, with energy that has exceptional cutting capabilities, following the awakening of your ability. Both your strength and speed have increased by 5 points." Inside the armored vehicle, excitement buzzed as everyone discussed their newfound abilities. Meanwhile, Li Xinghe held another vial of the awakening potion. Technically, he had never awakened an ability of his own. The lightning ability was a result of absorbing lightning crystals. Did this imply that he could awaken another ability through the potion? Chapter 47. Time ability. He instructed Su Xiao to board Wang Yin's vehicle. And once everyone returned to their respective vehicles, Li Xinghe prepared to consume the awakening potion. Wait, what if I were to enhance the awakening potion? What effect would that yield? Host, enhancing the level 2 awakening potion requires 2,000 energy points. The price had escalated significantly. What effects does it produce? It increases gene affinity and enhances the probability of awakening a special type ability. The probability for a level 2 awakening potion is 2%. What? 2%? What about level 9? Li Xinghe could hardly believe his ears. The odds seemed absurdly low. I must see what the probability is for a level 9 potion. Host, each level increase grants an additional 0.5% probability that a level 9 awakening potion has a probability of 5.5% for awakening a special type ability. Fine, he thought, feeling somewhat reassured. Lower odds were acceptable. He swallowed the level 2 awakening potion in one gulp. After a prolonged wait with no apparent effects, he inquired, "System, what ability have I awakened?" Host, it is advisable to check the time in the vehicle. The time in the vehicle. Is there an issue? He turned to check the vehicle's clock. It read 22:15:36. Everything seemed normal. Wait a moment. He had been focused on the clock for at least 3 seconds, yet remained at 22:15:36. Could it be an ability related to time? A thought struck him as he swiftly examined his attributes. Li Xinghe, level 2 lightning ability, level 1 time ability, rated at 373740, a special type ability with the power to manipulate time. Time ability, his fists clenched tightly, his fingers trembling with excitement, his voice quivering as he uttered those 4 words, as the saying goes, time is king, space is revered. He had awakened a time ability, undoubtedly a top-tier special type ability, with a mere 2% probability. Had he been graced by fortune? The body trembled incessantly, and his agitated heart struggled to find tranquility. After a considerable time, he finally regained his composure and summoned the attribute panel once more. Indeed, it was the power of time. At that moment, he attentively perceived the alterations within himself, faintly sensing some invisible energy swirling around his body. When he attempted to control it, the surrounding space seemed to thicken, and even the floating dust in the air appeared to come to a standstill. This state persisted for a full 10 seconds. Afterward, Li Xinghe felt a profound depletion of his mental energy. It seemed that utilizing the time ability was exceedingly taxing on his psyche, and he resolved to test its efficacy further in actual combat. With a desire to enhance his time ability to level 2, he was disheartened to learn that it required 3,000 energy points, whereas he currently possessed only 1,987, far from sufficient. Thus, he could only defer this aspiration until he reached Qingshui City. Li Xinghe moved about, preparing to rest early when he suddenly noticed the large orange cat curled up in a corner. He nearly forgot about the cat. "Big Orange, come here," upon hearing Li Xinghe's call. The cat opened its eyes from a feigned slumber, stood up, shook itself, and then trotted over to Li Xinghe, nuzzling against his leg. "Here, drink this awakening potion." As he spoke, he encouraged the cat to open its mouth and poured the potion into it. Big Orange licked its lips, wagging its tail as it sat before Li Xinghe. Soon, the cat's fur began to float, and the air around it swirled incessantly. Big Orange, level 1 wind ability. 273120, elemental ability that significantly enhances speed and allows for the release of wind blades. Its strength, speed, and mental energy each increased by 5 points to his astonishment. Big Orange had awakened an elemental ability. Truly, it was a mutated beast that had evolved at the onset of the apocalypse. Patting Big Orange's head, he urged it to sleep, while Li Xinghe reclined on the bed in the resting area. Beyond the skylight lay a starry sky, resplendent after the rain. "Warner, I have arrived." The next morning, the team members set out energetically. Last night, everyone had awakened their powers, and the chubby man had hardly slept due to his excitement. The others had also stayed up late, engrossed in studying their newfound abilities. At this moment, Li Xinghe examined the map that Shao Kai had pulled up. The convoy was a mere 50 kilometers from Qingshui City, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would reach the urban area before noon. The journey was relatively smooth, and after 3 hours of intermittent travel, the toll station of Qingshui City appeared before Li Xinghe. Once inside the city, the speed of the convoy significantly diminished, following the heavy rainfall from the previous night. The zombies outside seemed to react much more swiftly than before. When Li Xinghe utilized the attribute inspection function, he confirmed his suspicions. Indeed, the strength and speed of these zombies had generally increased by a point, with some even enhancing by 2. With the zombies growing stronger, survival for humans became increasingly challenging. Although last night's downpour might have triggered some awakenings, the likelihood of it occurring without direct exposure was minimal, especially since most survivors were holed up in their homes. How many could actually be caught in the rain? As the zombies grew more formidable, the obstacles faced by Li Xinghe and his group multiplied. Occasionally, zombies would rush forward in pursuit of the convoy. Once they entered the city, the number of vehicles on the road increased, and Li Xinghe crashed through those he could. However, at times, the accumulation of vehicles became insurmountable, forcing the team members to disembark and clear the obstructions. During these moments, numerous zombies would rush forward, necessitating that Li Xinghe and his companions allocate some of their number to fend off the zombies, severely hindering their progress. Along the way, many survivors called for help from the windows, but Li Xinghe and his group paid them no heed. Thus, they continued until noon, finally arriving in the neighborhood where Shao Wana resided. "Boss, which community does my sister-in-law live in?" the chubby man inquired over the intercom. "Blue Star Garden, still 2 kilometers from here." "Ha, finally, I can meet my sister-in-law, boss. I'm quite curious about the woman you have been so enamored with." The chubby man teased. A smile graced Li Xinghe's lips as Shao Wana's visage flashed through his mind. Half an hour later, at Blue Star Garden, the convoy stormed into the community and halted beneath Building 25. Li Xinghe observed numerous zombie corpses nearby. The ground was littered with shell casings, indicating that military personnel had been present. Without a second thought, he swiftly dealt with a few advancing zombies and then turned to the chubby man and the thin man. "You and the thin man follow me. The rest of you clear the surrounding zombies." "Yes, boss." Shao Wana resided in room 2 on the 5th floor. The three ascended to the 5th floor and arrived at room 2. Li Xinghe hastily knocked on the door, but after a long while, no one answered, and the interior remained silent. Growing anxious, he thought, where could she be? Bang! With a powerful kick, he shattered the sturdy security door, the expansion bolts in the wall being forcibly dislodged. Li Xinghe rushed inside, searching every corner of the house, but found no trace of Shao Wana. His heart sank, and he despondently sat on the bed, murmuring, "Where are you? Why aren't you here?" The chubby man and the thin man were at a loss, as this was an unexpected turn of events. Suddenly, the thin man discovered a note on the table. "Boss, my sister-in-law should be fine." Chapter 48. Qingshui City Survivor Base. "Boss, my sister-in-law is safe. She went to the Qingshui City Survivor Base with her friend." The thin man's voice snapped Li Xinghe back to reality. "Quick, hand it over," the chubby man urged. The thin man promptly presented the note to Li Xinghe. "Xinghe, by the time you read this note, I will have gone to the Qingshui City Survivor Base with Anren. Anren's father is a high-ranking official in the military district, so you need not worry about my safety. I will be waiting for you at the Qingshui City Survivor Base." Xiao Waner. So that's it? No wonder he had seen so many shell casings and zombie corpses along the way. It turned out the military had come to escort Waner away. With his worries alleviated, Li Xinghe tucked the note into his pocket. "Let us go see this Qingshui City Survivor Base." The three descended the stairs, and upon seeing only the trio return, the rest of the team felt uneasy. Wang Yin noticed Li Xinghe's pallor and grabbed the chubby man, asking, "What is going on? Where is she?" "Don't mention it. It was quite a scare. After all this trouble, it turns out my sister-in-law went to the Qingshui City Survivor Base." "Get in the car. We're heading to the Qingshui City Survivor Base." Li Xinghe's voice was slightly cold. The two ceased their conversation. "Yes, boss." Back in the vehicle, Li Kai remarked, "Search for any locations nearby where large groups of people might be gathering. Since it's a survivor base, there should be many people congregated together." "Understood, boss." Detection indicates a large gathering of humans 10 kilometers to the southeast. "Excellent. That's the place. Let's set off immediately." Yes, after 2 full hours of travel, the convoy finally approached the survivor base marked on the map. The closer they got, the fewer zombies they encountered, and signs of gunfire became increasingly apparent, with the surrounding streets bearing the scars of battle. "Halt! Vehicles ahead! Stop immediately!" Just 1 kilometer from the survivor base, a checkpoint appeared, with 4 fully armed soldiers standing behind a barricade shouting orders. "What is going on? Why have we stopped?" the chubby man inquired over the intercom. "There are military personnel ahead, setting up a checkpoint. I'll go check it out. All right, boss, does that mean we're almost at the survivor base?" the chubby man exclaimed with joy. "Yes, it seems so." As he spoke, Li Xinghe exited the vehicle. "Comrades, greetings! Ahead lies the Qingshui City Survivor Base. You are here seeking refuge, correct?" The leading soldier approached Li Xinghe, saluting as he asked, his surprise evident upon seeing the convoy. In recent days, while survivors had been trickling in to seek refuge at the base, a convoy of survivors had yet to arrive. The survivor base was situated in the outskirts, with most survivors escaping from the city. Transportation had collapsed, making it exceedingly difficult to drive out, and most had come in pairs or trios, appearing disheveled. Where would one find a convoy like Li Xinghe's, not only well-groomed, but also in high spirits? Clearly, this group possessed formidable strength. "Hello. We are not here seeking refuge. We are here to find someone." "Find someone?" The soldier looked astonished, taken aback by the unexpected request, but quickly recovered, stating, "Comrade, the higher-ups have issued orders for all individuals or vehicles entering the survivor base to undergo thorough inspection. Please cooperate." Li Xinghe furrowed his brow. The Apocalypse battle vehicle was conspicuous, and he pondered how to explain it, not to mention Big Orange, which complicated matters further. Noticing Li Xinghe's furrowed brow, the soldier continued, "Rest assured, this is merely a routine inspection that if you are not carrying any prohibited items or the zombie virus, you will be allowed to pass immediately. Well, if it doesn't work out, then Big Orange and the battle vehicle 1 be allowed in." Li Xinghe thought. He turned to the convoy and commanded, "Everyone disembark for inspection." Upon hearing Li Xinghe's words, the members of the convoy hurriedly disembarked. "Boss, we still have some weapons and ammunition here if we are discovered. Could it lead to trouble?" The stout one whispered close to Li Xinghe's ear. "No worries. In this apocalypse, the government must be aware of the need for flexibility," Li Xinghe reassured him, unperturbed by the concern. At that moment, Deju leaped out of the vehicle, startling several soldiers who quickly raised their weapons. "Deju is my pet and poses no threat to humans," Li Xinghe quickly interjected. The soldiers scrutinized Deju for a while, and the leader signaled for them to lower their guns. "Comrade, I must report this situation to my superiors. With that, he stepped aside to quietly relay the information through his radio. After a short while, he returned at a brisk pace and informed the other two soldiers. Routine inspection? Understood. The two soldiers then proceeded to inspect each vehicle, their astonishment growing as they noted the advanced technology within Li Xinghe's vehicle. However, they refrained from making any comments and continued their inspection of the next vehicle. Soon, they completed the checks on 3 vehicles and reported back to their leader. Report, Sergeant, we discovered some weapons and ammunition, but no other contraband. Upon hearing the report, the sergeant turned to them and said, Comrades, as for weapons, the survivor base allows individuals to carry them in, but registration is required. Please wait a moment while I document this. And then you may proceed, he added, and keep your pet restrained. It must not harm anyone. All right, thank you. Li Xinghe breathed a sigh of relief, feeling reassured that there would be no issues. Once the soldier finished the registration, they moved the roadblock aside, allowing Li Xinghe's convoy to enter smoothly. Not long after they began to drive, they noticed survivors appearing sporadically by the roadside, most of whom looked gaunt and ragged. The stout one sighed heavily. Look at how miserable these survivors are. If it weren't for the boss, we might be worse off than them. Indeed, we owe our lives to the boss. Without him, we would have either starved or turned into zombies. The lean one lamented. The other members nodded in agreement, realizing just how hard-earned their current situation was compared to that of the survivors. As the convoy advanced, the number of survivors along the road increased, many of whom wore expressions devoid of emotion, having seemingly lost all hope for life. Some survivors gazed at the convoy, their eyes brimming with envy and longing. After about 10 minutes of travel, a towering city came into view, its 8-meter-high walls firmly enclosing the survivor base. Large characters hung on the wall. Qingshui City Survivor Base. The main entrance featured a massive military fortress, with guards stationed every few steps and numerous machine guns visible atop the walls. Li Xinghe even spotted artillery. Below the fortress, several soldiers were registering the information of incoming survivors. Truly, this is an official survivor base. It certainly exudes grandeur, Li Xinghe remarked. Let us go inside. Chapter 49. The team of abilities as the convoy arrived at the gate. A soldier rushed over and stood before Li Xinghe's window, saluting. Comrade, please cooperate with the personal information registration. Of course, no problem. The entire convoy gathered around the registration desk. Li Xinghe approached the table, where a young girl, likely a government official, was in charge of the registration. Her short hair gave her a very capable appearance. Name? Li Xinghe. Age? 25. Place of origin? Qingshui City. All right, next. Is that all? Li Xinghe was somewhat bewildered as he stepped aside. At that moment, a nearby soldier explained, in this apocalypse, with the collapse of social systems, who carries identification? We can't verify personal information, so we only conduct simple registrations to facilitate rough statistical data. There is no need for anything more detailed. I see. Li Xinghe waited for about 2 minutes, and soon all team members had completed their registrations. They all boarded the vehicle, officially entering the Qingshui City Survivor Base. Upon entering the survivor base, Li Xinghe's armored vehicle attracted countless curious gazes. The armored vehicle was undeniably eye-catching. Li Xinghe noted that the environment here was markedly different from the outside. The roads were visibly cleaner, likely due to someone having tidied up. The survivors within the base appeared to have a much better spirit than those outside, as most wore expressions filled with a yearning for life. Just as Li Xinghe was observing the survivor base, a young man sitting by the roadside lit up upon seeing the convoy. He dashed over to Li Xinghe's window and knocked. Hello, handsome. Need a guide? Just give me some food. Li Xinghe regarded the young man leaning against the window, pondering for a moment before lowering the glass at a guide. So you know this place well? Absolutely, handsome. I grew up here and entered the Qingshui City Survivor Base right from its inception. So there's no one who knows this place better than me. All right, hop in. Li Xinghe instructed Mitsai to open the door. The young man swiftly climbed aboard the armored vehicle, eyes wide as he took in the surroundings. Clearly astonished by the interior, we spotted a Jew lounging in the back. He nearly bolted, but Li Xinghe assured him that it was merely his pet and posed no danger. Zhao Jia, still somewhat skeptical, finally settled down after observing that the large cat was simply sleeping peacefully in the corner. Now, tell me about the situation in the Qingshui City Survivor Base. Li Xinghe prompted after Zhao Jie had calmed down. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Zhao Jie. May I ask how to address you, handsome? Li Xinghe. What a wonderful name. It suits your imposing presence perfectly. Zhao Jie seemed eager to continue speaking. But noticing Li Xinghe's gradually growing impatience, he quickly changed course that I'll get to the point. The Qingshui City Survivor Base was established 3 days after the apocalypse broke out. Following the outbreak, the Northwest military stationed in the suburbs dealt with the zombies within the military district and swiftly organized a rescue operation. However, the zombies in the city were too numerous, and they were drawn in by the sound of artillery fire, overwhelming the frontline soldiers, who had no choice but to retreat. Eventually, they established the survivor base here. The military then altered its strategy, adopting a small team model for search and rescue, gradually bringing back many survivors. They later gathered a large number of survivors to help build the walls to fend off zombies. Over time, the number of people at the survivor base grew larger and larger. Currently, the base officially reports having over 50,000 survivors. However, with so many people, the military district cannot provide ample food for all. And to prevent survivors from becoming complacent, the military high command decided to implement a work point system. Those who participate in the construction of the survivor base or hold other positions can earn food and work points, which would be exchanged for daily necessities and food. The military also encourages survivors to organize teams to venture out in search of supplies, allowing them to exchange certain materials and weapons at the military supply center. Some stronger teams receive excellent treatment, and every day, many people vie to join them, but they only recruit those with real strength. Zhao Jie spoke with a look of envy. Does the Qingshui City Survivor Base not have any ability users? Li Xinghe couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jie looked astonished. You know about ability users, brotherly? It seemed Li Xinghe's group was indeed extraordinary, having just entered the base and already being aware of ability users. Speaking of ability users, I must mention several top-ranked survivor teams. The leaders of these teams are all ability users, and their members are no slouches either. For instance, the top-ranked team, Fierce Wind, led by Feng Aoyan, possesses powerful storm abilities and is rumored to be a level 2 ability user. The second-ranked team, Blazing Fire, led by Yin Yang, has the ability of a fire giant, making him a level 1 ability user. When transformed into a fire giant, he is impervious to blades and bullets, showcasing tremendous strength. The third team, Frost, led by the Ice Beauty Yuan Bing, wields ice abilities as a level 1 ability user. Capable of unleashing ice spikes, her power not to be underestimated. Following them are the 4th-ranked Shadow Phantom, the 5th Light of Illumination, the 6th Shockwave, and the 7th Starlight Hall, among other teams of ability users. Among these, the military district remains the strongest organization in the Qingshui City Survivor Base, boasting dozens of powerful ability users, though they seldom make appearances, usually executing missions or rescuing survivors. Among them, the Beast Transformation ability user Wang Tao, the Metal ability user Han Yu, and the Wood ability user Qing, here the most renowned. Widely regarded as the 3 strongest individuals in the military district. Hearing that the survivor base in Qingshui City has a multitude of ability users, Li Xinghe was not particularly surprised. The population of Qingshui City is already substantial, boasting 3 million residents, with an estimated 10,000 survivors. Thus, the emergence of such a number of ability users is hardly astonishing. Moreover, following the torrential rain last night, it is likely that many survivors will awaken their powers. In a matter of days, the number of ability users at the survivor base is bound to surge. By the way, I almost forgot an important piece of news. The military district has discovered a type of crystal core within the brains of zombies, which is currently under investigation by the Research Institute. That a couple of days ago, they announced that they would offer food and weapons in exchange for a large quantity of these crystal cores harvested from the zombies. Consequently, survivor teams have been frantically venturing out to slay zombies in search of these cores in hopes of trading them for supplies and weaponry. Speaking of which, Zhao Jie felt his throat growing dry, and Li Xinghe tossed a bottle of water into his lap. "Thank you, Brother Li," Zhao Jie exclaimed, twisting off the cap and gulping down half the bottle. Regarding the crystal cores, Li Xinghe had long suspected that someone would make such a discovery. Given the military district's extensive acquisition of these cores, it seems they have unearthed their utility. It is only a matter of time before survivors also recognized the value of the zombie crystal cores. The military district is undoubtedly amassing power. Once the number of ability users dramatically increases, coupled with the newfound functionality of the crystal cores, the strength of the survivors will surge, inevitably leading to a plethora of conflicts. If the military district is not sufficiently prepared, chaos will surely ensue. Having grasped the situation, Li Xinghe posed a question. If I wish to locate someone, where would be the quickest place to find them? Without hesitation, Zhao Jie replied, Beida Street. Why Beida Street? Li Xinghe inquired. Brother Li, there's an old Taoist named Xuanxin Daozhong on Beida Street. He was originally a priest at the Qingyuan Mountain Temple, but after the apocalypse struck, he awakened a divination ability. His copper coin divination technique is the talk of the town. Of course, his fees are rather steep. However, he generously donates most of the resources and food he earns from divination to the survivors, earning him significant prestige at the survivor base in Qingshui City. Many survivors seek him out to inquire about their loved ones. Where can I find the Xuanxin Daozhong? Li Xinghe asked urgently. 888 Beida Street, came the prompt response. Lead the way. All right, just turn left up ahead. 10 minutes later, Li Xinghe and the others found themselves standing before a dilapidated stall. Boss, is this kid for real? Is this really Xuanxin Daozhong? He looks so untrustworthy. The plump fellow gazed skeptically at the shabby stall and the long-bearded old Taoist seated on the ground, doubting the credibility of the man before them. Don't be rude. Brother Fat, this old Taoist is indeed an ability user. Zhao Jie interjected hastily to AT that moment. Li Xinghe had already checked the old Taoist attributes. Xuanxin Daozhong, divination ability 151620. His powerful divination technique can reveal the truths you seek. An impressive mental strength of 20 points. It seems this Taoist is indeed formidable. May I inquire if you're Xuanxin Daozhong? Li Xinghe crouched down to ask. Indeed, I'm that old Taoist, young lad. Have you come to seek information about a loved one? The plump fellow was taken aback. Just moments ago, he had been questioning the Taoist abilities, and now he found himself proven wrong. How remarkable that the Taoist knew their intentions before they even spoke. Li Xinghe was surprised as well, but he had mentally prepared himself. You are correct, Daozhong. May I ask if you have any leads? 10 first-level crystal cores. What? Daozhong, I brought the person here. You can't be deceiving us. Zhao Jie exclaimed, startled. Typically, inquiring about someone would require only a bit of food or resources, perhaps a single first-level crystal core at most. When had it ever demanded so many cores? He feared that Xuanxin Daozhong might cheat Li Xinghe. And if Li Xinghe, in a fit of anger, refused to pay him, he would suffer greatly. Don't be hasty, young fellow. This young man before you is extraordinary. My information is worth this price. Li Xinghe pondered for a moment. Could the old Taoist have seen something? Brother Fat, give him the crystal cores. All right, boss. The plump fellow rummaged through his backpack and placed 10 crystal cores on the old Taoist stall. The crystal cores are given. Daozhong, please proceed. Xuanxin Daozhong retrieved 4 ancient copper coins from his robe and casually tossed them into the air. The coins floated effortlessly, and with a flick of his fingers, he unleashed several energy pulses that struck the coins. One by one, the coins began to spin before eventually falling to the ground. 1 to the west, 3 to the east. The old Taoist glanced at them before pocketing the coins. I asked at it. The plump fellow inquired. Yes, the clue lies to the west. Continue heading that way, and the answer will reveal itself, though the journey may be arduous. Thank you, Daozhong, for your guidance. Li Xinghe clasped his hands in gratitude. Let us depart. With that, Li Xinghe climbed into the vehicle first. Wait, boss, is that all? You didn't say anything concrete, the plump fellow protested. Come on, brother, the boss is already in the car. The thin fellow urged the plump one to hurry. Zhao Jie, what lies to the west? Li Xinghe inquired as soon as he got into the vehicle. Brother Li, the west is the inner city, where government officials, tycoons, and relatives of military district high-ups reside. Zhao Jie felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, fearing that Li Xinghe might withhold his reward. Then that's settled. Lead the way. To the inner city. Zhao Jie hesitated. Brother Li, entering the inner city is not as simple as it seems. Without identification, they won't allow anyone in. Let's go there first and figure it out. All right then. Following Zhao Jie's guidance, The convoy traveled for over 10 minutes before arriving at the inner city of the survivor base. Just then, a military vehicle emerged from the inner city, the occupants obscured by dark-tinted windows. "Anrin, we've snuck out again. Aren't you worried about being discovered and scolded by Uncle?" "Oh, Sister Warner, it's fine. Dad's all bark and no bite. He won't be too harsh on us. Besides, we've been cooped up in the inner city for so long. It's been utterly boring. I heard for Xiao Yin that the South Side's Market Street is open. Let's go take a look." "Xiao Yin, you won't tell my dad, will you?" She finished with a dangerous glint in her eye directed at the young driver. "Miss, I understand. I won't say a word." The young driver, catching Anrin's gaze in the rearview mirror, quickly smiled in agreement. As this vehicle passed by Li Xinghe's convoy, he observed the conditions of the inner city. IT was encircled by 3-meter-high walls, topped with electrified fencing. Boasting formidable defenses, a guard detail stood watch at the city gate. As Li Xinghe and his group approached, they were halted by the soldiers on duty. "Hello, comrades. Ahead lies the inner city. Please present your identification." "We don't have identification. We are here to find someone," Zhao Jie replied. "Apologies, but entry is strictly prohibited without identification." The soldiers stated flatly. "What are the requirements for entering the inner city?" Li Xinghe directly inquired. The soldier assessed Li Xinghe's convoy and remarked, "You seem capable enough. I will share a method with you. Aside from relatives of government or military personnel, ordinary survivors must accumulate a contribution value of 10,000 to bring family members into the inner city. And how does one obtain this contribution value?" The plump fellow asked with curiosity. Why collecting zombie crystal cores, rare resources, rescuing fellow survivors, completing tasks from the task hall, or powerful ability users participating in military district operations to earn substantial contribution points. I see. Thank you for the information. Li Xinghe nodded, glancing back at the inner city. He hadn't anticipated that finding Warner would prove to be such a challenge upon arriving at the survivor base. Nevertheless, we must first find a way to enter the inner city. Zhao Jie, lead the way to the task hall. Understood. They proceeded in a grand procession to the task hall, despite being called a task hall. It was essentially a repurposed, large shopping mall, with most of the interior facilities dismantled. Upon entering, it felt remarkably spacious. A massive screen loomed above, displaying a myriad of tasks. E-rank task. Retrieve an intact generator. Yielding 500 contribution points. E-rank task. Bring back usable food seeds at 10 points per pound. D-rank task. Bring back the corpse of a level 2 zombie, worth 1,000 contribution points. 2,000 points for a live one. D-rank task. Bring back the corpse of a level 2 mutated beast, worth 2,000 contribution points, for 1,000 points for a live one. A C-rank task. Investigate the mist-covered area north of Qingshui City to gather valuable intelligence, with rewards ranging from 2,000 to 8,000 contribution points. Currently, only E-rank, D-rank, and 1 C-rank task were available. The central counter in the hall was where tasks were registered. Li Xinghe approached the counter. "Hello, we wish to accept the task." "What is the process?" "To accept a task, you must first register. May I ask for your team name?" "Team name." Upon seeing the puzzled expressions on Li Xinghe and his group, the counter staff explained. "All tasks require leaving the base and can be quite perilous, so survivors typically team up for missions. Thus, we need to register your team's name." "Boss, perfect timing. Our team still lacks a name. Why not come up with one for us?" The plump man's eyes brightened. "Indeed, our team deserves a resounding title. Yes, boss, bestow upon us a magnificent name. Everyone in this world has a reputation. Just look at those survivor teams. We are no less than them." The lean man concurred. Seeing the excitement on everyone's faces, Li Xinghe pondered for a moment and declared, "Let us call ourselves Dawn." "Dawn? What a splendid name, boss." The plump man clapped his hands. "The dawn of the apocalypse." Quite elegant, boss," the lean man echoed. Very good, very good." The team members nodded in agreement. "Hello. Our team name shall be Dawn," Li Xinghe instructed the registrar. "Dawn, is it? I shall register that for you. Here is your team's identity card. Please keep it safe. Contribution points will be directly credited to it upon task completion." "Thank you." Li Xinghe accepted the identity card, which was a dark golden card adorned with the characters for Dawn on the front, while the back bore a series of numbers akin to a bank card. "And how do we accept tasks now?" Li Xinghe inquired further. "Once you select a task, Return here to register. After completing the task, come back for verification that a staff member will coordinate with you. And upon successful confirmation, your contribution points will be credited to your card. The registrar explained that as for the purpose of contribution points, they not only grant access to the inner city, but also possess significant purchasing power, allowing you to exchange them for weapons and equipment at the armory. Understood. Let us proceed to select a task. They move towards the large screen. Boss, how about that second-level zombie task? It seems simple enough. And the others appear rather lackluster with fewer contribution points. Agreed. Let us go with that. Li Xinghe nodded. Exploration tasks consume too much time. We can't afford that now. Following the heavy rain from the previous night, many zombies would likely have evolved to level 2, and slaying a few would earn them the 10,000 contribution points needed to enter the inner city for further assistance. What a bold claim. A rough voice boomed from behind Li Xinghe's group. Which team are you from? Do you think level 2 zombies are mere chicks to be slaughtered at will? Turning around, they saw a burly man accompanied by 2 young individuals who halted not far from them. This man was robust and exuded vitality, clearly showcasing formidable strength that Wu, a level 1 earth power ability user. As long as he maintains contact with the ground, he can harness its power, significantly enhancing his defense and attack capabilities. And who are you? What does our confidence have to do with you? The plump man was quick to retort, not one to back down. Kid, this is our vice captain, Wu, a powerful ability user, one of the young men behind Wu boasted with arrogance. Kong Feng, the top-ranked team, Kong Feng, nearby task seekers gathered around, intrigued. Oops, sorry, I haven't heard of you. The plump man shrugged nonchalantly. The young man was about to retort further, but was restrained by Wu. Kid, anyone can boast. Let us see if you can return alive from outside the city, Wu stated, his eyes narrowing with a hint of menace. Since joining Kong Feng, he had never faced such insolence. And this young man's words ignited his anger. However, the task hall was not a place to settle scores. Otherwise, he would have taught the plump man a lesson already. He resolved to deal with him once they were outside the city. As they moved aside to select their tasks, the onlookers whispered among themselves. These newcomers truly have no sense of danger, daring to provoke the top-ranked Kong Feng. Indeed, I've heard that those who offend Kong Feng seldom end well. Sure, lower your voice. Don't let them hear you. That could spell trouble. One companion quickly pulled at the speaker's arm, cautioning him. The bystanders quietly speculated, wary of the notorious reputation of Kong Feng. The plump man was visibly displeased. Hey boss, this guy is rather full of himself. Never mind. Let us register for the task. Li Xinghe observed Wu's gaze, sensing potential obstacles ahead. Nevertheless, he had confidence in both his and his team's strength. This minor character was not worth his concern. Hello, registering for a D-level task to retrieve a level 2 zombie corpse. The registrar looked up, astonished. Are you certain? Your team wishes to undertake a D-level task right after registering? Li Xinghe nodded firmly. Indeed, that's the one. Please register us. Very well, I shall process that for you. The registrar shook his head, choosing not to comment further. After completing the registration, Li Xinghe and his group departed. Wu, those fellows truly don't know what they're getting into. They clearly appear to be a new team, yet dare to take on a D-level task, remarked the young man who had been halted by Wu. Once they venture outside the city, they understand the true dangers, Wu replied. Let us go register for our task as well. The military has been offering generous rewards lately that we should seize the opportunity to complete as many tasks as possible. The captain returned this morning, saying that the zombies outside seem to have gained strength, urging us to gather more crystal cores, as there may be unforeseen changes. After leaving the task hall, Li Xinghe found Zhao Jie waiting outside. Checking his wristwatch, he noted the time was 19. For 6, it's getting late. Let us find a place to stay for the night at the base and head out in the morning. Zhao Jie, is there anywhere nearby for accommodation? Zhao Jie thought for a moment. Not far ahead, there's a street dedicated to lodging and dining, catering specifically to capable survivors. All right, lead the way. They soon arrived at the street lined with accommodations and entertainment. Numerous scantily clad women gathered at the entrance, instantly approaching Li Xinghe and his companions, vying for their attention. Handsome, dining, or lodging? Our establishment charges half a pound of food per person for a night, or snacks and biscuits will suffice. After listening to their offers, Li Xinghe found the prices fairly uniform. The survivor base had yet to establish a common currency, so bartering with food remained the norm. With food being a hard currency welcomed everywhere, they chose a suitable place, and the plump man fetched a box of instant noodles, which left the shopkeeper wide-eyed, prompting him to eagerly arrange accommodations for Li Xinghe and his team. Once everything was settled, Li Xinghe turned to Zhao Jie. "All right, your task is complete. Plump man, give him some food out of course, boss." The plump man retrieved 5 packs of instant noodles and a few sausages from the vehicle. "Here you go. Is this enough?" "That is plenty." Zhao Jie's eyes lit up at the sight of the food. It was sufficient to sustain him for 3 days. "Big brotherly, if you need anything in the future. You can find me at the base entrance. I'll take my leave now." "Thank you. I appreciate your help. We'll contact you if needed." As Zhao Jie departed, the group retired to their respective rooms to rest. Not long after Li Xinghe lay down, a knock echoed from outside the door. Upon opening it, he found a young girl with a youthful visage standing there. "I have no needs on my end." Li Xinghe initially assumed she was a waitress and was about to close the door. The girl, appearing frightened, pressed against the door. "Esteemed guest, I was sent by the boss to serve you. If you don't let me in, I will be punished. I haven't eaten anything for a whole day." Li Xinghe frowned. In that case, I can offer you some food." He turned to retrieve food from within the room. "Please don't. The boss will confiscate the food. Just let me in." Li Xinghe hesitated, then relented. "All right, come in briefly. You can leave afterward." He opened the door wider to let the girl in. "Here, have some food and tell me your story." He handed her a piece of bread and inquired. The girl sat on a chair, devouring the bread as she recounted her experiences. After being rescued by the military, she initially received relief supplies. But eventually, those ran out, and she was left searching for work. However, as a girl, opportunities were limited. Eventually, she encountered the lodging owner, who persuaded her to become a waitress, which turned out to be a rather special service. Reluctantly, she accepted, knowing that without a job, she would have to live outside the city. Recently, business had dwindled, and the owner barely made a profit, even cutting back on their food supplies, leading to the earlier scene. Li Xinghe refrained from passing judgment on her plight, allowing her to finish her meal before bidding her farewell. Surviving in the apocalypse was no easy feat, and how one chose to live depended on their strength. The following morning, after a simple breakfast, the team prepared to venture outside the city to begin their tasks, only to encounter familiar faces at the base entrance. Chapter 52. The Survivor Team Frost. As the convoy was about to register for their exit, 4 vehicles approached from behind, aligning alongside Li Xinghe's team. "What a coincidence! Dawn, is it? I hope you can complete your task successfully. Don't let yourselves perish out there." The arrogant youth from the previous day couldn't help but mock them upon recognizing Li Xinghe's team, standing behind Wu Yu. The plump man, seated in the vehicle, felt irritation surge at MD. "You better watch your mouth. Who are you cursing? Do you think I, the plump lord, wouldn't dare to deal with you?" At this moment, a modified vehicle at the forefront lowered its window, revealing Deputy Captain Wu Yu, who sat in the passenger seat. He cast a scornful smile at Li Xinghe and remarked, "I advise you to keep a close watch on your subordinates. Otherwise, one day they might perish outside without even knowing what." Li Xinghe retorted without hesitation. "My subordinates do not require your concern. However, you should certainly keep your dog on a leash and not let it bark at every passerby." Wu Yu abruptly flung open the car door and strode to the front of Li Xinghe's vehicle, delivering a powerful punch to the engine hood with a resounding thud. "Kid, if we weren't still at the base, I'd make sure you regretted crossing me." He raised his fist, only to discover that the engine hood remained unscathed, leaving him astonished. An Earth power ability user, his punch should have left a significant dent. So what was happening? Could it be that this kid's vehicle was constructed from extraordinary materials? Just as he pondered this, Li Xinghe exited his car, wordlessly approaching the modified vehicle before delivering a punch of his own. The impact produced a thunderous boom as the hood of the modified vehicle instantly caved in, causing the rear to lift and subsequently releasing a cacophony of creaks as it settled, with various fluids gushing from beneath the front, clearly indicating the vehicle was rendered inoperable. Afterward, Li Xinghe fixed Wu Yu with a steady gaze and declared, "1 punch apiece. Quite fair, wouldn't you say?" Wu Yu, pointing at Li Xinghe, found himself at a loss for words. "What are you stammering about?" Step aside. Don't block our path. At that moment, a hefty man approached and shoved him aside. Wu Yu stumbled back several steps. Astonished at the strength of this individual, a flicker of panic crossed his eyes. He hadn't anticipated that this group possessed such formidable power. Realizing the scrutinizing gazes of his comrades behind him, his expression darkened, and he inwardly cursed, "Damn it! Just wait until I find an opportunity. I will make you pay." He turned to face the others, barking, "What are you staring at? Hurry up and get in the car." We need to depart. Since his modified vehicle had been rendered useless by Li Xinghe's punch, he had no choice but to squeeze into one of the cars at the back. Once inside, Wu Yu contemplated the situation. Their captain had sustained injuries from a mutated beast during a previous outing and was currently recuperating. Otherwise, these people would not have dared to bully them like this. After Li Xinghe and his group completed their registration, they departed the survivor base, heading towards the city of Qingshui. Half an hour later, as the convoy approached the city center, the number of zombies on the road began to increase. "Boss, what is our plan from here?" The hefty man inquired over the intercom. Li Xinghe instructed Mitsai to pull up a nearby map. After surveying the area, he spoke, "We need to replenish our supplies. We require some medications. Although Xiaoya's abilities have healing properties, we should still stockpile some medical supplies and first aid kits. Additionally, we need to gather some fuel to fill our vehicles that if we encounter any level 2 zombies on the way, we'll deal with them as necessary. There's a large Artemart supermarket 2 kilometers ahead. Let us first gather some supplies there and then head to a nearby hospital for medications. The route is set. Everyone follow my lead." "Understood, boss." At the entrance of the Artemart supermarket, a group of women hid in a store across the street. Remarkably, this band consisted entirely of women, led by a young woman in her 20s, whose striking beauty was overshadowed by an aura that seemed to discourage approach. She sported a ponytail, wore a sports tank top that accentuated her ample figure, and donned jeans and athletic shoes, exuding a sense of competence. "Bingjia, when we scouted the supermarket a few days ago, there was only one level 2 zombie, but today there are 3. How are we supposed to get in?" The speaker was Ian, the deputy captain of the Frost team, ranked 3rd among survivor groups, and the leader was Yuan Bing. "I'm aware of the situation. Su Qing, what are your thoughts?" Yuan Bing directed her gaze toward a petite girl in the crowd, known for her intelligence and resourcefulness, who was also her roommate. Since the team's inception, many of our action plans have been proposed or refined by her. Bingjie can likely restrain 2 of the level 2 zombies, and Yuan should be able to handle 1. The rest of us will have to face the remaining 20 or so zombies. Currently, our strength is nearly equal to theirs. If we find ourselves in a protracted battle, any misstep could lead to failure, and the team would face the risk of casualties. Therefore, my suggestion is to change our target. Upon hearing Su Qing's analysis, the other women in the team nodded in agreement. The current circumstances indeed did not favor a direct confrontation with the zombies. "What if my abilities have strengthened?" Yuan Bing suddenly interjected, reluctant to concede. The others turned to her in surprise, with Yuan exclaiming, "Bingjie, your powers have increased? When did that happen? Do you recall the rain from the night before last? I was outside and got caught in it. After returning, I felt a surge of energy within me and practiced my abilities, only to discover my strength had indeed increased. I sensed that the rain contained some form of energy, and have you all noticed that since that downpour, the strength of the zombies has also noticeably escalated, with a sudden rise in the number of level 2 zombies? Now that you mention it, I recall feeling unusually energized as well. That IT must be due to that rain," Yuan mused, reflecting on the incident. Su Qing, deep in thought, eventually raised her head and proposed, "If Bingjie is confident she can restrain those 3 level 2 zombies, then the rest of us can eliminate the level 1 zombies in the shortest time possible. And afterward, we can encircle the 3 level 2 zombies." "Excellent. In that case, let us act immediately," Yuan Bing decisively concluded, and the others readily agreed. Yuan Bing stepped outside, positioning herself about 100 meters from the Artemart supermarket. The 3 level 2 zombies were the first to notice her presence, immediately roaring and charging towards her, which in turn incited the level 1 zombies behind them. Instantly, the entire horde at the supermarket entrance became agitated. The 3 level 2 zombies surged after Yuan Bing, who led them towards the right side of the street, while Deputy Captain Yuan and the remaining team members intercepted the level 1 zombies. igniting the spark of battle. Chapter 53. First encounter with Yuan Bing. Deputy Captain Yuan was the first to unleash her abilities, sending a flurry of water arrows towards the level 1 zombies. This wide-area water-based attack, however, seemed less impactful than expected. Only a few zombies were struck in the legs or heads, toppling to the ground. Nevertheless, this drew the attention of all the remaining zombies, who surged towards the team members. Shield bearers, forward, long-range team, prepare, Deputy Captain Yuan commanded with calm authority. Instantly, 5 robust women wielding shields rushed to the front of the formation, positioning their shields defensively. Following them, 4 women armed with makeshift long spears took their places between the shield bearers, extending their weapons towards the encroaching zombies. This scene was one they had clearly rehearsed countless times. Their movements were seamless and coordinated, exhibiting a level of training that left no room for hesitation. As the formation was established, the zombies collided against the shields with a tremendous force, causing several shield bearers to feel the impact tingle in their palms. Quickly, the long-range team raised their spears, thrusting them into the heads of the zombies, and in one swift motion, they dispatched 4 of them. Retreat. Following this, the Vice Captain Yuan shouted once more, prompting both the shield bearers and the spear squad to retreat 2 steps before resuming their previous maneuvers. Under these circumstances, barring any unforeseen events, it was likely that these 70 to 80 zombies would soon be eradicated. Chi-Ching stood at the rear of the team, her gaze fixed uneasily in the direction for which Yuan Bing had departed. At that moment, Yuan Bing found herself ensnared in a fierce struggle. Initially believing that her strength had improved, she thought she could withstand 3 level 2 zombies, even in defeat, for a while. However, it now appeared to be quite a daunting task. Raising her hand, she launched 2 ice spikes towards one of the zombies, only to find that the spikes struck the creature's face without shattering its skull, merely stripping away the flesh to reveal the bone underneath. A sense of foreboding washed over Yuan Bing. Previously, she had successfully slain level 2 zombies with 3 ice spikes aimed at their heads, yet now it seemed exceedingly difficult with her current energy. She could only conjure 10 ice spikes, considering accuracy and energy expenditure. If 3 spikes failed to eliminate a level 2 zombie, she would be forced into close combat, which would be even more perilous. These level 2 zombies appeared to have significantly enhanced their strength, and their defenses had evidently escalated as well that it was clear that 3 ice spikes would struggle to dispose of them. She fired another ice spike at the zombie, but this time her aim faltered, striking only its shoulder. Yuan Bing decided to disregard this setback, thinking that she should eliminate at least one. Fortunately, her speed exceeded that of the 3 level 2 zombies. And through a series of evasive maneuvers, she managed to launch 9 ice spikes in a mere half-minute. Yet she had only succeeded in killing 1 zombie. The remaining 2, though battered, had not sustained fatal injuries and continued to pursue her relentlessly. She could no longer advance. Doing so would risk alerting other zombies, and being caught in a pincer would spell her doom. Stopping in her tracks, she pivoted and drew her long knife, bracing for the approach of the 2 level 2 zombies. The 2 level 2 zombies moved swiftly, reaching Yuan Bing within 5 seconds. She raised her hand to shoot the last ice spike at one zombie's head, causing it to hesitate for a brief moment. With her right hand, she parried the claws of the other zombie. As the first zombie regained its composure and charged at her, Yuan Bing kicked the one before her to the ground and swung her knife toward the neck of the advancing zombie. To her astonishment, the creature's bones were remarkably resilient. The blade lodged itself deeply, yet became stuck. Faced with the rapidly rising level 2 zombie, Yuan Bing found herself in a perilous dilemma, unable to decide whether to relinquish her weapon or hold on. Letting go would mean losing her final means of combating the zombies, while clinging to it would lead to a standoff with the downed zombie, likely resulting in her demise, just as her mind swirled in uncertainty. The roar of an engine echoed around the corner, and a sci-fi-themed war vehicle came into view, its silvery gray body reflecting the sun's rays, followed by a Wrangler and a Land Rover. Xinghe, seated within the vehicle, rounded the bend and spotted a woman wielding a knife, locked in a standoff with a level 2 zombie, while another level 2 zombie on the ground was about to rise. The scene appeared exceedingly perilous. At this moment, Yuan Bing could afford no further hesitation. She abandoned her knife and fled toward the rear. Xinghe, ordered the war vehicle to halt before disembarking with an alloy steel knife in hand. The others, including the portly man, observed the unfolding scene and quickly armed themselves. "Boss, leave one for me. It's been ages since I've had a go at it. I feel all pent up." The portly man, brandishing a short gun, hurried forward, anxious that Li Xinghe would dispatch the two zombies with ease, leaving him without any action. Upon hearing the portly man's words, Li Xinghe paused momentarily. Just then, Yuan Bing reached Li Xinghe, noticing his relaxed demeanor, and quickly cautioned, "Be careful. Those two behind are both level 2 zombies. It's fine. Just stand there and relax," Li Xinghe replied, already utilizing his attribute checking function to assess Yuan Bing and the two level 2 zombies' basic attributes. Yuan Bing, level 1 frost ability 151616. Level 2 zombie 14121. Level 2 zombie 15121. These two level 2 zombies displayed slightly elevated attributes compared to typical ones, suggesting they were in the mid to late stages of level 2. No wonder Yuan Bing found them so challenging to handle. Frost ability, a female named Yuan Bing. Could she be the leader of the Frost Survivor team? Li Xinghe mused, intrigued by the coincidence of encountering Yuan Bing in such circumstances. As he pondered, the two level 2 zombies surged forward. The portly man stepped in front, sweeping his short gun horizontally, sending the leading level 2 zombie flying before it crashed heavily to the ground. He then executed a swift thrust into the eye of the other level 2 mutated zombie, rendering it momentarily unresponsive. Extracting the short gun, he drew out a spurt of tainted blood. The downed level 2 zombie struggled to rise, but the portly man's shot had shattered its lumbar vertebrae, leaving it to crawl on its upper body. The portly man slowly approached, plunging the short gun into its skull to end its life. "Job's done," he declared, shaking the blood from the gun's tip as he approached Li Xinghe. "Boss, these two little shrimp just weren't satisfying enough. Once we finish gathering supplies, let's really stretch our legs. All right, enough of your antics. Don't you want the level 2 crystal cores?" The portly man turned back hastily. "Oh, I almost forgot about the crystal cores. My bad." At that moment, Yuan Bing regained her composure. "Thank you all for your assistance. May I ask your name and which team you belong to? I haven't seen any of you at the Qingshui City Survivor Base." Chapter 54. Cooperation, no need for thanks. My name is Li Xinghe, the leader of Dawn. We just arrived at the base yesterday. Oh, so you arrived yesterday. No wonder I hadn't seen you before. Yuan Bing finally understood that the members of Dawn were all quite formidable. Not to mention their leader. It seemed that a powerful force had indeed arrived at the Qingshui City Survivor Base. "I am the leader of Frost, Yuan Bing. So it's Captain Yuan. A pleasure to meet you." Li Xinghe responded politely. The portly man had already gathered the crystal cores. "So, you are from the 3rd rank survivor team, Frost. It's an honor, but I wonder why you are here alone fighting zombies. Where are your teammates?" The portly man's question caught Yuan Bing off guard. She was not exactly fighting zombies. She had nearly become a meal herself. However, she quickly realized that her teammates were still engaged in battle with the zombies. Why was she standing here chatting? "I apologize, Captain Li. I must hurry to check on my team. They are still battling zombies at the entrance of the supermarket." With that, she withdrew the long knife lodged in the zombie's neck and rushed toward the supermarket. "Boss, she wouldn't be referring to that to run FA supermarket, would she?" The portly man speculated. "It seems highly likely, considering the direction she headed," Li Xinghe replied, frowning. "Regardless, let us head over and take a look." When they drove to the entrance of the Dao Run FA supermarket, Yuan Bing and her teammates had already dispatched all the zombies and were now collecting crystal cores. Upon seeing Li Xinghe's convoy arrive at the supermarket entrance, Yuan Bing hurriedly approached. "Jia Bing, what is this?" Yuan asked, puzzled. Yuan Bing had yet to share her recent experiences with her teammates when Li Xinghe and his group disembarked from their vehicles. Yuan Bing then introduced. "This is Captain Li Xinghe of Dawn. It was his team members who saved me earlier. Without Captain Li and his crew, I might not have seen you all again." Upon hearing Yuan Bing's introduction, Yuan and the others finally understood the situation and stepped forward to express their gratitude. "Thank you, Captain Li, for your timely assistance. If you ever need anything in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. As long as we from Frost can assist, we shall not decline." The portly man and the lean one, upon stepping out of the vehicle, were immediately captivated by the sight of so many women. Goodness, is this an army of women? They're all so lovely. Aside from Captain Yuan Bing, that round-faced girl is quite striking as well. Hearing the round-faced girl mentioned, the portly man quickly chimed in. Well, we have no particular demands. Just introduce us to some potential partners. The lean man added playfully, yes, neither of us has ever dated. The Frost girls burst into laughter at the portly man's remarks. All right, you two, stop joking around, Li Xinghe interjected, unable to tolerate it any longer. The portly man muttered under his breath, I wasn't joking. Ignoring the portly man, Li Xinghe turned to Yuan Bing and said, to be honest, we intended to gather supplies and to run FA as well. Otherwise, we wouldn't have encountered Captain Yuan.0. No wonder. Since Captain Li also needs supplies, why don't our two teams collaborate to clear this supermarket? We can split the resources evenly, Yuan Bing suggested, her intentions clear. After considering it, Li Xinghe nodded in agreement. It wouldn't be difficult to find another supermarket, but would be a waste of time, especially with such a large supermarket that neither team could fully exhaust. Absolutely, Li Xinghe readily agreed. He then turned to give instructions. Portly man, lean man, and Brother Chun, come with me inside. The Jew and the others will stay outside to keep an eye on the vehicles. If anything happens, notify us immediately. Understood, boss. Yuan Bing has already made arrangements on her end, leaving 4 individuals outside to keep watch, while the remaining 7 join her in action. The 2 groups proceed into the supermarket together. Boss, allow me to scout ahead, says the rotund man. Eager to impress upon noticing the presence of several female team members, Li Xinghe, already accustomed to such antics, responds, all right, proceed with caution. Understood. Everyone, follow closely, the rotund man replies, brandishing his short firearm as he ventures deeper into the supermarket, flanked by Li Xinghe and Yuan Bing, with the others trailing behind. After taking only a few steps, they're met by several zombies drawn by the noise. Yet the rotund man dispatches them with ease. The members of Hans Huang behind them exchange astonished glances, whispering among themselves, do not be misled by the seemingly humorous demeanor of these Dawn members. Their capabilities are indeed formidable. Indeed, they must possess some form of superpower. Otherwise, how could they eliminate zombies so effortlessly? Yuan Bing overhears the discussions behind her, piquing her curiosity about the rotund man's abilities. She has witnessed him slay second-tier zombies, but has never seen him unleash his powers. Noticing her hesitation, Li Xinghe inquires, Captain Yuan, if you have something to say, please speak freely. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Yuan Bing finally asks, I am curious about this rotund brother's superpower, as I have yet to see him utilize it. Li Xinghe smiles faintly. The rotund man possesses a strength-based ability, which is why he lacks any specialized skills. At this revelation, the others express their envy. A strength-based ability essentially enhances one's physical prowess, eliminating concerns over energy consumption, allowing for prolonged combat effectiveness. This contrasts sharply with the 2 captains who, after expending their skills, are left significantly weakened in hand-to-hand combat. Unbeknownst to them, elemental or specialized ability users possess extraordinary destructive potential in later stages, far surpassing that of strength or speed-based abilities. Yuan Bing nods in acknowledgement as they eliminate several zombies. Reaching the end of the corridor where the supermarket lobby awaits, the rotund man halts, taking a few cautious steps back to whisper to Li Xinghe, Boss, there are quite a number of zombies inside. Let me take a look, Li Xinghe responds, carefully approaching the entrance. Upon peering inside, he is met with the sight of the supermarket entrance, lined with long checkout counters, behind which a sea of zombies swarms, easily numbering in the hundreds. Clearly, many had come to the supermarket to procure supplies, only to be caught off guard by the sudden apocalypse, ultimately becoming fodder for the undead. Among the horde, Li Xinghe spots a towering figure, a strength-based mutated zombie, alongside 2 speed-based ones and 5 second-tier zombies. The bodies of ordinary first-tier zombies have long since decomposed, while the second-tier zombies appear almost rejuvenated, their red, skinless muscles exposed, boasting significantly enhanced attack, speed, and defense compared to their first-tier counterparts. Yuan Bing, now standing behind Li Xinghe, is taken aback by the sheer number of zombies inside. This is not a confrontation they can afford, and she promptly resolves to retreat. However, the ensuing conversation among Li Xinghe and his team leaves her in shock. Rotund man, now's your chance to truly indulge. Li Xinghe pats him on the shoulder. Ah, boss, I've been itching to switch weapons for a while. After we take out this wave of zombies, could you arrange something more suitable for us? The rotund man grins, speaking softly. Count me in, boss, chimes in the lean man, as both feel their current short firearms are inadequate for their enhanced abilities, and I, Brother Xinghe, believe my Taiji sword also requires fortification. Chun Jun adds, having utilized the sword throughout their journey to slay zombies, now feeling its edge lacks its former sharpness. Very well, I shall arrange it for all of you, observing Li Xinghe and his companions in high spirits. Yuan Bing finds herself in disarray. Are they seriously considering fighting their way in? At that moment, Li Xinghe turns to Yuan Bing. Captain Yuan, you and your team can handle any straggling zombies from behind. There shouldn't be too much risk involved. What do you say? Yuan Bing feels as though her mind has short-circuited, instinctively nodding. When she regains her composure, she sees Li Xinghe and the others boldly stepping forward. Li Xinghe's voice rings out, you three provide mutual cover. Chengge has no protection, so be cautious of zombie attacks. The rotund man replies boisterously, fear not, boss. We have each other's backs, and besides, Chengge is quite formidable. Li Xinghe nods, then summons his battle armor, enveloping himself entirely before charging into the throng of zombies, heading straight for the three mutated ones, disregarding the attacks from first-tier zombies, with his nanoalloy steel knife. He strikes out, sending zombie heads flying. The rotund man and the lean man also activate their respective battle armors, vaulting over the barriers and joining the fray, while Chun Jun follows closely behind to deliver finishing blows. In an instant, the previously quiet supermarket erupts into chaos, the roars of zombies echoing within the confined space, mingled with the rotund man's shouts. Take this, you zombies! He wields his short firearm like a club, sweeping through the horde as if he were a bulldozer, crushing all in his path. The lean man displays remarkable agility, clad in blue and white armor, skillfully wielding his short firearm, piercing through the heads of zombies one by one. Chun Jun channels cutting power into his Taiji sword. With each swing, the blade does not even need to make contact for wounds to appear on the zombies. Yuan Bing and her teammates stand in stunned silence. Witnessing the spectacle, Captain, where did these individuals come from? Their strength is frightening. The vice captain, Yuan, finds herself at a loss for words. And where did they acquire such impressive battle armor? It appears to offer substantial protection. We have never seen such equipment at the base. Su Qing expresses her curiosity about the armor. Yuan Bing can only manage a wry smile. Can I say that I, too, am baffled? Previously, when I was pursued by two second-tier zombies, it was that rotund man who effortlessly dispatched them. At that time, they did not exhibit such extraordinary prowess. The group falls into silence. Su Qing cannot help but exclaim, so, second-tier zombies are merely trivial to them. Captain, shall we simply watch? Vice Captain Yuan inquires that we should assist. After all, we possess some combat capabilities ourselves. Upon hearing the captain's words, the others readily concurred. When did they become mere spectators? Following Yuan Bing, they maintained formation and joined the fray. At that moment, Li Xinghe was already engaged in combat with three mutated zombies. These three creatures possessed significantly greater strength than those encountered previously, seemingly on the verge of advancing to level 2. Without utilizing his lightning abilities, Li Xinghe intentionally concealed his true power. However, he decided to experiment with his time manipulation ability. With a single slash, he sent a level 1 zombie flying, then summoned his energy to activate his time-related power. Instantly, the space within a 10-meter radius froze, and the zombies rushing towards him stood immobilized, their claws poised in a startled pause, as if time itself had been halted, while the others fought valiantly against the zombies. None paid heed to this astonishing spectacle. Unfazed, Li Xinghe continued to wield his nanoalloy steel blade, mowing down the stationary zombies as though harvesting wheat. Soon, he found himself before the powerful variant, driving his blade directly into its eye, then twisting the edge, turning the creature's brain into a pulpy mess, dark blood oozing from its eye socket. WY this time. 5 seconds had elapsed. The two speed-type zombies at the periphery broke free from the time stasis first. Resuming their charge towards Li Xinghe, he swiftly executed a side kick, sending one of the speed-type zombies flying into several others, which crashed to the ground and struggled to rise. The level 1 zombies they had collided with also escaped the time freeze, roaring as they surged towards Li Xinghe, trampling the already injured speed-type zombie beneath them, which, despite its earlier wounds, could not manage to stand again. Evidently suffering a severe spinal injury, 0.3 seconds later, the surrounding zombies began to emerge from their frozen state. Encircling Li Xinghe once more, another speed-type zombie leaped towards him, its claws aimed at his head. With a swift motion, he severed both of its claws, causing the creature to crash to the ground. Yet it attempted to bite at Li Xinghe's feet, but he quickly dispatched it with another slash, its head rolling away, its body collapsing helplessly. Turning back to the previously injured speed-type zombie, he found it on the ground, trampled beyond recognition by other zombies, still struggling, though it seemed not quite dead. With 2 of the 3 mutated zombies incapacitated, 1 dead and 1 severely injured, Li Xinghe decided against finishing it off for now. Opting to deal with the surrounding zombies first, the battle swayed heavily in their favor as zombies continued to charge, only to fall one after another. The Chubby Man-esque group pressed forward steadily, with Yuan Bing and the others following, eliminating any remaining zombies that, at this rate, it wouldn't be long before the entire supermarket was clear to the undead. The members of Hans Huang had grown numb, trailing behind to pick off stray zombies, even less intense than the battle at the supermarket entrance. Just as everyone thought the ordeal was nearing its conclusion, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the supermarket, shattering glass and sending shelves toppling over, merchandise crashing to the floor. The surrounding zombies parted, creating a path. The Chubby Man and his companions looked on in awe, exclaiming, "This must be a big boss." Without even seeing it, the commotion was unmistakable. Clearly, this was no ordinary zombie, the thin man speculated, while Chinjun furrowed his brow, recognizing that the presence was far more formidable than a typical mutated zombie. At that moment, a massive figure emerged from the shadows, causing the very ground of the supermarket to tremble and debris to rain down from the ceiling. Li Xinghe, having dealt with his immediate foes, hurried towards the source of the commotion. "Captain Yuan, instruct your teammates to fall back," he called out. Yuan Bing quickly rallied her team to retreat, while she and the deputy captain remained to assess the situation. The massive zombie stepped into view, towering at 5 meters, its body covered in a brownish-yellow substance of unknown origin, resembling a mountain of flesh. It let out a deafening roar, releasing a foul stench that compelled the Chubby Man to hastily cover his head with his battle armor. "Good heavens, it's a biological weapon," he exclaimed, struggling to keep his eyes open amidst the noxious fumes. Li Xinghe approached the trio, surveying the scene. A level 3 Earth-type zombie with the ability Seismic Shock, capable of wide area control that hindered movement and induced dizziness in those caught within its grasp. This was a zombie endowed with Earth manipulation powers, boasting considerable strength and capable of unleashing skills that were far beyond what the Chubby Man and his companions could contend with. "Back away, everyone. This is a level 3 Earth-type zombie, and it's not to be trifled with," Li Xinghe warned. The Chubby Man, recognizing the formidable size of the zombie, understood its danger without needing further persuasion. Upon hearing Li Xinghe's warning, he decisively replied, "Understood, boss. Stay safe." He then led the thin man and Chun Jun back to the entrance, where Yuan Bing and her deputy stood observing, realizing this was not a battle they could participate in. Upon seeing the Chubby Man and his companions return, Yuan Bing inquired, "Are we really leaving him to face that zombie alone?" The Chubby Man waved his hand dismissively. "If the boss wants us to retreat, it means that zombie is beyond our capabilities, that we don't want to complicate matters for him." Yuan Bing, accepting his reasoning, fell silent as they all intently watched the encounter unfold between Li Xinghe and the towering zombie. The lesser zombies had already been intimidated into retreat by the overwhelming presence of the level 2 Earth-type zombie, illustrating the significant dominance higher-level creatures held over their weaker counterparts. The Earth-type zombie fixed its milky white eyes upon Li Xinghe, scrutinizing him for a moment before charging forward. Despite its bulk, its speed was surprisingly swift. With pounding footsteps, it closed the distance in mere strides, extending its colossal hand to swat Li Xinghe down like a fly. Yuan Bing and her deputy gasped. Why isn't he dodging? As the massive hand descended, Li Xinghe rolled to the right just in time to evade the powerful strike. He then began to circle the Earth-type zombie, seizing the opportunity to leap onto a fallen shelf and deliver a fierce strike with his nanoalloy blade to the creature's head. The blade sank only 10 centimeters into the thick skull, merely grazing its bone, as the impact was significantly mitigated by the earthy layer enveloping the zombie. Realizing the futility of his attack, Li Xinghe swiftly kicked off the creature's shoulder, withdrawing his weapon and creating distance. After regaining his footing, he frowned upon noticing the zombie's earthy covering, which had absorbed a considerable portion of his previous blow's force. It seemed he would have to resort to his lightning abilities. Though he had intended to keep them hidden, this formidable foe had forced his hand. With that thought, he brandished his blade once more, darting around the Earth-type zombie. The creature, growing increasingly impatient with Li Xinghe's evasive maneuvers, swiped at him repeatedly, yet their speed disparity made it impossible for it to land a hit. Finally, seizing a prime opportunity when the zombie's wounds were exposed, Li Xinghe unleashed a lightning sphere at the earlier gash. The resulting explosion created a gaping hole the size of a human head, revealing the creature's bones beneath. That it was evident that another strike would likely shatter its skull. "Look!" Yuan Bing and her deputy gasped in unison, witnessing the crackling energy emanating from Li Xinghe's palm. "Indeed, you're not mistaken. This is our captain's lightning ability," Li Xinghe remarked with satisfaction. The deputy captain covered her mouth in astonishment. "Oh my. So he hadn't unleashed his powers until now. I thought he was just another enhanced type like the chubby man." Yuan Bing regarded Li Xinghe with a newfound respect, her gaze imbued with admiration. Having successfully landed a blow, Li Xinghe sought to capitalize on the opportunity. However, the wounded Earth-type zombie erupted into a frenzied rage, its attack frequency intensifying, leaving him struggling to find a suitable angle for another strike, forcing him into a game of evasion. After half a minute of relentless assault, the creature finally relented. "Now it's our chance," Chun Jun exclaimed, having closely monitored the battlefield. Li Xinghe recognized the lull in the zombie's aggression, quickly retracting his blade. This time, he unleashed 2 lightning spheres simultaneously. With a resounding boom, the 2 explosions echoed louder than before, sending the Earth-type zombie crashing to the ground with a thundering thud. It's done. The captain is truly remarkable," the chubby man exclaimed, eager to rush into the fray. "Stay back," Li Xinghe suddenly shouted. The hefty individual was taken aback, quickly halting his steps, just as he was about to inquire of Li Xinghe what was amiss. The fallen ability zombie rose once more, its countenance a grotesque mass of blood and flesh. The wound struck by the thunderball had laid bare its exposed brain, revealing that it was still clinging to life. Li Xinghe lamented inwardly, regretting that he had not received a notification of a kill when the creature had fallen, which indicated that it was not yet dead. Hastily, he called out to the hefty man, urging him to refrain from approaching, for this earth element ability, zombie still possessed a skill capable of causing seismic upheaval, an expansive control ability not to be underestimated. That moment, Li Xinghe suddenly felt the ground beneath him shifting violently. A wave of intense vertigo crashing over him, but he realized that this was indeed the skill of the earth element ability zombie, far more exaggerated than he had anticipated, struggling to maintain his balance. He quickly crouched down, embedding his alloy steel knife into the ground to stabilize himself. Meanwhile, the onlookers in the distance were also shaken by the sudden upheaval, swaying unsteadily as the powerful dizziness disoriented them, making it difficult to discern directions. The hefty man felt as though he might vomit, exclaiming, "Is this an earthquake? It's so fierce. I don't know." The slender individual retched uncontrollably. Yuan Bing and the vice captain supported each other, yet they could not maintain their footing and fell to the ground. As the ground continued to undulate, it felt akin to bouncing on a trampoline. Chapter 57. Killing the earth element ability, zombie. The skill persisted for half a minute, rendering the supermarket floor uneven, with everyone sprawled on the ground. The slender man was retching violently. "Oh no, stop vomiting. Now you're making me feel nauseous." The hefty man pinched his nose, attempting to rise slowly, but the overwhelming dizziness forced him back down. "Right, Captain," he suddenly recalled, turning his gaze towards the heart of the battlefield. There he saw Li Xinghe, one hand propping up his weapon, the other clutching his head, gently shaking it in an effort to dispel the dizziness. Being closest to the Earth Element ability zombie, he experienced the tremors most intensely. Had it not been for his formidable physique, he too would have been sprawled on the ground like the others. At this moment, the only figure standing was the Earth Element ability zombie. After expending its skill, it appeared to be severely drained, wobbling unsteadily towards Li Xinghe. Witnessing this, the hefty man shouted a warning. "Captain, be careful. That creature is coming." Li Xinghe looked up, realizing that the Earth Element ability zombie was now less than 10 meters away. Steadying himself against his weapon, he stood up slowly, just as the zombie reached him. It raised its enormous palm to strike. Yuan Bing and the others shut their eyes in terror. There was a resounding thud as the massive hand came crashing down. When Yuan Bing and the others opened their eyes once more, they beheld a colossal lightning shield hovering above Li Xinghe's head, absorbing the blow from the zombie's hand. Li Xinghe appeared remarkably composed beneath the shield, which remained steadfast in the face of the assault. He then raised his right hand, rapidly condensing lightning into a sphere. With a gentle push, the sphere shot forth, accurately striking the wound atop the Earth Element ability zombie's head. The sphere penetrated its brain, resulting in an explosive sound as it detonated within. The force on the lightning shield suddenly lightened, allowing Li Xinghe to thrust the shield upward, causing the zombie's body to topple backwards. Kill confirmed for a level 3 Earth Element ability zombie. Gaining 2,000 energy points, finally, that troublesome creature had been dealt with. Although its attack power was not particularly high, its sturdiness was quite formidable, and its seismic skill was indeed bothersome. Turning around, he noticed that everyone was gazing at him in astonishment. "Is everyone all right?" "We're fine, Brother Xinghe." "That was truly perilous. I thought you were in trouble," Yuan Bing remarked, her voice tinged with concern. "Indeed, Captain, you nearly gave me a heart attack," the hefty man exclaimed, patting his chest. "Everything is under control. When have I ever engaged in a battle without assurance? Even if I hadn't regained my composure, my armor would have provided protection. It's not something they could easily overcome," Li Xinghe thought, having already made his assessments. Yuan Bing and the others gradually regained their footing. "Captain Li, it's such a relief that you're unharmed. That was incredibly tense," she said gratefully. "Thank you for your concern." "Captain Yuan, everything was well within my grasp. By the way, Captain, what was that earthquake earlier?" "It was quite a disturbance." The hefty man recalled the bizarre tremors. Li Xinghe pointed at the fallen Earth Element ability zombie. "This creature is an Earth Element ability zombie. Not only is it tough-skinned and resilient, but it also wields a skill called seismic upheaval, which is what you all just experienced. Good grief, no wonder there was suddenly an earthquake. It turns out to be this creature's ability. I must admit, it is rather impressive," the hefty man exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. At that moment, the others finally comprehended. "Captain, more zombies are approaching," the slender man, having just finished retching, glanced around to see the surrounding level 1 zombies rising once more, urgently calling out. With the death of the Earth Element ability zombie, these creatures lost their inhibitions and immediately surged towards the group. "Let us eliminate them first," Li Xinghe instructed. "Understood." 10 minutes later, all the remaining zombies within the supermarket had been dispatched. The hefty man, panting heavily, collapsed onto a counter. "Oh, what a thrill. This was truly exhilarating. I can barely hold my weapon." "Ha! Who was it that suggested we stretch our legs?" the slender man teased. The hefty man blushed, retorting, "Hey, you little rascal, are you looking for a beating? All right, enough joking around. Slender, go fetch the folks outside and have them come in to gather the crystal cores. Hefty and Brother Chun, go find a truck to load the bodies of the level 2 zombies and the mutated zombies," Li Xinghe directed. The hefty man pointed at the corpse of the Earth Element mutated zombie. "What about this one, Captain?" Li Xinghe rolled his eyes. "What do you expect me to do with it?" "Just leave it here. Can you take it with you?" "Oh, right." The hefty man nodded in agreement before departing with Brother Chun to find a vehicle. "Captain Yuan, please bring your teammates inside as well." Yuan Bing responded quickly. "Oh, certainly." An hour later, both teams had successfully loaded all the necessary supplies onto the vehicle, with the crystal cores collected by the hefty man and his companions. "Captain, all the crystal cores are here, including the one from the Earth Element ability zombie." The Slender Man presented a quail egg-sized, earthy brown crystal core to Li Xing. At this moment, all members of Dawn and Frost gathered together, with hundreds of crystal cores piled on the plastic sheets upon the ground. Upon seeing these cores, everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement. The members of both teams turned their gazes towards their respective captains. Suddenly, Yuan Bing spoke up. Most of these zombies were eliminated by members of Dawn. Yuan and I accounted for approximately 70 level 1 zombies. Xinghe looked at the Slender Man and inquired, "Have you counted them? How many are there in total?" "Captain, there are a total of 480 level 1 zombie crystal cores, 5 level 2 zombie crystal cores, and 3 level 1 mutated zombie crystal cores." After hearing the Slender Man's report, Li Xinghe turned to Yuan Bing and proposed, "Captain Yuan, how about we allocate 80 level 1 crystal cores to your team, while the remainder belongs to us at Dawn?" "Sure, no problem." Yuan Bing agreed readily. He instructed the Hefty Man and the others to set aside 80 crystal cores before packing the rest into their backpacks. "Captain Yuan, the crystal cores have been divided, and all supplies are loaded onto the vehicle. We shall take our leave now," Li Xinghe stated, ensuring everything was in order. "All right, Captain Lian, I imagine you have other matters to attend to. Once you return to the survivor base, do visit our Frost territory. I will host a gathering to express my gratitude to all the brothers from Dawn." Yuan Bing bowed respectfully to Li Xinghe. "Certainly." With that, Li Xinghe watched as the Frost team drove off. "Let us go, everyone, to my vehicle." "Understood, Captain." Li Xinghe entered the battle vehicle first, followed closely by the others. Once everyone was aboard, he signaled for the Hefty Man to bring out the crystal cores. This operation had yielded a total of 400 level 1 zombie crystal cores, 5 level 2 zombie crystal cores, and 3 level 1 mutated zombie crystal cores. I will take 150 of the level 1 cores. The remaining level 2 and mutated zombie cores will be mine. The Hefty Man and his companions will each receive 80 level 1 cores, while those who did not partake in the battle will each receive 2 level 1 cores. Let us give the Orange Cat 3 cores. The Hefty Man began distributing the crystal cores. Chapter 58. Su Zhao's father. "All right, Captain." After distributing the crystal cores, Wang Yin and the other 3 exited the vehicle, leaving the Hefty Man, the Slender Man, and Brother Chan behind it. Xinghe regarded the trio. "This is about the weapons. I assent it." The Hefty Man grinned widely. "Indeed, Captain, I realize that I am better suited for using a stick. Handling a gun is quite uncomfortable for me." Li Xinghe sighed in resignation. "Fine, I'll reinforce a metal rod for you." Although Li Xinghe was not particularly knowledgeable about sticks, he recalled a certain classic work featuring a monkey demon wielding a formidable weapon known as the Golden Cudgel. This weapon was truly powerful. The Golden Cudgel was characterized by its 2 golden hoops at either end and a segment of black iron in the middle. Xinghe modeled the Hefty Man's short firearm after the Golden Cudgel, reinforcing it accordingly. The enhanced alloy version of the Golden Cudgel weighed over 160 pounds, fitting perfectly in the Hefty Man's hands. "Captain, why does this rod resemble the Golden Cudgel so closely?" As the portly fellow gazed upon the scene, his fondness only grew. "Indeed, I am empowered by the Golden Staff. How do you find it? Quite handy, wouldn't you agree?" The rotund man gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Magnificent! It is as if it were crafted just for me. By the way, boss, how many crystal cores do I owe for this staff?" 60, I presume." The hefty individual produced 60 crystal cores and handed them to Li Xinghe, who then turned his attention to the lean man beside him. "What weapon do you desire?" "Boss, I would like 2 short blades," the lean man replied. Li Xinghe nodded, recognizing that the lean man, being a speed-type ability user, indeed required more agile weaponry. Subsequently, Li Xinghe reinforced 2 short blades made of fortified alloy for him, each requiring 350 points of energy, totaling 700 points. Once the lean man received his appropriate weapons, Chunjun hastily retrieved his Tai Chi sword. "Brother Xinghe, could you enhance my Tai Chi sword? The design should remain unchanged. Just focus on the reinforcement." Xinghe expended 500 points of energy to enhance the sword's material to a special alloy. After the trio departed, Li Xinghe absorbed all the crystal cores, save for the Earth-type ability Zombie's core. "System, will absorbing this core grant me the Earth-type ability?" "Host, there's an 80% probability that absorbing this core will bestow the Earth-type ability." Aishinga's face lit up with joy. 80% was a promising chance. And as long as luck was on his side, he believed there would be no issues. System, absorb it. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Earth-type ability, currently at level 1. Nice. Li Xinghe couldn't help but exclaim in delight. He felt a surge of dense energy within him. Undoubtedly the energy of the Earth element. By focusing his thoughts, he summoned a portion of this energy, enveloping himself in a layer of earthy, hardened skin resembling a clay figure. This protective layer was half a centimeter thick and felt remarkably sturdy. Intriguingly, he experienced no hindrance in movement. He took a nanoalloy steel knife and lightly struck the hardened layer, leaving only a faint mark. The defense is quite commendable. It may require over 60% of my strength to fully breach this layer. Furthermore, he sensed that he had also gained the earth-shattering skill of the Earth-type ability zombie. However, it was not the right time to test this in the vehicle. He would consider it later and first check how much energy he possessed. System, how much energy do I currently have? Host, you currently possess a total of 8,387 points of energy. The system continued to provide data. Energy acquired from defeating zombies. Level 1 zombie core grants 10 points. Level 2 zombie core grants 100 points. Level 1 mutated zombie core grants 200 points. Level 2 ability zombie core allows absorption for ability acquisition without providing energy. Defeating level 1 zombies grants 10 points. Level 2 zombies 100 points. Level 1 mutated zombies 200 points. And level 2 ability zombies 2,000 points. Aishinga nodded in understanding. System, reinforce my time ability to level 2. Understood, host. Initiating reinforcement, deducting 3,000 points of energy. Aishinga felt an increase in the energy of his time ability. He then contemplated the Earth-type ability. System, how much energy is required to reinforce the Earth-type ability? Host, reinforcing the level 2 Earth-type ability requires 800 points of energy. That's slightly less than the lightning ability. Let us proceed with the reinforcement. Understood. Host, initiating reinforcement, deducting 800 points of energy. As the system's voice faded, Li Xinghe felt a significant boost in his Earth-type ability energy when he cast an Earth-type defense. A knife struck it once more, this time leaving no mark at all. Indeed, the defense had escalated to a new level. Having reinforced what needed reinforcement, he proceeded to their next destination, the Maternal and Child Health Hospital in Qingshui City. On the day of the apocalypse, hospitals everywhere were overwhelmed with people, and the Provincial Maternal and Child Health Hospital was no exception. Even before approaching the hospital, the number of zombies on the streets surged dramatically, forcing the group to disembark and methodically clear their path. Aishinga led the way, flanked by the lean man and Chen Jun on either side, while Wang Yin and others maintained formation, with the hefty fellow bringing up the rear and the orange cat engaging in free attacks. They fought their way through the streets and into the hospital, where the zombie presence only intensified. It was unimaginable how many people had been inside when the apocalypse erupted. Upon entering the hospital lobby, the hefty man surveyed the surroundings and inquired of Li Xinghe. Boss, where shall we gather the medical supplies? Li Xinghe glanced at the hospital's departmental layout, maintained formation, and head directly to the second-floor pharmacy. Understood. In the pharmacy on the second floor, 3 survivors were hiding. Mr. Su, I believe I heard commotion downstairs. Could it be the military has come to rescue us? Spoke an elderly male doctor. I think I heard it too. Could it truly be a rescue team? Exclaimed a nearby nurse, excitement lacing her voice. Quiet! Are you trying to get us killed? There are still many zombies outside. Even if the military arrives, your shouting will only draw the zombies in. They won't be able to save you, admonished a bespectacled middle-aged man softly, carefully maneuvering to the pharmacy door, pressing his ear against it to listen. Indeed, the sounds of a struggle were clear, and his face brightened, having been trapped here with an elderly doctor and a nurse for over half a month since the outbreak. The 3, having witnessed the brutality of the zombies, lacked the courage to venture outside. With no means to contact the outside world, they were relying solely on glucose supplies from the pharmacy to sustain themselves. With the glucose running low, the thought of military rescue finally arriving brought a glimmer of hope to his face. Just then, the commotion outside escalated, the zombies' growls becoming increasingly pronounced, rousing those in the hallway, all rushing toward the source of the noise. Boss, The pharmacy is just ahead. Quickly clear these zombies and gather the supplies. Yes, Chapter 59. Surprise attack after clearing the zombies on the second floor. Li Xinghe approached the pharmacy door first, delivering a habitual kick that sent the door crashing open. Bang! A scream followed as the door flung back, revealing Mr. Su, who was hiding behind it, now tumbling to the ground. Li Xinghe was momentarily taken aback to see someone hiding behind the door. He had not anticipated this. "Dad, what are you doing here?" A delighted voice called from behind him. It was Su Xiao. "What the?" Li Xinghe was genuinely bewildered. "What on earth? I just kicked out Su Xiao's father. How absurd!" The bespectacled man lay on the ground, clutching his shoulder and grimacing at Li Xinghe, glaring at the one responsible for his predicament. Upon hearing Su Xiao's voice, he was momentarily stunned, then turned to see Su Xiao rushing toward him. Xiao, how did you end up here? Weren't you with your mother in Lanzhou? Where is she?" The joy on Su Xiao's face faded as she helped her father to his feet. "Mom, she's gone." "What? Your mother is gone? How did that happen?" Su Xiao's father looked in disbelief, gripping Su Xiao's shoulders tightly. Momentarily disregarding his own pain as he questioned her, Su Xiao suddenly realized this was not the time for such discussions. "Dad, we can talk about that later. It's not safe right now. I came with my teammates to gather supplies. We can discuss it once we're out of here." That Su Xiao's father regained his composure and glanced at Li Xinghe and the others. Li Xinghe felt a bit awkward at the moment. Just then, two more individuals emerged from the pharmacy, an elderly doctor and a young nurse. The elderly doctor addressed Li Xinghe and the group. "Are you the rescue team? You arrived just in time. We couldn't have lasted much longer. Apologies, but we are not the rescue team. We are survivors as well. Old man, it's the apocalypse. How can you still rely on others to save you? The authorities can't even save themselves." The hefty man remarked, looking at the elderly doctor in disbelief. The elderly man's expression shifted, then he sighed. "Alas, the situation is indeed dire." Li Xinghe observed the name tag on the doctor's white coat. Surgeon Yang Li. "So, you are a surgeon?" "Indeed, I am Yang Li, a surgeon." Upon his acknowledgement, Li Xinghe promptly stated, "Perfect. Dr. Yang, please help us identify which medications are useful. The hefty and lean fellows will guard the corridor, and the rest of us will gather the supplies." Understood. Yang Li was not one to be obstinate. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he cooperated with Li Xinghe to collect medications and then hastily retreat. Chen Jun and the others quickly retrieved their prepared backpacks and, under Yang Li's guidance, packed various essential emergency medications: adrenaline, hemostatic drugs, pain relievers. Anything deemed useful was hastily stuffed inside, along with an ample supply of bandages and medical alcohol. Meanwhile, outside the maternal and child health hospital, Vice Captain Quang Feng was leading his team to a gas station for fuel when they happened to pass by the street adjacent to the hospital. "Vice Captain, I think I just saw a vehicle from Dawn," shouted a young man seated in the back with Vice Captain Wu Yu. "What? A Dawn vehicle? Quickly, stop and backtrack to check it out." The driver of the team abruptly pressed the brake to halt the vehicle, then proceeded to reverse. Upon seeing, Wu Yu immediately recognized it as the car belonging to the group from Dawn, with Li Xinghe's vehicle being particularly conspicuous, so memorable that it was hard to forget at a glance. This indicated that the group must be lurking nearby. Wu Yu then commanded, "Everyone, disembark and let us investigate." Leading his companions to the front of Li Xinghe's car, they stumbled upon a trail of zombie corpses. Wu Yu discerned at once that Li Xinghe and his crew had entered the maternal and child health hospital. "Deputy leader, what a splendid opportunity!" exclaimed a loquacious youth nearby, who quickly offered his insight. Wu Yu paused. "Speak quickly. The folks from Dawn have certainly entered the maternal and child health hospital. Given the circumstances, they must have been inside for a while, that we should conceal ourselves and ambush them when they emerge, catching them off guard, as they have persistently opposed us." Wu Yu's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, it was an excellent strategy. Given the displayed prowess of Dawn's leader and that corpulent fellow, he and his team would likely be outmatched in a direct confrontation. "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Everyone conceal yourselves. When the Dawn members appear, heed my command and let us show them our mettle." "Understood, Captain, and bring the formidable weapon we exchanged for yesterday, just in case." "Yes, The members of the Gale team swiftly hid within the storefronts lining the streets, their weapons poised for action on the second floor of the maternal and child health hospital. Li Xinghe and his team had filled their backpacks with medical supplies. All right, we've gathered all that we need. It's time to retreat. At this juncture, the first and second floors of the hospital had been largely cleared of zombies. The group quickly made their way outside. Collecting crystal nuclei as they retreated, they approached their combat vehicle. Li Xinghe directed, "Fatty, you'll drive the vehicle for hauling the corpses. Dr. Yang and the nurse will take the slender fellow's vehicle, while Su Xiao and your father will share a vehicle with Brother Qinjun. Wang Yin and Xiao, you will ride with me." "Got it, boss." Li Xinghe led the way, but as they were about 10 meters from the combat vehicle, an unsettling sensation gripped him. A foreboding aura emanated from ahead. Something's amiss, he thought, halting abruptly. At that moment, gunfire erupted, rat-a-tat-tat. A barrage of bullets sliced through the Xinghe instinctively dodged to the side, the projectiles narrowly missing him. "This is bad. There's an ambush. Everyone, take cover." The team instinctively sought refuge behind the abandoned vehicles flanking the road. Gunfire continued to ring out, and when Li Xinghe glanced back, he saw a figure collapse to the ground. It was Wang Yin. Blood gushing from her chest. Quickly, he rushed to her side, dragging her behind a nearby vehicle where Xiaoyu crouched. Upon seeing that Wang Yin had lost consciousness, with the bullet having struck her chest, Li Xinghe realized her breath was fading. "Hurry, Xiaoyu, activate your powers. Wang Yin is on the brink," he urged, startled at first. Xiaoyu quickly regained her composure and activated her healing abilities. A verdant energy radiated from her hands, weaving around Wang Yin's wound. In no time, a bullet was expelled from the injury. However, Xiaoyu's complexion turned pale, her strength waning, nearly causing her to collapse. Xinghe promptly retrieved a vial of restorative potion from his backpack and offered it to her. Wang Yin began to stir, her eyes fluttering open as she saw Li Xinghe. "What happened? Did I get shot? I remember hearing gunfire and then nothing." Seeing Wang Yin was all right, Li Xinghe let out a sigh of relief. "Indeed, it was Xiaoyu who saved you with her healing powers. Stay put." A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. "Fatty, Slim, come with me. We must eliminate these scoundrels. The rest of you, remain cautious." He had caught a glimpse of their assailants. None other than the Gale team. "Understood, boss. These bastards dare to ambush us. I shall see to it they pay dearly." Fatty's face hardened with resolve. Slim remained silent, yet gripped his dual blades tightly. The two summoned their battle armor, enveloping themselves, and charged towards the firing Gale members. Bullets ricocheted off the trio's armor with a clattering sound, causing no harm. Observing this, the loquacious youth at the back of the crowd quietly retreated towards the vehicle. Chapter 60. Annihilation Wu. "Their armor is impervious to our attacks," a member shouted behind Wu Yu. Countless bullets ricocheted off the trio's armor, yielding no results. Panic surged through the Gale members as they fell back. "Fall back! Intensify your fire! Bring forth the handheld rocket launcher we obtained from the armory yesterday." Wu Yu, receiving the handheld rocket launcher from his subordinate, wore a manic expression that "I refuse to believe you can withstand a rocket." With that, he pulled the trigger, unleashing a rocket as thick as an arm, which soared towards the forefront where Li Xinghe stood. The moment the rocket launched, an alarm blared from the battle armor's neural interface. As Li Xinghe prepared to evade, he hesitated, considering the safety of his comrades behind him. He swiftly raised his left hand, summoning a lightning shield that rapidly reinforced itself. The next instant, the rocket collided with the shield. Boom! The explosion reverberated thunderously, shattering the glass of nearby storefronts. The force of the blast sent Fatty and Slim tumbling backward, crashing to the ground, their ears ringing with a persistent buzz. Xinghe, caught in the heart of the explosion, was enveloped in a thick cloud of smoke. As the haze dissipated, he knelt on one knee, one hand clutching a battered lightning shield, the other embedding a nanoalloy steel blade into the ground, leaving a 5-meter-long drag mark behind him. His battle armor bore no significant damage. Wu Yu, witnessing Li Xinghe emerge unscathed, felt his pupils constrict in disbelief, muttering to himself, "How is this possible? This defies logic. How could he withstand a rocket?" In Wu Yu's mind, while those with powers wielded extraordinary abilities far beyond the norm, They were still human. How could one withstand heavy weaponry? The members behind him stuttered, unable to articulate their thoughts, finally managing to utter, "Is he even human?" Snapping back to reality, Wu Yu urgently commanded, "Retreat! Quick, retreat!" The man before them was beyond their capacity to confront. Even their captain would not dare withstand a rocket. Upon hearing Wu Yu's command, they scrambled towards their vehicle in a panic. "Boss, are you all right?" Fatty and Slim had reached Li Xingha's side. Li Xingha abruptly lifted his head. "I'm fine. You two pursue them. Leave not a single one behind." "Yes, come on, Slim. Let us deal with these scoundrels." With that, Fatty and Slim dashed after the fleeing Gale members. Li Xingha slowly rose to his feet, cursing under his breath. "Damn, that rocket was harder to handle than I expected." Despite the dual layers of defense from the lightning shield and alloy armor, the explosive shockwave had taken its toll, leaving his head ringing. Meanwhile, Fatty and Slim had already caught up, their weapons showing no mercy. With every strike, one of the Gale members fell. Most of their adversaries were ordinary individuals, unable to evade the relentless assault. Soon, only Wu Yu remained from Gale. Wu Yu reached the vehicle door. Just as he was about to open it, Fatty, realizing time was running out, hurled his alloy club like a javelin towards Wu Yu. Wu Yu prepared to open the door. He suddenly heard a whistling sound. He turned to see the metallic club flying towards him and instinctively recoiled. Thud! The club lodged firmly into the door and seat that he yanked at the door, but it was jammed, trapped by the metallic weapon. Turning back, he saw Fatty and Slim closing in, with no time left to escape. Wu Yu unleashed his earth manipulation abilities, bracing for their approach. "Run! Why aren't you running?" Fatty taunted as he advanced. Wu Yu had abandoned the idea of fleeing. His only chance to escape lay in eliminating these two. Enough of the chatter. If you have the guts, let us settle this in a one-on-one duel. Fearing the duo would team up, Wu Yu attempted to provoke Fatty. Fatty recognized his intent and smirked. "Rest assured, a little trash like you isn't worthy of our combined efforts." Without further ado, he strode forward towards Wu Yu. Upon noticing the approach of the portly figure, Wu Yu unleashed a straight punch, imbued with a yellow energy. However, the stout man's physical attributes surpassed Wu Yu's significantly, being a power-type ability user and equipped with battle armor. With a swift motion, he extended his hand and seized Wu Yu's fist. Wu Yu's expression shifted. He was aware of the stout man's strength, but never anticipated that his heavy punch would be caught so effortlessly. Despite possessing the might of the earth as his augmentation, he was astonished by the vast disparity in their strength. With a firm grip, the stout man exerted pressure, causing Wu Yu to grimace in pain. Subsequently, he launched a kick, sending Wu Yu hurtling backwards, crashing into a vehicle and shattering its window. Clutching his abdomen, Wu Yu's gaze fell upon a metallic rod embedded in the car door. Seizing it, he swung it towards the stout man. Just as he raised the rod, a flash of blade glimmered, and a short knife was plunged into his chest. The alloy rod fell from his grasp as he clutched his wound. Slowly toppling backwards, blood frothing from his mouth, his gaze becoming vacant. "Hey, I say, thin man, why did you steal my kill?" The stout man recognized the knife as belonging to the thin man. The thin man rolled his eyes and retorted, "Quit the chatter. Can't you see the zombies surrounding us?" The stout man surveyed the area. And indeed, numerous Chenju nodded in agreement, stating that the speed of zombie evolution had accelerated, with the proportion of second-tier zombies continually increasing. It remained uncertain what levels of evolution would follow, such as third or fourth tiers. The primary concern was the potential threat posed by Earth-type mutant zombies in the future. If the team's high-end combat capabilities were insufficient, they would face the dire risk of total annihilation. This moment, the plump man added, "Since everyone shares this sentiment, I propose that in future team operations, the leaders take 70% of the crystal cores. The rest, comprising 30%, will be divided among myself, the thin man, Biju, and Brother Chun. Xiaoya, Su Xiao, and Wang Yin can share the remaining 20%. I believe this is fair, brother. Resources should be prioritized for the leaders. As they are top-tier combat strength," the plump man echoed his thoughts. Observing the nods of agreement from the others, he turned to Li Xingha, asking, "What do you think of my suggestion, boss?" Li Xingha, who also wished to increase his share of the crystal cores, reflected that without him, the others would have been no match for today as Earth-type mutant zombies. since the plump man had already voiced it. It was a perfect opportunity to adjust the distribution of crystal cores. All right, let us allocate them as you proposed, as Li Xinghe and the others discussed the distribution of crystal cores at the headquarters of the Windstorm team. A frantic voice interrupted, "Captain, this is bad. Something terrible has happened." A brash young man burst into the courtyard, shouting, "What is going on? Why the commotion? Where are Wu Yu and the others? Why are you the only one back?" A 27 or 28-year-old man emerged from the building, inquiring. This man was the captain of the Windstorm team, Feng Outyin. The brash young man trembled as he uttered a few words, causing Feng Outyin's expression to change drastically. "The vice captain and the others, they're all dead." What? Chapter 62. The challenge of life and death after the plump man organized the crystal core distribution. Li Xinghe spoke, urging everyone to disperse. "All right, now that the crystal cores are distributed, everyone should hurry back and rest." "Understood, boss. You should rest early too." After sending everyone off, Li Xinghe gazed at the crystal cores before him, commanding system, "Absorb all the crystal cores." "Understood, host." Commencing absorption, after witnessing all the crystal cores vanish. Li Xinghe inquires, "System, how much energy do I have now?" "Host, you currently possess a total of 57,937 energy points. It seems I will soon evolve to the 4th tier." His primary focus was on evolving, with lightning and time abilities as secondary enhancements, while he did not wish to invest too many resources into earth element abilities for the time being, as one should not overreach. The next morning, after a simple breakfast, the team headed to the mission hall to report task completion. "What? You completed the task so quickly?" The staff member in charge of registration gazed at Li Xinghe and the others in disbelief. "Indeed, quickly arrange for someone to verify it. The corpses are in the vehicle outside." Li Xinghe pointed to the truck parked at the entrance of the mission hall. The staff member hurriedly summoned the supervisor of the mission hall, a plump man in a suit, who greeted them with a broad smile. "You must be team leader Li, right?" "I am Zhou Lin, the supervisor of the mission hall. Did your team complete the 2nd-tier zombie task?" "Exactly." Li Xinghe nodded. "Wonderful. Let us go check it out together." The group arrived at the roadside truck, and as the inspectors opened the door, gasps of astonishment filled the air. Numerous survivors had come to accept tasks that morning, and upon hearing that a team had completed the 2nd-tier zombie mission, they gathered around, eager to discover which team it was that their surprise. They found a truck filled with zombie corpses that a closer inspection revealed that these were not ordinary zombies. Zhou Lin was also taken aback. He had expected only 3 to 5 2nd-tier zombie corpses, but was astonished to see an entire truckload, and it seemed there were even mutated zombie corpses among them. "Quickly count them, and call for more people." "Yes." Looking back at Li Xinghe, Zhou Lin no longer held any disdain. Previously, he had not encountered Li Xinghe and his team, and it appeared they had only recently registered their team. At this moment, the verification personnel approached Zhou Lin, announcing, "Supervisor, the count is complete. We have a total of 50 2nd-tier zombie corpses and 12 mutated zombie corpses." "Heavens, so many! These people are incredible. Which team are they from?" "I remember it's called Dawn. They just formed 2 days ago," a survivor who had seen Li Xinghe's team register commented. "What a joke! A team that just formed 2 days ago returns with so many 2nd-tier zombie corpses." Another person exclaimed in disbelief, "I can vouch for it. They indeed registered just 2 days ago and even had a conflict with the vice captain of Windstorm." Another survivor chimed in. After Zhou Lin calmed himself, he addressed Li Xinghe, saying, "Team leader Li, please come in. I'll arrange for your contribution points right away." He led Li Xinghe and his team into his office. Moments later, a staff member brought in an inner-city identification certificate and the team identity badge of Dawn. "Team leader Li, this is your proof for entering the inner city, and here is your team identity badge. The 78,000 contribution points have already been credited." Li Xinghe took the inner-city certificate and team identity badge. Expressing his gratitude, "Thank you, Supervisor Zhou, that we have other matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave now. Of course. Team leader Li, do come by again in the future," Zhou Lin called after them. As Li Xinghe and his team exited the mission hall, they encountered a stern young man standing at the entrance, accompanied by another individual. The plump man immediately recognized the brash young man. "Hey, it's this kid again. What do you want?" "Looking for trouble." The stern young man ignored the plump man and fixed his gaze on Li Xinghe, sensing his formidable strength. "That you're the one who killed Wu Yu." RNTU. At this statement, silence fell over the scene. The plump man and the thin man exchanged glances, incredulous. It was impossible. They had dispatched all members of Windstorm. How could this news have reached their captain? The plump man suddenly recalled seeing the brash young man when leaving the base. But during the pursuit of Windstorm members, this young man had been absent. He must have been the one who escaped. Li Xinghe, upon hearing the stern young man speak, realized this individual was likely the captain of Windstorm. Feng Aoten s. Oh, what if I did? Very well, since you dare to admit it. Meet me at the life and death platform tomorrow morning at 10. You could choose not to come, but if you have the guts, stay inside the base forever. With that, without waiting for Li Xinghe's response, he turned and left with the brash young man. The life and death platform? Li Xinghe was unclear about its purpose. Just then, a familiar voice called out from a distance. Brother Li, what a coincidence. We meet again. Zhao Jie approached, and upon seeing him, Li Xinghe quickly inquired. You came at the right time. What is the life and death platform for? The life and death platform. Zhao Jie's expression turned peculiar upon hearing those words, that it's a place designated by the survivor base for resolving personal grievances. Once you step onto the life and death platform, it's akin to signing a death contract. Thereafter, regardless of casualties, neither party can pursue the matter further, with official personnel supervising the Li Xinghe nodded slightly. And Zhao Jie, puzzled, asked, Brother Li, who is going to the life and death platform? Me. Ah, you've just arrived at the survivor base and already have a conflict. Zhao Jie was bewildered. One more question. Where is this life and death platform? Oh, it's located at the intersection of the newly opened Sundry Street in the southern part of the base. Understood. I've asked all my questions. We have other matters, so we'll take our leave now. On the way, the plump man asked, Boss, are you really going to participate in the life and death battle? Given the attitude of the Windstorm captain, he won't let this go if I don't show up. Since that's the case, it's better to settle this matter once and for all. The plump man nodded. He had no concerns about the outcome. With the boss's strength, dealing with the Windstorm captain would be effortless. Li Xinghe led everyone back to the inner city once more. This time, he presented the inner city identification certificate, and the guards promptly allowed them entry. Upon entering the inner city, they realized it was quite large. Boss, it seems there are quite a few residents in this inner city. Where are we going to find sister-in-law? Are we going to have to ask every household? The plump man was utterly confused. Li Xinghe frowned, recalling that one had mentioned in her note that her friend's father was a high-ranking military official. We can simply inquire about anyone with the surname, and since that's the case, let us split up. It'll expedite our search, the plump man suggested. All right, thus, the group split up, going from house to house, inquiring about high-ranking military officials with the surname, and after a busy morning running around a good portion of the inner city without obtaining any useful information, the plump man and the others rested beneath a tree. Li Xinghe stared into the distance. Lost in thought, Boss, don't worry. Since sister-in-law is at the survivor base, we will surely find her. The plump man tried to comfort him, sensing his concern that I know, but I can't help but wonder how she's doing now. Boss, I don't think there's any issue. ISNT, her friend's father's senior military official. She should be doing well. Li Xinghe nodded. He was aware of that, but still felt a bit anxious. While they conversed, a military vehicle approached from afar. Boss, isn't that the vehicle we saw earlier? It's sporting military plates. Why don't we approach and inquire? We might strike gold. Fatty, go and stop him. Fatty dashed into the middle of the road, waving his arms, and the military car came to a halt. Chapter 63. Weapon exchange. Li Xinghe stepped forward to inquire. Hello. Might you know of a senior military officer surnamed and in the inner city? The driver was none other than Xiao Yan, the one who had driven and ran in Xiao Waner to the grocery street that day. Upon hearing Li Xinghe's question, he couldn't help but exhibit a wary expression. Observing this, Li Xinghe understood he had inquired of the right person, and no need to be anxious. I am merely looking for my childhood friend. Her name is Ran, and her father is a high-ranking officer. They are together now, and I am here to find her. As Li Xinghe explained, the wariness on Xiao Yan's face gradually dissipated. You are looking for Xiao Waner? Li Xinghe's heart leaped with joy. Yes, that's exactly her. Do you know her? I'm Commander In's driver. You are correct. Xiao Waner is indeed with her friend. However, unfortunately, I just dropped them off at the military district this morning. They went to the military district this morning? Yes, indeed. Commander asked me to take them there, but I'm unsure of the reason he instructed me to pick them up tomorrow morning. Excellent. Could you tell me where General Ann's residence is? I will return tomorrow afternoon. The small courtyard at the northernmost point. There aren't many buildings around, so it's quite conspicuous. All right, thank you. As the vehicle drove away, Fatty exclaimed with delight, "Boss, we finally found my sister-in-law." It seems there are no issues, though it's a pity she just went to the military district. I could see that moment. Li Xinghe was also quite pleased to learn that Xiao Wan'er was safe, as a weight had finally been lifted from his heart. Let's head to the armory and take a look? Sure thing, boss. Since Xiao Wan'er was unharmed, they decided to visit the armory. Their team identity card currently held 78,000 contribution points, and they hoped to acquire some valuable items. After inquiring along the way, they arrived at the armory after 20 minutes. Originally a factory workshop, it had been repurposed into an armory for survivors after the apocalypse. Here, one could exchange weapons ranging from small items like daggers and bullets to larger armaments such as machine guns and handheld rocket launchers. However, all the weapons were outdated ones that had been discarded by the military. Boss, I was expecting tanks and artillery, but it turns out it's just these old items, Fatty said, his face filled with disappointment. Li Xinghe replied, Fatty, what were you thinking? The military wouldn't release strategic weapons like tanks and artillery. Getting a few grenades and handheld rocket launchers is already quite generous. Besides, even if they gave you a tank, you wouldn't know how to operate it. Fatty scratched his head. True. I was thinking of having some fun with the tank. But now that you mention it, perhaps it's best to skip that. We've run out of ammunition. Today is a perfect opportunity to exchange some. If the contribution points suffice, let's get a couple of those handheld rocket launchers. Upon hearing handheld rocket launcher, Fatty's eyes lit up. He recalled how powerful Wu Yu's rocket launcher had been, with its shockwave having sent him and Thin Guy flying. Had it not been for their armor, they might have sustained internal injuries. Let's go, boss. Hurry and take a look, Fatty said, rushing into the armory to explore. As it neared noon, there weren't many people in the armory, and the entrance of Li Xinghe and his group caught the attention of the person in charge. An elderly man in tattered military attire, though impeccably clean, approached them, flanked by two young soldiers carrying firearms. What weapons does this young brother need? Do tell me your contribution points, and I will recommend some options. Oh, I ask your name, old sir? My surname is Sure. And you? I am Li Xinghe, a fine name, evoking the image of starry river, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. Thank you for the compliment, sir. Please do recommend some options. We have a total of 78,000 contribution points. Quite a sum. Follow me, then. What weapons does your team currently utilize? Primarily the Type 95. Since you're not military personnel, your accuracy might be lacking at longer distances. It is often challenging to efficiently eliminate zombies. Thus, you should be equipped with some high-damage area weapons, such as grenade launchers or rocket launchers. Currently, we have a decommissioned grenade launcher available, with a long range and a large kill radius. It can be reused and comes with 8 high-explosive rounds, 5 incendiary rounds, 1 illumination round, and 1 smoke grenade, all for just 40,000 contribution points. There's also the RPG-7 rocket launcher, effective within a 7-meter radius. While it is a one-time use, it is reasonably priced and easy to operate, costing 1,000 contribution points. Rifle bullets are 2 for 1 contribution point. Grenades are 50 contribution points each, and C4 explosives are 500 each. How many do you need, boss? I think the grenade launcher is excellent. Shall we get one? Fatty's eyes sparkled at the sight of the grenade launcher, a true weapon of mass destruction. With this, who would fear a horde of zombies? A few rounds of grenades, and they'd all be sent skyward. After some contemplation, Li Xinghe spoke. 1 grenade launcher, 5 RPG, 7 rocket launchers, 100 grenades, and 4 C4 explosives. The rest will be exchanged for rifle bullets. Here is the identity card. Upon finishing, he handed the card to the old soldier's surname Sure. All right, Xiao He, take them to collect their weapons and ammunition. After retrieving their weapons and ammunition, Fatty asked, Boss, what shall we do next? Fatty was momentarily at a loss, as it seemed there was nothing pressing to attend to. Let's find Han Shuang. Find Han Shuang? What for? Do you find it convenient to stay in a hotel every day? Ask Yuan Bing how they manage their territory, that we should secure our own. That sounds good, boss. It is indeed time to find a place. Living in a hotel is rather inconvenient. The survivor base was bordered by the inner city to the north, a gathering place for ordinary survivors to the south, military district to the west, and the territory of survivor teams to the east. Xinghe and the others began to inquire within the territory of the survivor teams to the east, discovering that Han Shuang ranked third among survivor teams, a fact known to nearly everyone. After half an hour, they finally arrived at Han Shuang's encampment. Han Shuang's base was situated at the innermost part, an independent courtyard. Upon entering, they found it quite spacious, featuring a two-story building and a large open area. The vice captain, Yuan, was currently leading the Han Shuang members in training. Upon noticing Li Xinghe and his group enter, the training members paused. "What are you all doing? Why have you stopped? Keep practicing." The vice captain, Yuan, with her back to the entrance, was unaware of their arrival. Seeing everyone halt, she called out, "Vice captain, the people from Dawn have arrived." A few members pointed towards her back. Vice captain Yuan turned around and, indeed, spotted Li Xinghe standing at the door. "Captain Li, so it is you. Please come in." She then turned to the members standing in the yard. "What are you all dawdling for? Hurry and inform the captain, stating that Captain Li has arrived. Also, prepare some tea." "Yes, Vice Captain." Several members hurried away. Chapter 64. Announcement of Crystal Core uses. Li Xinghe led everyone into the courtyard. "No need for such formality. I have come to seek guidance on a matter." Tea that moment. Yuan Bing had already walked out upon hearing the commotion. "What question does Captain Li wish to ask?" Seeing Yuan Bing approach, Li Xinghe got straight to the point. "As you know, we at Dawn have only just arrived at the survivor base a few days ago, that I was considering finding a place for our team to establish residence, as staying outdoors is rather inconvenient." Yuan Bing nodded. "Indeed, living outside is not practical. Captain Li can either rent or purchase a space at the base affairs office. Our Han Shuang courtyard was rented by me initially. It was 10 crystal cores for 6 months, but it should have increased in price by now. There's a courtyard nearby that is quite decent, larger than this one, and it would suffice for your needs. However, the price would be considerably higher, I understand." "Thank you for the information, Captain Yuan. No need for such courtesy between us." Li Xinghe slightly nodded. "In that case, we shall head to the affairs office to take a look. If all goes well, we shall be neighbors." "Great. Once Captain Li settles in, we can chat more. By the way, where is this affairs office located?" "Right behind the mission hall on that street." "All right, farewell." With that, he led the group towards the affairs office. Upon arrival, they found the entrance bustling with people, most of whom were there to rent spaces, with few interested in purchasing. After standing in line for half an hour, it was finally their turn. "Hello, what service can I assist you with?" "Renting," Li Xinghe replied. "Okay, please proceed to window number 8. Following the directions, Li Xinghe walked to the back, where a sign indicated housing rental. "Hello, I would like to rent a house." "Where would you like to rent? Have you chosen a location?" "I have. I wish to rent the courtyard next to Han Shuang's residence on the easternmost side." The staff member looked up. That courtyard currently requires 25 first-level crystal cores for 6 months. Li Xinghe frowned. Has it increased by such a margin? The staff member, misinterpreting his frown as discontent, nervously added, "You might also consider opting for a location further outside. Almost all are 7 or 8 first-level crystal nuclei." "It's fine. We only need this one." The hefty fellow collects the crystal nuclei, that he is the boss. The hefty one counts out 25 crystal nuclei and hands them to the staff member, who produces a voucher and hands it to Li Xinghe. "Please wait a moment. Someone will bring you the key shortly." "All right." Shortly thereafter, a young girl emerges from behind, presenting a key to Li Xinghe. "This is the key to the Li's courtyard. Please take good care of it." "No problem." After receiving the key, Li Xinghe and the hefty fellow exit the office. The hefty fellow excitedly exclaims, "This is fantastic! Boss, we will finally have our own courtyard." Observing the hefty fellow's delighted expression, Li Xinghe shakes his head that, "Let's go and take a look at our courtyard." Returning to the vicinity of the Han Shuang base, they discover a small courtyard nearby. "Boss, give me the key. I shall unlock it." The hefty fellow snatches the key and steps forward to open the courtyard gate. Before them lies a courtyard the size of 2 basketball courts, with a ground paved in blue bricks. A garden on one side, and 2 connected 2-story buildings at the far end. Sufficient accommodation for the members of the Dawn. "Boss, it's quite nice. Yes, let's tidy this place up quickly. Several female members begin to arrange the rooms, while the men clean the courtyard and drive the vehicles inside. Captain Lee has moved in. It seems we will need to rely on Captain Lee's guidance moving forward. Yuan Bing cheerfully enters the courtyard. Just as Li Xinghe is about to respond politely, a sudden announcement blares from outside the courtyard. This moment, thousands of loudspeakers in the survivor base of Qingshui City simultaneously resonate. Attention, all survivors. Attention, all survivors. I am Liu Shiji from the Military District Research Institute. I am here to share some of the latest research developments from our institute, which will be humanity's last opportunity to survive in this apocalypse. I hope everyone will listen carefully. Li Xinghe and Yuan Bing step onto the street, where a heavy voice emanates from the loudspeaker mounted on the utility pole. It's Director Liu. Upon hearing this voice, Yuan Bing gasps. What's the matter? Li Xinghe, puzzled, inquires further. Seeing his confusion, Yuan Bing explains, Liu Shiji is the director of the Military District Research Institute. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, he led a team to study zombies. Now, an announcement to everyone suggests they have made significant breakthroughs. Li Xinghe ponders briefly and surmises that it likely pertains to the crystal nuclei. Could it be that the military intends to disclose the uses of the crystal nuclei? During their conversation, a multitude of survivors is gathered on the street, whispering among themselves. The hefty fellow and others also approach. Boss, what's going on? Just listen. It's probably about the crystal nuclei. Crystal nuclei? Yuan Bing nods thoughtfully upon hearing this. After a moment, the announcement resumes. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, humanity has faced near extinction in Qingshui City. Out of several million inhabitants, only about 100,000 have survived. Currently, the registered population in the base is merely over 80,000, while several thousand survivors remain trapped within the city. Hearing this, everyone falls silent. Humanity is barely surviving under the threat of zombies, although a fortunate few have awakened special abilities to combat the undead. It is far from sufficient against the tens or even hundreds of thousands of zombies. Since the outbreak, I have led a team dedicated to researching zombies, seeking methods to combat them. But we have made little progress until recently when we made a startling discovery. The crystal nuclei found in the brains of zombies should be familiar to everyone, yet no one knows their true purpose. Through experimental research, our team has discovered that the crystal nuclei contain a type of energy previously unseen on Blue Star. This energy can be absorbed by living organisms, including humans, without any side effects. This moment, the entire survivor base erupts into chaos. Countless individuals who had exchanged their crystal nuclei pound their chests in frustration, filled with regret. Meanwhile, those who still possess crystal nuclei feel as though they are clutching a fortune, their eyes wary and suspicious, fearing theft from those around them. The voice on the broadcast continues, striving to quell the rising tumult. Once absorbed by the human body, the crystal nuclei will enhance physical capabilities, significantly improving the absorber's overall physical condition. In theory, the energy from 10 crystal nuclei is sufficient to elevate a person to a higher level. Yet the human body can only absorb this energy at a 50% efficiency. This means that 20 crystal nuclei are required to achieve this enhancement. We refer to such individuals as enhanced beings. Humans can grow stronger through the continuous absorption of crystal nuclei energy. As for what obstacles may arise in the future, it remains uncertain. In any case, this is humanity's chance to become stronger and seize control over its fate. Additionally, through prolonged observation, we have discovered that increasing the level of enhanced beings aids in enhancing the level of special abilities. So far, there's been no other method to elevate the level of abilities aside from consistent usage of their energy. Therefore, to improve their ability levels, prioritizing the enhancement of their physical levels will be beneficial. Li Xinghe muses internally, realizing that he alone can elevate his ability level directly through the system's energy, while others must gradually hone their skills. Furthermore, we have found that once one becomes an enhanced being, they will gain immunity to the same level of zombie viruses. Thus, everyone should strive to elevate their enhanced levels as quickly as possible. With this revelation, the entire survivor base is likely in an uproar, and the value of crystal nuclei is expected to soar. Yuan Bing reflects, It appears the base will soon utilize crystal nuclei as the sole currency. Indeed, tomorrow there will surely be many people hunting zombies. Are you going, Captain Lee? Yuan Bing looks at Li Xingha. I fear I cannot go tomorrow. I have a life-and-death battle scheduled in the morning. A life-and-death battle. Chapter 65. Newcomers. Yuan Bing anxiously inquires. What is going on? Didn't you just arrive at the base? How could there be a conflict leading to a life-and-death match? At this moment, the hefty fellow interjects, Captain Yuan, you may not be aware, but those rascals from the Windstorm gang have caused us some trouble. Unexpectedly, they ambushed us outside the base, nearly causing casualties in our team that we ended up eliminating their vice-captain and several of their members. This morning, their captain, Feng Outyan, came looking for us to challenge the boss to a life-and-death battle. Windstorm. Feng Outyan is a second-level ability user. The hefty fellow waves his hand dismissively. Oh, it's no big deal. Captain Yuan, our boss could easily deal with him. Yuan Bing turns her gaze to Li Xingha, seeing his calm demeanor and recalling how he had dispatched an Earth-type zombie in the supermarket. Well, based on Li Xingha's strength, defeating Feng Outyan shouldn't be difficult. Then I will go and watch tomorrow. All right, Captain Yuan. Tomorrow noon, we shall go and cheer for the boss. Sounds good. Yuan Bing decides not to hunt zombies tomorrow, but to witness the life-and-death battle between Li Xingha and Feng Outyan. As the broadcast concludes, survivors hastily band together to prepare teams for the next day's zombie hunts, resulting in a variety of survivor teams emerging. The armory and task hall are lined with long queues, and the entire survivor base becomes lively. Starting tomorrow, the strength of the survivors is set to experience explosive growth. Captain Yuan, we and Dawn need to hold a meeting, so I shall take my leave. Li Xingha informs Yuan Bing. All right, I also need to return and discuss matters with my team. Farewell. With that, both return to their respective quarters. Shozi, gather everyone. We have matters to discuss. Understood, boss. Shozi promptly rushes upstairs to call everyone. After a while, everyone gathers in the courtyard, and Li Xingha stands before them. The reason for calling everyone here is to discuss the fate of the survivors we rescued. Dr. Yang, the nurse, and Su Xiao's father, Su Zhe. You may choose to leave and allow the officials to reassign you based on your professions, or you may stay with Dawn. However, we do not support idleness. We will decide based on your circumstances whether to keep you or not. As Li Xingha finishes speaking, the expressions of Dr. Yang, the nurse, and Su Zhe shift dramatically. Since entering the survivor base, they have understood the dire survival conditions, realizing how fortunate it is to join a strong team. Dr. Yang speaks first. Captain Lee, I am aware of the base's situation. I certainly wish to remain with Dawn. Although I am older, I can certainly serve as the team's medical consultant. Upon hearing Dr. Yang's words, the members of Dawn nod in agreement. While they have a Xiaoya on the team, they cannot rely solely on her for every little ailment. Many minor issues can be addressed by Dr. Yang. Seeing everyone's expressions, Li Xingha understands their sentiments. He then turns to the female nurse, who appears timid. She had performed poorly when surrounded by zombies, but she would be suitable for a nursing or logistics role. With everyone's gaze fixed on her, the nurse, flustered, stammers, My name is Wang Lily, and I am an intern nurse. Is that all? The hefty fellow, having waited for a while, finally asks. Wang Lily shyly nods, and the hefty fellow smacks his forehead, exclaiming, All right. As the gaze of the crowd fell upon Su Zhe, he immediately felt a wave of panic. The professions of the two individuals before him had some semblance of utility, but his former occupation as a journalist rendered him utterly useless in this post-apocalyptic world. Suddenly, he turned his attention to his daughter, Su Xiao, hoping she might conceive a plan. Su Xiao, catching her father's eye, felt equally at a loss for words at that moment. Li Xingha spoke up, suggesting that all three seemed intent on remaining with the Dawn. The trio hastily nodded in agreement. Very well. In that case, Dr. Yang and Wang Lily shall oversee the team's medical duties, while Su the journalist, he paused for a brief moment, will initially assist Wang Yin in managing logistics. How does that sound? Boss, we can't overlook the fact that Dr. Yang is older, and being a doctor, his role is understandable. Wang Lily is a woman and a nurse, so I have no objections there. However, it seems unreasonable for a grown man like Su the journalist to be relegated to logistics. He should be out with us, confronting the zombies. One of the group interjected. Li Xingha frowned slightly. His decision to place Su Zhao's father in logistics was motivated by safety concerns, given that Su Zhao's mother had already perished. As an ordinary man, Su Zhao would be at significant risk if he were to encounter the undead. The sentiment expressed by the hefty man was not without merit, and it seemed prudent to gauge the opinions of the others. What does everyone think? I concur with the boss's perspective. The lean man was the first to voice his agreement. Qinjun also chimed in. Yes, I believe Su the journalist should accompany us, that we can assign him some safer tasks. Seeing that the majority supported the hefty man's viewpoint, Su Xiao nodded as well. Though she harbored fears for her father's safety, she understood that in this world, no place could be deemed perpetually secure. Su Zha felt a surge of dissatisfaction as the group's decision regarding his fate was made with mere casual conversation. But he dared not voice his discontent. Fortunately, his daughter was a member of Dawn. Otherwise, he suspected they would not have kept him around, leaving him feeling quite frustrated, reflecting on his past as a once prominent journalist. He never imagined he would find himself in such a predicament. Forced to bow to the circumstances, Xinghe turned to Su Zha, inquiring, "What do you think, Su the journalist?" Su Zha quickly lifted his head, replying, "I will heed the captain's arrangements." "Very well." Xinghe nodded in approval. "Let us warmly welcome our 3 new members to Dawn." As applause erupted, initiated by Xiaoya, the others soon joined in. Wang Yin. "You and the other women, please prepare provisions for us. Let's make it a lavish feast tonight, allowing everyone to relax a bit." "Fatty, go fetch some drinks and beer," Xinghe instructed. "Got it, boss. Tonight we shall indulge." With that, everyone began to take action, assembling a large table in the courtyard. Night descended. The members of Dawn gathered around the table, laden with an abundance of food, drinks, and beer. Fatty raised his cup first, proclaiming, "Let us toast to the boss," thanking him for his unwavering care. Without the boss, there would be no Fatty today. "Indeed. Raise your glasses to the boss," the lean man echoed, lifting his own cup that moment. All members of Dawn stood, and Xinghe, moved by the scene, called out to Dawn, "Let us clink our glasses." Chapter 66, The Life and Death Battle, Part 1. At the strong wind base, Feng Outyin had absorbed all the crystal cores, successfully advancing to the mid-level of the second-tier enhancement. Fortunately, he had not exhausted all the cores but saved a portion. According to his subordinates, Xinghe seemed to possess a suit of armor capable of withstanding bullets, suggesting that his ability was related to that armor. With the destructive power of his second-tier storm ability, he could easily damage ordinary steel, even if Xinghe were to hide within his armor. How long could he withstand his assault? Additionally, now that he had reached the second-tier enhancement, his strength had significantly increased, making it effortless to deal with a newly established team leader. Those who dare to kill our strong wind shall face a fate worse than death tomorrow. A sinister expression crossed Feng Outyin's face. Unbeknownst to him, the brash youth had already fled at the onset of battle, missing Xinghe's display of defiance against the rocket attack using his lightning shield. His storm ability could conjure tempests to strike targets. At the first tier, he could summon 1 storm, but at the second tier, he could conjure 3, greatly amplifying their power. He had conducted experiments that could render vehicles riddled with damage in a short time. Otherwise, he would not be so confident. Now he awaited the arrival of tomorrow. With that, he continued to familiarize himself with his enhanced physique. Meanwhile, the survivor base lay in silence, illuminated only by lights from the military district and the inner city. The survivor base lacked the capacity for comprehensive power supply. Thus, as darkness fell, everyone retired early to rest. The members of Dawn had also returned to their respective quarters. The next day, Xinghe rose early and began practicing his Tai Chi sword techniques in the courtyard. Having mastered his form, he repeated the movements several times until the rest of the squad began to stir and join him. "Boss, let me train with you," Fatty called out, brandishing a metal rod as he charged at Xinghe. He initiated an aggressive horizontal sweep, to which Xinghe swiftly retreated, narrowly avoiding the blow. "All right, I'd like to see how you wield that rod." With that, Xinghe propelled himself forward like an arrow, first delivering an upward thrust. Fatty countered by horizontally positioning the metal rod, but the impact nearly caused him to lose grip as Xinghe's alloy blade struck down upon in a fluid motion. Xinghe twisted the blade, slicing toward Fatty's left hand. Fatty hastily released his grip, retreating backward. Ouch, boss, you nearly severed my hand. Your swordsmanship has become incredibly formidable. Fatty's heart raced. Xinghe refrained from pursuing the attack further. Had he been any swifter, he would have indeed taken off Fatty's fingers. Just then, the lean man emerged, witnessing the unfolding scene. Come on, lean man, let us join forces. The lean man shook his head but ultimately took up dual blades to stand alongside Fatty. With a grin, Fatty queried Xinghe, "You don't mind, do you, boss?" Xinghe waved his sword, inviting them. "Bring it on." Upon hearing the clashing of blades and rods, the rest of the squad emerged, gathering to watch the trio engage in practice. Fatty and the lean man exchanged glances, nodding in mutual understanding. Fatty was the first to strike, launching a blow toward Xinghe's midsection. Xinghe leaned back, effortlessly evading the attack, as the lean man followed suit with a dual-blade assault aimed at Xinghe's waist. Turning back, Xinghe swiftly raised his blade to block the incoming strike, forcefully pushing the lean man back in quick succession. Fatty thrust his rod forward, but Xinghe elevated his leg, kicking the rod's tip upward. Caught off guard, Fatty stumbled, and Xinghe seized the opportunity to slash toward his shoulder. The lean man thought, sensing danger, and he propelled himself forward with maximum speed to intercept the blow with his dual blades. Xinghe countered by delivering a kick that sent the lean man flying back, and Fatty, positioned right behind him, was also sent sprawling. Enough! Enough! Fatty cried, clutching his chest and shaking his head. The two supported each other as they stood up, while Xinghe sheathed his nanoalloy steel blade. "All right, everyone, no more spectating. Brother Chun, please arrange for everyone to undergo basic training, including logistics and medical personnel." Understood. Thus, all began their exercises in the courtyard up EY 930. Everyone had boarded vehicles to head toward the life and death arena. Located at the intersection of the grocery street, that moment, a figure stood atop the life and death arena, attracting the attention of passersby. "Who is that?" one inquired, standing there so early in the morning that it seems to be the captain of the strong wind. "Feng Outyin." "You don't recognize Feng Outyin?" The questioner quickly replied, "I just arrived a few days ago." "Is this Feng Outyin quite renowned?" The nearby onlookers exchanged knowing glances. The strong wind ranks first among survivor teams, and Feng Outyin is its captain at IT. Is said he is already a second-tier ability user. Recognized as the most powerful among survivors, they gave a thumbs up in admiration. "Oh, so impressive. But what is he doing standing up there?" You might not know. That platform is called the Life and Death Arena, a place designated for survivors to settle grievances. See that enforcement team over there? They monitor the proceedings." The newcomer nodded in understanding. "I see. Given that Feng Outyin is so formidable, I wonder who would dare to challenge him at the Life and Death Arena." "That remains to be seen. However, this is Feng Outyin's first time on the Life and Death Arena. I wonder who is unfortunate enough to have crossed him." The observer shook his head disapprovingly as the clock struck 9:50. The sun hung high in the sky, and the area around the Life and Death Arena was teeming with people. Many had rushed over upon hearing that Feng Outyin was about to engage in a life and death duel, creating a tightly packed crowd around the arena. The brash youth standing at the base of the arena anxiously glanced at his watch, wondering if Xinghe was too afraid to show up. At that moment, several vehicles approached from the distance, drawing the attention of the crowd. The cars halted at the roadside, and a group of individuals disembarked. Leading them was a burly middle-aged man, and upon recognition, a gasp erupted from the onlookers. "It's Yin Yang, the captain of the fire team." To my astonishment, even Yin Yang has arrived. It is said that this individual has a rather poor relationship with Feng Outyin, and he likely intends to witness whether Feng Outyin will make a fool of himself. Rumor has it that Yin Yang's team was forced to retreat after slaying a considerable number of zombies when they encountered those from the Gale faction, which led to a bitter feud between the two parties. Who would have thought that those from Gale could be so despicable? "Hush! Keep your voice down. Do you still want to mingle?" The newcomers at the base were eavesdropping with great interest, surprised to find such a wealth of information while merely taking a stroll of tea that moment. Yin Yang took the lead towards the Life and Death Arena, and the surrounding crowd quickly parted to make way. Upon seeing Yin Yang approach, Feng Outyin couldn't help but inquire, "Is Li Hua so idle that he has time to observe rather than hunt zombies?" "Ha ha ha! Idle. Not at all. I merely heard that you, Feng Outyin, are about to engage in a life-and-death duel that I came specifically to see. Should you be vanquished, I would be more than willing to collect your remains. Feng Outyin coldly replied, You need not concern yourself with that. I shall undoubtedly be the last one standing. Well then, we shall await the outcome. With that, Yin Yang ceased his banter and sat down boldly on the chair brought by his subordinates. Feng Outyin snorted dismissively and closed his eyes to gather his thoughts. Soon after, several renowned teams arrived one after another. Initially, everyone had planned to venture out of the base to hunt zombies, but upon encountering such a lively scene, they all gathered around at a significant portion of the top-ranking teams, including Yuing, Guangzhou Society, and Xingchen Hall, had arrived. The leader of Yuing, a lecherous old man clad in a black robe named Su Xiao, chuckled. Who would have thought the life-and-death arena would be so bustling today? I wonder who Feng Outyin is set to duel. The leader of Guangzhou Society, a young man in his 20s named Wang Lei, stood in stark contrast to Su Xiao, dressed in white and casting a disdainful glance at him. Can you refrain from smiling so creepily? It sends shivers down my spine. If Wang Xiaoyu dislikes it, he need not listen. Su Xiao retorted with a chilling laugh, causing the onlookers to instinctively step back. The leader of Xingchen Hall, a composed middle-aged man, silently stood in a corner with his members, not engaging in conversation of a tea that moment. Yuan Bing, accompanied by members of Hans Huang, also arrived. Upon disembarking, Yuan Bing noted that Li Xinghe had yet to arrive, leading her group to the front. Earlier that morning, she had taken her members to the armory and thus had not accompanied Li Xinghe. Wang Lei, spotting Yuan Bing's arrival, hurried over. What a coincidence! Captain Yuan is here as well. Yuan Bing nodded, but offered no words. Wang Lei, sensing her disinterest in conversing, awkwardly stood aside. As the clock struck 10, Li Xinghe and his group still had not appeared. The onlookers began to grow impatient. Where could he be? Perhaps he is too frightened to show up. Captain, why haven't Li Captain and his crew arrived yet? The deputy captain of Hans Huang, Yung, whispered. Yuan Bing furrowed her brow. Perhaps something has occurred. Let us wait a little longer. Just then, the roar of engines resonated, and a sleek battle vehicle emerged from the end of the street, followed closely by a Wrangler and a Land Rover. In mere moments, they arrived at the forefront, and the surrounding survivors fell silent. The main party has arrived, Yin Yang remarked nonchalantly. Yuan Bing's eyes lit up. They're here. At that moment, a portly man stepped out of the vehicle. Grumbling, darn it. I said asking for directions would be such a hassle. We've been running around aimlessly. It turned out that Li Xinghe and his crew had initially sought directions to the life-and-death arena, but found no one in sight once they reached the vicinity. After wandering for a while, they finally located the place. Why are there so many people? Su Xiao remarked, feeling uncomfortable under the collective gaze of the crowd. Wang Yan also felt a tinge of nervousness. They must all be aware of the life-and-death duel and have come to watch. Let us go. Li Xinghe led the way towards the life-and-death arena. Deju leaped out from behind him, prompting gasps from the surrounding survivors as they instinctively recoiled. The crowd, unsure of the situation, pressed back. Deju turned to the throng, his expression dripping with disdain. Interesting, Yin Yang mused, observing Deju with a thoughtful expression. The crowd parted, allowing Li Xinghe to stride confidently to the front of the life-and-death arena, effortlessly leaping atop it. This arena was substantial, boasting a 50-meter diameter and a height of 1 meter. Constructed from granite to withstand intense battles, that you finally arrived. Feng Outyin fixed his gaze on Li Xinghe. Enough with the pleasantries. Let us begin. Li Xinghe swiftly drew his nano-alloy battle knife, pointing it at Feng Outyin. Feng Outyin was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Ha ha! Excellent. I appreciate this young man's audacity. Yin Yang laughed heartily, relishing the sight of Feng Outyin rendered speechless. Su Xiao, the leader of Yuing, chuckled. This young man is quite bold, though his strength remains to be seen. Wang Lei observed that Yuan Bing had been fixated on Li Xinghe ever since his arrival, feeling a pang of annoyance. T.S. nothing but a decorative pillow. He won tea last more than a few exchanges. Li Xinghe heard the murmurs from the crowd, but chose to ignore them, maintaining his focus on Feng Outyin. Feng Outyin began to gather his storm-related abilities. and a hurricane with a diameter of 1 meter, crackling with lightning, manifested before him, continuously expanding until it reached 2 meters in width and 10 meters in height. Then he directed the storm towards Li Xinghe. "Wow, his storm abilities are quite impressive," the thin man exclaimed. "But it's all show," the portly man scoffed. The storm surged forward with astonishing speed, reaching Li Xinghe in the blink of an eye. Wind element. Infused with lightning, Li Xinghe enveloped himself in battle armor and swung his knife with all his might. The nanoalloy blade collided with the storm, producing a cacophony of sizzling sounds as the lightning struck the blade, crackling violently and ultimately coursing through Li Xinghe's body. Feng Outyin, observing that Li Xinghe had withstood the storm without injury, furrowed his brow and intensified his assault. The storm battered against the blade, lightning raging, enveloping Li Xinghe completely. Feng Outyin grinned malevolently. "I refuse to believe your armor can withstand the might of lightning." The onlookers were already astounded. Could this man's abilities be related to technological armor? It appeared quite impressive, yet surely it could not withstand lightning. In truth, Feng Outyin's storm abilities were formidable, and the power of the lightning was indeed strong. However, unbeknownst to everyone, Li Xinghe also possessed lightning abilities. Should he be struck, it would indeed be a source of ridicule. Gradually, the storm conjured by Feng Outyin began to diminish until Li Xinghe cleaved through it with a single stroke. Quite impressive. No wonder you failed to return, but this is merely 30% of my strength, Feng Outyin remarked, eyeing Li Xinghe. "Oh, is that so? How do you know what percentage of strength I'm utilizing?" Without waiting for a response, Li Xinghe surged forward, covering the distance of over 10 meters in the blink of an eye, delivering a downward strike aimed at Feng Outyin. "Remarkably fast," Feng Outyin exclaimed in shock. Instinctively retreating, a sharp sound pierced the air as Feng Outyin's shirt was sliced open by the blade, leaving a 5-centimeter gash on his chest. In an instant, blood stained his upper body, and he quickly activated his abilities, conjuring a storm between them to cover his retreat and increase the distance from Li Xinghe. The crowd erupted in astonished gasps. "Oh my! Did I just witness that correctly?" Feng Outyin nearly met his demise with a single strike. "I can hardly believe this young man possesses such strength. Why have I never heard of him before?" Yin Yang's expression turned grave. This individual's swordsmanship was remarkably refined, evidently honed through extensive training, and his speed was astonishing. Who would have thought he could force Feng Outyin into such a corner? The members of Yuying, Guangzhou Society, and Xingqian Hall, who had initially expressed mere surprise, now regarded Li Xinghe with newfound respect, as his displayed prowess had far exceeded their expectations. At that moment, a military plate sedan appeared at the other end of the street, carrying Xiao Wanner and ran inside. "Hey, what is happening over there on the street? Why are there so many people? I wondered why we hadn't seen anyone on the way here." "Sister Wanner, should we go take a look?" Ran, drawn by the excitement, was reluctant to miss the opportunity. However, Xinghe mentioned he would confine me to "Oh, come on, Sister Wanner. This is a rare opportunity. We'll just take a quick look. It won't take long. Besides, nothing could possibly go wrong at the base." Unable to resist Xiao Wanner relented. "All right then, we'll look and return." "Great, Sister Wanner." Xiao Wanner instructed the driver, Xiao Yin, to proceed. "Understood." Mississippi driver Xiao Yin parked the vehicle at the outer edge of the crowd, and Xiao Wanner disembarked, positioning themselves at the periphery to observe the scene at the life and death arena. They could see two figures confronting each other on the stage, with a storm barrier separating them, one of whom was bleeding from his chest. "What is happening here?" inquired, perplexed. "Miss, it appears to be a life and death duel. The injured one is Feng Outyin, the leader of Gale, while the armored individual remains unidentified. The life and death battle. Is it truly that exhilarating? Sister Wanner, come quickly and take a look." With an expression of helplessness, Xiao Wanner followed and ran as they navigated through the crowd behind Xiao Yin, finally reaching the forefront. The crowd that had been pushed aside was about to turn and curse, only to be silenced by the military uniform adorning Xiao Yin. The might of the military district was indisputable, and no one dared to provoke those associated with it that moment. Li Xinghe, noticing the sudden emergence of storm, quickly retreated to maintain a safe distance. Brandishing his nano-alloy steel knife in a defensive stance, Feng Outyin, glancing at the wound on his chest, felt a mix of shock and fury. Shocked that he had nearly been dispatched with a single blow, and furious that Li Xinghe had actually managed to injure him, in an instant, he summoned all his energy, and the arena was suddenly engulfed by 2 additional storms. With 3 storms swirling, dust was kicked up in the air, and the surrounding survivors felt their breath quicken. It seemed that Feng Outyin was prepared to fight to the bitter end. This must be his full strength. Yin Yang, having clashed with Feng Outyin before, had a rough idea of his capabilities. The 3 storms stirred the surrounding airflow, howling as a fierce wind swept through. Then, with a fierce shout, Feng Outyin roared die. Under his command, the 3 storms coalesced into a concentrated form, encircling Li Xinghe. Daha! If this is all you can muster, then the battle shall soon conclude. Li Xinghe sheathed his alloy steel knife. What is he doing? Is he surrendering? The survivors below were left in confusion. At that moment, Li Xinghe swiftly raised his left hand, forming a lightning shield that effectively repelled the 3 storms. The storms collided against the lightning barrier, producing a series of explosive sounds. Boom! 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 What is this? Lightning abilities. Yin Yang's eyes widened. He had initially assumed that Li Xinghe's powers were related to his armor, but to his surprise, Li Xinghe unleashed lightning abilities. The crowd erupted in exclamations of astonishment. Heavens! Am I seeing things? Lightning abilities? Hey, why are you pinching me? Check if this is real. Wow, you rascal. And Rant's eyes sparkled as she beheld Li Xinghe utilizing his lightning powers. Wow, that's so cool. It's far more impressive than Sister Qinghe's abilities. Lightning abilities rank among the higher-tier elemental powers, known for their formidable offensive capabilities. One could only wonder what other tricks this individual might possess. Xiaoyan crossed her arms, offering her commentary. At this juncture, Li Xinghe held the shield to withstand the storm's assault while channeling lightning into his palm. As the lightning sphere grew to the size of a human head, he forcefully hurled it into the eye of the storm. A tremendous explosion ensued, dispersing the central storm and significantly diminishing the other 2. Feng Outyin's expression shifted to one of disbelief. He possessed lightning abilities. Li Xinghe offered him no time to react. Gripping his nano-alloy steel knife, now enveloped in lightning, and charged forth. The blade sliced through the air with a crackling sound, and the remaining 2 storms disintegrated in response. Feng Outyin stood frozen, disbelief etched on his face. Impossible! Impossible! I am a level 2 ability user. How could he so effortless? Anren was momentarily taken aback. Within the base, there were hundreds of supernatural beings, yet she had never heard of anyone possessing 2 powers. Awakening even a single ability was already an extraordinary stroke of luck, let alone 2. It was no wonder that Xiaoyan, who was close to Wan'er, was so remarkable. Xiao Wan'er and Xiaoyan were equally astonished. For an ordinary person to awaken even one ability was an incredible feat, and now Li Xinghe possessed 2. It was hardly surprising that he could effortlessly defeat Feng Outyin. All right, everyone, please take your seats, Li Xinghe announced. The group, their expressions varied, settled down. That moment, Xiao Wan'er inquired, Xinghe, how did you manage to survive the journey from Lanzhou to the survivor base in Qingshui City? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan was taken aback once more. What? You came from Lanzhou? That's over 300 kilometers away. In this zombie-infested era, how could anyone traverse cities to find someone? It seems this group is even more formidable than I had imagined. Li Xinghe paused briefly before responding. When a zombie outbreak occurred, I awakened my enhancement ability. That time, I was hiding in a hotel, gradually eliminating all the zombies with my enhanced weapons and rescuing the likes of Fatty and others. We then escaped Lanzhou step by step, took the Lanqing Expressway, and faced numerous challenges along the way. Eventually, we arrived at your residence in Qingshui City. After discovering the note you left behind, we searched for you and finally reached the survivor base. Li Xinghe succinctly recounted his experiences, but Xiao Wan'er could vividly imagine the dangers and hardships he had endured. Anren and Xiao Yin expressed their admiration, with Anren exclaiming, Brother Li, you are truly impressive. To traverse such a vast distance in search of Wan'er is commendable, and oh wonder Wan'er thinks of you every day. If it were me, I would be moved to tears by you. Having said this, she feigned a sorrowful expression, eliciting laughter from the crowd. And you, Wanner, how did you and Anren leave Qingshui City for the survivor base after the apocalypse began? Xiao Wanner gazed at Li Xinghe with soft eyes. When the rabies outbreak occurred across various regions, I took your advice and requested leave from my company. Coincidentally, Anren was also on leave and wanted to stay with me for a few days. So, she moved in with me. Little did we know that as soon as we brought the supplies back to the apartment, zombies would appear that very night. At this point, Anren interjected, when I learned that you advised Wanner to stock up on supplies. I thought you were being paranoid, believing it was the end of the world. Thankfully, Wanner listened to you and hoarded a substantial amount of food and water, or we wouldn't have lasted until help arrived. Li Xinghe rubbed his forehead, realizing he had nearly been mistaken for a madman. Indeed, refraining from voicing his opinions online at that time was a wise decision. He continued to inquire. And then what happened? Chapter 70. Xiao Wanner's experience. Xiao Wanner continued. After that, we survived on the supplies we had hoarded for about 10 days. In the initial days, we could hear distant gunfire, and we thought the military could clear the zombies and rescue us. However, to our dismay, the intense gunfire lasted only for 2 days before it gradually dwindled to sporadic shots, eventually fading away, with only the occasional distant gunshot echoing in the silence. Anren and I realized that the military was powerless to help. So we had no choice but to leave our fate to chance. That we persevered for a few more days, until one afternoon, we heard intense gunfire nearby. Not long after, a pair of elite soldiers found us, specifically. They found Anren at this point. Xiao Wanner turned her gaze towards Anren at that time. She was unaware of Anren's family background and could hardly fathom that Anren's father was actually the commander of the Northwest Military District. Seeing Xiao Wanner looking at her, Anren smiled sheepishly at Wanner. Please don't blame me for hiding my identity. It's just that my father's position is difficult to explain, and I feared it might affect our relationship. Fortunately, before the signal was cut off, my father called to ask where I was. Otherwise, the soldiers he sent would never have found us. Indeed, it was solely thanks to the soldiers sent by Anren's father that we were able to safely evacuate from Qingshui City. It's a pity that many of those soldiers lost their lives along the way, Xiao Wanner said, her tone somber. Anren also lowered her head. Although she had a carefree personality, witnessing so many soldiers sacrifice themselves to save them was profoundly moving. Li Xinghe, Fatty, and the others regarded them with deep respect. They were not soldiers and could not imagine sacrificing their lives to complete a mission, yet this did not diminish their admiration for those in the military. Defending the homeland and obeying orders from superiors are the fundamental duties of a soldier. Xiao Yin suddenly interjected. As he was the only military personnel present, a hush fell over the vehicle for a moment. But let us not be too disheartened. The deceased did not die in vain. We must live on bravely. Once we have cleared the zombies, we will show them this prosperous world. Fatty's voice broke the silence, bringing everyone back to reality. Anren, having lost her previous vivacity, questioned, can we truly eliminate all the zombies? Not a problem, Li Xinghe replied with unwavering conviction. Fatty quickly chimed in, I believe in the boss. I believe in the boss too. Li Xinghe's resolute confidence was not mere rhetoric. The crystal cores could enhance human abilities, allowing for continuous evolution. Moreover, among humanity, there were supernatural beings whose growth should not be underestimated. Meow, Ju chimed in. Hey, I haven't asked you yet. Is this a mutated cat? Why is it so large? The mutated cats I've seen before were only half its size, Anren exclaimed in astonishment. Haha, I suppose you haven't seen one before. This is the Ju, a second-tier mutated beast that the boss tamed. Fatty proudly introduced, making it sound as though he had been the one to tame second-tier mutated beast. Anren approached the Ju and gently patted its head. The Ju squinted its eyes, relishing Anren's caress. Fatty looked on with jealousy, as he and the others also wished to pet the Ju, but the creature refused to let them. His surprise, Anren was able to touch the Ju's head upon their first meeting. It can't possibly be a male cat, can it? Meanwhile, in a secluded courtyard within the inner city, 2 survivors stood before a shadowy young man, reporting, Did you hear that Xiao Wanner is hugging a man? Young Master Zheng, we witnessed it with our own eyes. Bang! Young Master Zheng slammed his fist onto the solid wooden table, leaving a distinct imprint. How infuriating! That wretched woman. I have expressed my feelings to her multiple times. Yet she has repeatedly rejected me. Now she throws herself into another man's embrace. Humph! Since you refuse to comply, don't blame me. Having said that, he turned to the two standing before him. You two. Come here. Go inform that old fellow Su Xiao to take care of a little matter. Once it's done, I'll fulfill my promise to him. Understood, young Master Zheng. He then whispered something in their ears. Got it. The two nodded in understanding and retreated. Watching them leave, he stood by the window, gazing in the direction of the life and death platform. If they are soft, then I shall resort to force. I too will experience the feeling of overpowering someone. At the Shadow S headquarters, the two survivors who had departed from young Master Zheng arrived and immediately inquired of the members at the entrance, "Where is your leader? We have urgent business to discuss." The leader of the Shadows, Su Xiao, had returned not long ago when one of his subordinates rushed into his room. "Boss, there are two individuals at the door claiming they have urgent matters for you." Su Xiao furrowed his brow, then seemed to recall something. "Bring them in." "Yes." After a short while, the two stood before Su Xiao. "We were sent by young master. He wishes to request a favor from you. And upon its completion, he will fulfill the request you made earlier." Su Xiao's face lit up with delight. Is that true?" "Indeed." "Excellent. Now, what is the task?" "Help young Master Zheng capture someone, and upon success, take them to the Drunken Spring Pavilion on Accommodation Street. Someone will be there to meet you. Who is it?" "Xiao Wan'er. An ordinary person, a woman?" "Very well. Inform young Master Zheng that I accept this deal." The scene shifted back to Li Xinghe and the others. Enrin, having stroked a Jew for a while, spoke up. "Wan'er, will you return to my place, or will you stay with Brotherly?" Xiao Wan'er was momentarily taken aback, for she and Li Xinghe had yet to define their relationship. Should she stay with Li Xinghe? Seeing Xiao Wan'er's indecision, Li Xinghe interjected. "Wan'er, you should stay with Enrin. I still need to venture out of the city to hunt zombies, and it wouldn't be safe to bring you along. Staying with her at least provides some companionship. I can easily enter the inner city, so it should be quite convenient." After contemplating for a while, Xiao Wan'er nodded. "All right then, I'll follow your suggestion. Let's go. Let's take a look at our dawn base. It's good to familiarize ourselves." Xiaoyan exited the battle vehicle and drove behind them as the group quickly arrived at the dawn base. "Wow, your dawn courtyard is quite spacious," Enrin remarked upon entering the courtyard. "Of course. This courtyard has accumulated 25 first-tier crystal cores in 6 months," Fatty replied, once everyone entered and settled in the courtyard. Enrin took a seat and looked at Li Xinghe. A Brotherly. I truly envy those of you who can move freely. Why father restricts me in the base. I can't do anything, and I'm utterly bored. But from now on, I can come play with you, and also with the Jew." "Sure, no problem. You and Wan'er can come over anytime." Xiao Wan'er suddenly remembered something. "Xinghe, how will we contact you?" "The military uses long-distance walkie-talkies." "But how can we reach you? Our phones are useless now." Upon hearing this, Li Xinghe suddenly realized that their team had been communicating solely via walkie-talkies, and given their proximity, this issue had never crossed their minds. Suddenly an idea sparked in his mind. "Fatty, go find some mobile phones. The more the better." Chapter 71. Collective Wisdom. Boss. What do we need mobile phones for? They want to even work now. Cut the nonsense and hurry up. "All right, I'm on it." Thus he called upon the thin guy, and the two departed at this moment. A storm of thoughts surged through Li Xinghe's mind. It seemed he had been too limited in his thinking. Many possibilities had eluded him. The issue of mobile phones, in contrast to the walkie-talkies, opened up numerous avenues of thought. It became apparent that his enhanced abilities could resolve many problems. Indeed, one person's perspective is narrow. While the more minds involved, the more diverse and unique the ideas. It was clear he needed to communicate with everyone. Patiently awaiting Fatty's return with the mobile phones, Xiao Wan'er and the others observed Li Xinghe, puzzled by his intentions. However, Li Xinghe remained silent, leaving them to wait alongside him. Before long, Fatty and the thin guy rushed in, cradling a pile of phones. "Boss, we found the phones." "Great." Placed them on the table. Casually picking up one of the phones, Li Xinghe began communicating with the system. "System, I wish to enhance this mobile phone so it can function without satellites. How much energy will it require?" Host, enhancing its communication capabilities will require 500 energy points. All right. Enhance it. A beam of blue energy emanated from Li Xinghe's forehead, drawing curious glances from Xiao Wan'er and the others. Fatty explained, "This is the boss's enhancement ability. Whenever he uses it, blue light appears. Through crystal core energy, he can enhance many items." The three finally understood. Li Xinghe concluded the enhancement. The original phone had not changed drastically, except that it had become significantly thicker, and a small speaker-like attachment had appeared at the top. Using the attribute viewing function, he assessed it. Low-level wireless communication phone. Communication range. 0.001 light-years. Solar-powered charging. Supports voice calls and text transmission. Wow, this communication capability is quite impressive. 0.001 light-years. I can't be bothered to calculate the exact distance, but it's definitely sufficient on Blue Star. 500 energy points are neither too many nor too few. That I initially thought of getting one for everyone, but I'll settle for just a few for now. Li Xinghe subsequently enhanced 3 more phones, spending a total of 2,000 energy points. He intended to give one to Xiao Wan'er, one for himself, one for Fatty, and another for logistics personnel Wang Yin. Handing one to Xiao Wan'er, he said, "Here, Wan'er, this phone has been enhanced. Now we can communicate with each other. Don't lose it." Xiao Wan'er took the wireless communication phone and examined it closely. Apart from a small speaker, it appeared no different from an ordinary phone. Anren, taking the phone from Xiao Wan'er, turned it over several times and asked, "Brotherly, how do you use this phone?" Li Xinghe had already inquired with the system. It functioned just like before, but now it could only make long-distance calls, as network features were non-functional. Let us exchange contact numbers shortly. IT uses solar energy for charging, which is quite convenient. That IT cost me 50 energy points worth of level 1 crystal cores. 50 crystal cores. That is quite a bit of energy. He then handed the other 2 phones to Fatty and Wang Yin. The 2 expressed their gratitude immediately, saying, "Thank you, boss. It's nothing. I provided you with these wireless communication phones for convenience. We'll be able to stay in touch, even when we're apart." Fatty collected the remaining phones for future use. Li Xinghe then called Wang Yin to start preparing lunch while he took Xiao Wan'er outside to the courtyard. As they strolled along the street, Li Xinghe suddenly spoke. "Wan'er, do you remember our time at the orphanage?" "Of course, it feels like just a blink of an eye, and we've grown up. Later, you went to Blue State while I stayed in Qingshui City. Each time we met, it was so hard to part." Li Xinghe halted his steps, asking, "Do you remember what I told you when we were kids? I promised I would marry you when we grew up." Xiao Wan'er shivered, coming to a stop as well. "I remember." Li Xinghe stepped closer, locking his gaze onto hers. "Wan'er, would you be my girlfriend?" Xiao Wan'er paused, then softly uttered, "I would." Li Xinghe's heart soared with joy. He had harbored feelings for Xiao Wan'er since childhood, but their academic differences had forced them apart in their studies. After he moved to Blue State, earning a meager salary, he had felt too timid to confess his feelings. Unexpectedly, the outbreak of the apocalypse had given him the courage to express his heart, and fortunately, Xiao Wan'er had always held feelings for him as well. Hearing Xiao Wan'er's agreement, Li Xinghe embraced her tightly, lowering his head to inhale her fragrance. After a considerable time, they finally parted. Under Xiao Wan'er's bashful gaze, Li Xinghe slowly took her hand, and they continued to wander aimlessly along the street. It was not until Fatty contacted Li Xinghe via the wireless communication phone that they realized how long they had been walking, prompting them to hurry back. After lunch, Li Xinghe escorted Xiao Wan'er and Anren back home. Upon parting, he held Xiao Wan'er close for quite some time until Anren could no longer bear to watch and urged them to separate. Once back at the Dawn base, Li Xinghe promptly convened a meeting. Summoning Fatty, the thin guy, Wang Yin, Xiaoya, Chenjun, and Su Xiao to the makeshift conference room, he did not call the 3 newcomers, as he felt they were still in their evaluation period and did not need to know too much for now. "Boss, what are we discussing in this meeting?" Fatty inquired curiously. To Li Xinghe organized his thoughts, explaining, "This meeting aims to leverage everyone's ideas to utilize my enhancement abilities to reinforce some items that would be extremely beneficial to us. Much like the wireless communication phones. It's about enhancing the strength of our Dawn team from a different angle." Fatty's eyes lit up. "That sounds great, boss." The team fell into contemplation, pondering where their needs lay. Wang Yin, noticing everyone deep in thought, was the first to voice her ideas that, as the logistics person, I find that every time we gather supplies, we cannot carry too much. Many resources end up being left behind. As time goes on, collecting supplies will become even more difficult. If we could find a way to carry more resources, that would be wonderful. Upon hearing Wang Yan's words, Li Xinghe realized it wasn't just about the supplies. Weapons and other personal items also hindered the team's combat efficiency and were quite cumbersome. Items like his nano-alloy combat knife and Fatty's alloy club were difficult to carry. They were necessary, but burdensome. System, how can we enhance storage capacity? Host, any item with storage capabilities can be enhanced, such as backpacks, wallets, and bags. Does the storage compartment in the battle armor count? The storage compartment in the battle armor is quite small. Previously, Li Xinghe had only placed 2 recovery potions inside. Located at the shoulder of the armored IT can, host out as long as it possesses storage space, it can be enhanced. Utilizing dimensional space technology, we can create a hidden space that can be carried with you. Time within that space remains static, meaning that items placed inside will retain their original state when removed. What energy is required to enhance the storage compartment of the battle armor? Host, 1 cubic meter requires 50 energy points. 10 cubic meters cost 500 energy points. 100 cubic meters cost 5,000 energy points. So, for each additional cubic meter, it requires 50 energy points, correct? That is correct, host. After receiving the response, Li Xinghe thought for a moment. For now, a cubic meter of space should suffice for each person. While the logistics team could use a slightly larger space, he would opt for a larger one to store all resources, leaving a small portion of living supplies for logistics. Having made up his mind, Li Xinghe addressed everyone. I assume all of you have a certain number of crystal cores on hand now. I will enhance a set of battle armor for everyone who doesn't have one, then enhance the storage space of the armor. Each set of armor costs 200 crystal cores, and those who don't have enough can owe me. Upon hearing this, the few individuals without battle armor were overjoyed. They had long coveted the armor. Watching Li Xinghe and the others charge fearlessly into hordes of zombies clad in armor had made them envious for ages. Now, they would finally have their own battle armor. Chen Jun requested a set of blue armor. Wang Yin opted for a light yellow one. Xiaoyu chose a cyan green set, and Su Xiao selected red armor to correspond with her fire-type abilities. After enhancing battle armor for everyone, Li Xinghe began reinforcing the storage space. System, I'll enhance the storage space of the battle armor by 50 cubic meters for now. If that proves insufficient later, we can address it then. Understood. Host, commencing enhancement. Blue light enveloped the storage compartment on Li Xinghe's shoulder armor. After a moment, the radiance faded, and he looked back at the compartment, noticing no visible changes. System, how do I utilize it? The host placed his hand upon the concealed storage compartment, which promptly revealed a dimensional space portal, allowing items to be placed within. With the power of thought, he could manipulate the size and location of this portal, albeit limited to a 5-meter radius from the bearer and constrained by the maximum capacity of the storage space, which could not accommodate living beings. After the system's explanation, Li Xinghe rested his hand on the storage compartment and was immediately engulfed by the vast void of space. Approximately 50 cubic meters in size. Is this the storage space? The stout fellow stared blankly at Li Xinghe and inquired, Boss, what is going on? Did it work? It worked, Li Xinghe replied, subsequently opening a 1-meter square dimensional portal just a meter in front of him, tossing a nearby chair into it, which instantaneously vanished from sight. What the hell? Boss, what just happened? Where's the chair? The stout man's mouth gaped wide as the members of Dawn looked on in astonishment. This is my enhanced storage space, a hidden realm activated by dimensional technology. With a mere thought, Li Xinghe summoned the chair back from the dimensional portal, letting it land on the ground, but he realized that utilizing this dimensional space was incredibly convenient. Items within could be moved effortlessly by thought, preventing chaos and misplacement as more items accumulated. The stout man hurriedly approached Li Xinghe and exclaimed, Boss, please create one for me. How many crystal cores does it cost? 5 crystal cores for 1 cubic meter. Assess your needs, and I shall enhance them for you. Though the group had limited crystal cores after enhancing their battle armor, gathering enough for a cubic meter was still feasible. Both the stout and thin men requested 5 cubic meters, while the others, having fewer crystal cores, opted for 1 cubic meter, which was sufficiently adequate. Li Xinghe, However, deliberately upgraded Wang Yan's storage space to 10 cubic meters. After imparting the precautions and usage methods of the dimensional space to his companions, they began experimenting with retrieving and placing items, thoroughly enjoying the process. Once they had all grasped the usage, Li Xinghe gathered everyone at the table. Now that everyone is adept with a storage space, you may place provisions and personal items, including weapons, within. Henceforth, the materials collected by the team will be stored with me, while daily necessities will be kept with Wang Yan. Understood, boss, they chorused in unison. Well then, if anyone has further suggestions, feel free to voice them at this moment. Su Xiao stood up and said, Boss, once my ability energy is depleted, I lose my combat capability, and I prefer not to engage in close combat. The Type 95 rifle struggles against Level 2 zombies. Could you find a way to enhance the weapons for our less combat-capable members? Li Xinghe nodded. Indeed, the team's main combat strength lay with a few individuals, such as Su Xiao, Wang Yan, and Xiaoya, who lacked abilities or could not sustain prolonged combat. They required a reliable weapon to bolster their fighting capacity. Otherwise, their efficiency in eliminating zombies would be significantly diminished. Thin Man, go fetch a few Type 95 rifles that on it. Boss, Li Xinghe was eager to see how the Type 95 could be enhanced. Before long, the Thin Man returned, cradling 4 or 5 Type 95 rifles and presenting them to Li Xinghe. What enhancement options are available for this Type 95? He inquired of the system. Host, a low-level enhancement increases the power, magazine capacity, and precision of the Type 95. A high-level enhancement alters its structure entirely, with options including the T-type electromagnetic gun and the X-type laser gun. Both technological weapons can be powered by solar energy, electricity, or directly charged with crystal cores. The T-type electromagnetic gun has slightly lower power, but a range of up to 1,000 meters, while the X-type laser gun possesses greater power and penetration, but a shorter effective range of 300 meters. I will not consider the low-level enhancement. How much energy does each require for the T-type electromagnetic gun and the X-type laser gun? Host, the T-type electromagnetic gun requires 500 energy points, while the X-type laser gun requires 400 energy points. Let's enhance one X-type laser gun and see how it turns out. Understood, host. Commencing enhancement. As the Type 95 in Li Xinghe's hand was enveloped in a blue light, it gradually transformed. When the glow dissipated, an extraordinary weapon brimming with technological aesthetics emerged before the onlookers. Its barrel the size of a fist, with a blue and white striped body coated in a special material, likely a solar charging layer, topped with a minimalist optical sight. Upon grasping the X-type laser gun, Li Xinghe noted a display screen at the rear, indicating zero energy, that a side compartment could be pulled out to reveal the charging area. Capable of being powered by electricity or directly accepting crystal cores, Li Xinghe inserted a level 1 crystal core, and the energy display immediately rose to 50%. Boss, what kind of weapon is this? It looks so unique. The Thin Man marveled, with the stout man leaning in for a closer look. This is the X-type laser gun. Wow, boss. Incredible. You've even managed to create a laser gun. Let us see its power. The stout man exclaimed, filled with excitement, while others watched with eager anticipation. Li Xinghe aimed the X-type laser gun at a stack of bricks against the distant wall, pressed the safety, and pulled the trigger. A faint pop echoed as a beam shot forth, effortlessly penetrating the thick stack of bricks, leaving a fist-sized hole that revealed the outside yard. Goodness, boss, this X-type laser gun shot right through the yard's wall. The members of Dawn gasped in astonishment, realizing its power surpassed that of an ordinary sniper rifle. Li Xinghe was equally taken aback, while the system had indicated the X-type laser gun's formidable penetration. He hadn't anticipated it would be this powerful. Observing the energy display drop to 49%, he deduced that each shot consumed 1% of energy, meaning a single crystal core could yield 50 shots, an undeniable bargain. The group ventured outside to examine a tree 50 meters away, where they discovered a fist-sized hole nearly penetrating all the way through. All eyes turned towards the X-type laser gun in Li Xinghe's hands, filled with fervent admiration. Let us head back for now, Li Xinghe declared. Upon returning to the courtyard, he placed the X-type laser gun on the table. Having witnessed its power, the team learned that it required 40 crystal cores. Could be charged via crystal cores, electricity, or solar energy, and anyone interested could approach him for enhancements. Boss, me. I want one too. The others clamored, eager to obtain a weapon capable of remote zombie elimination rather than engaging in close combat. All right, if everyone wants one, it will be 40 crystal cores each. If you don't have enough now, you can owe me and settle up later when you gather more. After a brief period, Li Xinghe successfully enhanced all the Type 95 rifles into X-type laser guns, teaching the team how to utilize them. Now, every member of the squad was equipped with a suit of battle armor and a laser gun, resembling a battalion of future world soldiers. By the way, tomorrow I'll enhance a suit of armor for Wanner and provide her with awakening potions to unlock her abilities, ensuring she can protect herself. Xinghe also enhanced numerous recovery and enhancement potions, distributing them among the team, who stored the potions in the dimensional space for easy access. Does anyone have further thoughts? Li Xinghe inquired. Boss, nothing else. But once we accumulate enough crystal cores, could you arrange an intelligent battle vehicle for us? The stout man had long envied Li Xinghe's battle vehicle. Certainly. What about the rest of you? The others shook their heads. All right then, you have 5 minutes to gather your belongings and prepare. We will assemble at the entrance in 5 minutes. Make sure to bring the 3 new members along, as we will be leaving the base to hunt zombies and replenish our resources, particularly fuel and food. Understood, boss, they replied in unison, with the dimensional space at their disposal. Packing became a trivial matter. Everyone simply tossed their belongings into the portal. After 5 minutes, the group reconvened in the courtyard. Xinghe addressed the new members. During the base operation, you 3 will follow Wang Yan, who will teach you some essential knowledge and how to collect crystal cores. Understood, boss, they agreed. All right, everyone aboard. Let us depart immediately. After securing the courtyard gate, Li Xinghe climbed onto the battle vehicle, and the convoy swiftly made its way to the base entrance. Upon arrival, they spotted several military vehicles stationed at the gate, accompanied by a team of survivors. As they drew closer, they recognized the second-ranked team, Flame, with Yin Yang engaged in conversation with a leading soldier. Upon noticing Li Xinghe's convoy, Yin Yang pointed in his direction and exchanged words with the soldier before both approached Li Xinghe's vehicle. Xinghe disembarked and regarded the approaching duo. Captain Yin, do you require something from me? Yin Yang smiled and replied, Captain Li, what a coincidence. Are you preparing to depart from the base to hunt zombies? Excellent. And what brings Captain Yin here? The situation is as follows. There's an operation initiated by the military district, originally intended for Team Kuangfeng's collaboration. However, since Feng Outyin has been eliminated by you, it falls upon us. Team Liahua, I noticed your arrival just now and suggested to Commander Liu that we extend an invitation for your team, Xu Guang, to join this operation. Once the mission is accomplished, the supplies will be at your discretion. Commander Liu, standing by, nodded in agreement, affirming Yin Yang's statement. Xinghe, intrigued, inquired about the nature of the mission that Captain Yin was undertaking with the military district. At this moment, Commander Liu spoke up. Captain Li, I apologize, but we can only disclose the mission details to the teams participating. Xinghe quickly pondered the implications. Since this was a mission involving the military district, it was surely of considerable importance. The supplies were either exceptionally unique or in significant quantities. With this thought in mind, he knew how to proceed. Xinghe turned to Commander Liu and stated, Our team, Xu Guang, will participate in this mission. Now, Commander Liu, may I ask you to share the details of the mission? Upon hearing Li Xinghe's agreement to join, Commander Liu nodded with satisfaction. He had no doubts about Xu Guang's capabilities. After all, they had successfully dealt with Team Kuangfeng, showcasing their formidable strength. Our mission objective is the National Cold Storage Center in Qingshui City, located in the western part of Qingshui City.